This young man, a modern everyman, has transmigrated his soul into a gluttonous guy. Currently, he's a Luotian sect outer disciple, aspiring to become the saint of scoundrels. Tu fam. He's fiddling with his yin blade toy. Just chi refining stage 155th. What a joke. Foundation establishment stage 200 years. Golden core stage 500 years. Nascent soul stage 1000 years. Saint stage. Forget it. I probably won't even want to be alive by then. Normally, I can't break through. Only on days of great calamity can I 100% break through. If I die in between, this damn system won't even let me revive. Who the heck created this saint of scoundrels system? If I find them, they're dead. Clearly, it gave me supreme talent. I understand everything I learn, yet still need to be so humble. Isn't this just telling me to transmigrate and become the #1 shut-in cultivator under the stars? Oh, I was also a shut-in in my previous life. This life, even if there's a glimmer of manly ambition, it's insignificant. Tu fam. Still can't help but yearn for the vast, boundless world of cultivation. I want to go take a look too, but not now. It's too dangerous. For the time being, I'll cultivate chi at the 12th level first. In short, our Tu fam is a shrinking turtle, a typical loser with no future. Currently, I've been in the sect for 6 years. Chi refining stage 4. This speed is just right for acting heroically at an average level. Excellent. In stability, seeking stability. Striving for survival is victory, countless years later, when I'm finally the most powerful cultivator in the world. Lost in thoughts of a bright future, Xifan opened a secret chamber. Behind the wall was a pitch-black room, into which he slowly stepped. His heart was full of doubt. If I become #1 in the world, can I really return to my original world? If that's the case, then spending more time is worth it. Inside the secret chamber was a treasure trove of memories, filled with Xifan's collection from his previous life. He placed a model car down, his face haggard, like he'd lost his rice ration book. He mused to himself that much deliberation now wouldn't help. Xifan, suddenly inspired by the scene, gazed at the skyscraper model, and longing for his old mother and home surged up within him. In the end, he could only comfort himself. Luckily, there's still my second brother at home. My parents won't have to be sad for the rest of their lives. Xifan had made up his mind to focus from now on. The next morning, at the Feiwu realm, on the Ketian Gate, on his own little hilltop, as soon as dawn broke, Xifan was already cultivating enthusiastically. He used his Qing Gong, quickly flying off to comprehend knowledge. Next, I must go to the Taishu Peak to register for classes. Xifan flew, calculating every angle. I absolutely must develop comprehensively and extend the progress. Otherwise, if I accidentally break through, who knows what I'll do? Suddenly, a shout came from below. "Senior Brother Z!" A young brat, looking annoyed, yelled up, "Get down here. Stop showing off. Your intermediate light body technique, Senior Brother. That kid's Wang Yu Lun, a rare talent. Chi refinement stage 4. He can already kill demonic beasts at Chi refinement stage 6, even though he's a lower level. He is a famous disciple of the outer sect elite." Xifan had just landed on the ground when Wang Yulun eagerly asked, "Senior Brother Z! When, oh when, will you teach me the intermediate light body technique?" Youth is indeed passionate. Wang Yulun exclaimed excitedly. If one could cultivate this to the highest level, then its speed would be even faster than flying on a sword. Xifan replied calmly, "Teaching you is simple. Just save the spiritual energy you use to cultivate killer techniques. Then practice the light body technique instead." "Yes?" Wang Yulun's face went blank. "Basically, apply the formula, and you are good to go." Wang Yulun couldn't stand it. "Since ancient times, you've been enjoying life, not practicing combat skills. Then, when you encounter a demon outside, are you going to use your teeth to block it?" Xifan is so flippant. I guess I'll just have to accept being brutally rejected. Wang Yulun turned away, sulking, feeling bitter inside, thinking, I thought I could rely on my talented senior apprentice. But he turned out to be so petty. He even chooses the easiest option for sect missions. He doesn't even bother stepping into the sect. But, in Wang Yulun's memory, the image of this senior apprentice is completely different. Memories from 3 months ago flooded back. There were disturbances in the forest. An ominous sign. The disaster of Kuetian sect struck. A terrifying thing happened. The untamed demon beasts escaped from the beast taming hall. The monsters were strong and numerous. Wang Yulun was no match for them. They beat him to a pulp. Just as he was about to be swallowed by a demon beast, his useless senior apprentice, Xifan, stepped in to help. A single magic artifact sent the 3 wolf brothers back to Mother Earth. escaping death by a hair's breadth. Wang Yulun couldn't believe his eyes. Zifan approached like a god, asking with a look of one trace of fear, "Are you okay? Can you get up?" From then on, Tufan became an immortal idol in Vuong Vuluan's heart from his senior brother. "Senior brother, please teach me that ultimate move from before." That kind of murderous magic is very difficult to master, but 2-die CA only needs to raise his hand. And he can combine a magic with 3 different attributes. He's probably stopping at the chi refining stage right now. He definitely has some big plans. Nearby, some disciples are whispering, "Have you heard? Protector Ta of the Battle Hall wants to give a lecture in the teaching hall." That is the hall in charge of combat for Tien Kuyet Mon. Even if we just casually listen to a little bit about combat techniques, it will be extremely beneficial for us. That's right, I'm very lucky to have seen that protector use a move. That move is the Feng Loing Gu Kiem technique, which can kill enemies out of reach. Protector Tei entered the sect in less than 55 years. He has already been promoted to the Golden Core realm. The future of the sect must definitely have a place for Protector Ta. To have accidentally overheard a few sentences and ridiculed the combat techniques. How can anything be better than defensive skills? Only by continuing to live can you achieve victory. Wang Yulun leaned in and whispered, "Senior brother, your offensive skills are amazing. The best defense is a good offense." Zifan absent-mindedly replied, "Yeah, you're right. So you just stay here and listen slowly, okay? I'm going to find other classes elsewhere." Zifan stood before the list of courses, carefully weighing his options. Explanations of the light body technique and wind riding technique are already known. Pass. No interest in sword control technique or illusion arts. Basic weapon refinement. Don't have the money to learn the whole course right now. I'll figure it out later. Basic beast taming. Skip! Suddenly, the alchemy course caught his attention. Zifan had finally found something interesting. Explanation of alchemy, herbology, and medicinal properties. The decision made, Zifan went to the registration desk. "Hello, I'd like to sign up." The female administrator blinked for 3 seconds, then began explaining. There are a total of 10 classes taught over 3 days, along with a jade scroll of materials. The total is 50 spirit stones. There are currently 3 spots left. Burning money like this is crushing Zifan's, a poor boy's, heart. It feels like someone's strangling it. I did missions for the sect for a whole year, and my pay was only 100 spirit stones. And this thing eats up half of it. Seeing Zifan hesitate, unwilling, female manager immediately started brainwashing him. If you want to learn alchemy, understanding medicinal properties is fundamental. Even if it's fundamental, the elders of the pill and medicine hall won't explain it in detail. They just give you materials to take home and study yourself. Having already jumped in, Zifan had no choice but to go along. Poor, and now in debt. He gritted his teeth. "I'll sign up!" Then he went home in tears. Long secretly cursed. "They're bloodsuckers! This is pure capitalism in the cultivation world." After luring in a naive sucker, the female manager smirked. Another outer disciple with rocks for brains. Alchemy is just stacking spirit stones on top of each other. Losing 50 spirit stones hurts so much. You can only buy a medicine to cure stupidity with that. Ugh, so dumb. At the foot of the mountain is a city. Much more bustling here. Zifan sighed in frustration. Alchemy really is burning money. An old uncle recognized Zifan and came over to chat. "This isn't what little CASAO is like. You're back to visit little Van?" Zifan replied politely with a few sentences. "Uncle Zhang, long time no see. You look more and more spirited." Uncle Zhang saw Zifan's silly face and scolded, "Don't beat around the bush. Quickly present the betrothal gifts. Little Van keeps making a fuss about wanting to see you." Zifan stammered, "Is that so?" Speaking of little Van, Zifan remembers back to those years, the day when that innocent little girl said, "Yes, big brother, I will be your wife." And he had promised carelessly to just get it over with. "Okay, later, I will be your husband. In a little while, I will go see Grandpa and bring the betrothal gifts to punish you for randomly flirting." Zifan sighed secretly. "Actually, I just wanted to tease her a little. Who knew I would be forced to do it for real?" Zifan, a true Z, quickly looked for a way to escape. "Well, Uncle Zhang, I have to go right now. You know that in Pham Than, cultivators like us can't stay for long. You don't even need to tell little Van." Uncle Zhang smiled triumphantly. "It's too late, dear. I've already used a paper crane to send her a message. Running around, not afraid of the sun." A childish voice, whose adoring husband is calling out, "Old Shackle! Old Shackle!" Xiao Yun pounced, leaping enthusiastically at Zifan. Zifan couldn't handle it. The little girl was stuck to him like superglue. "I'm here." Zifan felt incredibly regretful, and he said awkwardly, "Xiao Yun, Could you let go of me first? Holy moly, how is this kid so strong? Zifan decided to tell the truth. Sooner you say it, the less painful it is. Xiaoyun, listen to me. At first, I was just joking with Uncle Zhang Chen. You've got nothing, okay? A real man keeps his word. Your Aunt Lin and I are both very satisfied. Xiaoyun put on her most adorable face. It's not a joke. According to the customs of our village, once engagement tokens are exchanged, we'll be husband and wife for life. Oh no! Xiaoyun pulled out the evidence, saying, Look at this! This is your engagement token. Zifan was at a loss, sweat pouring out. No, that's not right. Didn't you say that thing was what I gave you to play with? This isn't exactly a betrothal token, you know. Little Yun doesn't care. I don't care whose husband Zhang Weiyun thinks you are. You're mine now. That love token has nothing to do with Zifan. This rumor mill system is a total scam. How am I supposed to live like this? Zifan, haggard, returns to his little hilltop at the Feiwu Realm Tianke sect. Wang Yulun, who has been waiting since who knows when, excitedly runs out. Here, Senior Brother Z. You're back. Come see what good stuff I brought. It's an unlucky sheep about to be stir-fried 7 ways. Zifan is shocked. Is this the sect's spirit goat? Specially raised for the purpose? Aren't you afraid the law enforcement disciples will come knocking? Wang Yulun confidently says, Relax, I already reported it. 1 spirit stone, not a problem. But, Senior Brother Z, you absolutely must roast it so the meat is delicious, or it isn't worth it. Zifan has no choice but to humor him. He motions for him to go inside before going to the kitchen. Zifan carefully casts a barrier to cover the area, using the shed. Didn't realize every time I went to the kitchen, it would be such a chore. Wang Yulun seems enlightened. Light illumination technique. Self-operation. Senior Brother, every time I come to your place, I feel like a total loser. Wang Yulun is starting his endless chatter again. The skill of offense. Your healing arts, especially the skill of defense. So many types, yet you cultivate them all at the beginner level. If you'd just let me speak, you would have long since been an outer sect. Zifan reached out and covered Wang Yulun's mouth, feigning. Overbearing CEO style. I'm just a tiny outer sect disciple. Don't try to ruin me. Zifan always knows himself and his enemy. 100 battles, 100 victories. Just kidding. Merely surviving is enough to achieve breakthroughs. Reaching the end is the correct path. Flaunting and standing out is the ultimate taboo. Wang Yulun just let it go. All right, Senior Brother. I get it. You live for others. Silently and discreetly, Zifan was speechless. He led Wang Yulun into the kitchen, preparing to get to work. All right. Let's go inside. Hee. Drool. You want to roast the whole thing? After some hard work, the dish was finally done. Wang Yulun was in ecstasy. This aroma, this radiance, it's truly top-notch. Zifan gleefully flips the lid, revealing a crispy golden lamb. Okay, Wang Yulun is touched. Senior Brother Z, I love you, I accept. Wang Yulun reaches into his red envelope, rummaging for something. Ah, that's right. Senior Brother Z. Turns out he's a true booze hound. Senior Brother Z is awesome. You see, with meat, how can we lack wine? Zifan notices something else. He glances at Wang Yulun's Chanel bag, sighing inwardly. That's a high-end treasure bag. You've got all sorts of goodies. Looks like you're really loved by the elders in the sect. Congrats. He even brought spirit stones. Should be around 10 spirit stones worth, right? Zifan gets straight to the point. Spit it out. What's the matter? Seeing how much money you've spent on all this stuff, so I'll accept it. Addicts are often sentimental. Wang Yulun says fondly. Indeed, nothing gets past Senior Brother Z. I plan to join the battle hall. The elder, who took a liking to us, is from the battle hall, you see. Though later I probably can't come back to the sect often. That's why I made a special trip to see you. Wang Yulun suddenly feels melancholic, lowers his face. It's just Wang Yulun, teary-eyed, continued to say some poignant things. Senior Brother Shai, your life-saving grace, I will forever remember it. I dare not forget. It's just that I was thinking about the extremely dangerous missions of the Zon Hall. If I'm not careful and meet with disaster, my remains won't be found. Flesh mangled, bones broken, soul scattered. Then, from now on, I won't be able to see beloved Senior Brother Chi ever again. Too cheesy. Zifan can't stand it. He thinks, don't worry. At that time, I will definitely bake you into the most fragrant ash in the world. Where did this little stinky brat learn such sweet talk? After Wang Yulun finished his confession, the 2 brothers started chowing down, leaving not a single feather. I'm full, able to eat the meal that Senior Brother Chi cooked. Life is truly without regrets. After eating, he holds his pregnant belly and sneaks off. Senior Brother, no need to see me off. I'm going back first. Suddenly, 20 scrolls fly over from somewhere. Wang Yulun catches them, his face beaming. Wang Yulen takes one look and recognizes that these are jade slips with cultivation methods. Yes, thank you, Senior Brother CE. Zifan seriously instructs, remember carefully, living healthily is the only way, got it? Yes, I will keep it safe in my heart. Zifan suddenly feels something in his heart. Of my friends at the Tianke sect, there are only a few left. With a little alcohol in his system, Zifan can also say some nice things. You must live well, all right? The next morning, Zifan, while taking a shower in the rain, thought about how Wang Yulun had already left. Next, I also have to diligently plan for Jia, I guess. The outer sect deacon has already heard everything there. There won't be a mission crisis in the next few years. The rest is to sell spiritual rice to learn alchemy. Boy, you've laid out a very motivating scenario after making money using the alchemical arts. I'll learn more about refining artifacts, too. What a beautiful new life. Zifan enjoys the blessing of having these two identities. In the future, there's no need to calculate his position. As soon as he finished speaking, Zifan summoned a little bird. He thought more deeply, fretting a bit. However, only the little bird's eyes reflect the universe Zifan is living in. Speaking of this world, the 3,000 worlds of the universe that I travel to are incredibly vast. It's just that inside the book, the sects have recorded a few immortal realms, corresponding to the great 1,000 worlds within the 3,000 worlds. The middle 1,000. But the world I should be in right now should be a middle 1,000 world. It's like a cultivation world, an immortal realm for mortals with tribulation transcendence. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Defect sect is also me, crossing tribulation to become. Zifan has 100,000 worries, you conclude. Therefore, with so many dimensions, it's hard to guarantee that no one will come to crush us. It's still not guaranteed. It's all because of this half-dead system that won't let me revive with my previous abilities. If I encounter a great disaster, what am I supposed to do? At that point, don't even talk about breaking through to anything. You order the little bird to put D into work D. The little bird obediently cooperates with Zifan to create the flying bird god killing. Without spending a drop of sweat, another top difficulty combined magic was successfully created. That I completely thought of myself, but Zifan still can't stand it. What's the use of giving me these crappy talents? If I'm exposed to the world, I'll be envied and harmed by others. If this happens again in a higher level construction period, it will crush people to death. Directly pushed to the end of the road, what's the benefit of breaking through before death without begging for mercy? Heaven gives birth to elephants. It also gives birth to grass. Zifan still doesn't give up. I can accept a disciple to be I can't upgrade, but my disciple can, right? At that time, I will transfer all the magic I have thought of to my disciple. So Zifan decided to use a disciple to prolong his life, as long as he teaches his disciple well. From now on, my disciples can protect me. Then I can relax and be an ordinary person. After reaching the peak of the 12th chi condensation level, then I can go and recruit disciples. Just then, the blasted system sends another warning. High-level energy detected probing host's shield. Zifan, dissatisfied, curses, "Here we go again." Absolutely no privacy at all. The only benefit of this blasted system is shielding against the probes of powerful cultivators, creating fake images. So those guys don't discover anything unusual. That's good enough, I guess. Does Tianquai's sect have that many enemies? Every few days, they scan the place. Are you guys overly worried about the sect's safety, or what? Zifan decides to let it go for peace of mind. Forget it. No time to worry about this kind of stuff. I'd rather sit here inventing new magical techniques. Young Master Zifan has managed to figure out a few types of magic, such as the soul hooking technique. It can collect and refine the soul essence of demonic beasts, the spirit soul technique. It can preserve activity and intellect within the soul, and the earth element shape-shifting technique. It can recreate countless forms. These three techniques are pretty decent. If combined properly, then we can create a summoning ritual. It's just that summoning and possessing spirits can only preserve the spirit's vitality for a period of time. If we want to keep it longer, then we need a suitable medium. But where am I going to buy a medium suitable for the spirit I want to host? Zifan, you shameless bastard, sacrificing the little bird. Little sparrow. Ah, for science, please dedicate yourself. The final ingredient missing is bird meat. Zifan kneads and molds for a while, baking the little bird at the temperature of the 8 trigrams furnace. Finally done. Porcelain baked sparrow. Complete. From now on, the Chinese Huame's popularity is over. The effect is not bad. I wonder what will happen if I encounter a demonic beast spirit. The little bird flies around twice and then faceplants. Blankly. Complete failure. Zifan decides he can't rush things. Forget it. First, study hard. Practice alchemy. Find spirit stones and then consider it. Without spirit stones, It's really hard to take even half a step forward. Moreover, something is still missing. Someday when I have free time, I'll go to the scripture pavilion to find some inspiration. Meanwhile, deep in the outer sects forest, Wang Wulun is test driving the new toy Yufan gave him. Just one move, and he only needed one move. Wang Wulun roared with excitement, almost shaking the heavens. The weakest newbie can now take down a black bear beast. Big Bro is the best. Did he finally give me some immortal magic? What's going on? 3 days in the outer sects forest, a nasty guy thinks. After one night, that newbie must have been eaten by demonic beasts, right? Otherwise, this'll be a little troublesome. He approaches Wang Wulun, who's hunting demonic beasts. One look at Wang Wulun's spoils, and he's completely floored. Underestimating your enemy is destroying yourself. He's so shocked he blurts out, "Holy moly, one hit, and it's lights out. Are we getting another level A powerhouse on the battle team?" Battle team ratings are split into 4 levels. Level A, Level B, Level C, and Level D. Level D doesn't even meet the standards. Level C in the battle team is only good as cannon fodder. Only Level B gets nurtured to be a main force, while Level A gets the entire sect's attention to become top-tier combat strength. Later on, the key point is that a nascent soul expert will personally teach you. There are also the most advanced resources and top professors. Looking at the frightened appearance of that guy, Wang Wulun felt very pleased. "Senior brother, why did you scare that pretentious guy so much, brother?" "No, nothing. Just a little sigh." Finally, he couldn't help but admire it. Senior brother's combat power is truly amazing. Just one move, and a level 6 chi-refining demon beast lost its life. Fighting above your level can be rated at level B. To be rated level A, you need to fight even better. With your current combat power, senior brother, with a little more effort, you alone, killing 10 or more level 7 chi-refining demon beasts would qualify you for an A rating. Yes, Wang Wulun absorbed a large amount of information, so that's how it is. That guy smiled and said happily, "When senior brother enters the Jiazi Hall, don't forget this senior brother." Wang Wulun politely said, "How could I forget? I still haven't thanked you for recommending me." "Oh, come on, Shidi. You're being too polite." "Shidi, let's go back to accepting our mission now. Looks like you two are very close. I'm going to keep watch till Wang Yulun returns to CEO Zifan's side." Zifan is shocked. One hit to kill a chi-refining stage 6 demon beast? Strange. Why does even Zifan doubt this kid's abilities? The Fire Eye art that I gave you is in its final activation stage. It has a calming and focusing effect, helping you be extremely accurate when casting, guaranteeing a perfect hit every time. However, it doesn't have the effect of killing in one hit. That's what's weird. Wang Yulun is hopelessly in love with Zifan. As expected of Big Bro Z, how about joining the battle hall with me? With your combat power, you will surely be valued by the Grand Elders of the sect. Easily enter the A-class hall. Then you can be guided by a Void Refinement Great Master. Zifan focused on grilling meat. Unconcerned, as he said, "Fighting and killing is no good. The death rate is too high, needless to say. Your status isn't even equal to a pill refining Grandmaster or an artifact refining Grandmaster." Though this guy is usually clueless, he's very insightful when he needs to be, thinking to himself, even if I cultivate to the peak of chi refining and want to break through, there's still a long way to go, so at most, I can only puff myself up in the beginning at Jiazi Hall. Later, people might resent me for not breaking through after so long. Therefore, instead of doing that, it's better to be humble from the start. That'll be more stable. Wang Yulun represents the passionate youth, not world-shaking power, but the dream of every man. Right. Wang Yulun doesn't just admire Zifan, he admires him even more. Big Bro Z, I feel that with your strength, you'll definitely ascend to the Immortal Realm later, becoming the 39th Grandmaster of our Katian sect. At that time, I can become a disciple and serve you, ascending to the Immortal Realm with you. When a great cultivator overcomes the final heavenly tribulation and ascends, the realm's will only allows 2 cultivators with cultivation not lower than the nascent soul stage to ascend to the Immortal Realm together. Zifan couldn't help but interrupt when he heard this. "Are you still looking forward to the Immortal Realm? Don't you know the Immortal Realm is an even harsher world?" Zifan is haunted by Immortal Realm novels, Elder Crash Landing. Who knows? It might be a hell for cultivators. Wang Yulun brushed it off. The kid was so excited. How is that possible? Inside, there is probably the place that cultivators like us dream of for a lifetime. I advise you, only you. I don't want to ascend to the Immortal Realm. I'd rather be an ordinary person. Willpower and perseverance are both 0. Tufam is only good at butchering meat and plucking feathers. You generously throw Vuong Vuluan a big drumstick here. You eat meat of a level 6 chi refining demon beast. It will surely be extremely nutritious. Vuong Vuluan hurriedly took it, moved, and called out, "Big brother!" The little boy's eyes sparkled like stars. "Can I not worship you as my teacher?" Tufam was stunned, as if he had just heard Saigon Te telling a story. "You worship me as a teacher? Is your brain short-circuiting? Or did you get brain swelling after eating meat? Didn't you say earlier that you would enter Jap Tu Duong to be taught by a Luyen Hu, void refining grandmaster?" Vuong Vu Luan said while eating. "Big brother, do you know that I was born into a family in the cultivation world since I was young? Although the person with the highest cultivation in my family is a Kim Dan Golden Core stage cultivator." Vuong Vu Luan swallowed a super huge piece of meat. Then he continued, "But my ancestor was a Fan Dan, Soul Division cultivator." Zaifan still doesn't get what's coming next. "What are you trying to say exactly?" Wang Yulun is explaining it clearly, not missing a single word. "Even though our family is dirt poor right now, that old ancestor of ours left behind his travelogue. It has broadened the horizons of our entire family. The world we live in now is called the Feiyu Realm. It's one of the medium-sized worlds, while the Immortal Realm is the great Thousand Worlds." Wang Yulun has activated his serious young man mode. "Big bro, actually, you're not wrong at all. The Immortal Realm is an incredibly ruthless world. The sad truth is that our Quatian sect is a poor area of the FAU realm. The central continent is the true holy land for cultivators. On that central continent, there are over 100 Mahayana cultivators in sects alone. Wang Yulun is like Google. He knows everything. The top sect there, the Tianyu sect, is so powerful that their strength surpasses the entire Feiyu realm." However, Zifan doesn't want to listen to what this brat is trying to say. He's been talking for ages without getting to the point. But the background knowledge about this world is indeed worth it. After sitting and listening for a while, monks in the center of the mainland have brought cultivation methods and magic to study the ultimate nature of it. At the same time, they also integrate them to create new magic. There, people who specialize in creating cultivation methods and magic are called creators. The status of a creator is even higher than that of a high-level alchemist, top-notch artifact refiner. My ancestor once witnessed firsthand the sects, with the most advanced creators taking the prodigies of the Qi refinement stage to kill demonic beasts of the foundation establishment stage. Wang Wu Lun is determined to persuade Zifan to embark on the path of cultivation. An elder brother was born with extraordinary creative talent. The jade slip magic that you gave me, did you create it yourself? I dare to assert that the Jutian sect absolutely does not have an artifact refinement stage. Offensive technique as powerful as this. That is why I want to take elder brother as my teacher. Wang Wu Lun is as clingy as a leech. Moreover, he knelt down and hugged my leg. It's quite unsightly. "Elder brother, please accept a bow from your disciple." Zifan was in an incredibly awkward position, activating his skill. A circle of light enveloped Wang Yulun. Zaifan currently had no plans to accept disciples. "Dream on if you want me as your master, Yan. You're over 18. You can't become a disciple anymore. So I'm being rejected for being old and not fresh enough? However, I really do have the talent of a creation spirit master, if he already knows." Oh, an intense murderous aura emanated. Wang Yulun turned pale. Is he going to silence me permanently? Isn't that a bit cruel? Wang Yulun pleaded. "Big bro, please! You're the person I trust the most. I absolutely won't reveal your secret about you having the talent of a creation spirit master to anyone. Please don't kill me." However, Zaifan feigned innocence, but his voice was deadly. "No way! I'm just a humble outer sect disciple. How could I kill someone?" What Zifan planned to do was alter his memories. After being hypnotized and brainwashed, Wang Yulun innocently said, "Big bro Z, please tell me, where were we just now?" Zifan replied, "You said you wanted to enter the Jiazi Hall, wanting to learn a few tricks with me first." Wang Yulun was so easily fooled, believing it instantly. "Oh, right. I hope Big bro Z can help me." Okay. Isn't it just a few tricks? It's easy for me to help you." After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Zifan returned to his pigsty. "Everything I've heard today needs to be recorded. This world is way more complicated than I imagined. The strength of the Katian sect. Now that I see it, it can't be easily ranked. And a Radiant Soul Master? First time hearing about that. However, it makes sense. The magic of the cultivation world didn't just pop into existence, did it?" Zifan thinks about the 7-7, those 49 tribulations ahead, and immediately loses heart. I just wonder how far it is from ZKTN's sect to the center of the Great Land. How many thousands of kilometers in between? Who knows how many dangers lurk Maybe being a hermit would be better. Just keep living, and my strength will increase eventually. Xifen sprawls out, reading a pure romance novel. No cultivation today. Just gonna be lazy for a bit. After all, cultivating diligently doesn't seem to do any good. Xifen lies back on his chair, nostalgic for modern life. If only I could have brought a computer with me when I transmigrated. Connecting to the internet would be so awesome. When bored, I could pull it out for entertainment to forget my sorrows. All I do all day is lie around, watching the clouds drift by. Now I'm facing the matter of, at first I wasn't very interested. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the sky as an extremely powerful battleship flew through the air. This was Xifen's first time witnessing the power of the cultivation world. This must be longer than 500 meters. There are also several hundred guards riding golden eagles of the Qi. Kim Dan, patrolling the sky around. Looking at it makes me feel awake. Besides that, there are also many warships longer than 300 meters escorting it. A person like Xifen can only stand still and sigh. This giant ship must be going out to search for resources. I wonder when I will have the opportunity to go up there and take a look. After I finish learning how to refine tools, I will make one for myself. That is the dream of a man. Seeing some movement outside, Xifen snapped his fingers. Is someone coming? Is that kid Wang Yu Luan? Xifen immediately opened the forbidden gate to welcome his younger brother. You're free today. Have you finished all your tasks? Noticing now, Wang Yu Luan is dragging himself in, looking exhausted. Wait, what happened to your leg? Wang Yu Luan said in a bored and sad tone that he was injured while doing a task. He said he needed a few days to rest. I thought being crippled would make Wang Yu Luan less cheesy, but no. I'm here to see if Big Bro is home or not. Xifen is suspicious. I clearly gave you the light body technique. Even fighting level 7, Qi refining demonic beasts with it. You shouldn't have been hurt. Did they ambush you? Seeing handsome Xifen, Wang Yu Lun forgets the pain. You smile. It's just that the demonic beast's defense was extremely strong, and Big Bro's spells alone couldn't break through its defenses. So to land a fatal blow and kill that demonic beast, I chose to be ambushed. Xifen can't help but give him a judgmental look at his battle talent. Your combat sense is simpler than a dilapidated house. After that, Wang Yulun is scolded by Xifen, like a son being scolded by his mother. Can't you fight unless there are no blind spots? Moving, kiting, quickly casting spells at a distance. Haven't I already told you this? I even deliberately taught you to use defensive magic when you're cornered, yet you forgot it. Wang Yulun looks cute. It's just that at that time, all I was thinking about was killing that demonic beast. Okay, forget it. You can gradually comprehend those things. I don't care anymore. Rejected by his idol. Wang Yulun came to flatter for a few words, calling him Big Brother. Today, I'm here because I want you to teach me how to deal with the defense. High defense and fast speed of the monster. Xifen curled his lips. You are a reserved disciple of the battle hall, yet you naturally go ask a recluse. Is it brain damage to ask someone who doesn't leave his house about that? He said that outwardly, but in his heart, Xifen was speechless. Just kidding. How can combat skills be taught? If you understand, you understand. If you don't, even if I teach you until Lunar New Year, you won't understand. So annoying, I'm not teaching you. Wang Yulun was out of ideas. Do you think I don't know about the relationship between the two of us? Do I not know who he is? Normally, I don't understand the combat skills that the elders teach me. Haven't you heard? I don't care anymore. I'm going to sit here persistently. Wang Yulun decided to use persistence to fight persistence. Brother, stop kidding. Your talent for attack skills. Others may not know, but don't you think I know? Xifen used half of his skills to exchange for information. All right. I will teach you how to deal with this type of monster in exchange for earlier. A giant ship appeared in the sky. All right, spill it. Tell me everything you know about him. No problem. Floating boats in the sky, right? Oh, I know plenty about this. Exactly what I wanted, Big Bro Xifen. Stand up. All right. Then wave your hands and unleash a dazzling display of spiritual energy, showering Wang Yulun. It feels like I'm lost in some trippy Dalat flower garden. This illusion is practically defying the heavens. This is the soul-trapping technique, isn't it? If you want to master this kind of magic, you'd have to stay there for ages to cultivate your Qi, right? Xifen's saving time by just giving a quick explanation. This is the soul-trapping technique. In this space, you can unleash your full power. However, with my spiritual energy, I can't maintain it for too long. So let's start now! Come on! Xifen snapped his fingers, acting like a professor. It's teaching time. Before us is a demon beast with high speed and defense. This is what you'll experiment on right now. Summon a boulder mantis. Qi cultivation level 7. Xifen follows the motto. Practice before theory. I'll give you half an incense stick's worth of time. Let's see, can you kill this demon beast or not? After that, I'll tell you what your problem is, pal. The mantis attacked without warning. He didn't even say, get ready, just started. Can mantises even talk? Wang Yulun immediately countered with lightness skill, wind transformation, and fire remnant technique, putting in a lot of effort. But you've caught a cold, haven't you? Wang Yulun couldn't believe it dodged so easily. Zifan took one look and assessed the flaw. The action speed is acceptable. However, the speed of casting the fire remnant technique is too slow. Zifan's words were like a bolt from the blue. Furthermore, your divination technique is really at kindergarten level. The mantis seized the opening. It rushed forward, aiming to wreck Wang Yulun. Zifan saw Wang Yulun shivering like crazy on the ground. How dare you get distracted during a fight? Keep spacing out like that, and the result is Wang Yulun gets punched instead of eating dinner. Zifan frankly gave him advice. In that last battle, your chance of winning was almost zero. Moreover, you fought extremely passively. That's because your predictions are just awful. You also aren't trying to observe the enemy's habits, actions, and movements. The best fit for Wang Yulun right now is the mind penetration technique. Everyone, monsters included, has habits. Movement, too. Wang Yulun is stunned, absorbing the knowledge of humanity. Therefore, when fighting, you must have such a concept. This is a spell. You must stop all of the enemy's movements. If you want to block their movements, you must start by carefully observing their habits. Zifan almost never teaches so thoroughly. If you had diligently observed those habits from the start, you would have been able to predict all the angles. Then, that boulder mantis definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge your fire remnant technique. Wang Yulun also has a psychological fear. After seeing it dodge your move, your fighting mentality wavered. Your movements and attacks won't be smooth anymore. Wang Yulun listened intently, not missing a word. That demon beast clearly dodged all four. You know its movement patterns, but you don't understand its magic tricks? Isn't that just awful? Wang Yulun, pondering, realized it truly was from Big Bro. His soul-snatching art has reached advanced proficiency. I was injured in the illusion, but I felt no pain at all. Not the slightest bit. He simultaneously maintained the soul-snatching art while calmly analyzing his own practical combat. Wang Yulun suddenly felt enlightened, as if he'd found the truth. He spoke up, I feel I still have many shortcomings. Big Bro, please enlighten me further. Zifan slowly replied. The problem is, this isn't something you'll understand just because I say so. Let's start like this. Wait until you've digested all of this. Then we'll talk more. Come here to study whenever you're free. A sense of accomplishment spread throughout Zifan. He secretly thought with satisfaction, finally, I managed to utter those awesome and domineering words. Thank you, Big Bro. Zifan wearily leaned back and sat down. It was Jia Xiao's turn, as Wang Yulun flaunted his encyclopedic knowledge. All right now, tell me the story of that giant ship. Both of them acted dangerous like real gangsters, speaking in deep voices. Last time we talked about the giant ship. So listen to me. Wang Yulun lowered his sunglasses and began the story. That giant ship is called Floating Heaven Ship. 5,000 years ago, the supreme grand elder of the sect. We took all the things in the house to the central hall. 6. Seeking heavenly tool sect, asking them to forge the ship. He continued in a tragic tone. The brothers had to eat cockroaches to survive. For the Floating Heaven ship, the sect did not recruit any new disciples for 55 days. The entire sect had to starve and save money. The disciples at that time had never seen spirit stones. Their eyes would turn red immediately upon seeing them, and the life of the sect entered a new chapter until the Floating Heaven ship was completed. The sect was considered to have transformed into a popular sect. Zifan still couldn't understand what was the point of wasting effort, of creating this giant toy. For what purpose? What is its use in combat or resource searching? Of course, it's for resource searching, Wang Yulun continued to lecture. Half of our flying feather world is the sea, generally called the Endless Realm. It is said to be boundless and limitless. The resources on the continent are extremely abundant. Moreover, they say that in the deepest part of the sea, there are possibly many treasures. These are things that the mainland cannot reach, Wang Wuluan sincerely recounted, without missing a detail. But in the endless sea, dangers abound. Even for tribulation crossing great powers, they would not dare go there alone. So to go to the endless sea to find resources, it is necessary to have that giant ship to be successful. Indeed, it is a great invention of the cultivation world. That's right, because the deepest part of the boundless sea is full of giant demon beasts. They are at the nascent transformation stage, or higher. Only the Putian Chao can block the high-level power of the demon beasts. Otherwise, our Kuyet sect, from the previous nascent soul era, relying only on the resources of the mainland, would have long been unable to hold on until now. Wang Vu Luan pointed towards the sun, his voice full of enthusiasm. It's not just that. Most importantly, the Fu Tian Chao can not only go to the endless sea, but, according to legend, it can also go to the extreme void. There's such a fantastical story about the extreme void. Wouldn't that be like riding a horse around the world? Wang Vu Luan knows the position of his cheap sect very well, but only top-tier sects dare to go to the spatial polar region. We should still go to the endless sea for safety. After listening for a while, Tufam boldly came to a conclusion. It seems that toy is a nuclear weapon, representing both status and a symbol of strength. Tufam suddenly had an idea. Vuong Luan, is there a way to get on the floating sky pearl and have a look? Vuong Vu Luan quickly offered a solution. There are 4 people who can board the ship. The first is a cultivator specializing in detection magic, who is primarily responsible for sailing the ship. The second floating sky pearl is a combat warrior from the battle hall from previous generations. They are all from the Giap Tu Duong. The third is an alchemist and artifact refiner, responsible for initial processing of raw materials. The fourth is a great power at the Hohu stage or above, sitting in the center of the ship. Usually, it's for combined cultivators. In the end, Vuong Vuluane still wanted to lure in chickens. So from the big boss, the simplest way for you to board the ship is to join the battle hall and enter the Jiap Tu Duong. Once you reach the Kim Dan stage, you can enter. Becoming the main search cultivator or a great power is too far away. If you want, you can become an alchemy master or a crafting master. Even tier 3 is unattainable. Zyfan, despairing, heartbroken, you little bird. Grand achievement, golden core. Gotta live peacefully till 250 years old. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. This life is a bust. Guess I'll try again next life to practice alchemy or crafting, tier 3 or above. I'm just a poor wretch, slowly getting there. Wang Yulun's sly plan lures Zifan onto the path of conquering from the big bro. What do you say? Want to go check out the battle arena or something? Nah, going around fighting and killing is pointless. However, the truth is, I'm interested in refining stuff. Futian Pearl. Wait till I learn alchemy. Earn some spirit stones, then I'll go sign up for the basic crafting class. 2 poor students consoling each other. Still gotta learn crafting? Based on your situation, I'm afraid that's not enough. These few rice stalks of yours aren't much. Barely enough to pay tuition for 1 crafting course. You don't need to worry about that. Also, did you learn what the tree next to you is? Monday morning at the Grand Academy Peak Spirit Pill Pavilion, Zyfan couldn't help but sigh. If I had studied in a place like this in my previous life, my family would have been ecstatic. Suddenly, Zifan became more determined than ever. Wait for me. Once I've cultivated enough strength, I'll definitely return. Zifan resembled a scholar. He bowed respectfully and said, This one is. Zifan is an outer sect disciple from the Spirit Pill Pavilion, here to study the art of alchemy. The receptionist's eyes lit up at the mention of tuition. The fees are quite steep. 500 spirit stones. Moreover, 100 contribution points. That's the tuition for 1 year. Total study time is 2 years, with a day off in the middle and at the end of each month. Once you become a primary alchemist, you can join the Elixir Hall. Zifan wanted to run, but it was too late, so he had to open his wallet. This herbology stuff is way too expensive. Follow me. After paying the fees, he followed the manager to the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Ahead was a magnificent tower, surrounded by majestic mountains. The manager looked at Zifan's rustic face and sized him up. Another poor kid, lost in the big city, seeing the world for the first time. Wanting to learn alchemy without any money? A waste of money, utterly pointless. The manager handed over a nameplate, taking the opportunity to cough all over Zifan. Normal things need to be paid attention to. I have already said everything. I wish you, Yuan Shidi, will become a great alchemist soon, okay? Zifan didn't mind. He eagerly entered the lecture hall. Thank you for the encouragement, Shixiong. The lecture hall's capacity is quite large, Zifan exclaimed. Also quite a lot of people. A seductive Chanel fragrance brushed past his nose. This scent, a beauty with a seriously hot body, is coming to get acquainted. Oh my God, this class just got a whole lot more meaningful. Hello, you are a new disciple, right? This immortal cultivation world is too good to be true. This is the legendary Shiji? He tried to act like a cold, handsome man, saying, That's right. My name is Zifan. How should I address Shiji? That beauty is very dedicated to her profession. She said softly, My name is Sayan, and I am a substitute lecturer here. When Shifu is not here, I will be the one lecturing. Zifan saw the legendary immortal beauty for the first time. Sayan continued, So, Shidi, what do you need to ask? Xifen scratched his head. He was as flustered as a young lad. No, it's just that I was thinking about everyone studying together, then about the previous lessons that I missed. I don't know what to do. Sayan pulls out a textbook from her bag. This is so true. The previous lessons are all fundamental stuff. Here, I have Jade Scroll materials. From now on, every afternoon, I'll tutor you alone. Okay? Wow, I'd want to study forever with a lecturer like this. All right? It's time. I must start lecturing now. Little junior brother, pay attention to the lecture, okay? Zifan thought of 1001 familiar scenarios. Why does this situation look so familiar? Could it be that until late at night, Zifan still hasn't returned home? You're enjoying the privilege of the male lead. Is there anything else you don't understand? There are a few things that keep hitting you right in the face, huh? Making you spill ketchup all over yourself. Sayan happily switches to a new topic. Now, all disciples of Huangshen, pay attention. Today, we will talk about the importance of processing spiritual medicine. Elementary level. Perfect elementary level processing. The outcome will be decided after the alchemy product is completed, so Tufem feels much more motivated. Then I'll start my millionaire alchemy journey. Furthermore, I also have a beautiful senior apprentice to accompany me, so I certainly won't feel bored. 1 month later, Tufem sweats buckets. Alchemy is not easy at all. I've been learning for more than a month, and finally, I can practice alchemy myself. He uses flame control and spirit control techniques, channeling energy into the furnace. After a while of stir-frying with enough ingredients, Tufem is looking forward to admiring the result. Let me see. Looking at the green and red medicinal pills, he feels extremely proud. Alchemy is not difficult, is it? Easier said than done. But the alchemy furnace suddenly explodes with a bang. Tufem is covered in smoke, feeling a bit unacceptable. A heavenly talent like me actually blew up the furnace? Tufem is more worried about the furnace. Oh no, the 3MI alchemy furnace absolutely cannot have an accident. It's so expensive. Zifan looked left and right, checking if the goods were still good. Zifan's heart ached like it was being cut. Tears welling up, he wiped it. VI, there's a crack here. I feel so sorry for this alchemy furnace. Its lifespan has noticeably decreased, because this type of alchemy furnace can, at most, only withstand 10 furnace explosions. I hope my senior brother cherishes it a little. Zifan felt extremely sorry for himself, hearing that it takes 12 furnaces to produce a pill, 50 furnaces to become a pill master, 100 furnaces to become a master, 1,000 furnaces to become a grandmaster. Indeed, alchemy and poverty have nothing to do with each other. Damn it, Zifan's delusional disease is deeply ingrained in my blood. Innate talent? I definitely don't believe it. After pouring in all sorts of chemical medicines, the talented chemist Zifan has only his pants left. This is the 3rd time. But look, I have gained something. Let me see. I've refined it 3 times. And finally, it's a pill. Young Master Zifan used every brain cell, thinking hard. Very good. I've found the feeling. If this last furnace is successful, then after deducting the costs, 1 furnace can earn 17.5 spiritual stones. Nearly 600% profit already. This really does make more money compared to taking on missions. Earning 700 spirit stones a year. With money, things become easy. Zifan thought excitedly. I'll seize this chance to refine a few more furnaces. So, day 2 at the Tai Shu Peak Spirit Pill Pavilion. Today, an old immortal master has come to lecture. Did yesterday's Tigu pills, which I asked you to refine, succeed? Isajing Tian, the principal lecturer of the Spirit Pill Pavilion, a foundation-building peak, and Sayan's father. The cultivators' faces are blacker than the bottom of a pot, and the immortal master can't stop smiling as he looks at them. The feeling of having your furnace explode isn't pleasant, is it? If I'm not mistaken, if you were all in a hurry to succeed yesterday, then probably several of your pill furnaces are ruined. How does the master know that? Master is mistaken. I ruined 2 furnaces. I almost lost my life yesterday refining pills. The teacher suddenly glares at Zifan, making him a little nervous. Why is he looking at me? Could it be that he knows I succeeded? 2 father and son began to whisper. That disciple, Zifan, do you understand him well? Him? He's just a normal outer sect disciple. He has a bit of talent for spiritual plants, though. He is quite ordinary and humble. By humble, here, I mean Zifan is like a hidden Loki, not showing off his strength. The experienced old immortal master sniffed, saying, Humble, indeed! Later, you must pay attention to this disciple. He's not that simple. The moment I walked in, I smelled something faint on him. I smell a faint fragrance of a grain avoidance pill, I think. Perhaps he is the only one in this class who successfully cultivated a grain avoidance pill. Not only that, but he also cultivated high-grade pills. Sayan seemed thoughtful, not trusting the simpleton Zifan much. Why, father? Maybe he's a genius. Who knows? If we can confirm it, then you'll have another junior disciple. Zifan started working, actively spinning. He's too excited. If the utensils are good, I can successfully refine 6 furnaces, but I have to be a little careful. Otherwise, I won't collect enough money to buy a pill furnace. The pill furnace won't work then. Suddenly, a signal came from the top of the tower, indicating a package. Huh? When did my early bird delivery arrive? A shout echoed across the sky. Is there really someone living up there? Seriously? It's a newly joined disciple. Why choose to be on this desolate mountain? I'm trying to live in seclusion here. But what about that person? What's their reason? A small figure swooped down, heading straight for Zifan, recognizing what this package is. Zifan's face darkened. It's the bane of my existence. Little Wei Yun, you've arrived. She's as energetic as ever. Just the hug made Zifan lose 3 kilograms. Zifan was a little overwhelmed. Little Wei Yun, why have you come here? Little Wei Yun is still as straightforward as ever. Hubby, to see you, I've advanced to the 4th level of Qi training. Little Wei Yun looks so different now. A cute and lovely young lady. It makes Zifan feel like his hands and feet are falling off. Is she showing off her cultivation level? Although her dress is very pretty. And Xiao Yun flaunts her physical prowess. Then she proudly says, Hubby, do you think I'm amazing? There was even an elder who said I had some kind of spiritual body and wanted me to join the inner sect. But I refused. Ha. V Yun is so awesome, so skilled, but the most important thing is still getting married. Oh, right, hubby, my dad said. Whenever you're free, remember to come and fetch my betrothal gifts for a little boost. Otherwise, it won't be in accordance with the rules. Zifan turns pale. Uncle Zhang is too good to me. So easy to fool a kid. Zifan quickly changes the subject. Xiaoyun, it's past noon and you haven't eaten yet. Let me cook you a meal, okay? After some energetic stirring and frying, a lavish meal is served. You truly are a pro. You're really good to me. Zifan seizes the opportunity to ditch this romantic entanglement. Xiaoyun, listen to me. In the beginning, I was just joking with you. I only see you as a younger sister. What a total player. Operating within the cultivator system. Choosing a future husband is an extremely important matter for a girl. I don't think I'm suitable to be your husband. Xiaoyun doesn't even care at first. The girl is focused on eating and drinking Sting. A while later, she was eating, tears streaming down her face. Poor thing, the rejection hit her hard. Boo-hoo, you don't need me anymore. She said it and cried immediately, freezing Zifan in his tracks. She cried and cried until the sun went down. 2 hours later, 4 hours later, she's crying even louder. I want to shove a pacifier in her mouth so badly. Wei Yun, can we talk? Boo-hoo. You don't need me anymore. 6 hours later, Zhao Yun flooded the house with tears, literally. Wei Yun, I never said I didn't need you. Have mercy on me. Finally, Xiao Yun asked the ultimate question. Then, am I your wife? Zifan stammered. This Xiao Yun took advantage of and continued wailing. My husband doesn't need me anymore. That's not true, my little mother. Finally, he couldn't resist the maiden's tears. I'll give your dad the betrothal gifts. Is that good enough? When Zhao Yun heard this, it was as if there had never been a breakup. She wiped her tears and continued to eat and replenish herself. Honey, you have to remember what you said. The food you made is so delicious. However, it's a little cold already. What was colder still was Zifan's heart. Zifan was melancholic, not knowing what to do. Who taught you this kind of tantrum? Look at that fake innocent face of Xiao Yun. Zifan has fallen for it again. Xiao Yun awkwardly explains. It's not that, it's not a trap. I really want to be your wife. However, Xiao Yun is just too pretty. Zifan couldn't bear it and finally sighed. Who told you to be so handsome? He ruffled her hair. Let's just leave it like this for now. A table full of delicious, glittering dim sum. Xiao Yun happily grabbed a piece, wanting to feed it to Zifan. He calmly blocked her hand and took a piece himself. While Zifan was munching on the pastry, someone arrived. He glanced over and saw a beautiful woman riding a bird, flying over. Zifan was once again defeated by her beauty. Oh heavens, this direction, she's probably not looking for me, right? Just as Zifan was daydreaming, he saw the beauty smile slightly, and so his imagination soared high into the sky. She's really looking for me? Could it be that she intends to illegitimately possess my system? Beautiful master, what kind of dramatic manhwa scene is this now? Then, someone respectfully spoke up. Welcome, Swan Qing. Venerable, your presence graces our humble sect. May I ask what brings you here? Xuan Qing, upon hearing this, casually replied, I've come to find my disciple, the person Kia incarnates. Lian Than asks, is the disciple of the venerable one in my Kuyet sect? Sao Vivan is still carefree. Eating melon. Who is talking? Huyen Than confirms. Yes. Tu Pham hears this and happily thinks, so it really is me. But before you could celebrate, Vaivan was taken away by Huyen Than. Heavenly, blessed, strong body. Little girl, how about becoming a disciple under my sect? The person Kia, hearing this, said slightly rigidly, Venerable One, could it be that you came here to snatch people from my Kuyet sect? The elder of Kuyet Tianmon frowned, puzzled, saying, although the heavenly blessed strong body is someone who inherits great fortune, it's not to the point of being. The Venerable One valuing her so much. Huyen Than heard this and narrowed her eyes, threatening softly, this child has a connection with me. Consider Huyen Than owing the Kuyet sect you all a favor. Then she turned and asked, you want to be the chief disciple under my sect? At my place, there just happens to be a set of cultivation techniques that suits your heavenly blessed strong body. Ascending to the Immortal Realm is just a matter of time. Wei Yun, hearing this, innocently asked, are you asking me? The little girl replied, flustered, I don't know how either. As for Zifan, he was so jealous he coughed up blood. Heavens! This is definitely something hardcore. What is there to even think about? So Wei Yun turned to Zifan for his opinion. Puppy, what do you think I should do? As soon as these words came out, Zifan was glared at by the elders. Under that pressure, Zifan still had the leisure to assess, why are so many divine senses suddenly scanning me? This god level's power is too high. This divine sense even has a fragrant scent. What beauty wouldn't pay attention to me? Why is this divine sense so gloomy and damp? Just looking at it makes my heart ache to death. He put on a calm facade, smiled lightly, and said, Wei Yun, this is your opportunity. I think you should agree with him. In his heart, he added, so many old geezers are staring at me like that. How could I say no? Still, I want real strength, and luckily, I still have the system. When that time comes, who's the prey? Wei Yun was excited. Hubby is so cool! The little girl asked Ting Xuan, later I will still be able to meet my husband, right? Fan Huyen assures me that's right. Our cultivation is not about indifference. Regarding the private matters of disciples, I absolutely will not interfere haphazardly. At the same time, she quietly added in her heart furthermore, Thien Puk's naturally strong body is a person of Mahayana fortune. Her future husband will certainly be extraordinary. Hearing Vai Van agree, then I will listen to my husband and become a disciple of the Venerable. Elder Kuya Tianmon congratulated the Venerable for accepting a disciple. Huyen Than beckoned and said to Vai Van, get on the bird's back. You have become my senior disciple, so let's go with me now. Then everyone left in unison. Tu Pham breathed a sigh of relief. Just like that, I just got a wife, and she's already gone. Well, it's also good. At least later, refusing will not feel so awkward anymore. Then he leisurely lay on the grass, reading a book, muttering, the limit of strength in this world is really high. You have a venerable great power at every turn. How long do I have to wait to be comfortable? This is not considered the chi refining stage, so I have to make some new toys. Tu Pham suddenly remembered the newly bought book. That's right, I need to strengthen the 5 execution techniques I just bought. Just as he finished speaking, he heard the bell and looked at the newcomer, only to see Wang Yulin suddenly transform into a gray titan, startling Wang Yulin. Have you been to the primeval forest for the past month? Wang Yulin gradually shrank and said, I went to the wilderness forest to hunt. I just got back, and I've already killed 8 or more high-level chi-refining monsters. The last task given by the sect is to destroy 2 monsters, but the difficulty level is too high. So I came back here to rest a bit. Zifan heard this and comforted him. It seems you've suffered a lot this past month, Wang Yulun recalled using himself. For the past month, my life has been on the verge of death. I almost didn't make it back at all. Zifan immediately asked, I see. So you came here this time. After a moment, Wang Yulun casually said, I came to visit. Brother Z, I also want you to teach me a little about my last 2 monsters. How should I deal with them? Zifan asked him if he had encountered those 2 monsters yet. Wang Yulun replied that he had already met them. If it weren't for the magic Brother Z taught me, I would have died long ago. When Zifan heard this, he immediately asked, tell me, what are the characteristics of those 2 monsters? Wang Yulun, hearing this, recounted a long story. One is a demonic beast with boundless defensive power and the innate ability to burrow into the earth. Once it senses danger, it will immediately dive underground. If it cannot be broken and killed from the outside, it will quickly burrow into the ground. When he mentioned the second one, he tearfully said that the other one is called Redwind Bloodcat. It's extremely fast. I can't even grasp its movement habits. Its 2 claws scratched me with countless fatal wounds. If it hadn't been for the defensive equipment I had prepared in advance, I thought I wouldn't see you again, Big Brother Z. Wang Yulun looked at Zifan with puppy dog eyes. Big Brother Z, If it were you, how would you deal with those two demonic beasts? Xifen thought he clearly failed the test, so he's hoping a teacher like me will take his place and kill those two. I just had my wife stolen, and I haven't recovered yet. You want me to take your class for you? Fine. I'll give you a big lesson. So Xifen said mysteriously, actually, I've always kept a secret skill. Once you learn it, no matter what level of qi refining those demonic beasts are, it can also be made into salad. Moreover, this secret technique is extremely easy to learn because it only has one move. Wang Yulun heard about the joyful secret technique. With this, I won't be afraid of hardship. Elder brother, please quickly teach me. Xifen placed 2 fingers on his forehead and said, this secret technique was created by a bald senior from Yingzhou. I happen to get the true inheritance that he passed down to you. Xifen spoke while transmitting spiritual energy. Now, I will demonstrate for you. Then, the 2 of them entered the mind to learn and practice. Based on what you said about the Miao technique, I will divide them into 2 mantises as a cover. One can burrow into the ground, and its armor is extremely thick. The other is responsible for strengthening movement speed and attack power. Xifen let the mantis attack from behind and instructed. Now watch me use the secret technique. Defeat these 2 demonic beasts. I saw him punch lightly, making a hole in its body. After Xifen finished demonstrating, he asked, did you see it? Before an ultimate punch, all defenses are garbage. Wang Yulun exclaimed in amazement, just one punch? Meanwhile, another one approached him. Thwack! Wang Yulun shivered, daring only to peek slowly at the fist next to his face. Xifen, eyes half closed, continued lecturing. That's right! Just one powerful punch is enough to take down an enemy in an instant. He stood before that punctured head. I can make it vanish into smoke as well, Wang Yulun immediately begged. Great leader, teach me. This technique is just too powerful. I implore you, please teach me. Xifen feigned seriousness. Teaching you is possible, I suppose, but this secret technique is incredibly difficult to cultivate. One must endure 981 days to achieve any results. Hearing this, he asked, so difficult? Seriously? Isn't there some other cultivation method? Xifen closed his eyes, pretending to ponder. The predecessors did indeed mention something. There's a way to enhance the speed of cultivation, Wang Yulun hurriedly asked. What is it? Great leader. You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? Xifen, waiting for just this opportunity, feigned reluctance. Shave your head. According to what the ancients say, they shaved their heads, and then suddenly became much stronger. Wang Yulun despaired. Is there really no other way, brother? Xifen asked sternly. Are you going to learn this or not? He defended himself inwardly. Sure, I might be digging a pit for you here, but the way to defeat those 2 demon beasts really is inside. How to accurately pinpoint your opponent's weaknesses, and how to anticipate their attacks. These 2 skills are essential, no matter which cultivation method you switch to. Wang Yulun, in a state of despair, struggled relentlessly. Finally, he gritted his teeth, tearfully shouting, Fine, big bro, I'll learn. The bald trap is a go. He paused, then grinned slyly. Xifen, controlling his sword with excitement, said, Since you've agreed, then you're on your own. Head, clean and shiny like a mirror. Xifen, barely suppressing a laugh, said, All right, you've taken the first crucial step to becoming stronger. At this point, Wang Yulun asked strangely, That's not right, Big Bro Z. You're so strong. Shouldn't you shave your head too? Xifen stammered. Because I don't want to be asterisk more powerful, that's why. Fortunately, his lenses were thick enough that Wang Yulun didn't suspect anything. Indeed, Xifen was afraid of exposure, so he urged Wang Yulun. All right, you go back and diligently practice what I just taught you. From now on, any qi refining stage demon beasts will run away from you. That person replied, yes. And Wang Yulun left confidently with his new knowledge. Xifen, having dismissed him, began his final task and was finally done. I can finally start my grand plan, shifting from earning money through alchemy to spirit weapon forging. I need to register at the spirit forging peak later. 3 months later, at some remote sacred ground, Wei Yun climbed onto a little bird, excitedly shouting, Let's go! Xuanqing approached from behind, coolly asking, Just finished closed-door cultivation? Only 3 months, and you couldn't stand the loneliness? She sternly said, You haven't even mastered the Jia Long of the Fooling Heavenly Fate art yet. Your combat strength at the same level is not top tier. I can't possibly allow you to show yourself outside. In her heart, she added, Back then, I was also a gifted powerhouse. It was thanks to my several struggles that I have my current position. Seeing Wei Yun looking at her with sparkling eyes, she thought, But as far as I'm concerned now, there's nothing to worry about anymore. Then, Xuanqing recalled the scene in her dream. If it weren't a dream, that scene in the dream was truly terrifying. In the dream, Hu Yenthan was chained by a group of monsters. That's Heavenly Blessing Body, reminding me that danger is approaching. She stroked Vivan's head, who was pretending to be a good child, thinking, I must rely on you to solve this destined tribulation. Vivan seized the opportunity to hug Hu Yenthan's arm and fawned. That's too hard to learn. I'll take a walk. Maybe I'll have a new insight. If I could meet my husband once, that would be even better. Hu Yenthan heard that and suddenly remembered Tufam, thinking, someone who can become a Taoist friend with Heavenly Blessing Body must not be an ordinary person. I wonder how much glory the future disciple's husband will unleash. Hu Yenthan took a step back and said, it's okay to take a walk, but you can only meet your husband when you fully understand the introductory book's Heavenly Blessing Destiny decision. Vivan happily said, okay, I will definitely try my best. At the same time, Tufam was studying at Truki Peak, blinded by the bald heads. Seeing the classroom turn into a temple, Tufam was extremely shocked. As I walked in, I saw someone egging on a junior disciple. This is a secret manual that Senior Brother Wang of the Battle Hall told me about. It's awesome. Look at Senior Brother Wang, after he shaved his head bald. He can now one-shot a Qi-refining realm demonic beast. Hurry up and try it. Xifan, hearing this, understood the source, thinking, it seems not only the Pill Hall, but even Bamboo Peak has Wang Yulun. This brat is causing trouble for the entire outer sect. You really are. From then on, it became fashionable for the outer sect disciples of the Missing Heaven sect to shave their heads bald. History named it the Bald Head Incident. Xifan focused on reading introductory books for Qi refiners. He held the necessary tools, raising his head to lament. The threshold for Qi refining is even higher than alchemy, costing over 10,000, damn it. And they can't even arrange for a cultivator to give lectures. Then he suddenly ran into an acquaintance, greeting him. Isn't this fellow apprentice Pang Fu? Why don't you let folks know you're coming to this humble abode? What brings you here? Pang Fu, hearing this, gracefully ran over, calling, Senior Brother Z. As soon as Pang Fu arrived, he enthusiastically offered gifts. I heard my junior brother successfully concocted pills, so I made a special trip here to congratulate you, Junior. Xifan gently pushed the gift back, refusing. Then thank you, Senior Brother, but I'll only accept your kind intentions. Keep the spirit stones, Pang Fu insisted, pushing the spirit stones over. Take them! Take them! In the outer sect, we are all cultivators with no backing. Every spirit stone should be used where it matters most. Seeing Pang Fu like this, Zifan became even more suspicious. He and I are brothers, studying together in the early Qi refining stage. I can't even remember my own people, but for now, he's definitely one of them. But honestly, why is this fatty so generous? Zifan threw the spirit stones back. Senior Brother Pang, just say what's on your mind. Pang Fu didn't beat around the bush. All right, since Junior Brother said so, let's go inside and talk. Entering the room, Xifan made tea and offered it to his guest. Pang Fu began, Junior Brother Z, it's like this. You see, those outer sect disciples with no backing. At Quitian sect, they can only rely on sect missions each year. However, their earnings are just a tiny bit of resources. If you want to become a boom immortal, I don't even know when that'll happen. Therefore, I want to gather those orphaned outer sect disciples, like us, and unite. Pang Fu chuckled, revealing his intentions. Everyone will trade resources they don't need, share information, or issue small tasks to each other, etc. That way, it'll give us outer sect disciples more or less another path to take. Zifan pushed the teacup over, chuckled, then said, Senior Brother Pang, it doesn't seem like you're exactly orphaned. The wealthiest merchant in Kuiyang country is far more formidable than an average cultivation family. It's much more. Pang Fu inquired curiously, Junior Brother, how do you know my background? Zifan recalled the past and muttered in his heart. When I first transmigrated here, I received the Pang family's kindness. He calmly said, during the entrance ceremony, I was fortunate enough to witness young Master Pang's ostentatious display. All right, let's get down to brass tacks. Senior Brother Pang wants to form an alliance? Pang Fu took a sip of tea and, hearing that, responded, I wouldn't dare call it an alliance. Just wanted to gather over 1,000 brothers and sisters together. That's way better than grinding away all alone, don't you think? Deep down, I'm thinking, this junior brother sure knows how to enjoy himself. This has got to be spirit tea. Zifan, hearing that, said, seriously, I'm a bit shy. What benefits can this alliance even bring me? Nothing at all that you need to waste. Pang Fu grinned. First, little bro, you'll be the first to receive internal news from the sect. Pang Fu confidently declared. And another perk? The network and the alliance. countless senior brothers and sisters. We'll be willing to be at the service of a future pill refinement grandmaster like you, junior brother. Your genius reputation has already echoed throughout the Spirit Pill Pavilion. All you have to give me is to provide some convenient pill refinement methods for the senior brothers and sisters in the Alliance, that's all. Pang Fu leaned in close to Zifan, rambling on. Currently, in the Alliance, there are over 40 standby senior brothers and sisters from the War Hall, plus 2 with the potential to become fundamental pill refiners, along with a tool refinement apprentice. I believe that if we had a near-master pill refiner, like you, junior brother, join, then our Alliance's future will definitely be incredibly prosperous. Zifan hastily pushed Pang Fu's face away, saying, "All right, I'll join," Pang Fu said with satisfaction. "I knew it all along." Then he dropped a sphere and said, "Keep this safe." Zifan figured it was a communication artifact. Pang Fu naturally said, "An alliance needs the proper trappings, right? This is the work of the Artifact Refining Apprentice. From now on, this artifact will receive the latest news and transaction info from the Alliance daily." Pang Fu handed over another small scroll. Occasionally, there are tasks issued by other disciples. After a successful negotiation, Pang Fu happily departed. "Well, I'll be off then. Bye-bye, Zifan Shidi." As Pang Fu left, Sa Yan, standing behind him, asked, "Shidi, the guest has left already, huh?" Zifan, startled, kept his distance and said, "It's Sa Yan Shiji. It was just a normal Shixiang coming to visit me." Sa Yan asked, "Why are you reacting so strongly? What for?" Zifan sighed. "Sa Yan Shiji, you're the person I least want to see these days." Sa Yan smiled amiably and asked, "Shidi, won't you invite me in for a little sit-down?" However, Zifan was actually uncontrollably excited. Before, he could only see beauties online. Now I'm back to worrying about things from the past. All I can do is run and hide. A moment later, the two entered the courtyard and Zifan poured tea. Sa Yan sighed deeply, her brow furrowing slightly. "Ever since Father told me to pay attention to this young punk, I don't know why. I just keep feeling." She secretly glanced at Zifan, troubled. "The more I look, the more pleasing he is to the eye." Sa Yan quickly cupped her cheeks and shook her head a few times to wake herself up. "No way! How could I possibly forget the reason I came here?" Remembering her purpose, Ziyan immediately slammed the table. Zifan was completely focused on her soul, it seems. Ziyan leaned forward, looking a little embarrassed, and asked, "Junior brother, why didn't you agree to join the Spirit Pill Hall back then?" Ziyan said seriously, "Let me put it another way." She leaned closer and asked, "Why didn't you agree to become Father's disciple?" In her heart, she added, "Father has already confirmed his talent. He wanted to take him as a disciple. He wanted me to come and ask his intentions." Recalling the time she was rejected, she pouted, thinking, the unexpected result was that he rejected me. "Come on, tell me, why is that?" He quietly pondered. "Isn't it just that I don't have the slightest interest in alchemy? Learning that stuff is only to earn money to study artifact crafting." Zifan forced a smile, replying, "Moreover, I know the tradition. Alchemist and artifact crafter despise each other." Ziyan, hearing this, still didn't give up, trying to persuade him. "But, junior brother, your alchemy talent, if it just stays like this, without a dedicated teacher to guide you, your talent will be wasted. The path of alchemy is as vast as the ocean. This is also a way to ascend to immortality. Just become a top-tier alchemy grandmaster, and being welcomed in the Immortal Realm wouldn't be a problem." Seeing her trying so hard, he sighed. "It seems like if I don't tell the truth, there's no other way to resolve this." Senior sister, thinking it through, Zifan suddenly asked, "Senior sister, have you ever been to our sect's Futianzhou?" Though she still had many questions in her heart, Sayan still answered, "Futianzhou? I've been there. I once went out with the Flying Heaven boat." "What is it?" His eyes flashed with determination as he solemnly replied, "Senior sister, the first time I laid eyes on the Flying Heaven boat, I swore that I would personally build that giant ship." Ifam's hand clenched into a fist, containing a burning desire. He continued to explain, "Alchemy is just a way for me to earn spirit stones. I don't accept Bai Chen as my master. It's because I'm afraid I'll be sorry to Master Kam Thien later." As soon as these words were spoken, Sayen seemed stunned and immediately sat down. A piece of childhood memory suddenly flooded back into her mind. The image of a man once declared, "A fool like me will definitely become a refining tool one day." The face of the Kuya Mon sect Sayen suddenly sank. The hint of sadness flashed in the depths of her eyes as she whispered, "Isn't alchemy good? Why go and be a blacksmith?" After speaking, she quietly stood up and left without a word of farewell. Standing by the door, looking at the back of her senior sister, Tuva muttered to himself, "Senior sister, Freedom is priceless. Hidden deep within that burning ambition is an ocean of tears. 155 weapon, refining 155 times. Who can bear it? Can't I just do what I want? Not long after, the Tianju inside him gently vibrated. Zifan took it out to check, and sure enough, there was a message. He entered the house and carefully read all the information displayed on the Tianju. After reading the news, Zifan chuckled. Nice gas! The Dao NV of Murongqinger. It probably isn't Yu Lun, is it? Just then, the doorbell rang, causing him to look outside. A girl, intimately linked arm in arm with Wang Yulun, asked, Yu Lun, is the senior brother you mentioned truly that amazing? Yes. Wang Yulun looked at her with gentle eyes. Smiling, he replied, Of course. All my achievements today are thanks to senior brother CI. Ching Ching. When you meet him later, say some nice things, okay? He will definitely help you with your matter. Hearing this, Murongqinger also gave a bright smile. Okay. Arriving at the gate, Murongqinger called out sweetly, Senior Brother Chi! Senior Brother C, are you home? Zifan glanced over, thinking to himself, I still feel that Sa Shiji is more beautiful. The disciples of the outer sect are too naive. They don't understand what true beauty is. Yes. Wang Yulun clasped his hands in salute. Senior Brother Chi, what kind of weapon refinement have you joined recently? Murongqinger also bowed politely, greeting Senior Brother Z. Zifan politely returned her greeting. If I'm not mistaken, you're Wulun's fellow cultivator, Murongqinger, right? Wang Wulun, hearing this, immediately said, Senior Brother Z, you know everything, huh? Zifan smirked and replied, The #1 beauty of the outer sect. This is a big deal. Who wouldn't know? Congratulations to the both of you. Wang Wulun smiled happily. Thank you very much, Senior Brother Z. Wasn't the plan to immediately bring Chinger here to visit you? Zifan turned his head and gestured, Let's go. Let's talk inside. When Wang Wulun brought out the food, Zifan's eyes widened in surprise. Impressive skills. Too much. Who taught you this? I taught you so much back then. Yet all you did was bring back only monster meat. Then you made me cook it for you. Zifan clicked his tongue for a moment, then went straight to the point. All right, spill it. Wang Wulun chuckled sheepishly. He began to explain. It's like this. Some time ago, when Ching Ching and I went out to perform a task, we encountered a soul-devouring monster at the 9th level of Qi refining. Although we ran very fast, Chinger was still tainted by the aura of that soul-devouring monster, leading to her having sleepless nights. There's always a vengeful spirit lingering, which made Chinger want to find that soul-devouring monster. So this time, she's here to ask Big Bro Xi if there's any good way to handle it. As soon as she finished speaking, a spark of light flew over and floated above the girl's head. Fan used the light evolution technique to deal with it. The spark of light above the girl's head radiated a brilliant halo, sucking something dark and gloomy out of her, just as he eliminated the foreign object. Fan scoffed, How embarrassing! You're a Qi refining stage 5 cultivator, and yet you let a soul-devouring monster chase you half to death. Moreover, you allowed your partner to get injured. Wang Yulun protested, feeling wronged. But it was a Qi refining stage 9 monster. Shifan remained resolute. Even so, you still have to kill it. Murongqinger gratefully looked at him. Thank you, Big Bro Qi, for helping me. I feel so much lighter now. Big Bro C, have you cultivated the purification technique to the highest level already? Only then can you purify a soul aberration of this level. Zifan munched on meat and replied concisely, Just practiced it casually. Who knew I'd actually cultivate it to the highest level? Hearing this, Murongqinger became even more admiration. Yulun said you're so amazing. It's definitely right. This time, for the secret realm that the sect activated. Are you going, Senior Brother Z? Wang Yulun hurriedly added, as if afraid he'd refuse. Relying on Senior Brother Z's combat strength, he's bound to have a great harvest. Suddenly, a bop sound rang out. Zifan understood his personality too well, inwardly thinking, Trying to lure me, huh? One look, and you know he wants to enter the secret realm, but is too afraid of how difficult it is. So he wants to trick me into going to protect him. This kid has become so petty and calculating after getting a partner, he flatly refused. Not going! Too dangerous! Isn't continuing to live better. Wang Yulun, still not scared after being smacked on the head, feigned innocence and asked further, Senior Brother Z, you're really not going? I heard there seems to be some great cultivator's legacy in the secret realm. Hearing the two words, Fuan, talisman, Zifan's ears perked up. Before, someone discovered some refiners, tools belonging to a master, and there are many legacy Fuan left behind. Immediately got interested. Fuwen for refining tools. Wanting to become an outstanding refining tool master? Such Fuwen are definitely indispensable. You need to grasp at least over 1,000 new runes. Master CA has taken the bait. Wang Vuluan is even more persuasive to persuade Zidai CA. What you are pursuing, I, Wang Vuluan, understand best. That secret realm. We have carefully screened it. Inside the secret realm, there are only chi refining different levels. At most, there are only top-level chi refining demonic beasts, relying on Zidai Ka's strength. I guarantee it will be safe. Mo Dongfan, NHI, also chimed in. That's right. There is the chi refining cauldron sects inheritance inside. Zidai CA. Don't think anymore. Just act. Xifen pondered for a moment, then shyly asked, Are you sure that inside there are only demonic beasts of the Qi period? Wang Vuluan confidently replied firmly, Yes, that's right. There are only Qi refining period demonic beasts. Zifam decided, All right, how specifically do I participate? Yes! Wang Vuluan happily announced. The entrance fee to the secret realm is 1,000 spirit stones per person. It starts in 10 days. We will gather at Thien Mat Fong. That night, Zifam took out all the newly purchased books. He told himself, taking advantage of the opportunity while there is still time, I must comprehend Qi refining cauldrons. First, create a magical artifact for myself. Increase the survival rate. He used his spiritual power to wrap the scrolls, then touched them to his forehead. Immediately afterward, Zifan's consciousness appeared in a place with a lava lake and a forging furnace. Use all things to refine and shape heaven and earth's treasures, and construct magical artifacts to proper specifications. 1 material, 2 runes, 3 formations. The spirit fire, condensed during previous weapon refining, wasn't enough to temper the materials. We need a place overflowing with fire-based spiritual power. I'll take advantage of the local terrain to temper the spirit ore. These are the materials I'll be using to forge the artifact. Essentially, the man continuously hammered the metal. The original spirit ore undergoes basic processing in the forger's hands. Even he has to reforge and polish it after it's been initially worked. What's left is to mold the shape, along with the most crucial step, while the artifact is still unformed. Incorporate the runes into the artifact. Even the most basic artifact must incorporate at least 3 runes. There are countless runes for weapon crafting in this world, too many to count. The more runes you possess, the stronger the crafted artifact will be. The life of a weapon forger is spent chasing after runes. Remember this, Zifan. Close your eyes and absorb all the knowledge. Below, there are introductions to over 1,000 types of spirit ore, along with the characteristics of each type in the cultivation world. After memorizing everything, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zifan punched his palm and laughed. Got it! How interesting. This is even more fun than alchemy. Just as his spirits lifted, the heavenly pearl suddenly vibrated. Zifan took it out and saw a message from Peng Fu. Junior brother, I knew you didn't just do alchemy. You even learned weapon refinement. Junior brother, you're too awesome. Peng Fu then added enthusiastically, I inadvertently received some intelligence related to 2 cultivation weaponry. It just so happens I'll tell you all about it. Zifan read it and thought to himself, what's up with him? Did he go into hibernation or something? Brimming with enthusiasm, Zifan went to the weapon forging peak. He placed the spirit stones on the table and said to the receptionist, I'd like to rent a room. After that, Zifan stepped into the heart of the weapon forging peak. He stretched and exclaimed, Finally, I can try refining weapons. After so much effort. Finally, Zifan got his wish. He mumbled, but it's probably around 60 degrees in here, an ideal temperature for a steam bath. First, let's make some battle armor. Guess that means it's time to start. Control the flames and materials with your spiritual power. Let me give it a try first. This time, Zifan uses materials like Tianyun steel and black iron essence ore. While forging the armor, he recalls what Peng Fu said about senior brother Z. I inadvertently learned something hardcore about dual cultivation. Whether it's refining pills or forging artifacts, once they reach the pinnacle, the world will emit a guiding light, leading them into the immortal realm. However, if you cultivate both pills and artifacts, then it means giving up that guiding light. You can only rely on your cultivation to break through. Zifan is multitasking, forging armor while pondering. So this dual pill artifact cultivation is powerful, to the point where even the heavenly Tao can't contain it. However, my system is all about enduring time. By the time that really comes, my accumulated cultivation should be enough to break through. On the contrary, this is actually a good thing for me. Next, he uses his spiritual power to lift 2 hammers into the air. Zifan controls the hammers, striking the metal repeatedly. He deeply calculated. using spiritual energy to form a hammer to temper the spiritual ore first. Then, he used the dissolved black iron to press onto the surface of the formed sword body. Seeing the megapixel rapidly decreasing, Tufan felt fortunate. This is different from refining equipment. It's not like what I imagined at all. There are 100 million points of spiritual energy. If I didn't have a solid foundation, then it would be difficult to persevere. He kept hammering the iron block until Tufan felt satisfied. Very good, it's probably okay now. Seeing that everything seemed smooth, he planned to engrave runes on it. Next up, we're infusing the talismans as Zifan diligently carves those sturdiness runes. Suddenly, the furnace explodes, and that metal chunk snaps in two. Witnessing this scene, Zifan becomes a portrait of a scream, a masterpiece of despair. It's ruined again, huh? That's over 400 spirit stones worth of materials. Just gone. Suddenly, an old geezer bursts in, cackling, "Why the waterworks, kiddo?" He introduces himself, and then gently asks, "I'm the Buddha." Whoops, wrong story. I'm the manager of the Rough Stuff District. First time forging, eh? Seeing this old dude, Zifan grins like a hungry predator. Manager, eh? So you must know the secrets to crafting magical items. If you don't teach me today, you can forget about leaving this place. Uncle got all tense hearing that. He yelled, shaking the whole house, "What the heck? Why are you threatening me?" 3 days later, the scene outside Tianqi Secret Peak was incredibly lively. The couple Wang Yulun and his wife arrived on a crane. As the crane was soaring, it was startled by a flying object. It almost dropped both of them. Wang Yulun recognized the speed demon. It was Zidage. Zifan flew on his sword to save energy, grumbling inwardly. Those two are riding the same celestial crane together too. Passing out dog food so early in the morning, I'm not eating it. Soon after, the two landed their crane. Wang Yulun called out, "Zidage!" He looked at Zifan's sword like it was a glittering treasure, exclaiming, "Zidage!" That flying sword. Is that the magical item you just crafted? You already know how to make magical items so quickly? This speed is even faster than a Foundation establishment cultivator's escape technique. Zifan humbly accepted all the flowery praise. What's so surprising about that? I'm already a grandmaster of magical item crafting now. While you're gloating, a phantom image of some old geezer appears, announcing, "The secret realm is about to activate." It's the Qi refining secret realm. Inside, you are forbidden from fighting each other. You will be automatically ejected after 1 month. All disciples participating in the secret realm, please submit 1,000 spirit stones as an entry fee. With that, he waves his hand to signal the opening. Activating the secret realm now. Wang Yulun eagerly sidles up, inviting Zidage. "Brother, wanna come with me?" Nah. Zifan callously refuses to go, but he still cares about his juniors, so he hands him something. "Here, take this. If an emergency arises, channel your spirit energy into it. It'll emit a high-frequency vibration, so I'll notice it." Wang Yulun, hearing this, is overjoyed and hurriedly expresses his gratitude. "Thank you, Zidag." But before he can finish his sentence, Zifan vanishes, thinking, "So fast!" As soon as he steps into the secret realm, Zifan senses his surroundings and is astonished. The spiritual energy here is so pure. He glances around, then marvels inwardly. There's even a mature spirit maple forest. Zifan flies for a bit, then lands in the middle of the forest, thinking, a month is a long time. First, I'll make a temporary base. He's using spirit energy to build a wooden house. Having tools is so convenient. When suddenly some wolves jump out of nowhere and attack. But the moment they were about to pounce, you glared at them, scaring them back. A whole pack of wolves cowered. Some even cried in fear, silently cursing. Out of all the bad luck, we had to run into a big shot. Looking at those cowardly dogs, Zifan thought, they're just level 4 Qi refining demonic beasts, but whatever. Having something to boss around is good enough. Then he ordered, "Scatter and find me heavenly treasures. The more, the better." As for himself, he wandered through the forest, searching for treasure. The base is set. Next step, let's see if I can find any inscription of Qi refining or Grandmaster's inheritance. Until he came across a crystal-clear lake. Zifan followed the usual trope and speculated. Then the water suddenly surged. Following this path, this lake must have something. Amidst the water, a youth appeared, gently calming his junior brother. "No need to panic." He flew up like an immortal, his voice as clear as a bell. "I was merely subduing a magical artifact. It's all right now." Looking at the person before him, he thought, so someone was here, and a senior brother no less. His mouth politely said, "Congratulations, senior brother, on obtaining the peerless flying sword." But squinting at him closer, Zifan suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. From the intel like the name Ye Xiaoyao, the gentle and peaceful voice just conquered the flying sword mystic realm. Coupled with that calm demeanor, he introduced himself to me as Ye Xiaoyao. Then he asked, "What might your name be, junior brother?" It was only then Zifan belatedly realized that name. This atmosphere. Could it be I've run into something hardcore? Zifan quickly assessed this geezer, then clasped his hands and replied, "Outer sect disciple, Zifan." He slightly lowered his body forward, his eyes full of vigilance. He took this opportunity to scan Ye Xiaoyao from head to toe. Outstanding appearance. Gotta admit, he's way more handsome than me, and his luck is defying the heavens. He's clearly no longer a disciple, an outer sect newbie who knows nothing. That flying sword, at the very least, it's a peak-grade treasure. Maybe even a sealed Dao artifact, who knows? Ye Xiaoyao smiled amiably. "So your junior brother Zifan." The more he did this, the more Zifan felt like something was seriously off here. Ye Xiaoyao generously took out a pearl. "Junior brother, here! For you!" Meeting his fate, after all. "This is a Dharma artifact, the water pearl, a gift for you, junior brother. Consider it a welcome gift. I hope you won't discard it, junior brother." The treasure's light is blinding Zifan, and he suddenly realizes, I get it! So if I take this, I'll have to keep his secret in the future, is that it? But who's shining the ultimate spotlight here? Who is the main character anyway? Suddenly, an idea flashes in Zifan's mind. Wait, could it be? So to confirm, he keeps asking coded questions. Immutable amidst constant change? The great river flows east. Great fortune, great profit. Seeing this, Ye Xiaoyao misunderstands. He moves closer and asks, "Junior brother, could it be that you think the gift is too small?" After complete confirmation, Zifan instantly gets into character. "I understand your meaning, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother, for giving me a welcome gift." In his heart, he breathes a sigh of relief. "I thought he was a transmigrator trying to bribe me." Ye Xiaoyao then says, "Bye-bye, junior brother. I'm glad you accepted the gift." Zifan says silently in his heart, "In the future, I have to stay away from this ham-hock." Staying close to him. With many great opportunities come greater dangers. All right. Ye Xiaoyao's off on his sword, so I am heading out. See you later, Zishi. Maybe we'll meet again. Zifan maintained his usual plastered smile to see me off. Ye Xiaoyao and his flying sword vanished into the sky. Seeing that pest gone, Zifan's expression shifted, muttering to himself, "Hopefully, we never meet again." He sighed inwardly. Usually when I'm around free pork trotters, all my friends kick the bucket. No way am I doing something so dangerous. Zifan will absolutely not do that, so he refocused his attention on the tiger. Wonder if there's anything else inside. That evening, back at his temporary base, he picked up a dried turtle, scrutinizing it like a detective. Then, tossing it aside with a sigh, he lamented, "As expected of Zhuoji, he cleaned out that lake, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Even the luminous pearls in the turtle's eyes, worthless trinkets, gone." Still, looking at the materials from Zhen Zifan, he felt quite pleased. However, this secret realm NDT-0 is truly a treasure trove. Suddenly, Zifan heard a fierce scratching at the door. Startled, he nonetheless went to open it. The moment he did, he was met by a dozen pairs of glowing eyes staring back at him. Zifan instantly caught a case of the phantom frights, screaming about ghosts and goblins. After a whole lot of hollering, he finally realized it was just those little critters from this morning. "So it's you guys, huh?" The little fellas brought back a bag stuffed to the brim with goodies. Zifan, inspecting the haul, was absolutely thrilled. "Not bad, little darlings. Quite the harvest, huh? Heavenly scales herb, rootless flower, zitong wood, spirit fruit, and even some spiritual stones. Is there a spiritual stone mine nearby?" The little wolf, ever so intuitive, reenacted the scene for him. Zifan then deduced, "So all this stuff was found on a corpse, huh? Already someone's kicked the bucket this quickly?" So he erected another barrier around the house for good measure. "Looks like I really have to be careful. Can't underestimate anything. Today, I need a good night's sleep. I'll deal with the rest tomorrow when I wake up bright and early." A few hours later, Zifan woke up fairly early, tasted the soup, then lamented, "Too early! The sun hasn't even peeked out yet." Suddenly, a purple light streaked by. He thought warily, "Someone's around when the roosters haven't even crowed." The more he listened to the sound, the more familiar it seemed. Wait a sec. This uniquely unmatched speed. It's him again? He panicked slightly. What's happening? Is this wanting to deal with me? Ye Xiaoyao looked over and spoke. "So it's Junior Brother Z! So it's you!" In Zifan's heart, he gritted his teeth. Ye Xiaoyao sniffed and smelled the fragrant soup. Zifan had no choice but to share a piece with him. "Senior Brother Yi, if you don't share, then..." Ye Xiaoyao slurped the soup, feeling refreshed, and exhaled. Zifan pretended to be curious and guessed, Senior Brother Ye is so powerful. You must be a reserve disciple of the Jia class, right? Ye Xiaoyao smiled kindly and replied, No, I am a reserve disciple of Wanjian Peak, under the tutelage of Elder Yuan Hui. Zaifan heard this and immediately praised. Elder Yuan Hui is a fusion stage great power of the inner sect's sword immortal lineage. Senior Brother Yi, your future is infinitely bright. In his heart, he thought, having such a powerful master, no wonder the pork knuckle is so strong. He added a few more compliments to make it sound right. Senior Brother Yi has peerless talent in the secret realm, and you obtained a great treasure. After returning, you will surely rise to the heavens in one step, only to see Ye Xiaoyao suddenly turn gloomy and begin to complain. I wonder if this disciple is laughing at me. Just a few months ago, I was a mere inner sect disciple at the foundation establishment stage, but suddenly, for some reason, all my cultivation vanished. Now I've fallen all the way down to the 9th level of qi refining. Who knows when this misery will end? He transformed into a handsome man, murmuring sadly, Right now, I just want to hoard worldly possessions, just in case. If I become a commoner later, I can spend my life as a wealthy man. It wouldn't be too bad. Zaifan eyed the gleaming ring on his hand with disdain. However, he quickly switched to being a well-behaved junior, saying, I believe that. Senior Brother Yi will definitely revert to his former self. Once again, you'll regain the glory that belongs to you. Inside, he screamed, Damn it! He suddenly loses his cultivation, yet he can wear such a priceless ring. I'm 100% sure now that he's the male lead. I need to stay far away from him in the future. As soon as he said that, Ye Xiaoyao grabbed both of his hands tightly. Ye Xiaoyao returned to his friendly demeanor, excitedly saying, Thank you, Junior Brother Z, for comforting me. Before, when others found out about my situation, they laughed at me. Even though they weren't as strong as me, they felt so satisfied. He gazed at him with sparkling, sincere eyes. Junior Brother Z, I'm absolutely certain you're the best friend I've ever had. Z-Fan, hearing this, desperately wanted to refuse. No way. I don't want to be your friend. A moment later, he waved goodbye, too. Zaifan watched him go, sighing. I wonder if some old geezer will show up after he falls to the 3rd level of Qi training. Half an hour later, Zifan stood before a tree, exclaiming, Finally, I found it! Since arriving, I've wanted to find a spirit maple tree, suitable for refining a magical artifact. I've looked all over for a spirit maple pearl, but none of the trees meet the requirements. He summoned his sword, planning to begin refining when he heard a noise. Zifan immediately turned to face the troublemaker. He saw the ground tremble, birds and beasts scattering in a panic. Each time this monster stomped its foot, the earth shook. A giant bear appeared. Zifan smiled faintly, thinking, A level 8 Qi training demon beast, huh? I'll use you as a test subject for my magical artifact. He summoned a flying sword and launched it. The Nether Shadow Flying Sword is the first magical artifact the Zifan successfully refined, back and forth like a ghostly shadow, killing invisibly. It could also be used like flying with a sword. The bear swatted away the sword with just one paw. However, it couldn't touch Zaifan. His once bright eyes were now lifeless. The bear roared in agony as it was pricked several times. It fell because Zaifan used the invisible needle, composed of 36 needles as thin as hair, forming a set of magical implements that appeared and disappeared. Each needle emitted a chilling light that frightened people. He sneered, saying, Too easy. This time, there's no one to bother me. I have created the spiritual wind pearl. One beautiful morning, Zaifan cultivated until he was drenched in sweat. He looked up at the sky, laughing heartily. Heaven wouldn't have birthed me. Zifan, my Qi path shall shine for eternity, banishing the long night. What a morning's hard work. Finally, the spiritual wind pearl is complete. Zaifan was lost in his own world, when suddenly he heard a distinct sound. It was the signal from the rescue device he gave to Wang Yulun. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the flying boat. Zaifan's face was stern as he controlled the boat towards the rescue mission. On the other side, the young couple ran for their lives. Mo Dongthan, NH. I looked back with fear. Luckily, she was carried away by Vuong Vuluan, so the bees continued to chase after them. The two people were constantly pursued. Mo Dongthan, NHI, worriedly asked her partner, her husband, Do you think Tudaica will be able to come and save us in time? This is not good. She sobbed and gritted her teeth, suggesting to Vuong Vuluan, How about I use the secret technique of burning essence blood and run away with you? He didn't have time to answer. Bees had already caught up. Vuong Vuluan immediately got into position, ready to speed up at any time. He carried Mo Dongthan, NHI, narrowly dodging. After widening the distance, he replied, "Oh, wait a moment. I believe 2-CA will arrive in time." Then Vuong Vuluan swallowed a speed enhancement pill. Even though he was tired and tattered, he still maintained his belief. Fortunately, 2-CA had taught him the secret escape technique before. It's just that it consumes too much spiritual energy. At this time, Tu Pham had arrived. Mo Dung Thon, NHI, suggested to her husband again, "It's not a solution for you to keep using speed enhancement pills like that. Let me use the secret technique of burning blood. You're so scared after using a remote viewing item? Only someone who hasn't had a cerebral blood clot can do that. That's definitely a soul-devouring bee. Even a golden core cultivator would have to go around it." The young couple looked overjoyed to see Zifan. The girl shouted, "That's spiritual power? It's Big Brother Z. We're saved." Mu Rongqinger quickly pulled Wang Yulun aside. "Avoid him, be careful." The two of them were surrounded by these monsters again. There were more and more of them. They're swarming, they're even surrounding Zifan. Wang Yulun apologized. "Sorry, Big Brother Z. Sorry for bothering you to come here." Then he chugged an entire bottle of medicine and shouted loudly. The terrifying sound blew all the bees away. One bottle wasn't enough. Zifan chugged another one. He used the Yuan Yin killing sound to deal with the bees. Bees lost their souls when they heard the sound. Wherever that melody went, bee corpses fell. The exhausted lovers slumped down in the rain of falling bees. After all, Wang Yulun couldn't hold on any longer and was about to faint, but he was pulled awake by a rope. Zifan just hung these two cheaters in the air and dragged them to the riverside. You landed hard, grilling meat. But Zifan isn't doing much better, along with those other two, who knew the after effects of using such powerful moves would be this serious. I also don't know how long it'll take to recover. Feel a little tired, and even the grilled chicken doesn't smell good. You slump down, listlessly, and mutter, looking at the beasts nearby. "Looks like I won't be able to use magic spiritual power for the next few days since it is drained. However, thankfully, my spirit is still okay." Just then, Wang Yulun finally wakes up. The moment he wakes up, he yells, "Hell! Am I in hell?" Zifan calmly says, "That's right, because you and your friend were beaten down to the 18th level of hell. Little punk. The fact that you know me means your life isn't worthless." As soon as Wang Yulun heard your voice, he was back to full health. "I'm not dead, great Zifan. Brother, save me and Ching-er." This red panther has some guts. It hugged its wife and whined. "Ching-er, oh Ching-er." Zifan tossed over a vial of medicine and said, "Take it. The two of you have been struck by yin energy and are injured. Your minds are a little muddled right now. Drink the medicine quickly. Otherwise, it will leave lasting regret in your heart, and the mind-calming pill is a rank 1 elixir. One bottle of it costs 5,000-6,000 spiritual stones. It's heartbreaking." Wang Yulun was so moved he wanted to jump over and hug him. "Brother Z, this is the second time you've saved me. Thank you so much." Zifan stopped him, still calculating the debt. "All of this must be paid back. My assistance fee is 20,000 spiritual stones, and this mind-calming pill is 2,000 spiritual stones. Remember to return it to me when you get back to the sect." Wang Yulun scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Just let me owe you first. I'll pay you back when I have the spiritual stones. I'll pay you back 1 million, Brother Z." As soon as he promised that, his wife pinched him. Mu Rongqinger rubbed her eyes drowsily and asked, "Husband, are you in pain?" Then Mu Rongqing nestled into his arms and cried, "Husband, we're not dead." She was so moved, her hand trembled as she reached out and said, "Thank you, Brother Z, for saving my life." Zifan sat by the fire, gnawing on meat, turned around and asked, "Now tell me, which of you two has had long-term cerebral infarction? How dare you play around with Wei Ling Feng?" When Wang Yulun heard this, he scratched his head. "Our plan was supposed to be perfect, but who knew that something unexpected would happen? So we were discovered by Wei Ling Feng. I initially thought that with Elder Da's secret techniques, escaping would be a breeze. Turns out, I was just overthinking it." Zifan chewed his meat, grumbling. "What's wrong? Are you blaming me for not giving you stimulating enough secret techniques?" "Don't you dare stay silent. I just want to know, what did you hope to find that made you mess with the devouring spirit bees?" Only then did Wang Yulun confess the truth. The honey produced by the devouring spirit bees not only has beautifying effects and prolongs life, but it also works wonders for those with internal injuries. With long-term use, it might even eliminate those injuries. When Qingni's mother gave birth to her, her clan was invaded by a powerful enemy, forcing her to fight them off right after giving birth, leaving her with an underlying illness. Though Qingni agreed to come with me, I figured if I had the devouring spirit bees honey, it could help her mother eliminate the internal injuries. Then I could rightfully propose to Qingni's family. Only then did Zifan realize he was just a poor guy, cornered by the wedding gifts. Zifan gnawed on his meat, asking, "Based on your status as a reserved disciple of Jiazi Hall, your future mother-in-law still looks down on you? Anyone with eyes can see you're a stock with potential, you know?" Wang Yulun said cheerfully. "My mother-in-law says I'm great." So she reduced the betrothal gift from 2 million spirit stones down to 1 million spirit stones. Zifan rolled his eyes and asked, "Your mother-in-law's too good, huh? 1 million spirit stones. Let me calculate. That'll take me over 15 years to save up, I reckon." Wang Yulun's face bloomed with joy. "That's right. That's why I rushed into danger, wanting to use this betrothal gift. Afterward, I'll contribute the money to Chinger's family later." Zifan glanced at Wang Yulun, remembering his previous life. "Seriously, I recall being asked for a betrothal gift like that in my past life too." So he gave a dry laugh, his expression unclear. Zifan tossed a big piece of meat over. He curiously asked, "You've been yapping like a cat. So did you get what you wanted or not?" Wang Yulun replied immediately, Got it. However, almost half of it spilled. He took out a small jar of honey, smiling happily, saying, "But I think this is enough." Looking at the shimmering jar of honey, Zifan chuckled. "This honey is so good. It must be quite valuable, eh? Just when I'm almost out of spirit stones for refining tools." Finally, Zifan asked directly, "How much is that worth anyway?" Young Master Mu Rongqing NHI chuckled. 1 jin is 2,000 spirit stones, a high price, and few people sell it. Hearing that price, Zifan hastily urged, "Hurry, just show me where to get the honey." He was completely swayed by money, thinking that for spirit stones, what was his chi condensation stage's tiny wailing bee colony? Zifan rode the deer to find the wailing bees nest. The deer hopped near the edge of the bamboo forest, then stopped. He looked at the lush bamboo forest and muttered, "Ahead is the territory of the wailing bees? Very well." Zifan used his spiritual power to order the little deer to find a place to hide. Thus, the two parted ways. Zifan headed towards the bamboo forest. "Wei Lingbi honey, here I come." Zifan rushed into the forest like a gust of wind. 3 days later, Zifan stood in the middle of the forest and began to act. He was dancing a seductive dance to lure the bees. Unexpectedly, the bees didn't rush to sting Zifan. From the Wei Lingbi's perspective, Zifan was a sweet little bee. "You're all family." So they immediately gave way for Zifan to enter, who easily infiltrated the laughing villain's nest. "Finally, I've arrived." Zifan hugged the giant honeycomb, humming to himself, "If I just take one haul, I'll be rich." How many pounds of honey will this lot yield? 100 pounds is 200,000 spirit stones. 1,000 pounds is 2 million spirit stones. 10,000 pounds, then. Just thinking about the money I'll make from this makes Zifan drool. If I could get 10,000 pounds of honey, then I can achieve financial freedom in the world of cultivation. Just as Zifan was celebrating, a dark shadow appeared. It was the queen bee of the spirit devouring bees. Zifan remarked calmly, "Your mental strength is pretty strong to actually be able to maintain yourself against my heart illusion technique." Zifan casually used soul-snatching technique. "Now, you just stand still and fall into the net." However, the spell he cast was dispelled. It was at this moment that the belated announcement finally arrived. Newsflash. This honeycomb is a property of the Ketian sect. It is considered a reward of the secret realm. If you're capable in the mystic realm, you can harvest your own honey. However, the limit is just 1,000 jin, a Chinese unit of weight. Thus, Zifan's dream of getting rich has been shattered. His fortune fantasy has been utterly smashed. Meanwhile, on Yuntian continent, in the Ketian sect, specifically in the Elders Hall of the Tianke sect, an integration stage elder observed the Mystic Realm tournament and said with interest, A chi refining stage cultivator capable of tricking the spirit-devouring bee. Moreover, he almost controlled the queen bee, too. Looks like I'm taking a loss this time." While harvesting honey, Zifan even used his sword to scrape off beeswax. The old geezer, seeing him take too much, immediately reminded him, "Junior, that's enough." Zifan glanced in the direction of the voice, twitching his lips. So petty, yet he still managed to grab 5 enormous jars of honey. A moment later, in Zifan's Lingfeng continent, he transferred it all onto the ship, rubbing his face against the jars. "Even though it's only 500 yen, it's still pretty good. I absolutely need to buy another top-tier alchemy furnace. And I also need to buy more equipment for refining artifacts and creating magical tools. Furthermore, I'm going to buy all the spells in the scripture pavilion." Zifan was having a blast when a flash of light whizzed by. He was all too familiar with that fleeting figure, and with a sigh realized It's that pork trotter guy again. Looks like he's got weapons now. Coming here for honey, I see. Wonder how much honey the pork trotter managed to snag this time. Meanwhile, at that very moment, that old geezer's blood pressure spiked, and he roared like thunder. So now there are more unscrupulous people in the training realm, huh? You didn't heed my warning and crazily collected honey. Are you trying to bankrupt me? Just now, at this moment, a jade bottle is continuously sucking up honey. That arrogant Di Zhao Yao is sitting on his flying sword observing. Unbelievable! His cultivation actually fell to the chi refining stage. Yet there are benefits like this? He's been planning to use this money for ages. More than 10,000 caddies of honey from the spirit-devouring bees are worth over 2,000 spirit stones. That's enough for Master to hire a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage to diagnose his problem. Right when he was collecting honey, then Di Xiaoyao got hit by a light. Di Xiaoyao didn't even have time to react before being ejected from the hive. He's confused. Wasn't I just in the bamboo forest? Only when I looked into the bamboo forest did I see the Thai jar notice. The devouring spirit bamboo forest is sealed. The secret realm will only reopen after 3 eras. Ye Xiaoyao put away the jade bottle, pouting in complaint. Seriously, how stingy can you get? He'd barely finished complaining when he heard someone ask, "Young man, are you willing to avenge this immortal emperor?" This immortal emperor is Tian Hong from the Great Thousand Worlds. At the same time, Xifen sailed his boat, touring the secret realm, from the ancestor of the devouring spirit peak to the new map like a grandmaster's manor. Great lakes, green mountains, deserts, until Xifen arrived at a forest on the new map, the grandmaster's manor. He stopped, looking at the sign crackling with lightning. There's a grandmaster's manor here, although one word is missing. Alchemy grandmaster's inheritance? I guess that's okay, however. I'm just not into it. Xifen wound himself up again. How can refining pills be as good as refining artifacts? Let's keep looking. Until an hour before the secret realm closed, he found a truly abandoned place. It's like trying to grow flowers, but they won't bloom. Planting a willow without intention, yet it provides shade. Couldn't find the artifact refining grandmaster's inheritance. Instead, he found a bunch of other stuff. Xifen used his spiritual power to copy all the jade scrolls in the bookshelf of this library. He found a magical divine-powered jade scroll. Getting this makes the trip worthwhile. At least if I'm ever bored, I'll have something to kill time. After reading those, you're saying summoning arts are actually a thing in the cultivation world over there? Seriously, they have this kind of stuff? Aren't the spiritual stones used for treasure arts in other dimensions more economical? This lunar art is a bit evil. Xifen immersed himself in the mystical lines of the true spirit art and communicated with the true spirit. He completely forgot the concept of time until a majestic voice echoed throughout the space, announcing that a month of cultivation had ended and the secret realm was officially closed. Dragged from his intoxicated reverie by that sound, Xifen barely had time to gather his wits. Before he knew it, an invisible force sent him flying. Xifen shot out like a lost meteor. His ear-splitting shriek nearly tore through space itself. Luckily, in that split second, his survival instincts kicked in. He hurriedly used his lightness skill to adjust his posture. After a safe yet terrifying landing, Xifen was as pale as a ghost, his hands trembling. He clutched his chest, trying to calm his pounding heart. Just then, Wang Yulun and his wife, riding cranes, flew over from afar, cheerfully greeting Great Brother Z. "Oh, so you're out now too, huh? Today, I'll show them how we do it at Dong Zui Xianlu." Radiant face. "He's so eager to treat me and Chinger. We should thank him. We'll properly repay Zeta Gay's life-saving grace." Not really caring, Xifen immediately opens the scroll he just received. He devours the words on it. This is the digestion art, a spell that helps food digest quickly, transforming spiritual energy and nutrients into physical strength for the user. His eyes light up with excitement as he folds the scroll, carefully hiding it, then replying, "All right, we've been roughing it for over a month. I'm also craving a real feast." In his heart, he silently cheers. This time, he must rely on this magic to have a truly worthwhile meal. After selling all the honey he gathered, Xifen contentedly calculates. The honey from Wailing Peak really fetched a good price this time. He gleefully rests his head on the bulging bags of spirit stones, thinking of the spiritual herbs obtained in the secret realm, enough to refine several furnaces of elixirs. As for spirit ore, there's an uncountable amount. Not bad at all. Now to find Bong Fu, senior brother, to buy some supporting materials. Looks like I can forge some magical artifacts. With that thought, Xifen leisurely wrote a letter. Skillfully, He folded the paper into a crane, an origami messenger, then infused it with spiritual power. He sent it soaring to Pang Fu's alliance headquarters. Soon after, Pang Fu replied with a broad smile via message. Little brother, did the goods all arrive? I've sent the bill too. Please check if everything's correct. Zifan picked up the bill and began to check. A long list would tire out even a carrier pigeon. 5 bags of accessories. 10 bags of item components. The poor carrier pigeon hadn't even rested, yet it had to carry another 300,000 spirit stones away. Zifan helplessly watched the spirit stones fly away, sighing to himself. Looks like 300,000 spirit stones aren't even enough to spend. Regaining his spirits, he excitedly grabbed the bags of materials and the stack of documents in his hands. All right, Zifan shouted with determination. I can finally start my secluded refinement of artifacts. 3 long years passed in the Earth Core chamber. Then Zifan, once again, witnessed his creation explode. Dejectedly, he held the hilt of the charred sword, muttering in despair. After 7 failures, I thought that with my talent and 3 years of training, I could master anything to 100%. Weapon forging is truly a profound subject, but wait, why aren't the Kongling and Zimu runes compatible with each other? Is it because the transfer runes can't combine? He collapses onto the floor, exhausted, surrounded by floating shards. At his wit's end, an idea suddenly sparks in his mind. Zifan springs up like a jack-in-the-box. That's it, he exclaims with a look of enlightenment. If they're not compatible, then just directly use the Zimu runes to reinforce it. Then use the Zhu Ti runes to replace the Kongling runes. No sooner said than done. Zifan immediately starts experimenting, chanting the Zhu Ti incantation. Body protection, fire manipulation, spirit control. He chants, patiently and carefully, carving each rune into the air. Armor piercing, solid object, Zimu. Finally, he simultaneously inputs them all into the sword's body. A blinding golden light radiates from the sword, making it impossible to look directly at it. After so many failures, he finally succeeded. Zifan cheers joyously. Finally, I've done it. Overjoyed, he presses his face against the sword and babbles. I'll name you Wan Ren. Just to forge you, I had to endure 3 + 3 trainings. It took 6 tries to succeed, which roughly cost more than 10,000 spirit stones. After calming down, Tufam curiously read the news in the sect. He told himself that he was currently a first-level qi refining craftsman. He wondered if, after joining True Qi Feng, he would be qualified to access the Fu. He wasn't sure about Tian Chao. But then he read a piece of news that made the smile on his face stiffen. Yesterday, Deep Tia Dao van Kim Fong used his sword to slay the Kim Dan traitor of our sect. Trucko slaying Kim Dan, another proud person, has emerged from our sect. He felt a bit of a toothache, and there was also this name, Deep Chu Dao, truly living up to his name. It's only been a few years, and he can already kill Kim Dan. Could it be that the old man in his body has awakened? But very quickly, Tufam regained his composure. He thought about his growth over the past few years and felt self-absorbed, but in these 3 years, I have upgraded to the 8th level of qi refining. It's all thanks to the gluttony technique and the honey from the king of Elin Feng. Moreover, the ancient Dan recipe and magical jade slip that I obtained from the secret realm have all been fully understood. The more he thought about it, the more he looked forward to the future. I wonder if when I cultivate to the Truck Coast stage, I wonder if I can defeat Kim Dan cultivators. Next, he took out another FAPQ, shaped like a dragon. This is the masterpiece you're most proud of. Capable of summoning a soul-bound dragon with the combat power of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Holding it in his hand, Zifan is struck with new creative inspiration. The spiritual artifact provides a conduit for the soul-bound dragon. He imagines the scene after the 2 artifacts combine their power. The soul-bound dragon appear. It'll possess the peak combat strength of a Foundation Establishment expert. Killing demon beasts of the same level will be as easy as slaughtering chickens and pigs. Not long after, Zifan cheerfully heads home. As soon as he gets back, he throws himself onto the chair to relax. A moment later, the lovey-dovey couple Wang Yu Lun and Mu Rongqinger arrive, bearing a love-filled meal. Zifan feels a slight pain in his eyes. These 2 have persistently been feeding him dog food for 3 whole years without stopping. Too tired to complain, he asks bluntly, "Speak, what's got you so happy?" "Your mother-in-law agreed." Zifan was just teasing when he asked, but unexpectedly, Wang Yulun shyly replies, "Yes, this guy's so happy." Then he awkwardly offers the invitation. "The 15th of next month will be the day Qinger and I celebrate our great joy." "Brother Z, you absolutely must be there." Zifan calmly replies, "In that case, I'll congratulate you 2 in advance." The Kias, husband and wife, brought out the food and asked, Brother Zida, we've made a lot of dishes. Please, try them and see if they suit your taste. Zifan, while gobbling down meat, replied like a machine. Delicious, so delicious. What incredible luck did you have, huh? To find such a virtuous wife. These words of praise made the two Kias even happier. However, Zifan felt increasingly bitter. This kind of sweet love? He didn't want it. He'd rather become a great immortal emperor. In this world, what woman is worthy of me? Aside from eating and drinking his fill, Zifan tossed the bones onto the plate, then waved his hand at the two clueless Kias. Follow me. A moment later, in the warehouse, their eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky. Wang Yulun drooled enviously, saying, Brother Zida, no wonder you always hole up in this room. So your treasure trove is here. You've refined so many magical artifacts. Mu Rongqing also spared no praise. Brother Zida, you are the most gifted person I've ever met. Fighting, alchemy, refining equipment. You know everything. Zifan accepted all the praise and then generously said, Since you two are getting married soon, I don't have anything good to give you. Everyone, pick a magical artifact. We'll give 2 of them as a wedding present. However, when you saw those 2 leopards trying to play with the hot stuff, you still had to quickly correct yourself. That RPG launcher is a no-go. Got it? Guided missiles are also off the table. Finally, Mu Rongqinger picks a pair of swords, so can I take these? Those are the yin-yang swords, a pair of twin swords, one white, one pink. The white one focuses on speed, also armor-piercing, while the pink one can bewitch the soul and mind. As for Wang Yulun, he chooses the newly forged Thousand Blades flying sword. Is this sword suitable for me? When fighting, it can break apart, making it hard for enemies to defend. After selecting their equipment, the two say goodbye and leave. Bye-bye, Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle, don't forget to come to the ceremony. Though pretending to be calm, Zifan's heart is bleeding inside. Those 2 magical artifacts, though the materials aren't rare, the forging process is extremely complex. Forget it, as a big boss, I can't be too stingy. He comforts himself and, thinking of the upcoming trip, mutters to himself. 15 months later, I'll leave the sect to attend the wedding. It's my first time traveling far. I have to prepare a little. A month later, at the Quetian Gate, passers-by can't help but be astonished. Zifan took a deep breath with each step he took. On his back, he carried a sack as big as a house. Remembering the journey ahead, he felt a bit queasy. Wang Yulun's wedding was in Dating City. It's over 6,000 km from the sect. Just thinking about that deadly number made his face as black as a pot bottom. 6,000. Zifan snapped his fingers, summoning his flying boat, and smugly thought, luckily, I still have the spirit wind pills, refined by yours truly. No sooner had he felt lucky than a familiar figure landed right behind him. Cautiously, he turned around to see who this dangerous character was. It was none other than Ye Xiao Yao, landing gracefully. Zifan thought to himself, why do I keep running into this guy? Is it all part of the plot, perhaps? The thought had barely crossed his mind when he hid behind his luggage. Ye Xiao Yao saw Zifan and walked over to greet him. Greetings, Zishidi! It's been 3 years since we last met, hasn't it? After the secret realm, I really wanted to see Zishidi again to catch up. However, I kept getting caught up in trivial matters. Who knew I'd run into Zishidi today? It seems we're fated to meet here. Though inwardly reluctant, Zifan had to appear friendly. What a coincidence, Ye Shixiong. I hear you've become the pride of our sect. I haven't even congratulated you yet, Ye Xiaoyao happily replied. Between us, there's no need for such formalities. Then the shameless fellow curiously eyed the flying ship. Is this Zishidi's? Before anyone could invite him, he just hopped on, plopping down on the tail wing. Is that tail wing on the spirit wind ship for increasing speed? Zifan, trying to keep his cool, made something up. Indeed, in a secret realm, I found a wind-enhancing rune to boost the tail wings. When refining it, the spirit wind ship's speed got a significant upgrade. Ye Shixiong, if you're busy, go ahead. Don't delay your important business. Ye Xiaoyao chuckled and asked, I'm going to a Shidi's wedding. Zishidi's wedding? So, though despair loomed, Zifan still forced a question. Could it be that Ye Shixiong's Shidi is named Wang Yulun? Hearing the words he wanted, Ye Xiaoyao beamed. That's right. Zishidi is also attending? Perfect timing, we're headed the same way. I can finally chat with you. Then, this dude pulls out a ship even more awesome. Allow me to invite you to ride my awesome sword. It's a bit faster. Zifan had barely set foot on the boat, and it shot off like a rocket. Ye Xiaoyao put up a barrier, then chuckled ignorantly. So sorry, Junior. I wasn't paying attention just now. I forgot you're still only at the chi refining stage. Zifan had an opinion, but didn't dare voice it. He could only reply, It's all right. I'm the one bothering you. After that, Zifan blankly munched on a spirit fruit. He hurriedly said, Okay. Enough, Senior Brother Yi. Don't bring any more stuff up. There's no room left on the table. That guy was still so hospitable. How much is this, really? Eat up, Marshal Brother. This excessive enthusiasm is making Zifan suspicious. Even this pork knuckle's being too enthusiastic. The basic friendliness meter is about to explode. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ship, grabbing their attention. Yi Xiaoyao immediately flew out with his weapon, instructing, Wait here, Junior Brother. I've got some insects to exterminate first. 5 swords lined up like 5 Power Rangers. Yi Xiaoyao controlled his weapons, shouting, You little rats! This is less than 10,000 miles from Keitian's sect. Yet you dare to be so presumptuous? Zifan grabbed some food, jumped back, squinted and thought. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 flying swords of 5 different attributes. Is this pig-trotter guy seriously obsessed? Opposite them, a dark cloud gradually formed into a human shape. Looking at the 5 Matu, Zifan was even more certain. Holy crap! I knew following this pig-trotter would lead to trouble. He regretted his past mistake even more. If he could go back to the first time they met, he would be tougher. He retreated to the back for safety. Being with his pig-trotter was truly too dangerous. Ye Xiaoyao flew up, seriously instructing Zifan, I'm really sorry for getting you into this mess. After I fight these 5 golden core Matu, I will order the sword boat to take you away first. Before the battle, he even smiled to reassure Zifan, Their target is me. They won't chase you, don't worry about me. I can get away on my own. But Zifan thought differently. Seriously? What if someone over there chases after me? Wouldn't that be disastrous for me? Before he could protest, the opponents rushed over. Ye Xiaoyao raised his hand, and a formation appeared under the bow of the boat. He waved his hand tauntingly, daring those 5 Jindan cultivators to come at him, waiting for his opponents to enter the formation. He then activated the Dikuyet 5-direction formation. One of them, seeing this, asked, Are you trying to trap us? Then, glancing around, he couldn't see the ship anymore. Looking back, he saw the ship carrying Zifan had sailed far away. The leader ordered, Lei Fei, hurry and pursue them. Quickly deal with that chi refining brat. He can't stay here long. Lei Fei used a paper fan, transforming it into a bird to fly away. Ye Xiaoyao unsheathed his sword, determined to intercept Lei Fei. Want to chase them? Dream on! But he was stopped by someone else. The 2 swords clashed, creating sparks. At this moment, Ye Xiao realized something was wrong. The remaining devils had already surrounded him. You want to save your friend, huh? No way! Ye Xiaoyao clicked his tongue. Suddenly, an old voice echoed in his head. Kid, why are you so impatient? Don't lose control. The voice whispered like a vengeful spirit in the kid's ear. He's not normal. You're dead, but maybe he isn't. Focus on the fight. Hearing this, Ye Xiaoyao, his eyes immediately turned cold and vicious, snapped. Today, none of you are getting away. Immediately afterward, he exploded with power, transforming into a nuclear warhead. On the speeding ship, Zifan could only light incense and pray. Oh heavens! If you give me another chance, I definitely won't leave the sect a single step. Before he knew it, he sensed danger approaching. Lei Fei laughed like a maniac. This is utter nonsense. A chi refinement cultivator fighting a golden core? If you can't avoid it, you can only fight. Zifan sighed. But isn't this just wasting money? He threw out a magical artifact, and a colossal dragon blade appeared. The figures on the ship also began to transform, expanding to match the shape of the dragon blade. Seeing this, Lei Fei's eyes turned greedy, and his courage swelled. I didn't expect a small cultivator like you to possess such an amazing magical treasure. Hand it over to me. Standing on the ship, Zifan half-jokingly said, Big Brother Golden Core, can you spare me? He licked his lips with a devious look, thinking, 5,000 spirit stones are needed to complete it. Gaining gold core battle prowess in just a minute is enough for me to survive. Lei Fei didn't know what Zifan was thinking, snickering, Yeah, right, sure. Tell you what, let's talk about it in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, his centipede transformed, lunging forward, only to be grabbed by Xiaolong. Xiaolong is getting stronger and stronger. Lei Fei stammered, How did the spiritual energy explode like this? It's already at the early stage of gold core. Zifan focused, transmitting spiritual energy to Xiaolong. Lock onto the target. With a decisive command, kill that gold core cultivator before me. After detonating Xiaolong, he hugged the boat and ran, thinking, Oh my god, a magic artifact like this. When I get back, I need to refine 10 of these at least. After I return to the sect, I'm never leaving the sect again. Lei Fei was bitten tightly by Xiaolong, refusing to let go. Nonetheless, He still had the strength to flick out an insect, scoffing, "The tricks of a cold core cultivator!" Someone who's only at chi training like you thinks they can escape. Want to run? In your next life, perhaps. Seeing that disgusting insect, Xifan was startled. He immediately took out all sorts of defensive magic artifacts. Earth Spirit Shield, Star Spirit Guardian, Fire Spirit Shield, but all were useless. That insect pierced through every layer of defense. Only when it burrowed into Zifan's head did he realize it was a mental curse, divine power. Oh dear. I fell off the boat in a daze. My last conscious thought was that I'd been hit. Early morning on Yunshuang Mountain. The two blonde brothers are diligently taking care of Zifan. The innocent younger blonde brother asks, "Big bro, how long did you say it would be before we can eat meat every single day?" What a freeloader. Just thinking about meat. The older blonde brother still smiles gently. The boy gently exfoliates Zifan's face. "Let's wait until this immortal big bro wakes up, okay? The biggest goal now is saving Zifan's life, not just eating well. Grandpa already said, as long as we save the immortal, even if we don't become immortals ourselves, we can still enjoy wealth and glory for the rest of our lives. Eating meat every day won't be a problem anymore." Looking at Zifan's crooked appearance, the older blonde boy sighs, but it seems like the days of having fish and meat are still pretty far off. Turns out Zifan had been awake for a while. He's using his perception to explore his surroundings. He's secretly glad someone saved him. If he'd fallen on a snowy mountain with no one around, I'm probably doomed. While in a coma, you went through quite a few trials. For the past half-month, you have been constantly fighting the death spirit worm in the soul space. At first, it took advantage of your weakness and ate half of your soul. It wasn't until now that you completely destroyed it. The two boys led each other, carrying buckets, out. As they reached the door, Zifan suddenly called them back. Zifan transformed into a candy uncle, teasing the children, "If you massage like that, then you won't get tips." The two kids remembered the elder's teaching that after the immortal awakens, they must immediately bow their heads until they are accepted as disciples. The blonde older brother immediately pushed the blonde younger brother's head to the floor. "Immortal, please accept us as disciples." Zifan raised his hand, manipulating magic energy, using primal energy to help the two children stand up first. Through that, he also probed the two children's talents. The younger sister has 3 spiritual roots, and the older brother has 4 spiritual roots. In this vast world of cultivation, they only barely meet the standard to be cannon fodder. But your 4 storage pouches are still intact. It seems that these two siblings are truly honest and rare. He smiled and asked why the two of them wanted to worship him as their master. "Could we be any more honest? We want to eat meat every single day, please." This reason left Zifan stunned for a good 5 seconds. Yet, strangely, it pleased him greatly. Straight to the point, and there's the possibility of immortality, eh? Zifan was satisfied, then channeled his energy. "Then I'll ask you one last question." The two kids stared blankly as primordial energy flowed into their heads. A second later, they both sank into a meditative state. Human nature is immutable. This is the distilled wisdom of my experience. The two brats immediately lay down and fell asleep. Based on my experience, I'll accept both of them as disciples. Zifan looked at their patched-up clothes and felt a chill. Even if they aren't suitable, I'll still make sure these two kids live a life of wealth and ease. With that done, he sighed deeply. Next, I should probably check on my own situation. Zifan stealthily observed the unintended consequences, although eventually the soul-devouring worm was swallowed back up. Half of my spiritual energy has been damaged nonetheless. The burden on my spiritual power and mental strength will only increase. It might not recover in half a year, but he quickly regained his resolve. That's why I should set a small goal. Young Master Zifan, striking a perfect immortal pose, crossed his legs. He's decided. For 15 years, he won't step outside the sect. Isn't that just being a turtle hiding in its shell? He also figures he must stay away from the pesky, piggy protagonist, the burden. He took his own teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. Zifan sipped and plodded. After returning, I absolutely must refine more combat puppets and beasts. Otherwise, if an unexpected situation arises, there's no guarantee of safety. The elderly elder, trembling, hobbled in with his cane, and with his old, weary body knelt clumsily on the ground. He uttered the words, "Immortal sir." Zifan politely helped the old man up. He was considerate and treated the elder with respect. "Please, elder, don't kneel like that. You're the one who saved my life. I'm the one who should be thanking you. You saved me, so I should repay you. That's cause and effect." Zifan very cheerfully made an offer. "Old man, is there anything you desire?" The old man honestly replied, I have no children. I just want to live peacefully with my wife, without illness, until the end of our days. Zifan heartily approved. Very practical, a very reasonable request. He pulled a vial of divine elixir from his pocket, handing it to the old man, then explained, inside this bottle are 10 longevity pills for you and your wife, old-timer. Take one every 2 years. That should do it. Now, go home and pack up. Wait for the kids to wake up. Then come with me to the Catastrophic sect. I'll arrange for someone to take care of you there. The old man hesitated, eventually asking the immortal, what about the 2 children? The Z-fan, as if understanding the old man's worries, replied, the kids are being tested to see if they can become immortals. Hearing this, the old man slowly left, leaving Z-fan to sink into contemplation. Seeing that enough time had passed, Z-fan began to check. Let's see how the test results are. He withdrew the results, and 2 water orbs appeared. The first water orb belongs to the blonde kid. Even though he's lived countless lives, his loyalty remains unchanged. Not bad, not bad. Blondie, you're no slouch either. Quite the talented cultivator. A far cry from being a pig's trotter, you could almost call yourself a hacker. Zyfan smirked knowingly, then gently stroked the heads of the sleeping pair, saying, sleep well. After you wake up, things will never be the same. At the same time, on the Cultivation sect side, Wang Yulun was suffering. I blame myself, Z-Dogji. I'm sorry, brother. He's usually so cautious. Yet for my wedding, he agreed to go out just this once, but never thought I would see my husband drowning in misery. Qing'er stepped forward to reassure her husband. Zidage is a rare genius. Nothing will happen to him, I'm sure. Maybe he's just recuperating somewhere, darling. He'll be back once his wounds heal. But Wang Yulun remained inconsolable. I'll just starve myself. You don't need to comfort me. Ever since I met Zidage, he's never left the sect once. It's all my fault. Wang Yulun's feelings for Zifan had surpassed mere sworn brotherhood. Qing'er, I'll wait another half-month. I still owe Zidage a red envelope. I must deliver it to him personally. Seeing Wang Yulun's resolve, Qing'er was slightly taken aback. Then, she gently sat beside her husband. All right, I'll wait with you. The next morning, at the outer sect's affairs hall of Catastrophic sect, Z-Fan brought 2 children to join the sect. Congratulations, Shidi. I see you brought these 2 kids. Meets the sect's standards for accepting disciples. Here are your identity tokens, you 2. From now on, these kids will be your disciples. Thank you so much, Shixiang. So Z-Fan and his 2 new disciples take a boat back. Blonde Kid was anxious the whole trip. Master, is becoming an immortal really that hard? I just can't hate these little kids. Z-Fan chuckled. Not at all. You can all become cultivating immortals. Just be dedicated, and you will make it. This kid, in DT0, is responsible, values loyalty, and is truly honest. He really makes others fond of him. And the little sister is only concerned about protein. So can my sister and I eat meat every day? Zyfan beamed as if he'd struck gold. Meat? I have plenty. You'll get meat with every meal. As if telepathically connected, Wang Yulun suddenly flinched. Then he ran off like a bat out of hell, yelling, Zidaki! Zidaki, he is back! He was right. The 2 brothers are reunited. Zidage, it really is you. You finally came back. I thought something had happened to you. Fam is finding it difficult to withstand. I'm okay. It's just a pity not to be able to attend the wedding of you 2. Yes, Luang Vuluan couldn't keep calm when he saw 2. Fam, so he lost his composure? Why are you talking about that now? As long as Elder Brother 2 is okay. At this moment, Vuang Vuluan noticed the 2 kids. Are these Elder Brother 2's children? He couldn't believe his eyes. Only a few days, and already have 2 children born. And they are already this big. After he finished speaking, then NHI scolded him. Have you ever met a child born a few days that can be this big? Mysterious, immortal techniques. There are some things that cannot be ascertained. Tufam shut his mouth immediately and stopped. He scratched his head and explained, these 2 children are my 2 newly accepted disciples. Named. At this moment, Tufam remembered that he still didn't know their names. How careless, he quickly smiled awkwardly and asked, I forgot. Little girl and this little brother? So you 2 got names or what? Blondie, hearing this, couldn't hide his sorrow. We don't, sir. In the village, only those who can create new elixirs deserve a name. Zyfan suddenly got it. He stroked his chin, pondering. In that case, you 2 can take my surname. Blondie, your name is Zygang. And you, my blonde little one, your name is Ziyue Xian. Aren't you 2 the luckiest? The 2 siblings hurriedly kowtowed. Thank you, Master, for granting us names. Finally, some proper names, huh? Zifan then began his fashion design phase. Now that you are my disciples, how can you dress like that? With a wave, he conjured up 2 flamboyant outfits, a few twirls, and then they merged with the 2 kids, perfectly measured, a little fiddling, and finally done. Oh my goodness, so cute. I want to pinch those cheeks. Ching-er watched with boundless admiration. Big Brother Z, what was that? So magical. Zifan really knows all sorts of miraculous powers. This is the 10,000 wishes item I made when I was bored. Inside, it contains all sorts of clothing materials. It can transform into clothing according to your wishes in an instant. Ching-er is very interested in fabrics. Brother Z, can you give me one? I can even buy it with spirit stones. Zifan wouldn't calculate like that. Don't even mention spirit stones. I'll give you one, okay? Try it out first. 10,000 wishes garment. Activate. Give Ching-er a sexy outfit. Zifan didn't mean to, but he blushed and took the opportunity to peek, stammering. It's not what it looks like. Let's try another outfit. Oh my gosh, this one's even more revealing. No, not right. Try again. Next up was a series of outfits, from a hot secretary to a sexy flight attendant. Zifan swears he didn't mean to. It's really not like that. In the end, he still felt too guilty. I'm not very knowledgeable about women's clothing. Take it back and study it yourself. Wang Yulun hurriedly wiped the ketchup off his nose. Also congratulations. Brother Z, turning back to accept a disciple. Shouldn't we throw a big party? Zifan also wants to treat you little rascals. Do you want to eat meat? Yes. Wang Yulun took advantage of no one being around and pulled out the treasure he had been cherishing. Then sincerely presented it to Senior Zifan. This is a red envelope I'm giving you, brother. Zifan smiled kindly. We already talked about this. Zifan reached out and accepted it. The brotherly love increased several notches. A few days later, at the Earth Core Chamber of Zhuqi Peak, Zifan stretched, enjoying the rare feeling of accomplishment. He mused, Indeed, an outstanding person is always busy. I just survived a disaster. Then I immediately got an order from the Weapon Refinement Sect, handed over by Senior Brother Pang Fu. After several days, I finally finished refining them. After I get paid the Spirit Stones, I can create an army of puppets, Zifan said casually, rambling on without noticing. Someone had just arrived behind him. An elder coughed. Ahem, ahem, then spoke out in complaint. This kid is really not serious. The sect is at a crucial moment. We are in desperate need of refinement sect masters. Yet, you're here busy with your own private affairs. Zifan thought with a headache. No way. Could it be that my hack has caused some kind of content coercion? Why is there a high-status big shot targeting me in the future? Is it possible that I won't be able to leave the mountain peak ever? It turns out that the elder was previously made to look bad. If you can't find a chi refining craftsman who is proficient in first-level rune carving, then you should understand. The elder looked at the weapons Zifan had just refined with envy. Unexpectedly, a glance at the Earth's core chamber revealed a treasure. The task assigned by the Peak Master has been completed. Zifan knows his place and obediently bowed his head to explain. Elder, you don't know, but I originally helped the sect. Only half a month ago, I left the sect and was hunted down and injured. And even today, I haven't fully recovered. These magic treasures that were refined are only because it was the agreed time with the person who ordered them. That's why I quickly came here to refine them. Tomorrow, I will definitely go and accept the sect's mission. The elder didn't pursue the matter to the end and cheerfully said, So that's how it is. It seems I misunderstood you. What kind of magic treasure have you just refined? Can I take a look for you? Elder, please have a look. The elder slowly opened the instrument box, and Ralao was stunned by what he saw. Before that mystical light, the elder tried to act like he was fine, saying the rune technique was very good. The formation patterns are also quite unique. Zifan is so smug, basically saying, I have a big brain, huh? I'm the master of world building, as long as conditions allow. My girlfriend could even create one. The elder secretly thought refining, merging, and shaping it wasn't bad either. He borrowed external spirit fire, didn't he? Overall, it's pretty good. However, a festival had already begun in the elder's heart. Oh my heavens. This kid's technique is too solid. It seems Zhu Qifeng's future will have another refining tool. Grandmaster, how many types of runes do you know? The elder asked. And Zifan hurriedly replied, 206 types. The elder immediately seized the opportunity to value talent. Not bad. Don't go accepting any more missions. Having said that, he hurriedly summoned a carriage. Now, I will take you to the inner sect to repair Fuqianzhou. Young Master Zifan gritted his teeth, took a gamble, and got in the carriage. The elder asked if he had ever been to the inner sanctum. Not yet, elder. Hearing this, the elder chuckled with amusement. Well then, I'll take you there to broaden your horizons. You, Zifan, are like a simpleton. His darting eyes, like Jiang Luo, were teased by the elder. No need to look. The inner sanctum isn't here. The carriage departs at breakneck speed, dragging Z-Fan into some godforsaken place that makes him scream incessantly. No way. This can't be. What offense did this elder commit against the gods? Could this be version 2.0? So unlike that ham hock, the view looks no different from the netherworld. Z-Fan stammered. T.H. This is. Seeing Z-Fan about to wet himself, the elder finally relented and explained. Don't be afraid. This is due to the Long Chi combined guardian of the sect, which the sect leader caught in the endless sea. They see that you are new, so they want to come closer and mooch off you. Z-Fan blankly asked back, Mooch off me? The old man acted mysterious, leaned close to Z-Fan's ear, and then said, That's right. As long as you spend over 10,000 spirit stones, you can. The old man hesitated, not speaking, causing Z-Fan to feel bewildered. The elder, acting almighty, proudly said that it could take him around once. That's all. Riding a dragon blade is no big deal. Why are you making such a fuss? Z-Fan politely refuses outwardly. I don't really need it. It's better to use 10,000 spirit stones to buy something else. But in his heart he thinks, dream on. Wait a few thousand more years. I'll make a few of these to display in front of my house too. Let me show you. The elder still tries to persuade him. That's a pity. Riding it is so majestic. After some joking around, the elder finally gets down to business. This time, I've called you here mainly because I want you to help. Repair the damaged outer shell of the floating sky continent and reconnect the talisman patterns. The elder leads Z-Fan to a ship that looks no different from scrap metal. This is it. Everything has its price. And this price is so sweet. The reward is calculated according to your workload. 1,000 spirit stones per square meter. Besides, I'll give you an extra 20 talismans. Are you okay with these conditions? Z-Fan perks up. There are even talismans? Elder, are the talismans related to space stability? Or spiritual power connection? Or spiritual power control? They're all included. Everywhere people are working hard. All right. Just observe how others repair it first. Someone from the void refinement stage will come to guide you later. Z-Fan flew around, observing the condition of the ship. To save time, he immediately got to work. It seems to be just a simple repair job, except for engraving. The formation flower pattern connecting the runes is a bit troublesome, but the rest is quite simple. Suddenly, a cultivator next to him came over to introduce himself. You're new here, aren't you? He was very friendly, taking the initiative to help his juniors, telling them to ask if they didn't understand something. Z-Fan politely said, Thank you, Senior. I don't have any questions for now. I can start any time. That senior didn't say much, and before leaving, he praised him. Just by watching others work, you've already understood it. Not bad, kid. Then get started. Be quick. Your repair speed is also related to my reward. Z-Fan began to activate the fusion technique, then skillfully applied integration. Watching Z-Fan dancing around, that senior thought to himself, Is this a newbie speed for repairing the celestial pearl? This little darling is quite the self-taught prodigy. Where did you dig her up? I don't want to fall behind. He started fighting already. Can't stall any longer. He's going to take care of everything. 2 months later, Z-Fan retracted his last magical artifact. Finally done. The Futian pearl is revived, shining brilliantly. Z-Fan approached the senior and inquired, Senior, is there anything else to do after repairing the Futian pearl? Not for the moment. The senior pondered silently for a moment. He reached into his pocket while opening his heart. I guess so. We were supposed to repair the Futian pearl in 3 months. Yet we shortened it to just 2 months. The boss has already sent word. He's quite pleased with our speed. Spending this time living with you, I've realized you're quite the genius. I feel that you becoming a tool refining Grandmaster isn't impossible. After that, he was very generous and took out treasures he had accumulated. I'm quite satisfied with you. I accidentally acquired these 5 stone runes, and I'm giving them to you. Consider it a good deal, okay? Wait until you become a Grandmaster artifact refiner. Then, don't forget to forge me a magical tool. Good stuff, good stuff. Z-Fan quickly slurped it up. Thank you so much, senior brother. After I become a Grandmaster artifact refiner, I'll definitely forge you a magical tool. But honestly, I still need like 125 levels to reach the foundation building stage, so you gotta hang in there. Just wait until I advance to a Grandmaster artifact refiner, okay? Afterwards, Z-Fan leisurely strolled back, thinking to himself, looks like the sect is even more impressive than I imagined. Half of a little thousand world is the inner sect? That's seriously amazing. After I get promoted to the inner sect, I'll definitely go check out this little thousand world. But then, Z-Fan suddenly felt a bit down. He was all, my feet are so sore. This world is too harsh. I arrived thanks to a big shot. Now I have to drag myself back. I didn't expect the cultivation world to be so realistic. At the same time, Wang Yulun and his wife were frantically slaughtering beasts. They're driving the bear population here to near extinction. At Kuetian Gate, 100,000 miles away, Wang Yulun looked at the pile of spoils. Excitedly, Qinger said, "After we finish this mission, the contribution points we earn can be exchanged for a 1 Shuling Tai pill." Qinger, however, wasn't happy. Thinking of her husband, Qinger suggested, "Husband, how about we keep those contribution points to help you upgrade your foundation establishment grade?" Wang Yulun, picturing a bright future, replied to his wife, "Nah, let's just exchange for the spirit pill. With my strength now, second-grade foundation establishment is no problem at all. After our child is born, let him become Junior Brother's disciple. Then, in the future, he'll become a genius." The joy didn't last long. Another horde of demonic beasts rushed in, plus another one. Wang Yulun reminded Qinger, "Be careful, there are even foundation establishment beasts in that mob." Cold sweat poured down Qinger's forehead. She worriedly said, "If there are more than 2 foundation establishment demonic beasts, then we'll be in danger." After assessing the situation, Qinger announced in horror, "Husband, there are 3 foundation establishment demonic beasts. What are we going to do? We absolutely can't retreat." She further explained the urgent situation. "The other senior brothers are still outside, are still guarding the other key points. Once we're breached, then half a month of my senior brothers' efforts will be wasted." 1,000 pounds hanging by a thread. Wang Yulun decides to risk it all. In his hand, he has only one choice left. He can only use this. He thought of the expensive magical treasure. "This is the life-saving treasure I bought from Zeta J for 10,000 spirit stones. It can injure even a whole group of Chizuji demonic beasts." Without hesitation, Wang Yulun threw the magical treasure sphere like a grenade. In his heart, he secretly bid farewell to his 10,000 spirit stones. Immediately, the sphere formed a tornado in midair, before dispersing outwards, causing a series of earth-shattering explosions. Both hastily sought shelter behind a large rock. Wang Yulun couldn't help but be shocked. "Join me, Zeta Gay didn't even mention a word about this before. Its power is too great." When everything settled, the magical treasure had left a deep pit on the ground. Wang Yulun felt the sting of loss. His handsome face sighed. If only Zidagi were here on the battlefield, these 3 Chizuji demonic beasts would have been wiped out with a wave of his hand. Then you wouldn't have to waste 10,000 spirit stones. Qinger, hearing this, playfully scolded, "One must have some brains. You can't just keep lamenting. These blunt words often make others feel uncomfortable." Qinger continued, "Honest words often cause hurt. You've followed Zeta GE for so long already. Feels like you haven't even learned half of Zeta Ge's strategies." Pierced right through his dark heart, Wang Yulun's face turned green as he stammered in defense. "How can an ordinary guy like me compare to a monster like Zeta GE? I'm already pretty awesome, you know." Qinger, hearing this, teased her husband. Okay. You're the most awesome. Wait until we get back. Go challenge Zeta GE again. Guess if you can last more than 3 minutes." Wang Yulun, still maintaining a calm expression, replied, "Don't underestimate others. I bet I can last around 5 minutes, you know." Just at this moment, a strange, glittering object at the bottom of the pit attracted their attention. "What is that?" The 2 looked at the mineral in the pit and couldn't help but be astonished. Qinger exclaimed, "Feels kind of strange, huh?" Wang Yulun is responding to this chance to change his life. Looking at Wang Yulun's eyes shining so brightly, he analyzed. The outside has a deep green color, but inside there's something hidden. "This is soul iron. These 9 spoils of war are truly a steal." Wang Yulun made up his mind. "If I have enough soul iron, then I can refine a chi training magic tool. It can resist the golden core stage." Thinking this, he tossed his wife a cloth bag. With burning determination, he prepared to plunge into danger. "Qinger, just stay put, okay? I'm going down there to mine for ore. If there are more than 2 demonic beasts in the foundation establishment stage, please use this." Qinger replied, "All right." A few days later, at the mountain where Zifan resided, Wang Yulun wondered, "Zidage, why did you suddenly move?" Zifan smiled and replied, "I made up a reason. Wasn't it to accept disciples? So I conveniently changed to a different environment." But in his heart, he thought differently. "I can't tell those 2. I discovered that the last time I accepted the flying sword refinement order that elder brother Bang Fu gave me was for that pork knuckle guy. I'm afraid that guy will be so grateful for this. He'll rush to move, I bet." Zifan casually shows off his 2 new robot suits. "Come here and see. This is the result of my research. Spirit energy armor. All thanks to you two for letting me know about soul iron, I was able to create them. Wang Yulun admires Zidage even more. Looks so cool. He didn't expect that ancient costume men would also like superheroes. Xiphon generously says, later, if you encounter danger during battle, just put this on. On the battlefield, this spirit energy armor is the real deal. As long as it's not a core formation cultivator of a different level, no one can stop you. Hearing this, Wang Yulin asks enviously, what kind of defensive magic item is this spirit energy armor? Zifan smiles mysteriously. What exactly its nature is? Just wear it and see. With that, Zifan snaps his fingers. The suit immediately fits perfectly on Wang Yulun, like a transforming steel warrior. Ah, no. It's the spirit energy armor being equipped. Oh, how ugly. Wang Yulun thinks to himself, sure, only Chinger would be into this interface. Sure enough, Chinger looks at her husband with shining eyes. My husband, no matter what you wear, you're handsome. Though it looks a bit wonky, its functionality is absolutely amazing. Zifon explained. This armor is made from 16 independent magical artifacts combined together. It can amplify your spiritual power. Moreover, its physical defense and mental defense are top tier, the best of the best among magical artifacts. At crucial moments, it can even deploy its second form. Wang Wulin's arm, as if controlled by an automaton, raised itself. Zifan stood to the side, giving orders. Anti-Hao K, anti-demon beast burst shot. The rocket-equipped arm blasted down a wall, making Wang Wulun beam with joy. Heck, I even discovered another skill. You can even ride a longsword. Whoosh! This speed is too fast. Feeling like he's been reborn overnight, Wang Wulun excitedly said, Brother Z, this magical artifact is ridiculously awesome. Now, even if I encounter a peak Foundation Establishment demon beast, I won't be afraid anymore. The Z-Fan smiled and asked, so the rare metal you gave me wasn't a bad deal, was it? No, not at all. Wang Wulun was so grateful he could barely speak. Not a bad deal at all. This kind of treasure. I'm afraid Brother Z is the one losing out. Everything has its price. All right, let's get down to business. Everything has a price. Actually, I need a favor this time. So you want to entrust your 2 disciples to us? Previously, I helped repair the Futian continent and caught the eye of a big shot. So this time, they put my name on the list to travel with the Futian continent. You both know that traveling with the Futian continent takes a very long time. During the time I'm away, please take care of my 2 disciples in my house, Chinger. Seriously, why be so polite? Z, big bro, you've helped us so much. Helping you watch the house and take care of your disciples is nothing. Wang Yulin chimed in. That's right, that's right. Z, big bro, you've treated us incredibly well. We can't even repay you fast enough, let alone help you with things that we should do anyway. The couple suddenly felt ashamed. But that being said, our Z, big bro, is different now. This time, he's even traveling with the Futian continent. Chinger and I are also in the battle arena. However, reaching the level to go to the Futian continent, who knows when that'll be. Zifan, at this moment, was obsessed with the braised pork knuckle. He thought to himself, this time is really a rare opportunity. Only I have a bad feeling. That guy will definitely show up. Just you wait. Wang Yulian asked curiously, who are you talking about? Is there someone who can give you a headache, brother? Zifan forced a smile. I hope I'm wrong. A month later, at Tiandingquai, Tianmen. Zifan held up the pass. He easily got through. Upon entering Tianding, the supermassive, gigantic ships left him speechless. Zifan looked at them enviously. He vowed that one day he would forge a ship just as huge. He followed everyone onto a ship. A familiar, greasy voice rang out. Zishidi! Long time no see. Why didn't you tell me you were moving? Zifan grimaced, turning his head, trying to appear calm. Now I should call you Senior Yi, right? I didn't expect Senior Yi to reach the Golden Core realm so quickly, he thought. Running into this guy, nothing good will come of it. The pig trotter happily approached, putting an arm around his shoulders. He chattered incessantly. What, Senior and Junior are you talking about? We're brothers, so there's no need to be so polite, okay? Zifan got goosebumps. I just want to bail off this boat, like, now. Seriously, can I just jump ship? Is it too late to jump? You pork knuckle. I'll use my connections to entertain Z-Fan. Big boss, this is my bro. He's got a pass. Could you maybe hook us up with a decent room, pretty please? That bigwig generously replied, oh, he's Ye Little Bro's brother? There's still a room next to yours. Have your brother stay there. That pork knuckle seemed awfully interested in Z-Fan Jr. brother. Let me give you a tour of Futian continent, all right? Tonight, Futian continent will begin to move. Then spiritual food will be provided on the ship. Let's have a drink together, okay? Zifan knew he couldn't escape. That evening, in the Futian continent dining hall, the atmosphere was noisy and lively. Zifan, staring at the dazzling pile of food before him, just couldn't crack a smile. He took advantage of the pork knuckle's absence, thinking to himself, I gotta take this chance to scram! But the pork knuckle appeared like a god, pressing Zifan back into his seat. Zifan wanted to flee. However, the pork knuckle also had his own plans brewing. The immortal emperor's words echoed in his mind. Kiddo, think of a way to buddy up with Zifan. You definitely won't lose out. Trust this immortal emperor's eye. I'm not wrong, poor trotter. Heed this immortal emperor's suggestion. He eagerly says, Zishidi, the food on our floating heavenly continent is #1 in Katian's sect, you know. Even the sect leader praises it. Quick, give it a try. Zifan wasn't in the mood. He forced a smile at the table laden with food. Yi Shikshong, aren't you afraid of wasting all this? Pork trotter winks. Doesn't cost a single spirit stone. It's the best perk. #1 benefit for staff on the floating heavenly continent ship, Zifan casually inquired, bringing up an old matter. Now that you mention it, Yi Shikshong, when did your strange illness start to improve? The two brothers clink glasses. Pork trotter gratefully says, thanks to Zishidi's blessing. Last time, after leaving the secret realm, my illness suddenly improved a lot, Zishidi. You know, after I left the secret realm, I immediately advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Pork trotter proudly shows off his achievements. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage, the first thing I did was go annul my family's engagement and humiliate their young disciples. Zifan deeply agreed, thinking to himself, it's right to call off the engagement, you pig trotter. Thinking of this, the pig trotter lowered his cup dejectedly. He was tipsy and began to open his heart. Originally, I thought that canceling the engagement could wash away the humiliation, but who would have thought? The girl I canceled the engagement with was accepted as a disciple by a reclusive venerable. She is also a chief foundation establishment cultivator. I was abused by her with just one hand. Zifan secretly cursed him for being too stupid. People even know to wait until fighting the emperor, becoming an old man, before provoking. You just had a little strength and rushed to provoke her. It's right that you were beaten. The pig trotter became even more excited. He resolutely said, but that only gives me more will. So what if she has a master in the great vehicle stage? Just give me 3 years and I will definitely repay that frustration many times over. Zifan raised his glass and wished senior brother Yi success as he wished. The pig trotter didn't know what he ate. He said emotionally, as expected, only junior brother Z understands me. From now on, just call me Big Brother Yi. We will become friends from here and never leave each other. He hugged Zifan tightly, causing him to secretly curse. Ugh, you liar, definitely not. You go die. Zifan was very disgusted and kicked the pig trotter away. Big Brother Yi, you're drunk, let go of me. I still have things to do. I'm not even drunk yet. Furthermore, what could be more important than us making friends? He still won't let it go. Zifan stopped hiding it and decided to tell the truth. Previously, when I was repairing the Futian Pearl, I discovered that the crucial point of the Futian Pearl had a hidden talisman. So now that I'm on the ship, I want to examine it closely. Who knew that as soon as I got on board, Brother Yi just dragged me here to drink? What a real ham. Now my head is full of fireflies, and you're asking about talismans. Suddenly, a bony hand landed on Zifan's shoulder. He looked at Zifan with sparkling eyes. Unexpectedly, a junior chi refiner. Like, you actually have such an eye for detail. Without hesitation, he extended an invitation. How about it? Will you agree to join my sect? Zifan secretly swallowed. What now? He secretly assessed the senior in front of him. He suddenly grinned, scrutinizing Zifan. Not bad. Not bad at all. Abundant spiritual power. Tenacious soul. A good seed for an artifact refining master. Little one. So you're a disciple aboard the ship, huh? Which peak are you from? Zifan honestly scratched his head, chuckling. Junior hasn't joined any peaks yet, currently. I'm just a loafer. Turns out you're just a good-for-nothing, the senior said. Interested in coming to the Bamboo Artifact Peak? Upon hearing that name, Zifan immediately changed his tune. He stood up resolutely, saying directly, regarding that matter, who knew Zifan would suddenly grovel like a coward? So sorry! Junior is merely a Tier 1 alchemist, researching everything about talismans. The senior then lost patience, scoffing. Seeing Zifan as some kind of simp, he turned around. Alchemy! My foot! Refining artifacts. Now that's a real man's romance. Zifan pretended not to hear, Senior, be careful on your way. In truth, Zifan also quite liked that peak. He thought, I really want to join the Bamboo Artifact Peak. However, later on, I definitely won't be as free as I am now. At the very least, I'll only be able to secretly concoct pills. Who knows, if I don't break through to the Foundation establishment stage in 10-odd years, I'll be laughed at. Who knows when Fatty showed up and said ominously, the great power of Zhu. Jifeng agreed to take you as a disciple. That must be fate. Zifan jumped, clutching his fragile heart, this ham hock. What's his deal? Is he made of pure surprise? Why does he always pop up out of nowhere like that? Hamhock goes into serious mode, asking, Little Fan, sorry I startled you, huh? If you don't want to join Bamboo Chi Peak, you could just say no. Why lie about wanting to refine pills to get out of it? Z-Fan resolutely replies, because my goal is to cultivate both. Z-Fan suddenly transforms into a heroic blabbermouth, bursting with passion, saying, I was afraid saying that would attract a lot of trouble. That's why I just made up some random excuse. Besides, I don't care what other people think. I will definitely realize that goal. Hamhock, after chatting with Sister Hui, finally wakes up and says, I drank too much. I'm going to take a walk around the deck. Behind Hamhock's back, the spirit of the Immortal Emperor is always urging him, look at him. That kid isn't ordinary. Befriending him will definitely benefit you. Z-Fan, in Hamhock's eyes, instantly transformed into a heartthrob. A moment later, a massive sea serpent coils around the ship. The guests hurriedly rush out to see what's up. From behind, a familiar female voice echoes, Yun Qi, the weapon spirit of the floating heaven pearl. The first time I met it, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Turns out, they're all acquaintances. Z-Fan is a little startled. Sayan? Senior sister, what are you doing here? He glances at the man beside her, thinking, isn't that Sayan senior sister's boyfriend? Sayan shyly punches Z-Fan lightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Sayan then introduces the strange man. This is my older brother. He's now a first-level weapon refinement master of Bamboo Peak. And this is my junior brother. In both alchemy and weapon refinement, he's talented. I heard back home that you wanted to study the runes of the floating heaven pearl. My brother can definitely help you. Z-Fan feels relieved. Senior Sister Sa is still so good to me. Not her actual boyfriend. What a relief. He greets, Hello, Brother Sa. My name is Z-Fan. Man is also very friendly, shaking his hand to get acquainted. He's Sayan's elder brother, a first-rate Qifeng refinement instrument master. Because he refused to inherit the alchemy business, he broke up with his father. Sa Jingtian ran away from home. He cheerfully greets, Hello, Junior Brother Zishi. I'm Sa Diao. Zifan, upon hearing this name, thinks, Oh, mother of pearl. He used every brain cell he had to hold back his laughter. Then, he very coincidentally covered his mouth and ran off. What a horrifying coincidence. He went to a hidden corner with no one around and laughed like a father seeing his baby born. Because Sa Diao, in internet slang, means idiot. There really is a Sa Diao. Z-Fan laughed his fill, then felt a little strange. Seems like it was a bit impolite. Never mind. I'll explain next time we meet then. Suddenly, the ship shakes violently, and a voice booms. Entering the boundless sea. All hands, prepare for battle. Z-Fan hurriedly ran outside to observe the situation. He looked at the surrounding scenery with wide eyes and dropped jaw. Looking at the warship before him, he was completely impressed. Giant warship is a man's true romance. Right up Z-Fan's alley, he thought excitedly. That Kia door, a full 3 meters in diameter. Now, that's what I call a cannon. I wonder how strong its power is. S.A. Diao suddenly appeared like a ghost. So senior brother thought the same as me, huh? This is the kind of thing a real man should grasp and refine. Zifan is speechless. Do all these guys like suddenly popping up like that? The ladies, I can excuse, but men? Maybe not. Could you guys not suddenly appear and start talking? Z-Fan hastily explained the embarrassing situation. Just now, senior brother, I was too embarrassed just now. While I was talking, I suddenly had an inspiration. In order to capture that inspiration, that's why I-S-A, die-ed. He nodded repeatedly. I get it. I get it. If you don't seize an inspiration when it comes, it'll definitely make you regretful. S.A. Diao's gaze suddenly turned hazy. Moreover, we are both people who have given up on alchemy. There's no better fate than what's between us. Z-Fan internally sighed. Thank you, but no thank you. I don't want affection from men. S.A. Diao continued, Oh, right, Junior Brother Z, could you share a bit about that inspiration you had just now? Maybe discussing it a bit would make your idea even more complete. Z-Fan humbly replied, Actually, it's nothing. He used his index finger to draw some patterns in the air. Wherever he drew, Sa Diao easily recognized it. Zhen Fu Wen, Vibration Talisman. Chuan Yin Fu Wen, Sound Transmission Talisman. Guang Ying Fu Wen, Light Shadow Talisman. Bi Suo Fu Wen, Secret lock talisman. Z-Fan, if I'm not mistaken, you want a magic tool that can communicate from a distance. They're all the most common, Fu Wen, using the most common spiritual iron, capable of bearing the load. The cost aspect is a bright spot. However, without assistance from the outer sect's grand formation, the longest conversation distance between two magic tools would be about 100 kilometers. Bullseye, Z-Fan completely acknowledged. Senior Brother Sa, your level is pretty impressive. In that case, Z-Fan has to show off a bit more. Senior Brother Sa, we're not done yet. Z-Fan started drawing some extremely messy formation talisman. And Satya wondered, I don't quite understand this arrangement of the outer talisman. Z-Fan contentedly turned and left. Think about it slowly, Senior Brother. Sajiao whispered to himself for a while. Finally, he successfully figured it out and shouted, I understand, I understand. He even grabbed Z-Fan's hand. Dismissed. Go get married, all of you. 6SA is so excited he's about to explode, Junior Brother. The structure of the outermost talisman has the effect of transmitting news. In theory, as long as there are enough relaying magical instruments, then no matter how far away, it is possible to communicate remotely with each other. How amazing! I've been thinking about this talisman structure for a long time before I could understand it. This 6SA is always so exaggerated when expressing his feelings. He can't believe it. Unexpectedly, Junior Brother is so amazing that he can understand such a sophisticated formation of talisman arrays. Suddenly, there was a violent commotion from under the sea. A blinding beam of light appeared in front, and Tufem couldn't close his mouth in shock. Then, in the deep sea, something like a monster was struggling. In the sky, a flock of phoenixes flew in disarray. That group of people is the Golden Flame Patrol, trying hard to catch a few blue whales. 6SA and Tufem enjoy the sense of accomplishment, initiating the Hong FA formation. It seems that this trip to collect 10 evil resources will surely yield a lot. On the endless sea, on Floating Heaven Island, everyone was stunned in astonishment, looking at a group of guards harvesting aquatic products. 6SA exclaimed, Those are giant immortal sea whales? Judging by its size, it's probably a tribulation transcension level. We are lucky tonight. Besides admiration, Tufem isn't too excited about it. Too bad these are just the beasts from the Qi refining stage. All we can do is slurp soup. Hey, look at him staring at the cannons. These cannons are way too powerful, aren't they? One shot, and those Qi refining beasts are taking a permanent nap. Zyphan, you're such a country bumpkin. SA, you bonehead. Never seen cannons fired before, Junior Brother? You'll get used to it eventually. These are just the secondary cannons. When we encounter transcending tribulation stage beasts, that's when things get epic. The main cannons of all 9 battleships firing simultaneously can even shatter space itself. How terrifying. Zyphan, suppressing a rising fire within him. In this world, I absolutely must build a large crew for myself. Still gotta worry about my wallet, though. Hey, SA Senior Brother, how many spirit stones does one shot from that secondary cannon cost? SA explains. That expenditure isn't even considered spirit stones. However, if you were to use spirit stones to calculate it, one shot would cost about 100,000 spirit stones. But those are all minor problems. That whale, selling a few parts of that immortal sea whale from earlier, could easily earn 500,000 spirit stones. The greed of a poor student, Zifan, awakens once again. One shot like that would be enough to keep me living for over a month. However, all of this is just second-rate stuff. What's so great about that? S.A. Diao continues. The main cannons are even more intense. One shot costs 500,000 spiritual stones. It can even take down a Tribulation Transcension and a Great Ascension level 6. Zyphan regretfully thought, if only my hack was top tier. Who knows, maybe by now I would have ascended to the Immortal Realm, breaking through the void. 3 days later, on the floating heavenly boat, the runes were shining brightly. Zyphan looked at the bustling scene and sighed. Looks like the entire Kuei-Tian sect's fondness for artifact refiners these past few days is incredibly huge for nurturing artifact refiners. They don't hold back at all. Zyphan also got to enjoy some of the reputation, relying on his identity as an artifact refiner. He received a huge pile of resources, like at least 10 piles worth, probably worth around 30,000 spiritual stones. He was still deep in thought when a voice came from below. Zyphan! Junior Brother! S.A. Diao, putting his goodwill in the wrong place again. So sorry, I blabbed about your idea to my master, bro. He's super stoked about it. He wants to have a little chat with you. This stings, Zyphan. I, Choi Mi, thought we were bros. You sold me out. Not another meeting with some bigwig, please. Zifan reluctantly followed Sa Diao to meet this old master. They arrived at the door of the Artifact Refinement Department. Zifan questioned, "Isn't the entrance a bit small?" Sa Diao skillfully presented his token to scan the runes. Zifan was shocked by the boisterous and lively scene within. How is it so different inside than outside? Zifan wondered. This space expansion technique, without the corresponding runes. Even if I studied it for 100 years, I wouldn't understand it. Deeper inside, they found Elder G. The elder, seated on a large chair, proactively spoke. "You're the friend little Sa mentioned with the idea about communication artifacts, right?" Zifan respectfully replied, "Indeed, this is your junior." The elder didn't hesitate, getting straight to the point. "I've thought about it carefully. If we arrange 36,000 large protective artifacts, specifically responsible for transit in Shangzhou, then combine it with the talisman formation you came up with, it could cover the entire Shangzhou. That one-eyed old geezer is thinking deeply, so the cultivators of Shangzhou will all use our communication devices. We could even develop a bit of holographic reality chat." Zifan's bored. He can't even bother to speak. So-called video calls are already here, and it's holographic projection too. I admire that everyone still remembers. Is he someone modern who transmigrated here? Finally, the old geezer revealed his true intentions. "Little one, do you want to be my disciple? You have a talent for refining spiritual tools, you know." "Again? Why do all the big shots love taking in disciples? Do I smell that good?" Sa Diao is also very actively cheering on from the side. "Junior brother, answer quickly. My master is a spiritual tool refining sect elder. In the sect, even the sect leader respects my master a lot. After you agree, then we will be fellow disciples." Following his principle of rejecting all invitations, Zifan says, "Junior dares not deceive senior. Junior wants to walk the path of cultivation, both refining pills as well as refining spiritual tools. Joining your sect, esteemed elder, I fear would be unsuitable." Elder Kia's face darkened. Then he couldn't help but burst out laughing. How ridiculously funny. This Zifan understands nothing. The old man suddenly switched to grilling him. This junior is too honest, isn't he? "So let me ask you, between alchemy and refining weapons, which do you prefer?" As for Zifan, these questions are superfluous. Refine weapons, of course. Refining weapons is a man's romance. Elder Kia was still firmly in Zifan's corner. "So will you agree to become a registered disciple of mine? I will give you the authority to enter the inner sect, the Heavenly Refinement Peak, whenever you want. You can have time to wholeheartedly cultivate weapons. You can casually come and go under my tutelage." Zifan didn't answer. He suddenly started drawing talismans. Elder Kia was even more confused. He took out a token. "I know what you mean." Only Sa Diao was left dumbfounded. The elder ordered, "Return now. Later, when you're free, come here and chat with this old man." "Thank you very much, senior." Zifan, having finished his business, leisurely returned. Only Sa Diao is bewildered. Huang, he kneels to confess to Shifu. "Junior brother is still young. He just met you and acted rashly. Please forgive him, Shifu." The elder thinks, utterly gutted. That kid will become someone with a great career in the future. It's a pity I don't have fate with him. What a pity. A real shame. But only Zifan is happily thinking of indecent things, discussing life's path with a big shot. Success is at hand. What comes next? Marry a beautiful woman and reach the peak of life. Zifan begins to daydream, weighing the candidates. Senior sister Xia is so sexy, while Wei Yun is playful and cute. Who should I choose? I am truly a man full of sin. What are you thinking about? A house and children? A scream. Zifan wakes up. "Hey, hurry up to the front." The huge boat immediately activated its deceleration mode, then opened the protective shield. Seems like something's up. A huge wave appears, as if to swallow the boat whole. Up ahead, we're facing a horde of grand completion level rare sea beasts. Battle level S. All crew, full power attack. The order was given. Cannons roaring like the sky's about to collapse. Zifan nearly blew his mind. Holy moly, is the floating heaven pearl this effective? The ship suddenly swerved, did a U-turn, then activated the cannons, preparing a fiery assault. An earthquake-like explosion erupted, rocking the ship. Lobsters, crabs, fish, and squid under the sea all kicked the bucket. Zifan has bumped into Auntie Huey several times now. He looked at the guard of honor before his eyes in shock. Why does this feel like monster hunting for treasure? Porky's foot. Where did you suddenly appear from? This is where the demon beasts converge. Of course, it's a treasure trove. Usually, there are high-energy spirit minerals. Porky's foot said excitedly. With good luck, who knows, we might discover. Some relics even. Zifan gave up. All right, I'm beside Porky's foot, Seen too many things. I'm used to it now. Nothing surprises me anymore. The two brothers continued to chat, the atmosphere warm. Little Fan! I was so drunk last time about the fishing rod. I'm truly sorry, okay? Z-Fan replied, It's okay, no biggie. So Big Bro Ye is saying that ruins were discovered in this endless sea, eh? There are ruins here, too? This pork knuckle's like an encyclopedia. He knows everything. Because when those great cultivator powerhouses ascend, they all come to the endless sea to overcome their final, immeasurable tribulation. That's why there are many grotto heavens here, left behind by the ascending powerhouses. Z-Fan outwardly acts like he's not interested. Is that so? But inwardly he's scheming, huh? Let's see, maybe this time I'll get a chance to dig up a few grotto heavens of the powerhouses. Just then, suddenly a city appears. A glistening white city stands majestically amidst the sea. Hey, Taoists, Fan has never seen such a strange phenomenon before. Is this a city-sized magical treasure? That pork knuckle explains, This is a grotto heaven prop. Looks like we'll be here for at least a few months. Pork knuckle, all nonchalant, grabs Z-Fan's hand. Then the two of them hightail it away. Z-Fan's face darkens. Why do so many men like holding my hand? Pork knuckle affectionately calls, Little Fan! Your pass token can open an ordinary courtyard in Endless Sea City. For the next month or so, you'll be staying here. A grotto heaven magic item. Genhai City. Waves cannot shake the city, but it can still float on the sea. If you're too bored inside the city, you can go out to find treasures or form a team to hunt demonic beasts. If you're still bored, you can take on some alchemy refining tasks. Just don't go more than 1,000 meters outside Genhai City, okay? Z-Fan, bored, thought to himself, forget it. Why bother so much? Let's find a place to stay first. Inside Genhai City, it was both vast and bustling with noise. The two brothers, Xia Diao, Xia Yan, are also present. Xia Yan loudly calls out, Zishidi! This month has been so meaningful, hasn't it? Such great luck, huh? We just arrived and already ran into Xiaxiji, a beautiful morning in Genhai City. Xia Yan smiles sweetly and says, What a coincidence, Zishidi. Z-Fan saw her and smiled like an idiot, running over, What a coincidence, Xiaxiji. As he was happily rushing over, he was grabbed. Xia Diao firmly grips his hand, enthusiastically inviting, Zishidi, are you interested in opening a magic item refining room with me? It's all to repair some magical treasures for the cultivators fighting out there. In this 1 month, we can earn tens of thousands of spirit stones. Z-Fan felt a slight shiver in his heart, yet held his hand firmly. Sayan placed her hand on his shoulder, winking, and said, Junior Brother Z, if you don't want to practice refining instruments, you can practice alchemy with me, older sister. You can learn more about spiritual herbs from the bottom of the sea. Z-Fan was instantly captivated and replied without hesitation, Senior Sister Sa, that's a great idea. Let's see who you're talking to, someone interrupted. Xiaoyan, aren't you coming over here? Don't stand with those instrument refining folks. Z-Fan looked at Sa Jingtian, feeling suspicious. Is this Sa Jingtian? He wondered, as Sa Jiao glared at Sa Yan before leaving. So Sirayan happily followed Sa Jingtian. Sa Diao, after encountering the old man, said unhappily, Junior Brother Z, shall we do it? Anyway, we're idle and have nothing to do. Z-Fan thought to himself, do I have any other choice? That afternoon, Sa Diao chuckled, shaking the house. Junior Brother Z, if I had met you a little earlier, that would have been great. I've been refining instruments for over 15 years, and now I've finally found a kindred spirit. Hearing this, Z-Fan politely praised back. Senior Brother Sa has a talent for instrument refinement. It truly fills me with admiration. Just as the two were about to clink glasses, a guest arrived. A pretty girl knocked on the door and asked, Excuse me, can I repair my alchemy furnace here? Z-Fan saw this and exclaimed, Why are there so many beautiful women in alchemy? Z-Fan immediately poured tea and gently asked, Are you an alchemist? The girl sadly replied, Yes. When I went to Putian Chao, I brought a spare alchemy furnace. The first one exploded, and the other one cracked yesterday. She recounted the condition of the furnace, tearfully asking, If this alchemy furnace can't be used anymore, then I'm on Putian Chao. I won't be able to complete my missions. So I wanted to ask you to see if you could help me repair it. Z-Fan listened with satisfaction, thinking sometimes just listening to a voice is a kind of enjoyment, especially gentle and sweet voices like this. Please help me. Please take a look. Please help me a little. After enjoying it enough, Z-Fan said, No problem, let me see your alchemy furnace. Problem isn't too serious. 50 spirit stones, and I'll help you fix it when Putian Chao collects 10 small ore veins. Give me some. I'll do you a solid. Hand it over. I shall help you repair it. The girl was overjoyed to hear this. Really? With that, Zifan immediately took a shard. Then, he directly started a fire to repair the alchemy furnace. During the repair process, he used his spiritual power to gather more materials. He threw all the materials into the furnace and began refining. The girl looked at him in admiration. Zifan thought happily, maybe I should give this little beauty a bit more power? Time passed quickly with the sound of hammering. Before long, Zifan finished repairing the alchemy furnace and said with a smile, "All done! It cost you 50 spirit stones, but it's a steal." The girl received the alchemy furnace. So touched, she was speechless. Then, hugging the furnace, she shyly left. Zifan blankly reminded her, "You haven't taken the remaining materials." But the girl ran even faster, making Zifan wonder while looking in the mirror, "Am I that scary?" A month later, Zifan was tired of sitting at home. He looked a bit annoyed and lightly nudged his senior brother, Shadu. "All this month, we've just been staying put in Haicheng Town refining equipment. It wasn't easy for me to leave home so far away. I want to go outside and see the world a bit." Sadai over there was still banging away with his hammer. He listened, wiped his sweat, and replied, "All right, Junior Brother Z, go out and have a look around. I'll stay here and keep refining these instruments." I forgot that this is Junior Brother Z's first time coming to the Endless Sea. He really should go sightseeing. Zifan had just been waiting for this chance, and he took off like lightning. Then, Senior Brother saw, "Take care." He steered his little boat and flew out of the city. After wandering around the sea for a while, he was startled. Demon beast of the core formation stage. Another core formation stage monster. Finally, finding a gap, Zifan took out the submarine. He eventually found a relatively safe area of the sea. Then, he threw the submarine down, jumped in, and happily shouted, "Let the adventure begin!" Zifan entered the submarine and activated the stealth runes. He steered the submarine, cruising around the sea, and excitedly muttered, "Last life, a single submarine tour cost tens of thousands. This time, my dream has come true." Half an hour later, Zifan had descended quite deep. You observe the road ahead. Bored, mumbling, "It's too dark. I can't see anything in front of me at all." Next, Zifan reads the information on the control panel. Through checking the water pressure, I am now at least 50,000 meters below the seabed. Seeing this, Zifan suddenly said excitedly, "It's time to find the treasure." He takes out a bunch of magical instruments to detect and check the spirit module. He checks the life detection module and the night vision light mapping module. A moment later, Zifan bumped into a big fish and screamed in fright at the same time. Ye Xiao Yao is being chased by another fish. Ye Xiao Yao asked suspiciously, "Old Sword, are you sure I have to kill this thing?" Sword Emperor protested, "How many times have I told you? Call me Great Sword Immortal Emperor." Yi Xiaoyao carelessly said, "Okay, Old Sword." Sword Emperor gave up, confirming once again, this gold-devouring swordfish is a treasure. The core in its center is a sword that naturally transformed. With a little refining, it will become a top-grade treasure. Most importantly, this flying sword has the characteristic of devouring. Even if you ascend to the Great Thousand Worlds, you won't have as many magic treasures as it does. Yi Xiaoyao understands, but he also knows he's weak. "I understand what you're saying, but the current situation is that I'm being chased and killed. I can't beat this thing." Hearing this, the Sword Emperor came up with a perfect plan. This Immortal Emperor has already planned everything carefully. Go straight another 500 meters. There, your good brother will be. At that time, you use your trump card. Finally, defeat that swordfish, and then wait for your junior brother to come to your rescue. That's it. Hearing the name Xiao Fan, Ye Xiao Yao was slightly surprised, but he didn't have time to think much, because the monster fish had rushed over, Xiao Fan. But before he could think about it, the fish was already chasing him. He intended to swing his sword to resist, but then hesitated. No, he's only at the Qi refining stage. What if something unexpected happens? Then it would harm him. The Sword Emperor reassured him. Don't worry about your junior brother. This Immortal Emperor is a good judge of character. Having obtained the central spine of the gold-devouring swordfish, based on my method, it only takes 55. It can evolve into a Dao artifact. Even so, Ye Xiao still gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist. But after only a moment, he let go of his sword and ran away, shouting loudly, "Junior brother!" It's time to test our friendship. Meanwhile, elsewhere under the sea, Tu Fum is leisurely using a self-made hook to pick up clams. When he successfully picks up one, he happily exclaims, "Got it! Here's the pearl!" Millennial pearls are nurtured by giant clams. Gathering a few from the seabed to refine a bracelet would also be worth a lot of money. As for that exquisite pearl, it will form the core for a spirit-powered armor of 3 types of spiritual force. Dong Vuive Tu Pambong. Suddenly, Tufum shuddered, feeling a cold, unknown source of malice. Why do I suddenly feel a cold, malicious intent? Feeling a sense of foreboding, he immediately turned to flee. It's still better to run quickly, but before he could run far, disaster struck. A tsunami rushed in, almost capsizing the ship. While Tufum was still reeling, a familiar, ghostly voice echoed, "Tufum!" Looking up, he saw Dieptio Dao in a tattered state. He was swimming towards him and calling for help. "Tufam, save me!" Tufam sighed in his heart. Is this lingering spirit not gone yet? Why do I keep running into this guy everywhere? In the end, he still had to let this troublesome person onto the ship. Ye Xiao Yao dragged his weary body closer, weakly calling out to Xiao Fan. He struggled to hold onto the ship's railing. Trembling, he said, "That swordfish out there is practically half dead already. It doesn't have much fight left. I beg you, please help me destroy it. I must obtain its core." Before he could finish, he collapsed. "Seriously, thanks, Saifan." I'm speechless with this old ancestor. It took him a moment to regain his senses. Then he roared, "I haven't even answered you yet." After that, he sighed, looking at the dying fish outside. He remembered the added 6 conditions again. However, normally those who opposed or disagreed with my conditions usually ended up eating a lunchbox early. Hesitating for a moment, Zifan put on his armor, muttering, "Fine, I'll just agree." Then he went outside. The devouring gold swordfish was still searching for Ye Xiao Yao. As soon as Zaifan exited the submarine, it immediately noticed him. He raised his hand towards the fish, muttering to himself, "It's not that I can't beat a Qi gold core. It's just that I want a stable life later on, that's all." As he finished speaking, he threw his spear into battle. Zifan launched a preemptive strike, then quickly swam away somewhere else. He circled around, bewildering the fish. After a few laps, he returned, provoking it. Can you even keep up with Takumi's initial D? By the time the fish could react, its entire body was covered in golden needles. 10,000 piercing needles, firing at 360 degrees with no blind spots. Supreme Plus Edition. You'd think that would be the end of it, wouldn't you? Nope. Z-Fan searched everywhere, but couldn't find the fish at all. Huh? Where did it disappear to? Unbelievably, it had circled behind him ages ago. Sensing danger, he immediately drew several defensive magic formations. Flowing water shield, heavy water shield, illusion ice shield, but those shields were no match for it. Fish curiously eyed the orbs he'd just thrown out. What are these silver balls? Immediately they transformed into sea serpents, shocking it. From a nearby rock formation, Zaifan observed and calculated. Too bad my water-based puppet army is too small. It's fundamentally unsuitable for underwater combat. However, he then used spirit clone technique to counterattack. Using them to buy time should be sufficient. Through the speed of the clones, he concentrated spiritual power around him, conjuring a tiny rock in the palm of my hand. My ultimate technique needs a little time to charge up. In the meantime, the snakebots are still holding the fish at bay. That fish could scatter my snakes with a flick of its tail. Yet that's also when Zifan's ultimate move will be ready. He aims right at it with the Ice Shield Storm technique. My turn to shine. Countless shards of sharp ice surge forth like a tempest. The fish is like a black hole, sucking up all the ice fragments into itself. Its flesh is continuously battered, making its already grievous wounds even worse. It struggles desperately, thrashing about in search of a way out, but before it can escape, Zaifan launches several more needles. He uses his spiritual power to control hundreds of thousands of needles, hurtling forward. Waiting long? You're too impatient. Go on. The fish sees the attacks, yet is completely powerless. It can only lie still and take the beating. Before its soul departs its body, Zifan gazes at the fish, feeling a pang of sympathy. My poor little water snakes are completely wiped out this time. This fight also cost me a whopping 80,000 spirit stones. On the Sword Emperor's ship, they've observed the entire process. Silently assessing, combat talent is very high. Far higher than that idiot. Much higher. If it weren't for the Qi refining period, I would have offed that swordfish long ago. Zifan returned to the ship and fed Ye Xiao Yao medicine. As soon as he woke up, Ye Xiao Yao exclaimed excitedly, "Little Fan, the golden swordfish!" Then, flustered, he hurriedly apologized. "Little Fan, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have let you go kill that fish. Even I don't know how to fight it, though." Then, he pounced forward, peppering him with questions. "Little Fan, are you all right? Are you all right? Are you all right?" Zifan had to use his hand to stop him, reassuring him, "Don't worry, Senior Brother Yi. That golden swordfish is already inside here." Ye Xiao Yao grabbed the bag, praising him incessantly. Junior Brother Z is still the most awesome. It was all my fault. However, in his heart, he still couldn't believe that Zaifan could deal with that fish. Upon hearing this, Zaifan's eyes lit up. We're brothers now. Why bother with such formalities? Ye Xiao Yao, hearing this, was horrified and hastily took out a fruit to gift him. I see you don't have a storage ring. Take this ring. There are hundreds of thousands of spaces inside for storage. Zifan refused with his mouth, but his hand accepted it very quickly. Then, I'm so embarrassed. In his heart, he was almost cheering. A spatial storage ring with a large capacity. Only those skilled in refining tools from sects familiar with spatial formations and runes can refine them. They are very rare on the market. We both just escaped death and were unexpectedly sucked into a black hole. What is this, being pulled into a black hole? The submarine crashed heavily into the ground. Zifan looked around curiously, wondering what was going on. Why did we suddenly teleport from underwater to on land? Dimie Xiaoyao, on the other hand, seemed excited. Xiao Fan, if my intuition is correct, we struck it rich. This is a small world. We have no way to get out. Reporting it to the sect could bring immense benefits. But he immediately felt deflated afterwards. But looking at the dilapidated city in front of him, Dimie Xiaoyao was worried. Apart from the ruins of the small world, everything here is so devastated. It seems that Zifan is observing the opposite side. He said warily, whether we strike it rich or not is beside the point. There's a big trouble ahead. He turned to Ye Xiaoyao helplessly and asked, Great brother Yi, how much of your combat power do you have left? Seeing the battlefield behind him, Ye Xiaoyao was shocked. He immediately worried and asked Jiandi Laojian, what the heck is going on? Jiandi, hearing this, explained, this is a small world opened up by a cultivator during the Tribulation Transcension stage. Once you recover, find the exit, and you can escape. I've already observed it. This small world only has some sword arts inheritances. There's nothing really worthwhile. Ye Xiaoyao thought to himself, having sword arts inheritances isn't bad, you know? Jiandi poured cold water on him again. Don't blame me for not warning you. It'll take at least 10 more days for your strength to recover. Whether you live or not depends on your good senior brother. Ye Xiaoyao, knowing he was crippled, immediately said, Xiao Fan, my combat power hasn't recovered yet. We should find a place to hide. Zifan immediately took out a spaceship. Hiding won't work. Let's run first. And thus began a journey to escape a flock of bizarre birds. While running, Zifan observed, clicking his tongue. More and more. Zifan, lying on the roof of the ship, asked, Yi Dege, do you have a way to escape? Secretly thinking, TCH. This guy has an encyclopedic tutor, but it's like asking nothing. Ye Xiaoyao was focused on cultivating and had to stop and sigh when he heard that. He lowered his head with a sad expression, waiting until I recover my strength to have the ability to find a way out. But it will take another 10 days. Zifan heard this and jumped down to pat his shoulder in comfort. He immediately promised, Brother Yi, I will protect you for these 10 days. Ye Xiaoyao was touched and called, Little Fan. Ye Xiaoyao pointed to the right and told Little Fan to fly in that direction. That seems to be the living place of powerful cultivators. Maybe there will be inheritance inside. Zifan heard this and was a little worried. Does this pig trotter have a new script again? I'm the one who's just drinking soup. Hopefully nothing will happen. Not long after, the two found a house that was still intact. Ye Xiaoyao directed Little Fan. Let's go to that inheritance hall. Zifan replied with interest. Oh, let's go. The two flew straight into the hall to search for treasures. Inside the hall, a statue was seriously introducing, This old man is Kim Van Sen. This time, I went to the extremely empty zone to find a method to break the realm. Therefore, I left behind an inheritance to give to the predestined person. But he saw the two guys happily clearing things out. We'll meet again in the vast world if fate allows. Perhaps we'll even be master and disciple if destiny wills it. Just then, the flock of ferocious birds swooped in. Zifan's group finished gathering their things. What good timing. They finished looting the Flashman just in the nick of time. The lead birds were a little stunned to see them. Turns out, those two decided to fly right back at them. The ship broke through the encirclement and soared high. From the ship, Zifan counted the numbers and remarked, Looks like most of these demon beasts are chi refining stage, with only a few foundation establishment stage 1s. There are some golden core stage, dragon-headed weirdos in the mix. Having assessed the situation, he armed up for battle. Brother Yi, things are about to get a little bumpy. Hang in there, okay? Then he made a ninja hand sign, hovered dramatically, and thought to himself, Time for my newest research to debut against these bird people. It's showtime. Seeing him and the newly made puppets, Jiandi got excited. I told you, your junior brother is no simpleton. At least, his craftsmanship with these artifacts is quite innovative. Ye Xiaoyao glanced over and asked, Aren't those puppets a little strange? Sword Emperor said it's all good, Those puppets have their own sentience, though they're not like ordinary people. Their combat power ain't simple, very diverse. At the same time, a bird-person archer, Yang Gong, took aim. Each arrow he fired blew away a flock of birds. The ship also rammed straight into the flock to escape. Ye Xiaoyao looked back at the dust cloud behind him, enthusiastically said, "Xiao Fan, your puppets are too awesome. Each one has the strength of a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator." Then he turned to ask Zai Fan, "So Zai Fan, puppets with golden core stage strength, can you craft those?" Zai Fan immediately held up his price list as soon as he heard, "Of course, puppets with golden core stage strength. Requires the complete corpse and soul pearl of a nascent soul stage demonic beast. Brother Yi, want to buy some? I'll give you a 25% discount. Only 290,000 spirit stones per puppet. No refunds." In his heart, he thought, "This is proper business, even if this guy is a hustler." Ye Xiaoyao pulled out his coin purse, smiling sheepishly. "Well, I'm also broke. Wait till I have spirit stones, then I'll definitely buy your goods." Zai Fan thinks one way, but says another. "Yes, then I'll wait for you. This pig trotter is also extremely poor." Oh my God! Looking at the crowded flock of birds behind, Zai Fan assesses that this level is not easy to pass. 5 days later, Zai Fan resentfully looked at the dying bird people. He hung his head, his whole body listless. All the chi condensation stage puppet figurines were damaged during the battle and unusable. He rubbed at the bird people while muttering about his money. My money, my money." Ye Xiaoyao, having just finished fighting, turned around and told Little Fan, "Brother, help me watch for a bit. I'll recover my spiritual energy a little." Zifan heard that. A gloomy voice replied, "Ye Dage, just recover." Ye Xiaoyao looked at Zifan's dark expression, puzzled. He put on his armor and stomped his foot hard on the edge of the boat. Zifan clasped his hands together, laughing crazily as he looked at the flock of birds. The flock of birds and bats flying over were horrified in midair, only to see before Zifan explosions appearing one after another. Ye Xiaoyao was terrified. God, why do I feel like my chi refining stage is like it was cultivated into a dog's belly? This power rivals even the divine magic of a core formation cultivator. He's already losing faith in life, huh? Ben asked the old sword, "Have you ever met a monstrous chi refinement cultivator? What were they like? Is anyone as amazing as my junior brother?" Sword Emperor replied, "I've met the most monstrous kind, capable of slaying a nascent soul stage cultivator. Your junior brother can only fight a core formation cultivator at best, however, though he's not considered the absolute peak, he's still top tier in the Grand Thousand Worlds." Yi Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, his face full of black lines, muttered, "Holy moly! A chi refinement stage cultivator who can slay a nascent soul stage cultivator? What a freak! When they grow up, they might even chop down emperors and extinguish dynasties. If I get the chance in the future, I must meet such a person." Yi Sword Emperor said, "You'll meet them eventually." Hearing this, Ye Xiao looked at him, a little confused. Yi Sword Emperor said bluntly, without hesitation, "That person is the enemy who annihilated this immortal emperor. That is also the target you must kill in the future." Yi Xiaoyao, after hearing this, suggested, "How about you go see my junior brother instead? I feel like, compared to them, I'm just a good-for-nothing. What talent or virtue do I have that makes you value me so much?" Kim Dai said, "You don't need to belittle yourself. My meeting you in this underworld is all destiny." Suddenly, Zifan looked up to the sky and shouted loudly. Ye Xiaoyao, who was doubting his life, heard it and anxiously called out, "Little Fan!" Ye Xiaoyao looked towards the erupting battle. He saw Zifan stomping on the city wall, cursing up a storm. "You dumb bird! You keep messing with my mind. Did you think I couldn't kill you, or what?" Zifan, with both hands on his head, was furious with the birds. The sound is so dreamlike it's not difficult to resist. But who would have known what the content of that sound was? "I want to catch your whole family, take them home, and make them lay eggs for me." The more he imagined that scene, the more furious he became. "Not bad, bird. You like bestiality, huh?" To vent his anger, Zifan fired a huge cannon, roaring, "I'll turn you into a beast man! Get back to your nest!" He aimed straight at the biggest one in the flock and fired. One shot easily tore it in half. The other birds beside it saw their companion disintegrate, their eyes wide with horror. Zifan is a little crazy right now, laughing sinisterly, wanting Tao Chou to lay eggs. He fires off another shot. "Then you better receive it well. Receive it, you little bird." Ye Xiaoyao could only chuckle wryly. After Xiao Fan advances to the Foundation Establishment stage, I am probably no match for him anymore. His magic is a bit violent, the Sword Emperor suggested. Later, when you take revenge for me, if it's convenient, call this brother along. I feel like he has more hope than you do. Exactly 10 days later, Ye Xiaoyao flew out on his sword, finally escaping. Zifan snapped his fingers, and the summoned submarine appeared. A few days later, they returned to Haizhen City. The two stopped at a restaurant. Ye Xiaoyao said, Xiaofan, thank you for saving my life this time. Zifan poured tea as Ye Xiaoyao began to divide the spoils of war. I don't need anything else. Just give me a part of the sword inheritance from that great hall. Zifan calmly smiled upon hearing this. Brother Yi, feel free to take it. I'm not interested in the sword path. If I need it in the future, I can just borrow it from you. Seeing that, Ye Xiaoyao felt even more apologetic. Little Fan, brother, I don't know how to thank you enough. However, Zifan had been waiting for this moment. I've been waiting to hear you say that. He pretended to be nonchalant, asking, Actually, I've always had a question. I wonder if you can answer it for me. Just ask. If I don't know, I'll help you find the answer. I want to know, above the 12th level of Qi refining, is there a 13th level of Qi refining? Where is the ultimate limit of Qi refining? This type of question. That silly kid definitely doesn't know. Could it be that this Z-fan knows of my existence? Yi Xiaoyao said, Let's reschedule, little fan. Before Fu Tianzhou returns, I'll give you the answer, okay? Zifan thought to himself, I knew you couldn't answer this question. This question is aimed at the Encyclopedia Grandpa in your body. Otherwise, my being stuck in the Qi refining stage for so long wouldn't exactly be a solution. After parting ways with Yi Xiaoyao, he returned to his room and closed the door. He immediately asked the Sword Emperor, Old Sword, is there anything more about the 12th level of Qi refining? Old Sword Ye Zhan Di expressed dissatisfaction. Is this how you ask people? Ye Xiaoyao quickly flattered. Great, Immortal Emperor, please, just tell me. He seemed satisfied. Well, that's more like it. Old Sword Emperor pretended to be serious and recounted that matter is related to the will of the heavenly Tao. According to him, the story began in the ancient times, when the demon race ruled the world, and humans were mere slaves. However, the demon race didn't allow humans to reach the Qi-Ju stage, because once anyone broke through, they'd be immediately slaughtered, causing humanity to suffer oppression for tens of thousands of years. Under that oppression, after a long and drawn-out period, humans finally discovered Qi refining level 24 and Qi refining level 30. Qi refining level 24 after the Foundation establishment stage can directly achieve the Golden Core cultivation level. As for Qi refining level 36 after the Foundation establishment stage, combat power is directly comparable to the nascent soul stage. Daitu Dao was extremely curious after hearing this. So what happens when you reach level 108? Isn't it always the great vehicle stage? Sword Emperor advises you to think it over. But the will of heaven, or what is called heaven, does not allow it. Kid, it's best if your brothers don't try this kind of shortcut. He patiently explained that cultivation is fundamentally against the principles of Tao. Each time you advance to a major realm, it is also a kind of sublimation for the body. Levels 24 and 36 of Qi refining were created because of that year. There was no other way to resist the demon race. Sword Emperor explained in detail that if you cultivate against the principles of Tao, then don't even think about peace until the immeasurable tribulation of becoming an immortal in the great vehicle stage. The more you skip the basics of becoming an immortal, the stronger the power of the immeasurable tribulation becomes. Yi Xiaoyao hurriedly stopped him, concluding that there was no way to break through beyond the 12th level of Qi refining. Sword Emperor confirmed and then sighed. It's very difficult because the transfer has been interrupted, and I don't have any cultivation methods in this area. If I were at my peak, I could split the long river and extract the cultivation methods. But now, at the same time, Zifan, who was in the forest, yawned. He comfortably lay in a hammock and suddenly had a bad feeling. Why do I keep feeling that something is wrong? Something bad is going to happen? Forget it, I'm far away from that ham hock guy, so there's probably no danger. Seriously, does he have too much free time? Worrying about his disciples? I wonder how those 2 disciples of mine are doing now. And that unlucky Wang Yulun. That unfortunate guy must have used up all the bombs I left behind. This time the doppelganger suffered heavy losses as well. I must hurry back, find more spirit stones to protect my life. Another 10 days passed, and the floating sky ship returned. The disciples excitedly shouted, "The floating sky ship is back!" Then, the disciples inside Zhenhai City returned. The cultivators in the sects swarmed towards the ship. The ship approached Zhenhai City. A portion of the outer gate of the city lit up, shrunk, and flew towards the ship. Before long, The ship landed on the water. Sadiao went to greet Zifan, then turned to look at junior brother Z. "Oh, you're back too? How was the exploration?" Zifan glanced down at the ocean, grimacing. "Don't even mention it." "Oh, right. Senior brother Sa, does the floating sky ship take different routes each time it travels?" Sadiao leaned against the ship and replied, "That's right. The endless sea is very vast. Following the same route would be quite dull." He leaned back against the railing, adding, "Furthermore, the floating sky ship is very safe in the endless sea, unless we encounter a millennia-old sea beast like before. Otherwise, they all return safe and sound." Zifan was very interested to hear that. The Futian Pearl is truly a creation of heaven and earth. I really want to know how it was forged. Cao Cao, while agreeing, gnashed his teeth in anger. "It's good indeed, but those Tianju sect who forged it are arrogant and rude." Zifan, understanding, patted him on the shoulder. He knew exactly how he felt. It's like a company holding the core of science and technology over its customers. They have absolute power of control. Cao Diao suddenly grabbed Zifan's shoulders and praised him. "Junior brother Z! I know you absolutely have a talent for refining magical artifacts." His eyes sparkled. Be it carving basic runes or creating new runes and refining equipment, you're top-notch. Even your ambition is just like mine. Zifan really wanted to correct him. "It's just that I'm interested in it. It's not my ambition. My true ambition is to go home." But before I could say anything, Sadiao eagerly blurted out, "Junior brother, promise me!" Must bring forth a giant bull, even stronger than the Futian bull later. That's what our refinement instrument lineage creates. Giant ships, crafting them so they can freely soar in the extreme void region. Zifan didn't dare look him in the eye, humbly replying, "Senior brother Sa, you overestimate me. I don't have that kind of ability." He thought to himself inwardly, "Why force your ambition on me like this? Moreover, even if I could refine one, I'm afraid he wouldn't be around to see it." Then, imagining the scene of visiting Sadiao's grave, "I've come to sweep your grave, senior brother Sa, this year. I'll burn the heavenly pearl you love the most for you, okay?" But Sadiao was very confident. "No, you have the ability." He pointed to the sky, announcing on behalf of our master, "My master has already said it. In 100 years, whether you accept it or not, you are the top disciple of the refinement instrument lineage." We, Zifan, couldn't laugh, thinking to himself, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. However, you and your master definitely don't know. Even in 100 years, I'll still just be at the chi refining stage, you know?" Zifan quickly changed the subject to distract senior brother Cao about that communication device I mentioned last time. "How's it coming along?" Gotta cut off his imagination. Cao Diao, hearing that, also shifted gears. "Following up on that, huh? If nothing unexpected happens, once I return to the sect, the design should be implemented. It won't be long before everyone in our sect has a communication artifact in hand. When that happens, just wait for the sect leader's reward." Zifan was extremely excited to hear that. Wow, so quickly. He's already decided to invest. "Should I grab some shares?" Cao Diao added, "This is a really great thing. When that happens, all the disciples will have a unified communication artifact. Dispatching sect missions will be much easier afterwards. It'll also be very convenient for all senior and junior brothers to communicate with each other." Zifan began to dream of a wealthy future, waiting for that communication artifact to become widespread. Should I try out this online sales thing? Why be a boat person or a landlubber? Those aren't the path to the pinnacle of life. He looked out to sea absent-mindedly, then noticed something. Zifan used his magic to observe the distance. Then he asked senior apprentice brother S.A. if there were any islands in the endless sea. S.A. Dieu looked at Theo and replied, "Junior apprentice brother, that is not an island. It is the shell of Tian 6, who, along with the cultivators of our human race, rely on each other. True to its name, it is a turtle carrying an entire island on its back." Claudio suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "That's right." He pulled Tufam's hand happily and said, "Speaking of Tian 6 inches, we cannot fail to mention the clams on Tian 6's body. Junior apprentice brother, let's go." Now we go up to the turtle shell for a feast. A few minutes later, the meal for both of them was served. "Here are your meals." Zifan felt a bit speechless, looking at Ha's group. He was about to try the food when someone sat down at the table. Coincidentally, they were all acquaintances. Zifan sighed. Senior sister S.A. and the girl who repaired the Dan furnace yesterday even changed into new clothes. No wonder they're so beautiful. S.A. Diao whispered to S.A. Yan, "That old man?" S.A. Yan smiled helplessly. "Father's mood hasn't been very good lately. The alchemy furnace he loved the most exploded. Now, he is extremely heartbroken." After that, Sha Diao clapped his thigh, saying, "So, he's failed his third-grade alchemist advancement for the 7th time, huh? Tell me, should I go mock him a little?" Sha Yan facepalmed. Your cultivation is still too weak. If you mess this up, Father will hang you up and beat you." With that said, Shadiao summoned a pill furnace. He pushed it in front of Shayan, instructing, "Didn't his pill furnace explode? Give him this to use." Shadiao, worried to death, still stubbornly said, "Just say you found it on the boat, okay?" This scene made Zifan nostalgic. Father and son, huh? Later on, even that stick couldn't be used. Your father once said, "I'll leave this stick at the front door. If you mess up again, I'll use it to teach you a lesson." At this moment, Xianshan awkwardly spoke. That's... Last time, you helped me repair the pill furnace. It works really well. Thank you." Zifan, upon hearing this, turned to tease. "So, how are you planning to thank me?" Xianshan shyly said, After we return, I'll ask the Treasure Appraisal Guild to evaluate it, and I'll pay you the rest." Sayan saw this and joined in. "Are you teasing my junior sister, huh? Jiangxin is a good girl. She's the beloved daughter of the Wanbai Tang. If you do anything bad to her," Sayan gently reminded him, adding a warning, "then someone will do something even worse to you." Zifan, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. "Wanbai Tang! I've seen the might of this battle hall elder before." Kai Shan, held in his hand, truly makes one tremble at the sound. Oh, well, it still scares one out of their wits. Xiang Qian snuggled into Sayan's arms, acting spoiled. "Yan Geg, you're bullying me again." It seems Zifan is facing a difficult choice. According to his ideals, he wants them all. Sayan closed her eyes and smiled. "All right, no more noise. This time, I brought Jianxi in here to thank you. She said the newly refined pill furnace works very well. Junior brother Zai." "In DT0, huh?" Zifan humbly replied. "What are you saying? I only used a tiny bit of spiritual power, plus the remaining materials were all provided by her." Zifan scratched his head and smiled brightly, but in his heart he felt a pang of regret. I wouldn't dare offend her father. I still want to live. Suddenly, Zifan sensed something. He suddenly stopped, and the name Wang Yulun flashed in his mind. At the same time, in the area under the jurisdiction of the Cultivation sect, Wang Yulun was wearing armor and running for his life. Following him were several fox spirits chasing after him. "Oh, handsome young master over there, don't run. This sister has something good she wants to show you. Young master, do you want to know what is human paradise?" He plunged forward, constantly thinking, "This is bad. I must quickly return and report to the sect that the demon race suddenly appeared in the area managed by the Cultivation sect. However, his speed couldn't match a persistent pursuer. Young master, do you think I'm beautiful? Why don't you stop and take a closer look?" Fortunately, the mask lit up, breaking the charm. Even so, he was surrounded and trapped by them. The black fox used its spiritual power to wrap around Wang Yulun, gently caressing his face and whispering, "Young master, do you have any more tricks? You've used them all up, haven't you? To catch you, I sacrificed many of my sisters. Yet, there he is, screaming, 'Just kill me!' This place will be discovered by the sect sooner or later. You'll all be dead by then." Black Fox Demon just patted his shoulder. Then she licked her lips, caressing his face. "How could I kill someone as handsome as you?" Next, an enchanting sound made someone drop their equipment. "Young master, follow me. My sisters and I will show you what earthly paradise truly is." And so Wang Yulun was utterly controlled by the three fox demons. What bad luck! His eyes gradually lost focus, becoming soulless. At the same time, Zifan sensed an ominous premonition. He looked into the distance, thinking, "Wang Yulun, that kid can't die so young, right? As long as I can return, everything can be easily discussed. Whatever. How can the path of cultivation be smooth sailing?" Zifan was quite worried about his little bro, though. However, he still tried to remain calm while on the boat. At the same time, traversing across the endless sea at the flower field under the jurisdiction of Cultivation sect, Wang Yulun was experiencing a truly unforgettable time. And at midnight, 3 days later, in Zifan's room, Ye Xiao Yao placed his teacup on the table. The story goes like this. He recounted the findings from the Sword Emperor. Indeed, there's a realm higher than the 12th level of Qi cultivation. However, the cultivator's legacy has long been severed, he continued, seemingly oblivious to the resentful gaze of the person opposite him. Moreover, that senior told me this, and also said that a prodigy with extraordinary talent like Zifan, little brother, it's best not to try cultivating beyond the 12th level of Qi training. It will damage your immortal roots, you see. Zifan was sleepy, but still had to admit that this ham-fisted guy was all right. At least, these eyes don't deceive. He feigned ignorance, saying, quote, "I was just curious. I never thought of trying it." Ye Xiaoyao felt relieved. "Then I'm reassured." Zifan was plotting when his wrist was grabbed. "After I get back, I'll research how to try it. At worst, I'll just rebuild before the major tribulation." Then he was dragged away by Ye Xiaoyao. "Little Fan, this time you saved my life." Such a great kindness can't be repaid with just words. All right, today I'm treating you all, my dear disciples. Let's go eat the most delicious food in Futian Prefecture, shall we? We won't go home until we're drunk. Zifan, looking troubled. Not again are we flying. A month later, Futian Prefecture flies back to the Quetian Gate. Zifan returns home, greeted by his disciples. "Master, you're finally back." As he walks into the house, Zhigang asks, "Master, next time you go, can you take us with you?" "My sister and I won't be a bother, Master." Ziyuexian smiles sweetly. "If we aren't around, who will take care of you, Master?" Zifan, hearing this, first flicks Zhigang's forehead. "All you think about is going out to play. Have you been practicing diligently?" Zhigang clutches his head. "Of course I have. Yuexian can vouch for me." Ziyuexian quickly says, "Yes, he's been working very hard at his training." He nods in satisfaction, then the next second grabs the bunched-up hair of the little kid. Zifan smiles wickedly, saying, "Still daring to cover for your brother, huh?" Ziyuexian anxiously says, "Qing Ji said that Yuexian has grown up already. I'm not a kid anymore. Master, please don't pull my braid anymore." Zifan listens and releases her braid. Okay, Master will definitely remember it this time." Then she undid the braid again, but I've told her countless times and she won't fix it. Zhigang, how shocking. That thing can actually walk out. Zhueqian, in a huff, kicked him. But Ziyuexian could only hug her foot and cry in pain. "Master, you big dummy. My foot!" Zifan, having teased his disciples, felt much happier. So this is how a family should feel. Zifan, feeling happy, decided to throw a party. "Quickly go call Uncle Wang Yu and Sister Qingyi back here. Today, we shall have a feast." Later, the five of them clinked glasses together. A simple yet laughter-filled celebration. They also played some simple but fun games. Time slowly passed, and the party gradually came to an end. After that, the two kids went to sleep. Zhigang sleep-talked. "Rest assured, Zhigang the Great is here." Zifan gazed at the two little ones. He said gently, "Eat your fill, then roll over and sleep." And yet, she says she's not a child. He didn't turn around, changing his tone to accuse. "You guys are pretty bold, aren't you? Daring to possess my sworn brothers and sister-in-law." Hearing that, the fox spirit inside Wang Yulun licked his finger and said, "Young master, are you interested in joining our demon race? After we accomplish our great task, this entire Jiang province will be yours to rule." Zifan turned his head and scoffed. "You think you're worthy, based solely on yourselves?" Hearing this, those creatures knew they'd run into someone difficult. Zifan sat up, eyes sharp. "I don't care what plans you have, but daring to possess those two, there's nothing left to discuss between us." The two fox spirits immediately donned armor and shouted, "So, you refuse a toast and choose a penalty drink, huh?" However, before either could act, their shoulders were gripped tightly. Zifan instantly closed the distance, pressing close to the two fox spirits, asking, "From Wang Yulun's memories, did you discover I haven't retrieved the artifacts I crafted to deal with myself?" "You're underestimating me quite a bit, aren't you?" Fox spirit within Wang Yulun smirked. "Those things don't matter, because you're about to be one of us." A strange magic formation appeared before him. Zifan was pulled into a familiar illusion. A delicate woman ran out, asking, "Hubby, are you back?" Zifan exclaimed warily, but this beauty immediately leaped into his arms. She blinked, looking bashful, asking, "Hubby, I've finished cooking dinner and boiled the water. Do you want to eat first, or bathe first? Or perhaps..." She snuggled closer to Zifan. "Eat me first. No need to consider it." Zifan said greedily, "Only children make choices. I'll take it all." Not long after, Zifan pushed the beauty away. Looking up from below, the beauty giggled seductively, murmuring, "Hubby, are you too eager?" Her pupils transformed into those of an animal. Zifan tossed the rope aside. As the two embraced, the woman exclaimed excitedly, "Hubby, I'll serve you well." But while those two were at it, a third party was watching. Shocked, the ones affected were actually two Hu clan demons. They were a little shocked, thinking, "We, the Fox Spirit clan, were actually charmed? Or were we charmed by a human?" Zifan stood behind, asking, "Why didn't you continue at the crucial moment? Hurry, add 5 yuan for this acting." Before they could do anything, they were dragged outside. Wang Yulun woke up the next second. He and his wife rushed excitedly toward Zifan. "Brother Z, I am forever in your debt for saving my entire family once again." Wang Yulun cried like a leaky faucet, babbling at the very end. "I was entangled by those 3 fox demon freaks and their golden cores. I nearly ended it all. However, before Brother Z left, he told me that if I encounter any trouble, so long as I can survive and return to the sect, everything else is to be entrusted to you. Your words changed my mind, really. It's all thanks to you, really. Z-Fan patted his shoulder, comforting him. It was just a minor hiccup. You've suffered while I was away. A cold glint flashed in Z-Fan's eyes. He intended to directly extract the memories of those demon race scum. Let me see, brothers. What crimes have you committed? I'll return them to you tenfold. As for methods of torturing people, well, I know a great many. A snake condensed from spiritual energy began to lick the souls of those fox demons. Seeing the rather gruesome scene, Wang Yulun hastily interjected. Brother Z wouldn't want to see this. Now that we've caught them, why not just destroy them? However, Zi-Fan adamantly shook his head. How can that be? Those guilty against you must pay tenfold. You are my brother. How can I let you suffer such grievances? The demon spirits are desperately struggling, but it's all in vain. It didn't take much effort. Zi-Fan extracted all the information from their memories. It turns out that during the Great War between the two realms, the demon realm invaded. Although both entrances were suppressed by the powerful cultivators in the center of the mainland, a great demon still used supreme divine power to send a group of demon race experts. The art of captivating people fell into this group of demon clans has exploited a special space to manipulate the minds of many people, and through that, they infiltrated the world. Witnessing this scene, Vuong Vuluan couldn't help but shudder, thinking this was a memory. Next, there were images of humiliating times that were hard to put into words. While Mo Dong Than, NH, I was so angry she was fuming. Tu Pham mocked his little wife for breathing out smoke. I didn't expect you to be such a seasoned hero. Vuong Vuluan quickly decided to explain. Than, NHI, listen to my explanation. I was controlled at that time. It wasn't me anymore. Mo Dong Than, NHI, immediately covered her ears. I don't want to hear it. Zi-Fan conveniently threw the two fox demons over. Go and collect your reward. Murong Chinger also spoke. Listen to Zidage first. Let's talk about your matters at home. Wang Yulun groaned. Zidage, if you don't help me, after receiving the reward, I will give it all to you. Hun Tat Han secretly cried bitterly in his heart. Why is it that at such a crucial moment, the tacit understanding between two men is so out of sync? Zi-Fan immediately urged. That's also good, okay? Hurry up and report the intelligence of the demon clan. Any later end. I'm afraid that the original form of those two fox beasts will disappear. In a dense forest on the border, after the den of the demon clan was hiding, unexpectedly, a giant gate descended from the sky, easily breaking through the protective dome, and it fell straight into the center of the base. When the gate firmly landed on the ground, a majestic voice rang out. It's such a pity for you, demon clan. You've only been here for a few days, and you've already been discovered. The gate slowly opened, and a composed figure stepped out. He squinted and smiled, looking down at the demon clan with a provocative look. How about you inform your boss to transfer some more demons over? Immediately, the core inside the body. Each demon clan begins to shine brilliantly. The old geezer calmly draws a few symbols in the air. The corner of his mouth quirks into a smile that wants to spontaneously combust. Ah, but I won't allow it, because all of you are treasures, you know. Immediately after, all of them, demon clans are transformed into mysterious black cubes. When the entire area is crammed full of black boxes, the old geezer finally bursts into laughter. Demons still want to recreate the glorious hegemony of the ancient realms, huh? As he finishes speaking, he collects all the boxes, his voice turning cold. You're thinking too much, aren't you? Now, who's the hunter? It's no longer clear. Time quietly slips away. 1 year later, at Zi-Fan's wooden house, the young man sits at his familiar table, where a delicate wooden model sits. One hand skillfully carves, and Zi-Fan unconsciously sighs. Lost in thought, I've been in this world for 14 years already. He gently places the exquisite car model on the table. Then, he channels a stream of spiritual energy into the car's rear. His heart is once again a jumble of thoughts. Over the past 14 years, the memories of my previous life haven't faded at all. Conversely, as time passes, I think about it more and more. The model car immediately started, its wheels slowly beginning to roll. Zi-Fan smiled sadly, looking at Theo, then quickly regained his spirits. I'm talking too much again. In this world, anything is possible. Sooner or later, I will be able to return. Worrying now won't do any good. After encouraging himself, Zi-Fan stepped outside and suddenly noticed a strangely shaped stone. Immediately, Zi-Fan felt a familiar and infuriating aura. He thought to himself, it could only be that pork knuckle. Sure enough, Dietio was sitting comfortably in a chair. As soon as he saw him, he said, Little Fan, I heard from Junior Brother Vuong that your artifact refining level has reached its peak. This time, please help your big brother with a favor. He began to whine. To keep practicing the Cloud Dragon sword formation, but I'm still missing 36 level 2 flying sword treasures. Only then can it take shape. Hearing this, Zifan's smile froze. He cursed inwardly. Wang Vuluan not only revealed my location, and even revealed that he knew how to refine artifacts for this pig trotter. Looks like Ye Xiaoyao is still rambling on like there's no one else around. Little bro, spare a moment to help this big bro refine something, will ya? Look at me. Even some nascent soul cultivators can beat me now. Zifan doesn't need to guess. He already knows what his boss is plotting. He wants me to work for free, right? This pig trotter's path of shamelessness is getting further and further. He sighed, contemplating the source of this change. I still remember the first time we met, I knew this pig trotter would benefit me. He was originally such a kind pig trotter, but it seems after getting that grandpa's cheat, he's become more and more unscrupulous. Zifan's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp as if seeing through everything. He's still trying to seduce me with that male lead aura I see. Facing a male beauty scheme, huh? You skillfully refused. Brother Deep, in a moment, refined 36 level 2 flying swords, and they have 6 types of attributes. Furthermore, the material of the main sword is required to be the same. This is really not easy to do. The old sword emperor kept muttering shamelessly, "Don't listen to him. Do you want to forge the Wandering Dragon Sword formation? Do you want to kill that core formation stage non-min guy? You cultivate immortality, so you should disregard everything. What even is face? Can you eat it for dinner?" He even remembered to embellish things for Ye Xiaoyao. Plus, with my help later on, ascending to the Immortal Realm will be a piece of cake. You know, are you still worried about not being able to repay your brother's kindness? Ye Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and pushed a box over. Xiaofan, I won't let your efforts be in vain. This is a treasure I discovered in some ancient ruins. There's definitely something very important inside. Now, it'll be yours. As soon as Zifan saw the box, he immediately put his hand on it, a gleeful expression on his face. Senior brother Yi, you're being too serious. If that's the case, then just give me that Qingfei sword of yours. Later, I will give you a detailed list. Just buy everything on it for me. All right? The old sword emperor patted Ye Xiaoyao's head a few times, offering some advice. Looks like you still haven't learned how to interact with people. It seems you're still unfamiliar with how things work in the cultivation world. On the contrary, your brother understands this all too well. Ye Xiaoyao dejectedly left. Zifan watched his departing figure, secretly calculating in his mind. This thing is not simple. If it is a few-in magic formation densely packed on this box, well, this intervention is quite worth it. Afterward, his gaze turned towards that strange rock from earlier. In the blink of an eye, Zifan appeared before the rock. With a gentle squeeze, the rock transformed into Yue Xian. Zifan chuckled. Yue Xian! Next time, don't turn into such an ugly rock, okay? It's too easy to get spotted. Yue Xian hurriedly waved her hands, clutching her braids. Master, how many times have I told you? Stop grabbing people's braids already. The little girl quickly pulled out her notebook, recording her master's actions. Seeing this, Zifan sighed. This kid's improving so fast. There's definitely a reason for it. He gently opened the door, inviting the little girl inside. A few minutes later, Yue Xian brought up a tray of fragrant tea. The little girl gazed intently at her master, then asked, Master, did you really discover that I was an ugly rock before you changed me back? Zifan chuckled, gently tapping the little girl's head, grinning. Of course not. There's another reason, too. You'll know it when I can't detect you anymore. Then you'll know. For now, just practice slowly. He took a sip of tea, then smacked his lips, praising, Delicious tea! Yue Xian secretly thought, My master sometimes shows expressions unbefitting his age, doesn't he? Zifan asked Yue Xian, Did you gain anything from this mission? Hearing that, the little girl smiled brightly, offering a bag of goods. I just discovered this yesterday, all thanks to this willow wood. I nearly threw away all my magical tools. Zifan opened the bag, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Perfect! Truly, it is perfect. Deep within this thunderstruck wood lies a thunder talisman. It's of the purest essence, most aligned with the great Dao. He used his spiritual power to begin refining the small piece of wood. The stream of spiritual power, controlled steadily, gradually flowed inside. After refining it, he produced a bottle, saying, Done! This spirit pill is formed from the energy of the thunderstruck wood, transformed into it. It contains the purest life force. Yue Xian quickly took it. In case I encounter danger, taking one pill can fully restore my health. Yue Xian respectfully replied, Thank you, Master. Zifan then asked, Oh, right. What has your brother been up to lately? Yue Tian remembered and replied, My son went with Uncle Vuong to do a mission. Now Uncle Vuong is his team leader. Tu Pham heard this and instructed, if you see my son, tell him not to just focus on cultivating all the time. Sometimes cultivating too quickly is not a good thing. Like your Uncle Vuong, wasting so much effort, ultimately only at Zuji, level 2. It's still a long way to ascend to the upper realm. As soon as he finished speaking, in Tu Pham's imagination, Vuong Vuluan was painfully scrambling. Just then, Tu Quong's voice came from outside. Master, Tu Quong happily ran in. I'm back! Vuong Vuluan followed behind, carrying a box. Tu, big brother, I've come to play. Tu Pham pretended to be surprised. Isn't this Senior Chi Zhuchi? Why? What precious matter brings you here? Vuong Vuluan nervously said. No, Tu, big brother. Don't be like that, I'm scared. Then he submissively offered the gift. Tu, big brother, please see. This is an unidentified spirit ore that I discovered in the monster's lair. I specifically brought it here for appraisal. The Pham listened and looked intently at the box. Half an hour later, Zifan spoke up. Wang Yulun, you got the brat to sleep, didn't you? Kid, you've done good. You see, you revealed my identity as a chi refiner to Ye Xiaoyao, causing him to push a pile of flying swords my way. I'm definitely not letting you off the hook for this. Zifan looked at him with great interest. However, about this spirit ore. Now, spill all the information related to it. Now, a few days later, Zifan used the blue stone, thinking to himself, who would have thought that brat, Wang Yulun, could actually find such a rare spirit heart ore? He refined it while muttering to himself. This kind of ore is extremely precious. Not only can it be imbued with divine consciousness and will over a long period, then Zifan brought the new item out to the arena, but it can also resonate with all kinds of magical artifacts. That way, I can put it into the body of the puppet, so that the puppet can have a portion of my divine consciousness. He placed a small piece of stone into the body of the King Kong. Afterwards, Zifan stepped out and stood in front of the King Kong, excitedly saying, let me see what the results are. The newest version of the divine consciousness puppet, King Kong the Mighty One. Release a white one-horned wolf as your opponent. Let's have a little competition. Zifan, standing between them as referee, chuckled and shouted, fight each other for a round. Let me see what you've got. King Kong maintained his distance, observing the wolf meticulously. Conversely, the wolf immediately turned dark and lunged to attack. King Kong gracefully dodged the blow, then sought an opening to counterattack, using his chi to defend against his opponent's sharp claws. After a while, Zifan whistled in amazement, thinking, so quickly you've already won? On the field, only King Kong remained standing strong. Very good, very good! Attaching a small piece of the Lingzhen stone has unleashed the fighting prowess of the puppet, fivefold. Extremely useful. Wang Yulun, just entering the gate, widened his eyes in surprise. He carefully ran around, avoiding the wolf. Curiously, he asked, Zida Gay, why did you kill the wolf at home? It's a high-level spiritual beast. Zifan retracted the wolf's corpse. Oh, you've come, Wang Yulun. Wang Yulun smiled flatteringly. Zida Gay, the armor I had was damaged by the demon race last time. I heard your instructions that once I find the upgrade materials, I must quickly give them to you, right? Zifan looked at his bag of items. You found them so quickly? Wang Vuluan smiled foolishly. Some items Thon NH I saw I was anxious about, so she spent spirit stones to buy them. Big brother, do you think she wants to give me a surprise? Zifan bluntly poured cold water on him. Don't be happy too soon. I remember that more than 200,000 kilometers from Kuyetin Mon is the area of Ba Hua Tong. He covered his mouth and laughed with interest. He warned gently. I heard that the female disciples of Ba Hua Tong especially like the handsome and talented disciples of famous sects. As long as they like someone, regardless of whether that person has a family or not, they will find ways to get them into bed. Wang Vuluan heard this and replied, Ba Hua Mon, I know about that. Some time ago, there was a talented genius from Huye Tianmon who was targeted. He still hasn't returned to this day. I also heard that later, an intersect elder personally went there to demand justice. As a result, he almost didn't make it back either. Zifan saw that he was still indifferent and laughed. You still don't understand what I mean? He opened the door and entered the house, saying, let me just tell you straight, you really shouldn't go anywhere lately. But if you absolutely have to, protect yourself, all right? Wang Yulun still doesn't sense the danger. However, I have no choice. I must go. Zifan, not bothering to enlighten the idiot, slammed the door shut. Wang Yulun's master ordered Yulun. Recently, you're needed for a trip to Bai Hua sect. Wang Yulun, teary-eyed, asked if he could possibly not go. Master snapped back, absolutely not. He pointed straight at Wang Yulun, glaring. In half a month, Our sect will hold an exchange party with Manhwa sect. The sect leader will personally reward those who perform excellently. He fumed. You're my outstanding Chi-Juji disciple, the one I'm most proud of. If you don't go, do you want me to lose all face? That's when he remembered Zifan's words. Protect yourself. Good luck. Don't let the door hit you on your way out. Yulun, thinking of his wife, unhesitatingly jumped to plead, Master, I'm a married man! Going there is fraught with unknown danger. The master grimaced, sizing him up. Looking like that, if you go there, it certainly will be a bit dangerous. Master's sudden words confused Wang Yulun. My intuition is kicking in, so you don't need to worry too much. Meanwhile, in the Zifan residence, Yi, this is already rock bottom. Zifan looked troubled. If you go any lower, don't even think about it. All the Dharma artifacts have to gather. Ye Xiaoyao sat opposite him, pleading, Zifan, think of something. All the materials needed cost a whopping 1 million spirit stones. Zifan rolled his eyes, sighing, A poor male lead? This is the first time I've seen one. Where did all your lucky encounters and opportunities fly off to? Ye Xiaoyao didn't dare to look him in the eye. The old sword passed down the sword formation cultivation technique. Truly, it's reckless all right, but the requirements for attributes and quantity are all too high. Poor me. Luckily I have a Qi refining grandmaster, Xiao Fan, here. Zifan continued to ask, Yi Dage, you've been at Wanjian Peak for years. Couldn't you save up anything at all? Ye Xiaoyao's face flushed. The truth is, I'm broke. I need at least 3 more days. Inwardly, he despaired. Finding spirit stones isn't actually hard, but I didn't expect to spend so much. The old sword needs to recover. I also need to nurture the Azure Main sword and upgrade the 12 sub-swords. Zifan opened and closed his eyes. He sighed. We humans must always learn to bow our heads before life. Trust my experience. Get out there more, and you'll have unexpected encounters. So Ye Xiaoyao decided to head to the pawn shop. The employee handed over the money, saying, Everything's in order, sir. You can buy back these treasures later, with a bit more interest than last year. Ye Xiaoyao listlessly replied, Thanks. That useless old sword emperor, always complaining. What a disgrace. After we get to the Heavenly Hong Thousand Worlds, don't you dare mention that you're a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Immortal Emperor. So poor he has to pawn treasures? Ye Xiaoyao angrily retorted, Old man, if you say one more word, I'll cut off your resource funding completely. Zifan was relaxing at home, humming a tune. He sat down in a chair. Full of anticipation, he muttered, Wasting a little effort is also considered breaking the seal. Let me see what treasures that pig trotter guy gave me in this box. Then he opened the box, and a mystical light shone out. Zifan stared at the object inside, his eyes narrowing. Isn't this Ye Xiaoyao's 6 bags? Something's weird. Where did I put that piece of spiritual jade for illuminating myself? He couldn't find it, so he turned to ask the Old Sword Emperor. Old man, have you seen it anywhere? Back to Zifan. He was silent, muttering, I was careless. He held the glowing jade, grumbling irritably. This thing is probably the bright jade illumination. It's a bit stronger than the light illumination technique. It's definitely been messed with. I said, why would the old grandmaster in that pig trotter's body be willing to give me the opportunity? Zifan knocked the box and cursed. Old shameless sword emperor, pick your teeth. Still troubling this immortal emperor to find resources myself. A certain floating island of the 100 Flowers sect, Wang Wu Lun, is lost among a group of people. He feels both relieved and lucky. Luckily, before coming here, he used his master's secret technique to turn into an ugly face. Only then did he avoid this calamity. I promised Than Nhi already. If something happens this time, I will hang myself in front of her. A beautiful woman looked at the old man beside him and called out, Elder Shenye. 2 beautiful women clung to the old man and asked, Your disciples are here to exchange knowledge with us. But they don't seem satisfied with our disciples, do they? Shenye trembled and said, What are you saying? Your disciples. We are very satisfied with the disciples that your sect specially recruited. A beautiful woman with 2 colored eyes smiled charmingly and asked, Really? Then she glanced at Wang Wulun and asked, Then why not? Dare to show your true colors, huh? Wang Yulun is getting teased, yet he doesn't dare say a word. Two-toned beauty leans in close to the old geezer, asking, Elder Shenye, am I really that ugly? You don't even bother to glance at me. The old geezer struggles to think. I'm afraid if I look even once, I'll never come back. Seeing he doesn't answer, she presses closer. Don't be shy. On Wang Yulun's side, another beauty approaches. She sits on Wang Yulun's lap as he reminds her, Miss, your legs. Then she replies, They're white, slender, and long. Do you want to play with them for the rest of your life? Wang Yulun gets hit again, but still manages to restrain himself. I must endure! Time flies by so fast. Before you know it, it's already dawn. Meanwhile, Xifen lies on a wooden chair, enjoying life. I'm not even a villain, am I? I don't even harbor any ill intentions towards that pig trotter. Then why have I suffered losses 3 times in a row from him? Looking at that pig trotter, he doesn't seem like those tragic romance manhwa leads. Why am I so unlucky when I'm around him? He raises his hand, allowing a little bird to perch on it. Looking at the tiny bird, he mutters contentedly. This one has been trained, but I still need 500 more. Then I can summon the divine fire of the family 6, and then be promoted to a level 3 chi refining artifact master. There probably won't be a problem. After Tufam finished planning, he reminded himself, in the future, I must stay away from that pig's feet guy. If that doesn't work, I'll move again. But what you fear comes. Dear Pig's Feet is calling Tufam. Tufam was terrified when Dieptu Dao carried things and said, all the necessary materials are now complete. Only the flying sword. I don't know when you'll deliver it to me, brother. Tufam almost fainted and said, Great Brother Deep, you can come and get it in 2 months. He kept feeling worried. What benefits do I get from being with Pig's Feet? I don't know if I will be the one to trigger the anger of the male lead in the future. Just thinking about it makes my heart so sour. And Dieptu Dao keeps getting closer to Tufam. Tufam, you're right. Only by going out can you have unexpected encounters. Let me tell you, I was at a gathering of many demonic beasts 100,000 kilometers from our sect, and I discovered a soul iron ore vein, although it was only small in scale. He leaned close to Taizifan and whispered, but at least we can dig out good stuff. It's worth about more than 5 million spirit stones. Ye Xiaoyao excitedly said, there is a herd of earth spirit long-tusked elephants with golden cores guarding it. The most powerful is the nascent soul stage. After Feijian is finished refining, we can get a big fortune. How about splitting it 5-5, junior brother? Hearing that, Zifan laughed loudly. Rich, rich, rich. But he quickly woke up and refused. Wait, aren't we doing this so I can get rich? You're just handing me my death certificate, aren't you? If I didn't have some skills the last 2 times, I would have died already. Yi Xiao Yao is about to say, my junior brother's strength is well known. There's no need to be so modest. Ye Xiaoyao flew over, smiling brightly. Little fan? Ah, don't go. We're brothers. We have to go and get it together. Z quickly walked away. Ye Xiaoyao followed Zifan, shoving promises. Later, I will be the #1 sword cultivator of Kuyet Tianmon, and you will be the #1 artifact refiner of Kuyet Tianmon. We brothers are of one mind. In the future, even if we reach the Immortal Realm, we can create a legend. In the end, he grabbed his shoulder and whispered, Xiaofan, we'd make an absolutely perfect couple. Zifan felt a chill. Something's definitely off here. Ye Xiaoyao confidently flaunts his personality, saying, I'm the #1 sword formation cultivator. Also, a genius artifact refining master. We'll help each other. And who in the cultivation world will dare stop us in the future? Zifan wanted to dodge, but couldn't, asking about that soul iron ore vein. Ye big bro, can't you handle it alone? He swore inwardly. Even if I'm punished by the heavens, I'm not going anywhere. Hearing this, Ye Xiaoyao explained his reason for inviting him. Of course I can't do it alone. I can attract that gang there, but I need someone else to mine the ore. That place is a demon beast mountain range, and they are the lords of that area. If we kill them, it would be very troublesome. He even gave some other reasons. There is a difference between normal spirit beasts and earth spirit long-toothed elephants. Killing it is like hitting the jackpot. Zifan pretended to think, then refused. So, ye big bro, I'm not going. To avoid this situation, Zifan had to blurt something out. However, I can refine mining puppets. Super 3.0 3,000 stone golems for mining that don't need miners. They can work automatically. Just hide this golem near the ore deposit. Then, when you lure that elephant stone away, it can start working automatically. Moreover, it mines even faster than me. Hearing that, Old Sword Emperor became even greedier. Heavens, that's absolutely marvelous. Hurry, quickly think of a way to squeeze more good stuff from your good brother, you rascal. Hearing that, Ye Xiaoyao insincerely complied, hinting, all right then, but I can't coordinate alone. Facing that group of elephants is a bit dangerous, but Zifan has to cough up more stuff anyway, so I'll lend you a magical artifact. Remember to return it to me after you're done, okay? He secretly calculated. After all, he can earn 2 million spirit stones, a magical artifact, and 3. Tier 2 armor golems are not a bad deal. And he immediately instructed Ye Dage. Okay, 3 months later, you come here. Pick up the flying sword, the mining golem, and also the magical artifact. Ye Xiaoyao happily agreed. All right then, farewell, little brother. During this time, I will go scout the area beforehand to make things easier later. Zifan watched him intently, muttering, Seems like Grandpa. The guy inside him is really too treacherous, isn't he? Of course you noticed something strange, right? Just now, that pork-knuckle guy was talking to me. His face signaled for me to hand over the real treasure, pretending it's fake. One look and you knew it, gritting your teeth. Looks like some things just can't be prevented. You stomped back into the house, head practically smoking. The spirit stone box was swapped by Grandpa in broad daylight. And this time, I'm remembering all the tricks you've pulled on me, you old codger. At the same time, at the entrance of the Manhwa sect, Wang Yulun felt like he'd been granted amnesty being released. Never have I felt like I've tried so hard for my principles. The hero has a hard time getting past beauty, but I made it, huh? But, celebrating too early, a beauty called him back. Wang Yulun! She looked bashful, her cheeks flushed, asking, if we have no fate in this life, can I have one hug before you go? From now on, I'll absolutely cut off this thought. Without a second thought, Wang Yulun immediately refused. No hugs needed. I'm a married man now. Let's bid farewell here. But little did he know he was about to be ambushed, and then the other person successfully left a mark on him. Wang Yulun instinctively pushed away, his eyes blazing when he saw the mark on his neck. Unfortunately, Kia has the support of a beautiful woman with two colored eyes. She glanced at Vuong Vuluan and coldly asked, what is it? Why are you so angry? Yes. Vuong Vuluan immediately wilted and only dared to murmur, nothing. I just wanted to ask. You and I have no grudges. Why did you harm me? The purple-haired beauty, upon hearing this, pretended to be innocent, saying, I just wanted to leave my mark, that's all. Inside the cave dwelling of the supreme elder of Cultivation, Huyen Dantanjia was sitting, drinking tea and talking with a man. The man didn't understand what evil wind brought this person here. His face was full of awkwardness, but he still had to politely ask, Senior, what brings you to my Cultivation? Huyen Dantanjia nonchalantly said, bringing my disciple to meet her husband. After the meeting, I will leave. No need to stare at me like that. Truly, you can't hide anything from a saint. She had already noticed the bewilderment in the man's eyes. Huyen Dantanjia didn't hold back and bluntly said, I don't even bother looking at the fortune of your Cultivation. Moreover, if I wanted to take it, could you stop me? Why is such a powerful woman so difficult to deal with, making him seem as if he had aged 10 years? The blue-robed man chuckled awkwardly. Why would I think that? It's just that, since Senior has come to my Cultivation sect, someone should at least welcome you. With that, he poured a cup of tea for Xuanqing Venerable. Looking at the Tao-infused tea in the cup, Xuanqing Venerable smiled contentedly. The Tao-infused tea shows your thoughtfulness. Seeing her attitude soften a bit, that man tried to curry favor, saying, only a senior like you is worthy of drinking this kind of tea. Hearing that, Xuanqing Venerable didn't stand on ceremony and said, then give me another jar. He didn't expect this old woman to be so thick-skinned. He chuckled helplessly and brewed another jar. At the same time, Zifan, seeing how much Wei Yun had changed, thought awkwardly. She's so tall now, how could this be? How long has it been since we last met? He stared at Wei Yun's graceful figure for a long time before finally speaking, long time no see. Wei Yun heard Zifan call her, then turned her head to look at Zifan. She, as before, threw herself into Zifan's arms. Looking at the girl nestled in his arms, Zifan felt a pang of emotion, thinking, my junior sister is already a great vehicle realm cultivator. Why would she still care about a chi refining trash like me? Like me, okay? Meanwhile, Wei Yun was ecstatic and exclaimed that her husband had finally found him. Hearing that, Zifan teased, saying, I thought you'd taken a venerable master as your teacher. You wouldn't even look at me anymore, would you? The two kids, Zigang and Ziwei Xian, were naturally force-fed a bowl of dog food. They were a bit surprised, thinking, a female cultivator? Riding a divine bird like a fairy, is she our Shimu? Suddenly Zifan heard a strange laugh. He looked down and was immediately met with Wei Yun's infatuated expression. She seemed to be drooling with desire. Seeing the drool on his clothes, Zifan was furious and yelled, my spit! This 100% pure spirit silkworm silk handmade garment of mine. This action of hers was a direct first shock for the two kids. At this moment, Wei Yun looked at Zifan with a silly grin and said, husband, come with me! I've grown up. Then we can have some babies and live happily ever after. Zifan was frightened by these embarrassing words and hastily said, now is a good time for you to cultivate. Moreover, I really want to go. Senior sister also thinks I should achieve cultivation success before seeking you out. He spoke while having to block Wei Yun's ever-flapping beak. He then noticed his master was in a rather awkward situation. So the two siblings stepped forward and bowed respectfully. With a confident smile on their faces, they greeted her as martial aunt. Zifan seized this golden opportunity to make an announcement. Allow me to introduce these disciples I accepted in the mortal realm. These two saved my life once, he added. Who knew the focus for Wei Yun would be on the children's form of address. The girl moaned in ecstasy, repeating, "Martial Ant." Delighted, she hastily retrieved 2 bottles of Phoenix blood pills from her spatial ring. Then, stuffing them into the siblings' hands, Wei Yun chuckled. "Here, here! This is a meeting gift." Suddenly, a phoenix cry echoed across the sky. After a brief reunion, Wei Yun had to depart once more. She looked at Zifan, reluctant to part, and said, "Husband, I must go. After I graduate, I'll come looking for you." However, as she prepared to leave, Zifan called out, "Wait!" He produced a ring. He gently slipped it onto Wei Yun's right hand. In his heart, Zifan always regarded her as a little sister. However, over these many years, she has always relied on me and remembered me. Is the warmest comfort in this other world of yours, until that fox demon dream. I finally understood my own heart. I hope it's not too late. Zifan, therefore, wants to officially express his feelings to Wei Yun. Now, with heaven and earth as witness, you warmly say, in my hometown, a man personally putting a ring on a woman's finger means that woman is truly that man's wife. Wei Yun, looking at the ring on her hand, said emotionally, "Husband, I will miss you so much." Zifan replied, "I will wait for you to complete your training and return." After speaking, Wei Yun laughed, while Zifan still stood there, watching her figure leave, till she completely disappeared. When only the 2 of them remained, the Xuanqing Venerable curiously asked her disciple, "Why do you like your husband so much? He is just a chi-refining cultivator. Moreover, he's not even handsome." Hearing her master say that her husband wasn't handsome, Wei Yun puffed up her cheeks and retorted, "Master, you're wrong. My husband is the most handsome man in the world." Unable to argue with her, she simply nodded in agreement with her. After that, Wei Yun sank deep into her memories, recounting the first time she met her husband when she was 13 years old. "I knew it. You're my hubby. In this life, I can only be your wife." Xuanqing, the Venerable Master, seeing her disciple's blissful expression, knew that her innate spirit physique would probably yield a good result. Then, she told the girl to diligently cultivate after returning, waiting until the integration stage. Then you can graduate and stay by your husband's side forever. Hearing that, Wei Yun asked foolishly, "But how long does it take to reach the integration stage?" Venerable Xuanqing replied, "Not much. 1,000 years if you're fast, 2,000 if you're slow." Hearing this, Wei Yun despaired, "Oh great, so later, will I not be able to see my husband anymore?" Venerable Xuanqing, unable to bear seeing her upset, said, "How could that be? Your master is not one to separate lovebirds. After you reach the nascent soul stage, I will allow you 1 month each year to see your husband. The prerequisite is that your cultivation must satisfy me." On Zifan Mountain, seeing his 2 disciples, he said curiously with a smile, "Fengzhu pill, store it carefully. This is a good treasure. No matter how severe the injury, as long as you retain a sliver of your true spirit, you can be reborn. Use it to save your lives." He instructed the 2 kids with a slightly sour tone, saying, "Even I don't have one." Seeing this, the 2 sincerely said, "Master, please help us keep them." But Zifan refused them, not interested in snatching things from children. Then, Zifan looked up at the sky, his eyes a little moved. He said to the children, as if also telling himself, "Starting from today, I am also a married man." Zifan turned and went into the weapon refinement room. He took out the spirit heart ore and the red iron spirit ore. He looked at them and thought that the puppet he had refined last time wasn't very effective. It was just too wasteful of spirit heart stones and attention. This time, let me try directly refining a treasure weapon. The central spirit is used to control the puppet's divine sense, but at this moment, Zifan sensed something. Outside, there was someone hiding, spying on their area. This guy is even wearing a mask. The barrier outside the door is gradually being opened. Zifan went out and stood in front of him, saying, "It's so hot. You still like to wrap yourself up like that. It looks so strange." Unexpectedly, the strange man was actually Wang Yulun, he shyly said. "Brother Z, you must help me to return to my innocent self." But Wang Yulun said, slowly pulling the scarf down. Zifan glanced at it, then said, "Those words lack conviction." Who knew Wang Yulun had prepared for this? He pulled out a strange item, bowing his head, and pleaded, "Big Bro Z, I wouldn't ask if I didn't need to. I got this in the Xiancheng market. I don't know why, but I felt it should belong to you, Big Bro Z. So I spent 10,000 spirit stones to buy it." Zifan looked at the iron plate, beginning to weigh his options. Wang Yulun's setting is a black hole multiplier. Toss something in, and it returns with 10 or 100 times its value. I wonder what surprise this will bring. Then Zifan seriously said, "Brother, I believe in your innocence. Rest assured, I will help you." Wang Yulun's face suddenly beamed with joy. "Really?" Right then, Zifan began researching the kiss mark seal. The more Zifan looked, the more miraculous this kiss mark felt. It seemed etched into Wang Yulun's very soul. Even if someone seized another's body, they would still have this kiss mark. Zifan seriously asked him, "Just how much does this beauty who kissed you love you?" This kind of seal can only be used once in a lifetime. Wang Yulun anxiously asked, "Big Brother Z, is there a way?" Zifan truthfully said, "It's impossible to remove this seal now. This thing has already merged with your soul, junior brother. Unless you advance to the nascent soul stage, the soul sublimation will be purified." Hearing this, Wang Yulun turned pale with fright and said tremulously, "How is that possible?" However, Zifan mysteriously smiled. "But take out the Black Soul Saber artifact." Wang Yulun, frightened, awkwardly asked, "But what?" "Big Brother Z, what are you doing with that sword?" Then Zifan's aura changed, and he said grimly, "If it can't be removed, then we can only—" Then he prepared to chop down. Wang Yulun cried out in terror, "Big Brother Z, let's talk it over." In the next second, Wang Yulun's miserable scream echoed throughout the mountains and forests. At this moment, Wang Yulun thought he was about to die. He trembled and asked, "Big Brother, why do you want to kill me?" However, Wang Yulun felt something hot on his neck. He looked down at his neck and saw it was burning. Panicked, Wang Yulun screamed like a chicken being slaughtered. Suddenly, Zifan took out a holy healing medicine, then let it fly straight into Wang Yulun's mouth. Only then did Wang Yulun's pain lessen a bit. Seeing he was all right, Zifan said, "Told you beforehand, yet you were still scared, little brother, so I didn't even discuss it. Just went right ahead." A Xuanbing mirror appeared before Wang Yulun, who looked at the spot with the hickey. Now it was covered by a black slash. Zifan looked at Wang Yulun, who was still looking in the mirror, and said, "See? Would there have been time for you to prepare then?" Zifan supported his doomed little brother, saying, "Don't worry, my honey-sweet words of comfort will make the scar vanish," appeasing Wang Yulun's throbbing heart. Crying little rascal suddenly stopped, his tearful eyes shining with a glimmer of hope. "Thank you, Brother Zifan." But there was something he hid in his heart, not letting Wang Yulun know. From now on, the little brother would never lack these marks. In an undefined place, 10,000 miles away from the Katian sect, Yi Xiaoyao was going through a chase, a life-or-death situation. A horde of ferocious demon beasts roared behind him. Getting closer, he anxiously shouted in his heart, "Old Sword, quickly think of something. If not, I'm going to kick the bucket here." Old Sword replies, 600 lies ahead, and to your left, there's an abandoned teleportation array. I can activate it, even though absorbing just a little primal spirit chi completely drained me." Hearing a glimmer of hope, Ye Xiaoyao hastily rushed to find it, then used voice transmission to ask, "Where does that teleportation array lead?" Old Sword said indifferently, "Doesn't matter. Your life is more important. Perhaps it's your chance." Suddenly, Old Sword's aged voice echoed, carrying a hint of doubt. "This teleportation array looks so familiar. I think I've seen it before." However, with the situation hanging by a thread, there's no time to think much. Ye Xiaoyao steadied his mind. "Doesn't matter. Life is important." He lunged into the teleportation array. A flash of light, and the teleportation array activated. It sucked Ye Xiaoyao into a spatial vortex. At the same time, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Perhaps somewhere, some lucky soul is playing a gacha game and hitting the jackpot, while his good brother is hanging by a thread. Zifan is dozing off beside the little devils, completely unaware that a fateful shooting star just zipped over his head. Suddenly, Yue Xian rushed over and shook her master awake. "Master, the sun is setting. Wake up quickly." In a moment of mischief, the two children accidentally discovered a hidden treasure, a sparkling pool of spirit liquid from Ngui Etienne, excitedly telling everyone to look. "I discovered a pool of spirit liquid. It is a spirit pool with relics in the lake. I guess there are many thousand-year-old spiritual medicines inside." Tu Kuang also said that he felt the aura of Kim Dan demon beasts, afraid of alarming them. So he stopped Ngui Etienne from continuing to go deeper. As soon as the words were spoken, Tu Feng's eyes lit up. He was still drowsy just now, but now he woke up instantly, asking urgently, "Disciple, are you sure there is only the highest, the Kim Dan demon beast? Is it easy to get out of the secret realm? What if there is really a Yuan Ying demon beast or higher? How can we escape? Do you have a safe retreat plan?" Tu Feng asked repeatedly, "How much space ring is enough to take all the treasures? What kind of container do spiritual medicines need? And what kind of demon beast is inside?" Ignoring the teacher, who was still mumbling in his ear, the two children pulled something out of their bags. At this time, Tunge Tian took out a scroll on which all the information had been recorded, with lovely, crooked handwriting. The little girl smiled and said, I have thought of everything that Master has thought of. Whatever you didn't think of, I've already considered. Like they say, a child surpassing their father brings blessings to the family. Zifan was even happier seeing this. He ruffled the little girl's hair, then gently said, "Wow, in this area, I really can't teach you anymore. You've thought of everything so comprehensively." The two kids chirped, asking their master, "So are you coming with us?" After a moment of contemplation, Zifan finally said, "It's been a while since I left the sect. Perhaps I should occasionally go for a stroll." It's not entirely out of the question. 3 days later, Zifan led the two excited siblings to the shore of the lake. Upon arriving, the two kids exclaimed, "Master, this is the place!" Zifan surveyed the surrounding scenery and suddenly had an idea to build a wooden house. Here, one day, in the not-so-distant future, he observed for a moment, then asked, "Ziyuexian, how did you discover this place?" Ziyuexian steadily landed safely into her brother's arms. The little girl whined, "I was chasing after a treasure-seeking butterfly. Sadly, it got away. It was so beautiful, pure white like snow. Its body wasn't even a foot long, with amethyst-colored eyes." Zifan looked at the fox being brought over and said, "Huh? You two brothers also recognize this little animal?" The white fox was frightened by the many gazes. Covering its eyes, Zifan suspiciously picked up the fox. He remembered it seemed much more fierce than this, back in kindergarten. He said suspiciously, "When we landed, this thing looked at us from afar. I felt this thing was cute and intended to let it go. As a result, it dared to mock me. A Chi refining stage 6 little demon beast dared to mock me." In his head, he even imagined a scene of this delinquent fox laughing at him. Zifan threw this ill-mannered fox towards Tun Ye Tian and instructed, "If you need it, give it to her." Tun Ye Tian hugged the white fox tightly, and the girl happily thanked her master. Meanwhile, this damn thing had just found support. It was about to bite Tu Guang, who was about to touch it. The damn thing just heard Tun Ye Tian say, "Little one, from now on you follow me." It knew it had found the servant of its life. It nodded repeatedly, and Zifan gently said, "Okay, you two, that's enough." After that, Zifan waved his hand, and a bubble surrounded everyone. He shouted, "Let's set off to the secret realm!" And with that, everyone plummeted straight into the water. Quickly, they reached the bottom of the river. Where the three landed, there was a stone door. Ziyuexian stepped forward to the stone door. She took out 6 spirit stones and placed them into the corresponding slots. Instantly, the stone door lit up. Zifan looked at the scene inside, thinking, "I never imagined that the secret realm beneath this lake would be so vast." At this moment, Zifan took out a magical artifact. He commanded, "Come forth, my newly crafted puppet spiritual control artifact and puppet core." Once they had fully appeared, Zifan began assigning tasks. Puppet core, go to the puppets. Tool, mine for ores and harvest spiritual herbs. After finishing the assignments, Zifan lazily said, "Like this, it's much easier." Then, Zifan took out a magical artifact resembling a bottle and continued, "Let's see if my sea-swallowing bottle can drain this entire lake dry." Seconds later, the surface of the lake gradually began to churn. The water inside the lake was slowly being sucked into Zifan's bottle. Suddenly, 2 of his disciples noticed a group of demonic beasts behind them. At this moment, a horde of golden core stage demon beasts were closing in. Seeing this, Zifan was not flustered at all. On the contrary, he smiled and asked Tu Guang, "Of all the secret techniques I gave you, what is the longest name?" Tu Guang honestly replied, "Ahui tu dak lang hoi tuan jiatok pun kithu." Ahui tu dak lang fao, also known as Armstrong Jet Cannon. Master once said, "The longer the name, the stronger the power." Hearing this, Zifan raised his hand, recited the incantation, and said, "That's right, today I will open your eyes." After speaking, a huge cannon appeared above Zifan's head. He looked at the demons in front of him and said, "Power of the Armstrong Jet Cannon." Hearing this, his 2 disciples, who were witnessing the heat for the first time, exclaimed in surprise. His hand quickly hid the terrible power. Zifan said 2 words, "Fire!" Immediately, a loud explosion echoed throughout the space, frightening the demons. The next second, a huge pit appeared right in front of them. This scene stunned the remaining demons. They looked at the pit in front of them, not understanding what was going on. The 2 siblings didn't know that their old man was just showing off. They're still so naive, thinking any demon beasts that dare to cross us turn to dust. Masters of VIP Pro, Zifan's getting cocky too. Chi refining stage, slaying golden core demon beasts. Even in the history of the cultivation world, that's incredibly rare. Gotta show off a little while my disciples haven't surpassed me. Otherwise, I'll never get another chance. Seeing that the demon beasts had been driven back, Kongshu hastily said, Master, Why don't we go find some nascent soul demon beasts to test our mettle against? Hearing this, the demon beasts tucked tail and fled. Who can withstand your master's firepower? Hearing this, Zifan immediately smacked him on the head. He had advised, "Did you forget your teacher's words? Have you forgotten everything I taught you?" Path of cultivation begins with a firm foundation. Just then, the puppet behind Zifan sounded an urgent warning. Danger! An extremely fast, indestructible demon beast is rushing towards us. No sooner had it spoken than a loud noise came from ahead. A second later, a massive tiger demon beast appeared before their eyes. The two siblings were scared, stiff. Who knew Zifan would stay silent, though? He just quietly observed their reactions. But I pulled myself together immediately. What was I even scared of? Isn't Master right beside us? The two siblings, thinking of their master behind them, immediately regained their fighting spirit. They told themselves inwardly that they needed to calmly face the enemy now. Seeing this, Zifan was secretly pleased. At least they've got some guts. After that, Zifan used his space ring, saying, "You kids, fall back. This isn't your fight." He snapped his fingers, not forgetting to show off his cool demeanor, then said, "Today, I'll teach you how to restrict your opponent's movements." While the demon beast was still surprised, a second later, Zifan had 3 electric spears in his hand, aiming at the giant tiger, striking low, but the giant tiger easily dodged the spears. At this moment, Zifan ambushed again with 3 spears. However, it still managed to jump up to escape. It stomped on the ground to gain momentum and roared. Then, 2 wings sprouted from its back. Its speed directly doubled, instantly rushing to Zifan's side. At the crucial moment, "Zifan, you think your petty tricks are your trump card. Don't you think I have one too?" Immediately after, several electric arrows from the sky struck directly into the back of the giant tiger. It was instantly impaled and fell to the ground. Zifan didn't forget his task as a master. He turned to teach the children to remember carefully, especially in moments like these. Even if you are sure that the opponent is dead, don't forget to add another strike to prevent future troubles. After speaking, Zifan's bottle immediately absorbed the soul of that demonic beast inside. Seeing that the bottle was full, Zifan collected it. He observed inside and thought smugly, "Looks like this time's harvest is not small. So the spiritual liquid of this lake can fill the sea collection bottle at this time? Zifan is truly having a bountiful harvest." He looked at the bottle and thought, "This time, if it were together with Trotter, exploring the cave might be dangerous. After all, you might lose both bait and hook. It's great that Trotter isn't here." Meanwhile, the demonic beast from before has become a toy for the 2 brothers. Meanwhile, across the Yaoling realm, Ye Xiaoyao was in a treasured land. He had now been transformed into a demon beast, but it seemed Ye Xiaoyao wasn't too happy. Ye Xiaoyao asked the ringleader Lao Jian, "How long have we been transported here? When can we finally go back?" Lao Jian leisurely said, "Hey, no rush, slow and steady wins the race. Slow but sure is better than fast but sloppy." Lao Jian continued, "Take advantage of this chance falling into the Yaoling realm. Aren't you going to make some gains before leaving? Besides, my demon transformation art is a secret technique from the Great Thousand World. Even the demon lords of this world won't be able to detect your true form. So, rest assured, gather all the resources here for your future sword refinements. Won't the flying swords you need later be as numerous as autumn leaves?" Lao Jian began to brainwash Ye Xiaoyao. "Once you advance to the grand completion stage, the 10,000 sword supremacy will be unleashed. Slaying immortals and vanquishing demons will be no problem then." Ye Xiaoyao was immediately hooked, imagining the scene of 10,000 swords worshipping him in the future. He became excited, thinking, "Am I reaching the pinnacle of the cultivation world?" Suddenly, Ye Xiaoyao realized something wasn't right. He dejectedly asked Lao Jian, "Old John, Lao Jian, can I switch to cultivating Heart's Sword or not? 10,000 flying swords is just a bunch of ordinary iron swords. Where do you expect me to find them?" Old Sword casually mentions there are merely 10,000 flying swords. "Later, once you reach the Tribulation Transcendence stage, I'll take you to break through the realms and search my old immortal abode for some artifacts. That will be enough for you to craft tens of thousands of illegal treasures." After hearing what Old Sword said, Ye Xiaoyao instantly ignited his fighting spirit. Thus, another chicken has been lured by this multi-level marketing Old Sword. But at this moment, the sky suddenly reached out. A giant hand directly lifted Ye Xiaoyao up until Ye Xiaoyao realized what was happening. Then he was already caught. As soon as Old Sword saw trouble coming, he tucked tail and ran. But he didn't forget to say goodbye, kid. I'm dipping out first. You improvise on your own. Seeing this, Ye Xiao Yao could only call out to him in vain. After that, the sky echoed with a wolfish voice. Little runt like you dares to come to the mystic realm alone. Not bad, quite smart. How about becoming a disciple of me, Demon Venerable Jutu? Suddenly being targeted by this character, Ye Xiao Yao felt a chill. Please, no! Flashed through his mind. Cultivation is timeless, like a blink of an eye, as time quietly passes. Ever since the last episode, after snatching treasures from the secret realm with his two disciples, Xifan kicked off a hands-off approach, letting his disciples grow independently. He himself is living the alchemist life, nurturing tools for chi refinement, day in, day out, churning out golems. Occasionally, he plays nanny to Wang Yulun's kid, so there's no time for carefree mischief, peaceful and content. Just like that, Zifan's 15 years of eating, sleeping, and full bodily functions zoomed past, returning to reality. Zifan clutched his self-made thermos in his hand. He sighed. Time flies like a dog chasing its tail in a field. I can't believe I'm 36 already. Currently, the old fogey Zifan is technically 36. His soul feels like those 63-year-old geezers sitting around. Reflecting back, Wang Xiangji, Wang Yulun's son, also acknowledged me as his master. It's been quite a while since then. Ziyu has grown up a lot, and her wildness has only increased. Zifan must have a killer style to attract such ferocious beast disciples. She came out holding a plate of snacks and called out, Shifu, what's with all the melancholy? Zifan pouted, contemplating the future. What about my life after this, Yue Zhan? Your master is thinking, if I can't even reach the foundation establishment stage after 100 years, what am I going to do? From Yue Xian, ever understanding, she offers Zifan a piece of cake. The blonde has to comfort the white-haired one. How can that be? Surely master not leveling up must be part of some grand plan, right? The little girl remembers her master's world-class Rubik's Cube skills and says, besides, not long ago, didn't Master single-handedly suppress Uncle Wang? I think Master must be practicing some unbelievably amazing secret technique. Master is the most awesome person in my heart. Hearing this, Zifan happily grabs the 2 golden buns on Ziyue Jian's head and laughs loudly. Really? Am I as amazing as you say? Who knew? Just moments ago a fan, and now she's an anti. Ziyue Jian recoils, scolding. You always grab people's braids. That's not cool. This moment, Wang Yulun enters with Zygang to greet them. Big Brother Z, Grandmaster. Zifan joked, what's the occasion today? Why are you intersect disciples here, instead of in the intersect? Wang Yulun, holding a lunchbox, said, of course, I've come to visit Big Bro Z. Zifan took a bite of his snack before saying, your son, Wang Xiangji, went to perform a task. You won't see him today, so don't get your hopes up. Although Wang Yulun was a tad disappointed about not seeing his son, this trip of his had another purpose. He awkwardly pretended, I really did come to visit you, Brother Z. Zifan saw through his act and summoned his 2 disciples, Zgang and Ziyue. Then he waved his hand, signaling them to go out. After the 2 kids left, Zifan said to Wang Yulun, all right, the 2 little devils are gone. What's the matter? Just say it. After a few minutes of pondering, Wang Yulun put on a puppy dog face, begging Zida Gay. Bro, could you take on another disciple? It's the child of a friend of mine. Hearing that, Zifan immediately switched to detective mode, saying, hold on a minute. He transformed into a seasoned old man. So you're here to confide in Wang Yulun? Is he your buddy, or what? Wang Yulun, feeling exposed, was utterly mortified. The lad covered his face and said, I already told you. Don't underestimate me, brother. Seizing the opportunity, Zifan began to dig for info. I want to hear every juicy detail. Wang Yulun started to recount the story. It all began 7 years ago. Back then, I was out on a mission. I was collaborating with a disciple from the Tianyun sect. In a dangerous area, we encountered a golden core 7 desires serpent. I and that disciple did manage to kill the serpent, but we inhaled some gas. The 7 desires serpent spewed it out before it died. Hearing this, Zifan seemed to be imagining something ridiculous again, and declared, so kid, you then. Wang Yulun, feeling wronged, immediately protested. That's not it at all, Big Bro Z. I remained pure till the end. Then, dejected, he said, Big Bro Z, do you know about Zhaoling Gan Yang? Zifan honestly replied, what's that? Wang Yulun sadly recounted the origin story of this new attachment. After I and that female cultivator were poisoned by the 7 desires serpent's venom, are all striving to restrain it. But unexpectedly, the essence within our souls, at that time, resonated, resulting in the birth of a child. Yes, Wang Yulun honestly confesses. I know, Zeta Gay doesn't believe it. If I hadn't experienced it myself, if it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. But this is absolutely the truth. Hearing this, Zifan has no choice but to believe it. He thought to himself, if it's true, that child must possess a tremendous opportunity from birth or a rare talent for cultivation. After hearing the story, Zifan knows that he's not the heir of the strongest deadbeat dad in history from Ben Trey. Then what is he? I'll tentatively believe you. What about the child's mother? Does she agree to give the child to me? Wang Yulun shook his head, saying, the boy's mother passed away 2 years ago while on a mission for the Tianyun sect in Jiang, Shaoyu, right? Then he saw Wang Yulun drinking away his sorrow next to him. All right, let's go meet my disciple. Hearing this, Wang Yulun felt a wave of relief wash over him. The two men went outside the gate. Under the tree, there's a child sitting. Little Zifan approached gently, asking, hello, child, what's your name? Li Jingzi softly introduced himself. Li Jingzi, I'm 6 years old this year, sir. Now, can you recognize 1,000 characters already? Zifan continued gently. So, do you agree to acknowledge me as your teacher? As soon as he heard that, the boy agreed cheerfully. Uncle Wang said that if I acknowledge you as my teacher, I can become an immortal who flies back and forth. Hearing that answer, Zifan asked further, so, can you tell me what you want to cultivate immortality for? Li Jingzi said, full of determination. After I successfully cultivate, I'll make my father kneel before my mother's grave to beg for forgiveness. It seems the boy still doesn't know Wang Yulun is his father. Zifan looked helplessly at Wang Yulun, then said, actually, your dad's also a victim. Even so, I will still support your decision, kid. Seeing this, Li Jingzi didn't understand why his new master was saying that. Zifan, following tradition, led Li Jingzi inside a room. He had the child sit on the bed, then said, what is the final step? You perform a spell, slowly closing the little boy's eyes and saying, after you pass my immortal cultivation test, you will be my disciple. Finally, the boy falls into a deep sleep. At the same time, in Elephant Continent, the interdimensional teleportation that killed Daitu Dao used to have a pack of wolves appear. These wolves stepped out of the teleportation gate, looked around, and said, this is probably the human realm. Leader, Violent Bear, what should we do next? A sturdy brown rabbit, fully loaded with vodka, stepped out. It unleashed its power, stomping hard on the ground. Then, it glared ahead. This brown rabbit waved its hand, and a stream of lightning shot out, turning into a rope. It tightened around a bird in the sky. Before them appeared scenes of human life. These are all the memories of the bird that is being tied up. Leader Violent Bear said that the human race is the stronghold of the human race. It clenched its fist, satisfied, and laughed loudly. Quickly send the message back. This time, we have accomplished a great feat. With this teleportation formation, our Mad Thunder tribe will surely rise. The establishment of the demon court will happen soon. On the other side, in the spirit realm, Ye Xiaoyao is trembling, listening to the lecture of his 9th master demon venerable. Suddenly, Ye Xiaoyao was startled, feeling, I don't know why, but I keep feeling like I'm in trouble. Greatsword Immortal Jilon acts like he's very naive, telling me not to overthink. Focus on the lecture. This method of killing of the demon race's great ascension is very interesting. At this time, in Zifan's nuclear arsenal, another hot commodity has appeared. He walked and observed the sniper rifle he had just created, thinking, I finally refined a sniper rifle. Although it is a bit different compared to sniper rifles in my world. Give the gun to Moon Immortal and wait to collect some more data. I will make another one for myself. Suddenly, 2 disciples rushed in, pushing open the door and reporting, Master, it's not good. On the border of Elephant Continent, a large number of demons have suddenly appeared. There is also a Great Ascension Stage demon venerable sitting there. It is said that the people of the Jin Kingdom have all been killed. This info is giving Zifan a serious case of the jitters, so he asks the demon clan. Though, thinking it over, Zifan feels like, is this a human demon clan war script or what? Why do I have this feeling? That this whole thing is connected to that pork knuckle guy? The beauty Ye Zhao Yao, yet Zifan compares her to a pork knuckle. What a shame, really. He sighs, then pulls himself together, saying, but seriously, we have to fight. You kids and I, we're all going to the battlefield. This is the last thing I ever wanted to happen. Looking at the 2 kids in front of him makes him remember the way they looked when he first took them on as disciples. They followed me since they were just 6 or 7 years old. Raising them like this, they really are no different than my own son and daughter. If we're really being forced to fight, then Zifan starts planning some special training for them. Zigang and Yue Xian, listen up. Starting today, drop all your other tasks. Just stay home and cultivate the secret techniques I've given you. It just so happens I've finished the Soul Illusion Chamber. so it's perfect for cultivation. Besides, I'll teach you some secret escape techniques. That way, you can be carefree on the battlefield." The two children immediately replied, "Yes, master." After hearing that, afterward, he instructed, "Furthermore, this is a spiritual elixir prescription, Ye Xian. Go and personally select the materials to purchase. Quickly gather 10 beast souls, preferably from Foundation Establishment stage or higher demonic beasts." Xifen instructed them. Once a large-scale war truly breaks out, all disciples of the Quitian sect at the Qi training stage or higher must go to the battlefield. Additionally, Qi refinement artificers and alchemists must also unify to be dispatched by the sect. I must prepare thoroughly. 3 days later, in the illusionary realm chamber, Xifen brought the two siblings into a secret spiritual realm to cultivate. He told them, "This place is the illusionary soul realm that I recently created. Cultivating here, although it cannot increase cultivation, it helps you comprehend combat skills and secret techniques. However, the illusionary soul realm has time differences compared to the real world. Though it is heaven-defying, staying in here for too long also has dangers." After that, Xifen gave the two siblings 2 pills and said, "This is soul replenishing pill. It can make up for the symptoms after a long time in the illusionary soul realm." He confidently said, relying on his talents, "After you kids drink this, you can stay in here for up to 2 years. However, there's no need to worry. In the real world, it's only 1 month. You guys just stay in here and focus solely on learning secret arts. Refine your combat skills. I will enter the illusion and visit you often." The two brothers swallowed the master's slightly unappetizing elixir. Kong Gang then spoke up. "We certainly won't let down Master's expectations. Time flies by very quickly during this 1 month. On the border of Xiangzhou, 1 million demon clans have gathered, including 5 or 6 Great Ascension demon sovereigns. They've arrived from another world. Yet, every day in this secret spiritual realm, the two brothers are still diligently cultivating. Meanwhile, Xifen is playing the role of a kind mother, bringing meals to the kids every single day. The demon clans have invaded more than 10 border regions of small nations. Wherever they go, there's a sea of blood. According to expanding news in Xiangzhou, all Great Ascension cultivators have gathered, trying to destroy the transmission formation that the demons have crossed over. Also at that moment, a Tai sword Immortal Venerable alone was in Xiangzhou. 1 man, 1 sword, directly destroying the transmission point, connecting the 2 worlds, and even critically injured 2 Great Ascension stage demon venerables. Then just vanished. A month later, the demon race retreated to the forbidden area at the edge of Xiang Prefecture. However, they broadcast a message. If humans attack the forbidden area, they'll break the seal and release an ancient, colossal demon. In the end, the human and demon races reached an agreement. Humans wouldn't attack the forbidden area, but the demon race would bear the consequences if they left it. So the sects established 3,000 defensive lines in the area around the forbidden area. Anyone leaving or entering the area would be killed. A month later, inside the secret realm, 2 years had passed spiritually. The two brothers were testing out their powers. They spat out a ball of flame, almost roasting that poor Laotian creature. Zigang proudly asked his master, "Master, how do you think our cultivation is going?" Xifen ruffled the 2 kids' hair, praising, "Excellent! You've worked hard this past month." Then he told them about the demon and human races situation. "You know the situation now. Even though the demon beasts were defeated, I feel like this isn't over yet." While Xifen was feeling uneasy about what was to come, at that very moment, a sound is transmitted to you. You have received this message. Go with the elders and fellow disciples to the front line of the battlefield. Before Xifen could react, Essa Diu suddenly appeared, excitedly calling Xifen. "Junior brother, you received the message, right? I am introducing my junior brother to the elders." After hearing this, the song of G echoed in Zifen's mind. "I hold cacti in my 2 hands. It hurts so much." He immediately froze. His destined premonition had come true. First of all, I haven't provoked anyone. Essa Diu didn't notice that his junior brother was like a bomb about to explode behind him, and continued speaking. This time should be a good opportunity. Several sects decided to unite. At the Forbidden Area defense line, construct a large number of 5 elements giant cannons. At that time, all refining tool masters, even refining tool grandmasters, will come to the Forbidden Area defense line. Therefore, we begged our master to bring you along with me. At that time, junior refining tool masters, we can observe together on the side. I, Zifan, secretly wanted to ask Master Sha Diao about his parents, but I must hold back and say, "Well then, I really must thank you, brother." The next day, Zifan and the others had no choice but to follow the sect to the forbidden area. The 2 siblings comfort their master. "Master, Please don't sigh anymore. There's no danger at all. Rumor has it that there are 6 reverends on the front lines of the forbidden area. That's right. Great vehicle. Master, just consider it a vacation. Zygang happily pointed into the distance and said, Master, look quickly. You can see the front line fortifications and the entrance to the forbidden area. Zifan went closest to Zygang, who was swinging on a rope ladder. Zifan looked ahead and was completely horrified. He only saw a huge seal, along with a comprehensive aerial defense line. Zifan exclaimed, Just how big is it down there? Then, Master Sha Diao approached them and said, Does it feel like making a mountain out of a molehill? Actually, it's because the demon race has already invaded this place. So it can be proven that the demon race has completely controlled the spatial coordinates here. Hearing this, Zifan asked curiously, What happens if spatial coordinates are controlled? Master Sha Diao replied, If the spatial coordinates here are controlled, even if they're from a different world, they can still teleport hordes of demons here. For a price, of course. Besides, right now, Heaven's Dao still acknowledges the demons. The more he speaks, Zifan feels like a duck listening to thunder. What nonsense is this acknowledging their identity, knowing his junior brother doesn't understand? Sade continued, You know, junior brother, the demons, tens of thousands of years ago, were the masters of this world. Although they were driven away long ago, Heaven's Dao still recognizes their status. The more Zifan listened, the more surprised he became. Sade continued to speak of the world's history when the 2 realms unified. The demons dreamed of merging the 2 worlds into one, creating a stronger world. The result was, when Heaven's Dao's will was halfway merged, humanity rose up and ended the merging of the 2 realms. But alas, even though we stopped it, the will of Heaven's Dao could not be separated again. Adults talking adult stuff. Kids playing kids. Games. Zhigang and Zhixian are playing with 2 iron hooks. How lovely. Zhigang didn't understand, asking his little sis what she was playing. Zhixian explained, saying, Like this, see? Zifan listened, gaining a little more knowledge. He thought the feeling of living in this world was another level of danger altogether. Before, even in the Manhwa, he'd never heard of worlds being able to resonate. He looked up at the sky, thinking, Nowhere in this world is absolutely safe. Suddenly, the system's warning sounded. Attention, all personnel. A horde of demonic beasts has escaped the forbidden area. Hearing this, Zifan's group immediately became alert. Rarely do we go out, and yet we're unlucky enough to encounter danger. As soon as they appeared, the demonic beasts from the demon clan's forbidden area rushed out, demanding some flesh. However, just as they roared a couple of times to show their might, they were immediately fed a copper coin candy. Thus, wave after wave munched on artillery shells and collapsed. The flying boats above dropped bombs one after another, causing the ground to be shattered because of it. Zifan then hoisted his nuclear weapon and brandished it a few times to scare the demonic beasts for fun. He looked at the huge hole in front of him, saying, So, that's settled. This cannon is really powerful, but can this cannon even pay for itself? Tu Kuang was also not convinced, saying that he wished he had such magic earlier. That would have been great. If you had these cannons of yours in the modern world, you would probably have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Tu Fam proudly stroked Tu Kuang's head and said that if he cultivated diligently in the future, he could have 1,000 years of kung fu. That would be good too. Seeing that the time was so long, Tu Kuang panicked a little. 1,000 years. It's too long. Unexpectedly, behind them, a man's voice rang out, Excuse me, I am a chi refining tool craftsman. Is Elder Bak Luyen of the Thieu clan able to repair level 5 treasures? A strong man immediately caught Tu Fam's eye. He looked at him with admiration. He's so tall, probably 2 meters. Hearing this, he confidently nodded. Yes, Senior. Do you have Fire Spirit Chi DM? If you do, just stand beside me and help me, that's all. Suddenly, the man put his hand on Tu Fam's shoulder. In the next second, this big shot directly took Tu Fam away. To the bewilderment of him and both of his disciples, he said, That's good then. Now, follow me to the weapon refining room. Zifan froze, staring at what he had to fix, thinking about this armor. I bet it's almost scrap metal. Yet you call me Senior. Could it be you're just a little clueless about the word repair? Aren't you? This antique armor is totally wrecked. Look at these claw marks. You must have fought a massive beast, huh? Hearing someone insulting his legendary armor, that Senior told him to just say if he could fix it or not. Zifan put on his glasses to carefully observe the outfit, and then said it wasn't too difficult. Just need some quartz essence and Tianlin stones, that's all. Plus, after repairs, it could even increase the power by 20%. Zifan secretly predicted this treasure's 5th grade, hearing that repairs could boost its power. This Senior was shocked. Wait a minute, what was that about 20%? Seeing my somewhat unpleasant attitude, the Senior cleared his throat. softening his tone. Listen, I see you're just a tiny chi refining stage 12 cultivator. You're not trying to pull a fast one on me, are you? Zifan, hearing this, immediately waved his hand to leave, saying, if Senior doesn't trust me, then farewell. This soft sell, hard bind trick really worked. That Senior even reached out to stop Zifan from leaving. He said, hold on, you might get dispatched to the front lines. Of course, I'm not some street bum. Fine, I'll prepare the materials. As soon as he heard that, Zifan declared magnanimously, then I'll head back first. After you have enough, Senior, give me a shout. After that, Zifan and his disciple built a small villa outside the encampment. Although the old man wanted to be lazy, he used cultivation as an excuse to make his disciple build it. While he did absolutely nothing, he even pretended to be tired, feigning wiping his brow. Zifan stood, looking at his accomplishment, and said, our little courtyard is finally built, far from the bigwigs, yet in a perfectly safe location. Meanwhile, his disciple collapsed from exhaustion, splayed out like a mudslide. Just then, a large hand reached out from behind Zifan. In a flash, that someone whisked him away. The disciples, still exhausted, cried out, I'm so tired, Master. Can you give me a stamina recovery pill? Suddenly, Kong Yuexian realized, where's Master? Their Master wasn't abducted by demons, was he, Senior? Li Zifan emerges from the void. He's brought a bag of ingredients, mentioning quartz essence and Kirin stones. I've collected enough of those. 10 each. What else do you need me to do? What can I do to cooperate? Exactly. Zifan was leisurely enjoying his success when he got snatched, which irritated you to no end. You said it! Senior, protect me so I can take over your spiritual flame, okay? Let's begin the recovery. Then, Zifan, with the support of that Senior, a blue flame radiating cold appeared before them, engulfing the stone. Zifan stared intently at his creation, thinking, amazing! An ice attribute spiritual flame. I'd only ever heard of it. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to ask, oh, right, Senior. We've met a few times now, but you still haven't told me your name. The Senior hemmed and hawed, then said, I'm called Shan Shen. Seeing this, he secretly guessed that this Shan Shen didn't trust him much. Seriously, he still has the energy to chat at a time like this, even with my help. How could a mere chi-refining imp like him refine with such ease? Seriously. Suddenly, Mountain God said, kid? I deliberately asked Elder Bai Lian about materials. He said, you're a genius. Seems that's true. Zifan recalled that old codger's appearance. Elder Bai Lian is her master. That's, Mountain God solemnly said, if you can repair the giant spirit-heavy armor this time and make me happy, I'll give you a piece of eternal life mysterious iron. How's that? Then he thought, a chi-refining stage 10 kid, yet his refining skills are already this high. Who knows, I might need his help later. Zifan politely said, then I thank you, Senior. He profusely thanked the Senior, but inside, Zifan was already celebrating like crazy. An unexpected windfall, and its eternal life mysterious iron. This is definitely spiritual ore used for refining tools. Looks like my vision was still a little limited. Devil Cloud, Starstone, and Heavenly Scalestone. What are those compared to this? Before long, the repair process. The colossal spirit armor is coming to an end, the armor now appearing before everyone's eyes. The shiny appearance, Zifan withdrew his strength. He quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead, then breathed a sigh of relief. The armor is almost repaired! Does Senior have any ice attribute? Magical treasures on him? Right now, it only has defense, which is a bit of a waste. I can attach another magical treasure onto the armor. Who knew that as soon as Zifan turned around, he was met with a scene that was both funny and exasperating. This mountain god was doing his duty of protecting him, while carrying a pile of rocks on his back to do push-ups and build muscles. This scene made him want to scream internally. Could you please control yourself a little, huh? Suddenly, the Senior seemed possessed and blurted out, magical treasure! He remembered that it was something top tier. Refining Master could add magical powers to a treasure, so that proves he is not far from becoming a refining grandmaster. The mountain god then pulled out a pile of stuff and solemnly said, these are all the ice attribute treasures that I have. Master Z, please see if they are suitable. Looking at the Senior's appearance, perhaps at this moment he is completely subdued by his power. I just want to kneel in the courtyard and beg you, Jin, please help me refine a weapon. I'm begging you. Just thinking about that scene, Zifan can't help but get excited, feeling a great elder of the chi refinement stage being obsequious and flattering is truly awesome. If Senior is so generous, then Zifan can't appear petty. He took out the ice chi refinement stage inner core from within his ring, but couldn't help but ask. That's because Shan Shen's attitude changed 180 degrees at this moment. He explained to Zifan in a soft voice, This is the inner core I got from killing an ice serpent. I wonder what magical power the Grandmaster can add to my heavy armor during this refinement. I don't know what kind of special abilities the Grandmaster can add to my armor. Hearing that, Zifan excitedly replied, "If I have this, I can add more to Senior Ji Bing's glacial domain armor. When you activate the armor's power, ice will appear around you. There's also a dragon soul I can borrow to help. Your spiritual painting will transform into a dragon blade to face your enemies with you." Listening to that, the mountain god seems more and more excited, constantly saying, "Yes, yes, and sorry for the trouble, Grandmaster." Seeing that he seems overly excited, Zifan has to remind him, "Fire! Fire over there!" Noticing his mistake, the mountain god says flustered, "Apologies, Grandmaster." Too excited, huh? Finally, Zifan has reached the most crucial stage of reconstruction. You've instructed Mountain Deity, right? Now, we're at the most critical step. Coordinate with me well. If all goes smoothly, it'll only take 3 days. Hearing that, Mountain Deity also focused intently. "Yes, Great Master," he replied. "Okay, Great Master." Zifan began the initial process with the liquid of the Shamo, Yunjing and Tianlin stone, the essential liquids to reshape the armor. He carefully mixed the ingredients. The remaining Tianlin stone was used as ink to engrave the runes. Each stroke of the runes was carved onto the armor. Zifan continued the process. Finally, before completing the shaping, he placed the Jiaolong inner core into the core. Zifan slowly guided the Jiaolong inner core deep inside the armor. Immediately after, a dragon soul soared straight into the sky. Instantly, a dragon's roar echoed everywhere. Mountain Deity had to shout loudly to reassure everyone, "Don't panic. This is just a phenomenon of my magic treasure." He put on the armor, then sincerely thanked Zifan, the Great Master. "This is Wanjing Yuan iron, and 200,000 spirit stones. I offer them to you." However, he waited for a long time. Still no reaction from Zifan. The Mountain Deity glanced up and discovered Zifan had collapsed from exhaustion and fallen fast asleep. After placing the reward down, the Mountain Deity and the Treasure Chi heavy armor departed. He went straight to the Forbidden Area's entrance, confidently yelling, "Hey, Mount Pie Bear, do you dare come out here and battle me?" Responding to the challenge, the ground shook violently. A giant brown rabbit strode out with an ear-splitting voice. "So this new armor gives you courage, huh?" The Mountain Deity, now 1,000 times more confident, said, "Enough talk! The rules are the same as before. Admit defeat or die. Today, you'll be the one to die." The brown rabbit, unwilling to concede, retorted, "I've never been one for words either. I can't kill you, but you trying to kill me won't be easy. You think you're some nascent soul stage expert or something?" After a shout from the Mountain Deity, "Then let's just try it." The two immediately charged at each other. The showdown between the Mountain Deity and the demon beasts had been raging for a day and a night. After he used the suffering armor that Zifan had just repaired, it inadvertently caused the demon race to launch a riot. Countless demon beasts went berserk, attacking the human realm's defenses. They swept through everything in their path, terrifying countless people. This battle also creates a new generation of warriors. Typical examples are the two siblings, Tun Tian and Tu Chuong. After Tufum created different types of guns, he let his female disciple use the physical system to attack Tufam. He trained her to become an excellent sniper now. Tu Tian is hiding on the hillside to ambush. She recalled that since the day the Immortal Senior killed the demon beast in the Void training stage, all the forbidden defense lines under the charge of Kuyet Tianmon began to attack and destroy the extremely powerful demon beasts. She aimed her gun straight at the golden core demon beasts flying in the sky. Tu Tian just aimed at the place with the most blood and pierced holes in them. She observed the birds and beasts and thought to herself, "But it's the right time to try the sniper rifle that Master just gave me." Tuing Tian touched the trigger. In her head, she imagined aiming like this and then pulling the trigger, just like that. With just one shot, the demon beasts were shot into smoke. Tuing Tian was clearly fascinated by the feeling of destroying from 1,000 miles away. She happily thought to herself, the feeling of being able to shoot demon beasts within 1,000 meters is really great. I feel like I'm falling in love with this gun. Tu Kuang also closely followed behind, unleashing a great tide. The people behind him saw him spinning his hands like a top and discussed the hand movements. "Hey, you're a newbie, but you're already using a big move. What if it's dangerous later?" "Don't worry about it. It will retreat after losing all its spiritual energy. Anyway, there are adults protecting us. Even if you really die, You can only blame yourself. Unexpectedly, Tu Kuang heard this and sneered. He used the great rock wall protection to launch an attack. Immediately afterwards, a stream of molten rock was spewed out. Wherever his stream of lava swept, the demonic beasts were instantly roasted. Tu Kuang continued to use the lava giant Silver. Another rolling stream of lava flowed out, frantically slaughtering the demonic beasts. At this time, the flock of demon birds began to attack, opening their mouths wide to create a ball of lightning. These little egrets fly in flocks to attack Tu Kuang, but Tu Kuang easily avoided this dangerous move of theirs. Just then, a giant bird suddenly appeared behind Tu Kuang. In the critical moment, Tu Niatin timely pierced a hole in the middle, the forehead of the giant bird. Tu Kuang didn't expect to be stolen like that. The kid whined, "That gold core demonic beast experience belongs to me." Seeing Qi Yuexian's smug grin, Qi Gang was furious, wanting to teach his little sister a lesson. Don't think Master only gave you a magic tool. I've got one too. The kid immediately removed a jade bead from his bracelet. A bead flew out. The kid pointed at the demonic beast and yelled, "Big air cannon!" After locking onto the target, the kid activated the spell. A compressed air blast exploded like New Year's fireworks among the demonic beasts. Zizhou is celebrating the New Year early this year, huh? The flying demonic beasts were all stunned and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the mountain god was recuperating. He leisurely watched everyone fight and exclaimed, "Times have changed, huh? Are these youngsters so strong now?" The saying, "old bamboo gives way to new shoots," is never wrong. The young man next to him said, "Indeed, they're quite impressive. Whose juniors are these? The power of their spells is already so strong, and they're still not fully grown." The mountain god replied, "We'll find out when we ask. Speaking of which, that guy doesn't like leaving the house if there's nothing going on. What are you looking for from me?" The young man gave a dangerous smile and said he wanted to know, "Who helped you forge the heavy armor you wore yesterday when you defeated the great beast?" He remembered the extremely confident appearance of the mountain god. When he defeated that legendary brown rabbit, he couldn't help but be jealous. He hasn't made any progress, but he was able to defeat that monster. It must be based on a treasure. The divine power of that heavy armor, then. The mountain god then smugly smiled. "Why would I have a forging master help me forge it? I won't tell you." The young man heard this and said that the materials for forging the tool, I have already prepared everything. Now all that's missing is a refining tool grandmaster. The mountain god gently picked up the teacup on the table and said, "Isn't it your turn to work at Elder Bai Lian's place? Why are you eyeing my refining tool master?" The mountain god raised his glass of water triumphantly and said, "Moreover, your cultivation and your combat power has suppressed me for so many years. Do you think I'll let you suppress me again? I won't tell you. What did you do then? I tried coaxing you for ages, but it didn't work." That young man started to play the beauty trap card. Do you know what junior sister Luo Ling likes these days? As soon as Mountain God heard junior sister Luo Ling, he was completely flustered. This move really worked. It struck Mountain God's weak spot. He immediately became honest, asking what junior sister Luo Ling liked. That young man mischievously smirked, teasing, "I'm not telling you." Hearing that, Mountain God almost coughed up blood. Then he stood up and patted that young man's shoulder. Instantly, Mountain God started circling him, giving him a massage to gain favor. "Great master, he likes to keep to himself. Let me ask him first, okay? Besides, he's only a chi refining cultivator right now, not a grandmaster. Doesn't want to get involved in trouble." Hearing that, the young man was satisfied, saying, "All right, go ask then. I'll wait to hear the answer." Mountain God began to ask, "So, Luo Ling Shime," the young man said, "Junior sister Luo Ling really likes going to the Taiyun Immortal City lately. Too bad nobody is going with her. She had to cancel." Just heard that, and the mountain god vanished in a puff of smoke. He didn't forget to say, "I'm off to ask Venerable Jia to switch shifts. Watch over things for me, okay? With a warship stationed here, there shouldn't be any problems." The young man watched the mountain god's departing figure and sighed. What a hopeless romantic. Meanwhile, at the Zifan Palace, Zifan had just finished a blissful nap. He had barely gotten up when he smelled a strong, pungent odor of blood. The front lines are already fighting fiercely, huh? Even here, I can smell the stench of blood. Then he went to the defense line and looked around, only to see that within a 30-mile radius, everything was stained crimson with blood. It made him exclaim, "How gruesome." Zifan suddenly noticed his two disciples surrounding a giant egg. He flew over to the two siblings and asked, "What are you two little devils messing with now?" Zifan approached and asked them, "What's up? We have an egg soup tonight?" As soon as they saw the old geezer arrive, the kids shouted, "Master!" Zi Yuexian happily introduced to her master, "We're trying to figure out what kind of egg this is. Or maybe we should hatch it so Little Fox and Little Hua have a new companion. Zifan glanced at it and immediately recognized it. Forget it! Its value isn't high. This is just an eagle's egg, at most the size of a golden core stage. Furthermore, it's painfully ugly. Hearing Master say that, Zi Yuexian looked disappointed. Her face was so gloomy, but she said it was such a waste. This egg was discovered inside the bones of a golden core demonic beast. The bones function as a magical artifact that the demon clan brings. It has a function similar to space storage. Hearing that, Zifan was immediately startled. Suddenly, Zifan's eyes lit up brightly. Bones! Good apprentice, you reminded me. Then he grabbed Zi Yuexian tightly. He started rummaging through his ancient memories. I remember reading about it somewhere. In ancient times, the Demon Clan also had artifact smiths. It's just that the name is different. At that time, the Demon Clan controlled an entire system of runes. I heard there were also treasures specifically designed to carry the will of the runes, to leave for future generations. However, since humanity rose, this rune system has been severed. Later, artifact smiths. Humans controlled runes but could not form a system. Most are naturally formed rare treasures. Discovered! Zifan was quite excited. He grabbed Zi Yuexian's pigtails. In the future, when you kill a demon clan, to see if there are any treasures related to rune, remember? From Nguyen saw her master continue to grab her hair, wriggling like a loach. You're still grabbing people's braids. You're old now, Tu Kuang, even though you've witnessed it all, but didn't understand anything at all. Hearing that, Tu Fam released the little girl's hair. Unexpectedly, Sato on the other side announced, Tu, junior brother, come here quickly. The weapon refining grandmaster has arrived. We have to prepare the 5 elements great cannon. Another chance to learn. Tu Fam smiled smugly. Today, Tu Fam and Sato went to the frontline area, Kuyat Thien Mondai Duong, number 2. They were shocked to witness the bustling scene in this area. Just then, a man's voice rang out, Silence. Seeing that, Tu Fam turned and asked, Isn't your master the main character this time? Sato helplessly said that, Master, you are not familiar with this kind of tool. That is the art of refining weapons. Leading Grandmaster of Tuang Chao, our country. Senior son Nak's promotion to Grandmaster is probably only a matter of time. The person Sato was talking about is that Senior Shan Yu standing on the platform. Seeing the 5 elemental cannons before him, Zifan continued to ask, Senior brother Sa, the giant cannon number 5, is his skill that formidable? Sato thought for a moment. Power, you ask? A bit stronger than the cannons on our warships, actually. Because of their numbers, combining them can injure even a Grand Ascension stage, Great Demon Lord. I don't know why, but after hearing Sato's explanation, Zifan, on the contrary, feels this cannon is a bit weak. He's thinking about its blinding light. It doesn't seem all that powerful, does it? It seems Sato can read his mind. Sato tells his disciple not to think this cannon is weak. It's just that the first time you encountered a huge cannon, it was our warship. You know, the Heavenly Artifact sect of the Central Continent is the most skilled sect in the entire cultivation world when it comes to refining tools. Their 5 elements giant cannons are several times stronger than the cannons on our warships, which are already incredibly powerful. Zifan didn't expect him to understand him so well. Is it that he's so obvious, or is Sato just too perceptive? The mountain spirit on the platform also gives some final instructions. Time's up. All right, everyone. Grab the components you received earlier, inscribe the runes, then assemble everything perfectly. With that, he fired a beam of light toward the giant cannon. Those assigned below immediately obeyed and followed his instructions to the letter. All the materials combined, creating a shimmering halo around the giant cannon. Everyone below watched, and each had to marvel. Even Zifan had to exclaim, No wonder he's a renowned grandmaster. This basically establishes a system, an assembly line for refining artifacts. Furthermore, the semi-finished runes prepared by these people beforehand. They're so similar and compatible, up to 80%. Each one is precisely like a laser engraver. To achieve this level of accuracy, you'd probably have to reach the foundation establishment stage. Saduo and Zifan looked up at the machine everyone was completing and declared that the 5 elements cannon was forming. Moreover, it's already rooted in the void. Later, if some great demon were to come wanting to destroy the 5 elements giant cannon, then he'd have to break through the spatial barrier here first. Zifan felt this was a big win. The inspiration he gained this time is considerable. Actually, in terms of the level of civilization, the world of immortal cultivation is not inferior to the modern era. For example, if we could shrink this cannon into a portable design, that would be great. At that time, it would be a real human nuclear weapon. At this time, Sato asked Zishi, Do you want to go with me to see more? Zifam has supreme talent, understanding everything at a glance. Of course, there was no need to observe anymore. so he refused. No, I want to find a talisman myself. I will take a walk. After that, Zifan went alone to the back of the front line of Potiantan. Just then, a woman's voice called, "Young master, come here and have a cup of tea." He suddenly went to the red light district without realizing it. Zifan looked at the courtesans flirting with customers and wanted to try. Ew. The girls were advertising. "Here, I have a treasure I want to show you to broaden your horizons." "Young master, I don't understand cultivation a bit. Can you help guide me?" He looked at it with pleasure, drooling in the red light district of the Immortal City. This front line has no shortage of departments. I wonder if any young, inexperienced junior cultivators will be pulled in. Just as he thought that, over there, Zifan spotted a familiar figure being dragged away. "Get off me!" Zgang, pinned by two demons, had to shout. "Get away!" A righteous man like Zgang, how could he be blinded by beauties? The boy sternly said. "Yakamashi, my master once said women will affect the speed of spellcasting. Please stay away from me. If you keep clinging to me, I won't be polite." Zifan, an uninvolved party, suddenly got dragged in. Afterwards, Zifan hid on the side, watching his disciple Zgang grumbling as he approached. As soon as Zgang arrived, he flicked the boy, almost deleting Zgang from the server. He had a gloomy look on his face as he looked at Zgang. Seeing this, Zgang suspiciously said, "Master, why are you here?" Zifan told him to explain. "Tell me, what was that just now?" Zgang pouted. The boy recounted, "I almost got 2 older sisters. Revving my engine. It's just, there was a female cultivator who insisted on dragging me to a pink little building. Inside, it was all women, saying they felt unwell and wanted me to help. What could I possibly do to help? So I wanted to refuse. A blank slate like you, Kong, should know. If you feel unwell, don't go bothering folks on the road all willy-nilly. Just drink plenty of warm water, and you'll be right as rain. Little sister knows warm water helps her feel better. But me, I wouldn't know the first thing about that. You ladies, sort yourselves out. I'm out." Kong, still innocent, wondered which word had offended them. Thus, he went to the arena. Zifan was deeply concerned about this little Kong. "Kong, kid, you don't know how good you've got it. Later, you'll regret this, surely." Kong asked, which words ticked them off. In a difficult situation like this, all you need is a confident smile. Kong, with the companionship of toothpaste, flashed a dazzling grin and declared, "After entering the arena, I fought 48 female foundation building cultivators. I didn't lose a single match. I didn't let Master down." The more he spoke, the more Zifan wanted to hide his face. This kid isn't some steel-hearted macho man. He's more like a titanium alloy super macho man or something. The following afternoon, while strolling down the street, Zifan discovered that everyone was discussing something, and Tai Ling Ren was angry, right? The notice on the bulletin board had a picture of Zaigang and the words, "The hand that destroyed 48 flowers, a male cultivator pervert only chooses women. If women encounter him, remember to run away quickly." Looking at this piece of paper, Zifan didn't know where to hide his face. He quickly ran back home. As soon as he opened the door, he looked straight at Zaigang with a serious expression. Zifan hurriedly took out a disguise mask and gave it to Zaigang, instructing, "Little gang, this is a disguise mask. Before returning to the sect, you should wear this. Without my permission, you must never take it off. Do you understand?" Afterward, Zifan turned and continued to instruct. "Also, Yue Xian, in the future, when you have free time, please teach your second brother again." But even Yue Xian felt powerless and said, "I've given up teaching him about that already. Drink lots of warm water, right?" Without thinking more, Zifan continued to go out for a walk to find a suitable rune. He walked and observed. Earlier, he only walked halfway because of Zgang's problem and then left. Fortunately, it's still early. Where are the runes? Where are the runes? While searching for FU inscriptions, you see Pang Fu sitting, gathering dust in a corner. Isn't that Pang Fu, this old acquaintance? After observing the interior of the shop, what kind of empty shop is this? Zifan must be thinking in disbelief. This is his shop? Zifan approaches, asking, "Is there only a cashier inside?" The moment Pang Fu sees Zifan arrive, the floodgates of tears are unleashed. His tears flow freely as Pang Fu cries out in anguish, "Great Master Z!" He clings tightly to Zifan's leg, pleading, "Save me!" Never imagined facing a large trade association outside the sect would be this miserable. There isn't a single bit of news. After arriving here, I discovered all the spots in the market have already been divided up. Regardless of price of goods or purchase price, it simply can't compare to those large trade associations. Hearing this, Zifan is helpless. He looks away, avoiding his gaze. Zifan pulls his leg free, saying, Rarely do I see you struggling in the business world. Why try a little mental shift? If you're not at the market, then can't you just turn this empty space into a market? Peng Fu, like a deflated ball lying on the ground, asked about opening a market himself. Zifan's lips twitched, saying, I have a great idea. You want to hear it? Behind the front lines, inside a store in Shansheng, Peng Fu was frantically shaking Zifan. He was out of control and said, Of course I want to hear how to make a fortune. Master Z, please tell me. We use the old rules. If it succeeds, there will definitely be a reward. Zifan couldn't take it anymore and said, There are no fewer than tens of millions of cultivators gathered at this 30,000-mile front line. Do you know what that means? Peng Fu hurriedly asked, Master Z, stop beating around the bush. Zifan then revealed the plan. Listen carefully. On the 30,000-mile front line, you only need to spend 400 spirit stones to set up a row. To build a communication network, transmitted by the cannon fortress. Then spend another 200 spirit stones to make an information processing machine. The Central Sea Command Post is located right on the front lines. Peng Fu, like a startled deer, is asking about the Intelligence Network and Information Processing Center. Zifan took out a spirit stone and directly refined it. Zifan said, That's right. Then he refined a small magical artifact. That just needs a spirit gathering, image projection, and signal transmission. Just these 3 types of runes. The finished product costs less than 2 spirit stones. Under Peng Fu's admiring gaze, Zifan refined a magical artifact. It's shaped like a mobile phone on a tripod. He said it can receive information from headquarters and virtual images and can also send messages back to headquarters. If it only becomes widespread. Peng Fu was so excited he couldn't stand still, his face flushed red. It was as if he had encountered a turning point in his life. This is an extremely grand concept, Grandmaster. I understand. Zifan, however, still didn't get it and thought, I've only said a little bit. Yet he already understands. As expected of a business prodigy, this pile of money, I can't hog it all to myself. Suddenly, Peng Fu collapsed to the ground, crying blood. Great Master Z, you're my life's greatest master. Thank you, Master, for guiding this lost soul. Peng Fu, bursting with energy, tells you to wait. Within 5 years, I'll offer to Zeta Shi at least 10 million spiritual stones. Then he transformed into a wheel, speeding out. But Zifan, watching that ridiculous act, thought, is that senior brother Peng Fu's flying technique? It actually suits his figure quite well. However, Zifan thought with some relief. Looks like Nokia will soon be born in our cultivation world. This time, I'm its founder. In the demon spirit realm, Yi Xiaoyao, utterly dejected, was meditating. Yi Xiaoyao reflected on how long it had been since he'd been transported here. If only I hadn't performed so outstandingly. Now, it's tough to escape. Although my current strength has reached the nascent soul great demon level, I have infiltrated and become the 3rd-generation young master of the Jutu Sacred Hall of the Demon Spirit Realm. The more Yi Xiaoyao thought, the angrier he became. He slammed his hand on his knee, expressing his frustration. Originally, there was no problem, but not long ago, the Bear Demon clan sent news, saying that they had discovered a teleportation formation that could cross over to the world beyond. It could safely teleport to the human world. Even the plan to invade the human world had already begun. The Great Sword Immortal Emperor reappeared and asked, Little one, is the reason you're worried the invasion of the human world? So even the 2 holes, human ears don't even bother to hide it. Ye Xiaoyao said, Isn't that the case? That teleportation formation is definitely because of me. Now, I don't know what the situation is like in the human world. I feel like I'm betraying the human world. The Great Sword Immortal Emperor said indifferently, You're thinking too much. The demon clan coming to the human world won't even find a blade of grass. They are probably hiding in the forbidden area of the Fox Demon Lake. This is the first step in the plan that the demon clan has created. Hearing this, Ye Xiaoyao asked, slightly surprised, The demon clan's plan? What do you know? The Great Sword Immortal Emperor thought for a moment and then said, It's just forget it. You wouldn't understand, even if I told you. You just need to know that the great war between the 2 worlds will happen very soon. Yi Xiaoyao is still investigating the great war between the 2 realms. In the end, who will be the winner? He said that the key to victory when the 2 worlds of the Middle Thousand meet depends on the top strategies of the 2 worlds, which is also the destiny of each person in the 2 worlds. The top strategy of the human race is only slightly better than the demon spirit realm. Then he pointed directly at Ye Xiaoyao. Moreover, supposing that the top strategist has an unexpected event happen, isn't there still Yu Yi, the human race's accidental mistake, a mole? Xiaoyao said he was an exception. Also, do not go against the Great Sword Immortal Emperor's instructions, so please wait patiently. At least don't pay attention to life and death matters anymore. He said that reincarnation is inherently the way of heaven. Who can restore the indestructible? If there is, it would only be a tragedy. Then he slowly disappeared, leaving Ye Xiaoyao alone to ponder. Having come to this point, Ye Xiaoyao is still making decisions. So now I should just focus on cultivation, and only hope that the top strategy of our human race will lead to a smooth victory. At the same time, at the Frontline Institute of Zifan Wang, Wulun reappeared. Today, this place is bustling again. Wang Yulun brought a bundle of stuff, grinning, saying, "Sorry to trouble you, big bro Zida. A few days ago, I heard you mention going to the Jincheng market to find talisman treasures. However, you couldn't find any. Quote, look, I just happened to dig up a piece of rock. It's quite peculiar, so I brought it over for you to take a look." Zaifan was quite surprised that this guy could actually bring a treasure. He mused for a moment. Why does this Wang Yulun always manage to find such strange things? Is his stat or luck in this area way too high? Is that why the heavens so forcefully cursed his romantic fate like that? Thinking that, Zifan still told him to quickly take it out. Wang Yulun immediately obeyed. The moment he saw the glittering gem in Wang Yulun's hand, Zifan exclaimed in shock, "This is actually a Liu Ming stone. It's much more high grade than I initially imagined finding." Zifan carefully observed it, saying, "I've only seen it in books. The sun and moon talismans on top can even control the flow of time." Zifan truly admired this guy's luck. "You really want to own this Lu Min stone?" Vuong Vuluan looked at Tufam's appearance, knowing he really wanted it. So he said that if it had runes, then Tudai Ca could keep it. "I didn't expect this guy to be so generous." Tufam remained vigilant and asked, "What? You want to give it to me? Aren't you upset?" Vuong Vuluan happily laughed and said, "We are brothers. Why do you say that?" Although when I first found it, I immediately had the feeling that this was definitely something unusual. But I thought about it, and only by giving it to you can its full value be realized. Vuong Vuluan obediently wagged his tail like a puppy and said, "Besides, you are also the master of my 2 children. Giving this to you is the right thing to do." Tufam was touched and accepted the Lu Min stone, saying, "You could casually find a tool refining grandmaster with this and exchange it for a fairy tool. You could even go to the central continent and give it to the Tian Kutong. They would provide for you until you ascended to the great vehicle stage, but if you give it to me, then you can only get a thank you from me." Vuong Vuluan felt that brotherly loyalty was more important than anything else. He tightly held Tufam's hand and said, "Saying thank you isn't just about being brothers. Later, we will be family. Just a thank you is enough." Hearing that, Zaifan was moved more than ever, helping me when needed. This kindness I will surely remember. Afterwards, Wang Yulun also bid farewell and left. Watching the other party's figure disappear into the distance, Zaifan couldn't help but sigh. Betraying your son is truly a justified reputation. Yulun, he really is a noble person. The kind of runes inside the flowing lightstone are essential items that I have wanted to create lately. However, it's hard to obtain, even high-quality, similar substitutes. I can't seem to find. Zifan stared intently at the flowing lightstone in his hand, then thought, "However, I really want to refine this kind of treasure. The reason is because it's related to cultivation. At first, I really just wanted to quietly wait for the great limit to arrive, then automatically upgrade. However, since Zigang and Yue Shen upgraded to the Foundation Establishment stage, I discovered that my heart is no longer as indifferent as before." He thought of his 2 disciples, muscles bulging, even stronger than their master. What kind of system is that? Therefore, Zaifan must be fearful and worried about the future. I can allow my disciples to be 1 level higher than me, but their speed of progress beyond my wildest dreams. If they keep improving this fast in like a decade or so, Zaigang and Yu Xian might ascend to the Golden Core stage, and Xiangqi and Xingzi will also reach the Foundation Establishment stage. If I'm still stuck in the Qi refining stage at that point, then Zifan's in deep trouble. So he's racking his brain, huh? Even my cool composure can't handle this. Zaifan pulls out a blueprint for a time chamber and sighs. That's why I need to speed things up a bit, avoiding the system's early Foundation Establishment mission. Luckily, it's doable now. I can begin construction of the time chamber model. He pulls out the time chamber model. Unlike the illusory functions of the soul illusion realm, the time chamber can actually boost cultivation levels. Time inside the time chamber will be twice as fast as the outside world, which means, in just over 6 months, I can break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Zaifan holds up the spirit stones and blueprints reverently, thinking its construction and operation are based on the world's highest law, the law of time. In other words, It requires a multitude of runes to combine. Zi-Fan puts everything he has into building it. Time runes are incredibly rare, after all. But this time, Yu Lun actually gave it to you. Right. Inside this piece of Liu Guang stone, there are hidden time-type runes. Zi-Fan observed them, thinking, it's even the most high-grade type. Sun and Moon runes. If you let them merge together, you just need to refine the runes from within the gem, engrave them into the blueprint you've drawn, then seclude yourself for a while to comprehend the runes. After finishing, Zi-Fan picked up the Liuming stone. He thought confidently, I will surely succeed in creating a time chamber, advancing to foundation establishment. A bright future awaits us. Zi-Fan thought optimistically. His current strength is at the Qi refining stage. However, he can challenge those beyond his level, even foundation establishment cultivators. Even more, if infused into magical artifacts, he could even fight gold core stage demonic beasts. Wait until he levels up one more grade. It really makes one anticipate. Half a year has passed. Kuei-Tian sect, atop Zi-Fan's mountain. Zi-Fan angrily slammed his fist on the table. He looks as if he has aged 10 years. Zi-Fan said, from 5 months ago, after my disciple and I returned to the Kuei-Tian sect, to reinforce the battleships, I spent a full 3 months comprehending the Sun and Moon talisman. The remaining time was basically spent on refining and researching how to operate the time chamber the longest. Unfortunately, there's no progress at all. Now, looking at the blueprints, he says, looks like we can only use the dumbest method, exploiting readily available time-space dust, the easiest to find to fuel the time chamber. Zi-Fan starts calculating. He applies every mathematical, physical, and chemical formula. Biologically, Zi-Fan reckons that 1 kilogram of time-space dust can supply a small chamber, running for 5 years, and 1 kilogram of time-space dust costs 10 million spirit stones. However, upon reflection, it seems cheap, doesn't it? Zi-Fan said, only 1.2 billion spirit stones, that's not much. Having said that, Zi-Fan immediately dismisses it. 1.2 billion? What do you mean cheap? Probably only old Famnat Wang can afford it. What nonsense. It's not cheap at all. He angrily bites his lip and says, moreover, time-space dust can only be mined in the polar void region, which means he'd have to go to the center of the mainland. Can be bought easily, but time-space lodestone in the central continent is extremely rare, and without connections, you definitely can't buy it. Zi-Fan racked his brain, trying to think of a way. His free assets, used for leveling up, have left him poor again. He laments that his past abundance of spirit stones, like water, will never be found again. Afterward, he went outside and saw Zi Yuexian playing with her 4th disciple, Li Xing. Zi-Fan curiously asked, what are you doing? Are you teaching your junior brother spells? Zi Yuexian boasted to her master, Master, do you know what Little Fourth's most amazing spell is? Zi-Fan asked, what is it? Little spiritual rain technique? Zi Yuexian replied, it's not the light-shadow illusion. Little Fourth's light-shadow illusion is already very powerful. Then she told the boy to perform a few moves for the master to see. Come on, show it to Master, junior brother Li Xing. Li Xing immediately replied, yes, senior sister, only to see the boy move his hands a few times, as if forming a seal. Immediately afterward, a wonderfully dreamy celestial scene appeared in the sky. This scene, on the contrary, stunned Zi-Fan. Did you ask about these things because you imagined them, or have you encountered them before? Li Jingzi proudly replied, Master, these are things I imagined in the immortal family. Even Yue Xian from the sacred land chimed in, Little C, hide so Master can't find you. Immediately, Jingzi moved his hand and replied, yes, senior sister? Then he smiled menacingly. The boy disappeared into the green mist. This surprised even Zi-Fan, who was his teacher. On the surface, he said, well done! But in his heart, he was incredibly jealous of the title of master. This weakest title is going to be pinned on his head. His disciple is indeed too heaven-defying. His ability to hide has reached the point where, if he doesn't sense the aura, he can't even detect the boy's existence, he thought. He took out a remote control and said, let me test you a little bit. He started by selecting the light wind level. A cool breeze immediately appeared in the sky, but Li Jingzi remained silent. Not discouraged, he switched to the medium rain mode. The sky immediately poured down torrential rain, but at this moment only Zi was seen. Yue Xian, using a banana leaf as a head cover, switched to overgrown grass mode. However, all that resulted was mushrooms sprouting on Yue Xian's head, and no sign of Li Jingzi. Zi-Fan finally realized that this kid was no ordinary child. At only 7 years old, he could use light shadow arts to perfectly conceal himself in any environmental element. Finally, out of options, Zi-Fan spoke up, all right, come on out. Aren't you afraid Shiji will smack you if you reveal your position? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jingzi sitting leisurely on Zifan's head, and Yuxian slowly materialized. The mischievous boy grinned. As expected, I couldn't fool Shifu. Little did he know, however, that the ticking time bomb known as Z Yuxian was about to explode. Run for your lives, everyone. Immediately, Zi Weijian, in a threatening voice, interrogated Li Jingzi. You little brat, you dared to climb on Shiji's head? Then she tightened her grip on Li Jingzi's head. The boy could only whimper, Shiji, I was wrong! Seeing the comical scene of the two children, Zifan couldn't help but laugh, calling out, Jingzi. Upon hearing Shifu's call, Li Jingzi turned around. Zifan used light shadow arts to create a tiger, then said, Now you use light shadow arts to make a rabbit. Li Jingzi comfortably replied, Yes. Then he created a snow-white rabbit. As soon as the white rabbit appeared, it was bewildered. It looked at the surrounding scenery. When it faced a large tiger, its instinct arose, causing it to tremble incessantly. As soon as it saw the tiger baring its sharp teeth, the rabbit already sensed the imminent prospect of being torn apart. Zifan didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. If this is already a snow rabbit, why isn't there snow? I'll add a little difficulty for you. Indeed, Zifan never lets anyone be at peace. He used the controls to switch to a heavy snowfall mode. The sky immediately erupted in a snowstorm. The tiger also began to chase the white rabbit. Seeing this scene, Tun Yetian had to exclaim that it was impossible to recognize this as an illusion. It looked just like reality. Li Jingqi at this time had to calculate the rabbit's path. He also had to control it to avoid the tiger. After only a short while, the boy's brain announced CPU overload. This single-core chip couldn't perform two actions at the same time. After a period of time, the rabbit, in the illusion, gradually disappeared. Li Jingqi tiredly slumped to the ground. Panting, he said to his master, I'm not okay. Seeing this, Zifan also praised him. To be able to do this at just 7 years old is already very impressive. Suddenly, he asked me if I liked the art of light and shadow. Li Xingzi replied innocently, I like it. I really like it. That way you can create a world that you like, a world that includes your mother. The boy knew that his mother had passed away, but thought that he could use this method to bring her back to life. Li Xingzi's innocence made Zifan not know what to say. He could only hug the boy and gently comforted him. From now on, I and your senior brothers and sisters will all be your family. Li Xingzi, feeling a warm current flowing in his heart, softly replied, Yes. But deep down, Zifan thought that the most sinful person at this moment was Wang Yulun. He vowed to give him a decisive battle in the future. After that, Zifan took the boy into the training room. He conjured up a pile of scrolls in front of Li Xingzi and tell Ting to choose whichever of these spells you want to learn. No need to rush. Take your time to choose. After a moment of thought, Li Tingtu spoke. Master, I have chosen illusion art, charm art, point spirit art, soul capture art, 5-element shaping art, 5-element trap art, celestial shadow art. Seeing the boy's confident appearance, Tufan knew that following the path of the Yin Master, with this bright and clean appearance, was indeed very suitable. The more he thought about it, more Tufan felt that this boy was just like him. Only methods that do not match appearances can cause difficulty. Unexpectedly, the boy not only had extremely high talent, but was also very similar to him in terms of intention. He cleared his throat a bit and said, Take these spells home and study them slowly. If there's anything you don't understand or need to ask, come and ask me at any time. Li Tingtu immediately obeyed. After Li Tingtu left, a figure appeared behind him. It was Vuong Huangqi, who was secretly observing. A moment later, the boy came before Tufan and resentfully said, Master is deceiving me. I also want to learn powerful skills like Little Tu. Seeing the boy, Tufan asked, Huangqi, are you sure you know that the boy is jealous? Taking care of kids is seriously too hard. Meanwhile, in the illusionary chamber, Wang Xiangzi is diligently practicing his sword energy manifestation technique. After receiving a few pointers from Zifan, the little brat is even more frantically entering the illusionary realm to cultivate. Seeing the kid's determination, Zifan can't help but sigh. Looks like he's reached a crucial moment in his training, this Wang Zhangji kid. If he's not out doing missions, then he's with his dad. It's rare for him to return once, yet as soon as he's back, he notices Chelsea's great improvement and starts to worry. Zifan touched the barrier. He thought, seeing that, he buries himself in cultivation. All because he wants me to see it? He then decided to enter the illusionary realm for a bit. In a flash, he entered the soul world. Inside the illusion, he only saw Wang Xiangji was locked in a decisive battle with several demon beasts. These cat demons keep surrounding and attacking, and Wang Xiangji, though exhausted, exhausted, is still trying to hold on. He's on the defensive. Just a single drop of sweat falling is enough to incite the cat demons to launch a counterattack. But the kiddo ain't scared. Wang Xiangji unsheathes his sword. "Respond to my call, Thunder Sword," he yells. Instantly, a halo of light surrounds Wang Xiangji. After creating a shield, the little tyke sends his swords flying. Each sword obeys, piercing through the Miyu demons to attack. Wang Xiangji shouts, "Wind swords!" The two swords immediately clash. At this moment, two streams of wind and thunder power combine as one. The wind from the wind swords amplifies the lightning, creating a wide area of destruction. Taking advantage of the Miyu demons' distraction, Wang Xiangji leaps in another direction. The little guy controls his two swords to attack those demon beasts. After a while, several Miyu demons lie dead all over the place. Zifan, witnessing the entire process, can't help but praise the kid's tactics. Very sword immortal-like. Then he slowly descends, saying quickly, "So fast!" "You've already mastered the first form of wind and thunder. Your secret arts are stronger than your senior brothers and sisters now. But you must remember, if you encounter trouble, handle it calmly. Don't get hasty or reckless, all right?" Zifan watched the demon beast kings heading towards Wang Xiangji, thinking about the slaughter. Those cat-type demon beasts from earlier might all be at the 6th level of Qi training. However, their challenge difficulty is actually higher than the 7th and 8th levels. Hearing the praise, Wang Xiangji shyly replied, "Master, I understand. Actually, today's the first time I've successfully used this technique completely. I'm still far from mastering it, Master. Moreover, it's all thanks to your previous guidance." Hearing this, Zifan pulled out the system board and said, "Well, I'll show you one more time, so you can get a better grasp." As soon as Zifan stepped onto the stage, he immediately chose the challenge difficulty of 10 Foundation Establishment demon beasts. Instantly, the illusion created a corresponding dreamscape. Wang Xiangji looked at the demon beasts and worried about his master. His show-off loving master decided to challenge 10 Foundation Establishment demon beasts at once. It hurts a lot when master dies even once, you know. Unexpectedly, this little brat doesn't trust his master at all. He flicked it on the head as a warning. "Scolding me? Are you even worried about me? What's with all the talking? Watch carefully. I'm only demonstrating this once." As soon as he finished speaking, Zifan vanished. What is with these demon beasts, suddenly feeling ticklish when the wind blows? Turns out that's Zifan's micro-wind clone technique. A moment later, Zifan gently landed on the ground. He continued to use micro-wind lightning intent. In a flash, a stream of lightning pierced through 10 Foundation Establishment demon beasts. Even as they died, those 10 demon beasts still had expressions of blissful enjoyment from the gentle breeze. After his demonstration, Zifan asked, "Understand now? The essence of this move is the combined effect of the wind and lightning elements. It uses minimal spiritual power to pierce the enemy's weak spot at the head. Specifically, how does one operate it?" Turning around to look, his disciple was already sitting down, cultivating. Zifan looked at the boy inside, so quickly entered a state of enlightenment. He's got the same style I had back then. With that done, Zifan went out for a stroll, stretching as he mused. Looks like the aptitudes of the disciples I've accepted are all top-notch. In the future, they'll all become great powers. As their master, I can't be lazy either. Tomorrow, even if it bankrupts me, I must collect 10 complete fragments of space-time. I need to quickly cultivate to a new breakthrough. Suddenly, the image of Princess Ye Xiaoyao flashed through his mind. Zifan recalled her instructions. "Junior brother, please help me make those 2 magical artifacts." Speaking of which, I just remembered that Ham Hock has been missing for quite a while now. Isn't that a good thing, though? It's just that I kinda miss that Ham Hock fellow. But his daydream was immediately shattered by the warship. Zifan thought to himself, Forget it. Let's focus on finding the time-space essence stones. That's the main thing." Meanwhile, in the monster spirit realm, at the sacred land of Jutu, Ye Xiaoyao was being served and surrounded by beauties. Ye Xiaoyao called out, "Great sword, immortal emperor, old sword. When will you gather enough of that Qi spirit essence of yours? When will you collect enough of 10? He enjoyed himself while using sound transmission to speak with the great sword, immortal emperor. "I'm about to become a full-fledged monster clan member from killing everyone here." Ye Xiaoyao comfortably enjoyed the care of several monster clan beauties. He even let those babes steam him. The great sword, immortal emperor transmitted back, "If nothing unexpected happens, there are still 55 to go. Just stay put for now. I see you're doing well as the young master of this place. That's pretty chill. But in this 55-day period, you need to collect 10 spirit stones, natural treasures, spirit ore or whatever. As the young master, collecting 10 resources will be much faster than in the mortal realm. Ye Xiaoyao agreed. He's right. With my status as the young master of this Jutu Holy Land, even those little clan leaders in the demon realm, even the fusion realm demon beasts, have to respect me. It's just that the demon energy in this Holy Land is too dense, making me a bit uncomfortable right now. Great Sword Immortal Emperor manifested, advising him, later, you'll be doing great things. What are these trivial matters now? Back in the day, for a demonic sword, I lurked in the demon heaven realm for 10,000 years. Hearing this, Ye Xiaoyao said helplessly, you stayed in the demon heaven realm for 10,000 years. Wasn't it just to steal someone else's demonic sword? What? The Great Sword Immortal Emperor, hearing this, awkwardly laughed. In the affairs of cultivation, how can it be called stealing? Besides, they were demonic cultivators. Everyone is guilty. Taking that was totally normal. Things have come to this point, Ye Xiaoyao stood up, determined. Wait another 55 days. After 55 days, I'll definitely return to the mortal realm. Otherwise, I'll always feel uneasy. Ye Xiaoyao had no idea that, at this moment, he was showing off his beautiful, nude physique to two beauties. They were blushing as they looked. Time passed in a flash. It's been 55 years. After Zifan's cuckoo bird crowed, it's been 55 years. 55 years later, the cuckoo bird is still crowing. The old man is out of seclusion. Zifan, along with his cane, slowly walked out. Zifan had now become an old man over 90 years old, really ancient. He had barely emerged when he complained unhappily about this alarm clock bird. Since when did you learn to say other sentences? Could it be that you've developed a spirit? His disciples came to greet him. The six-star seeds grabbed Zifan's hand and asked, Master, what's wrong with you? Could it be you've reached your limit? Zifan replied, no need to worry. Just researching secret life techniques. It's a long way off before I reach my limit. However, he thought to himself that he finally almost reached a sliver of a miracle. Why does it feel like I'm about to kick the bucket? The other disciples also came and said, Master, please, ascend to the Foundation Establishment stage. We beg you. Don't pursue the legendary Perfect Foundation Establishment any longer. We disciples all beg you. Master, please have this. That's right. It can choose to defy fate and prolong your life by 100 years. The moment Zifan saw that bottle, he dodged it like the plague. He said, no thanks. Zifan barely escaped extending his lifespan to the limit, and these little brats still want him to prolong it further? Dream on! Suddenly he realized, oh, but I'm already 55. Ganger and Yue Xian have both advanced to the Golden Core realm. Zhangji and Xingzi's cultivation has also reached the Foundation Establishment stage. Very good, I'm very satisfied, Zaigang said emotionally. It's just a pity my body hasn't grown any bigger. Zifan raised his hand and flicked the boy on the head, saying, your spiritual roots were opened late. Giving it to someone else, they'd beg for it and not get it. On the contrary, your master is very envious of you. Seeing the four of you all become successful, your master has no more worries. Zifan turned away contentedly, saying, right now, your master is chasing after a trace of the supreme great Tao. You don't need to worry about your master's situation. Hearing that, the youngsters became even more worried. They called out, Master, you're already very powerful. There's no need to seek that supreme great Tao. Now that Master is nearing his end, besides preserving your origin, don't think about anything else. Master, please drink this whole jar of origin essence. Please. Master, drink it. We cannot live without you. Zifan, out of breath, told us you're all good kids. Rest assured, your master will surely succeed. Keep such precious 5 elements wisdom treasures for yourselves. Ziyue Xian couldn't bear it any longer. The girl broke down in tears. Then, that girl made her move. Ziyue Xian created a binding rope, wrapping tightly around Zifan. She cried, saying, Master, this time, I will take charge for you. Even if you're 100% certain, I still have to add another layer of protection for you. Hearing this, Zifan just wanted to prostrate himself, begging the girl 3 lifetimes worth. God, no. At this moment, Zifan was tied up. He didn't know how to escape. He worriedly thought, don't you guys know how precious my time is? You know how much money I've spent? Wasting nearly all of this time, huh? Who knew? Ziyue Xian, while pulling Zifan, cried, seeming to say, Master, don't blame me. Then she grabbed the origin essence jar, extending his lifespan. Look at what this girl's doing. Zifan's weeping. This is the path your master chose. You're hurting me, child. Never expected she'd be so determined. I don't care about master's path. I just want master to live with me. Then She squeezed Zfan's mouth open wide, like a snakehead fish, helpless. Zfan could only watch as the drop of primal essence slowly fell into his mouth. Just as it was about to touch him, Zieshan was grabbed by a robotic arm. Even though I'm old, I still have enough strength to discipline you cubs. You think just because your master is old, you can be disobedient? The puppets he created are all at the peak of the golden core stage. Right now, they're tightly gripping Zieshan. Zfan instructed, Yuai-shan, put it back. Master understands your intentions. It's just, let it go. Hearing this, the girl sobbed. Master! Zifan stood up, dusted off his clothes, then said, Give Master 1 month. If I can't break through to the Foundation establishment stage by then, I'll drink the primal essence you gave me. Finishing, he sighed, then told the kids, You guys stand up, don't you know your master's methods? There's nothing I can't grasp. Your master will know how to handle it. The day of reckoning for Tu Kuang outside has finally arrived. Give the order to the disciples. It's a crucial moment for your master. We must all keep a close watch. Yutian, if the situation is not stable, we will immediately rush in to feed the master the original essence. Junior brother is responsible for using illusions to make the master faint. Brother and Huang Qi will stop the master's puppets. The action must be quick and not exceed 1 minute. After hearing the eldest brother's words, the group immediately obeyed. They stared intently at the room where Tufam was sitting outside. Inside, Tufam was no less nervous. He worried and thought to himself, what if I can't rely on this useless system of mine? What should I do? I know that before, this system could only help cover up the detection of great power cultivators. The remaining effects have never been revealed. Tu Pham opened the system panel. He used all his stars and hoped for it. System, please don't let me down. The system panel announced that there are 30 minutes left until the Great Tribulation. Please prepare, host. Tu Pham knew that this moment was coming. He smiled and thought. Finally, reaching the Foundation establishment stage won't be easy. If I keep going like this, I won't lose out to those disciples. Hopefully, after upgrading the system, there will be some differences. If there's lucky draw or a shopping center, that'd be even better. First, eliminate stinky tofu. Before he's on the chopping block, Zifan sinks into his fantasies, while thinking of a brighter future with the system. At the same time, somewhere else, Ye Xiaoyao is also looking at the teleportation array in front of him. Boy, after so many years, you can finally return. Shouldn't you be happy and think of more than 65 reasons? I can finally go home. Just then, Grand Sword Immortal Emperor appears, asking, Little brat, are you sure you won't stay? Your status among the demon beasts is getting higher and higher by the time the humans arrive. Or when you become the master of the demon race, you can stop the demon race from fighting. Then you'll be the hero of the human race. Hearing this, Ye Xiaoyao said, Your idea is very good. However, I still have unfinished business in the human realm. Doing as you say, who knows how long I'll have to wait. Ye Xiaoyao recalls, That disciple and junior brother need to repay me. My parents are still waiting for me to return. But the engagement revenge plot hasn't even started. I can't wait any longer, even if it means a war between two races. I want to become a proper, upright hero of the human race, instead of just sitting around, waiting for something hardcore to happen. Great Sword Immortal Emperor asks one last time, You really want to go back? Ye Xiaoyao's thinking, Did this old dude eat some itchy sweet potato or something today? Why are you so chatty today? He thought, I must go back. I've already figured out the reason. Just say, I hibernated in a secret realm for 65, cultivating until the era of heroes. Seeing his determination, Great Sword Immortal Emperor decided to help. All right, I'll help you restore the teleportation array. But before you return to the human realm, I have something to say to you. Right now, the demon race's inter-realm teleportation array has been crippled. Great Sword Immortal Emperor instructed him one last time. Some things will happen, coincidentally. Things will inevitably occur. Even without you, someone else would do it anyway. In the human realm, a cave near Tian Gate, the inter-realm teleportation array is also being repaired. Meanwhile, Zifan's kids are standing there, dumbfounded. They're staring at the scene in the sky. A rare phenomenon. The solar halo appears, a purple aura stretching for 3,000 li. 5 auspicious clouds welcome the sage. The kids shout, Everyone look! The 5 auspicious clouds are emitting divine, 5-colored light. This is Master's 5 elements technique. Inside the room, Zifan is also absorbing those 5-colored clouds. At this moment, the space within his Dantian expands from 99 zhang to 399 zhang, 699 zhang. The Dantian space opens to 999 zhang. The Zifan looks at the result and thinks, Not bad! Guess I can head back now. Then, he slowly walks out of the Dantian space. The moment he appears, the disciples kneel down and pay their respects. Master! Congratulations on Master's successful breakthrough. Xifen returns to his youthful appearance. He looks even more handsome than before. Honestly, immediately afterward, he grabs the kids' heads. Come on, get up, you little rascals. Didn't your master tell you? Your master is just that awesome. What's this nonsense about not grasping things? Now, as your teacher, I'm already at the foundation establishment stage, while you disciples are still at the golden core stage. Now, your master can suppress you with one hand. Suddenly, he noticed a strange anomaly. Just then, Xifen suddenly felt a surge of chilling air around him. Xifen mused to himself, why is there such a strong surge of chilling air suddenly? It bears the mark of the bloodlight extinction. Suddenly, a warning sounded from the sky. Attention all disciples of Katian's sect. This is a warning. The demon race is attacking. Immediately evacuate Katian's sect heading north. Without a summons from the sect, do not return. The BTN scripture is alarmed. If the sect is destroyed by demonic beasts, do not avenge us. Hearing the headmaster's order, the disciples started to panic, asking what was going on. Hurry up and pack. Quick, let's go. This is serious. Xifen also realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly urged, what are you kids standing around for? Pack your things. Call Wang Shishu over here. Let's get going. I've only just escaped one tribulation. If you don't leave, remaining in the sect will make it hard to survive. Hearing you, all disciples will immediately obey orders. Wang Yulun arrives at their location in a flying saucer. Seeing that everyone arrived in time, Xifen sighs in relief, thinking, luckily I prepared in advance and gave Wang Yulun a high-speed flying artifact. This time it helped a lot. After picking everyone up onto the flying saucer, it starts up and launches, while near Ye Xiaoyao, the incense burner in his bag suddenly showed strange signs, even though we've returned to the human realm. But this incense burner suddenly flies out. Ye Xiaoyao looks at it and asks Old Sword, finally we're back. What is that? Even the Great Sword Immortal Emperor is a little panicked, replying, this isn't good. This is a demonic tool, a spatial transfer array that Demon Lord Zhu hid on you. It seems we can't stay here long. I'll take you away faster. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu, the demon beast's laughter, rings in Ye Xiaoyao's ears. It says, my lovely little disciple, your teacher has waited for you for so long. I finally waited for the day you return to the human realm. Immediately after, it appears, grabs Ye Xiaoyao, then says, as a reward for you, as your teacher, I will help you massacre all living beings in the human realm. What do you think? This gift from him is truly as stylish as his eyebrows. He probably wants to shave Yi Xiaoyao's eyebrows, too. Then, demonic beasts from the teleportation array began to appear in the human realm. Zhu demonic beast excitedly said about the human realm, from now on this place will have to change its name. He then lifted the trembling Ye Xiaoyao close to himself and said, don't you want to watch my good disciple? Suddenly the golden incense burner returned, smashing directly into Zhu demonic beast's hand. Archer Zhu demonic beast had to release Ye Xiaoyao. After that, Ye Xiaoyao disappeared right before his eyes. Zhu demonic beast realized it was a teleportation. He angrily knew he was tricked. He crushed the teleportation device and said, the pawn is gone. Oh well, it's useless anyway. Then, as he left, he said, slaughter that little sect entirely. After that, gather with the trash from the ancient demon forbidden land who just arrived in the human realm. This stylish demonic beast has increased its power, massacring an area. He excitedly said, occupy a portion of the human race's continent. Then, plan further. The Kuei-Tian sect battlefield, the two realms. Old Sword solemnly said, the old family servant said that my fate had a tribulation. I didn't expect it to be true after all. Before returning to Mother Earth, the old guy gave his last words. However, it's okay. No destruction, no establishment. It's just a pity that Katian's sect is no longer in my hands. This old one's life has been lived without regret. Luckily, the people in the sect were evacuated in time. The foundation was preserved, so there is still an opportunity to rebuild in the future. I can be considered worthy of the predecessors who ascended in the sect. The demons and monsters saw this and laughed in his face. Coward, you've all run away? The old sword gritted his teeth, his eyes red with rage. You demons! Even if I'm the only one controlling all the fleets, I will let you see. The old sword began to use all his strength to instruct. The old man took cannons to rush up and fight head-on. The old man wants to let these demons know what a festival is, what the resilience and steadfastness of humanity is. Don't think we humans are still the same as we were tens of thousands of years ago, so easily defeated by you. Back on the pig-trotter's side at the Endless Sea, where Ye Xiaoyao teleported, Pig-trotter asked in a low voice, Old sword, You knew it all along, didn't you? It's not that I knew. I just guessed. Pig Trotter couldn't hide his heartache and spoke up accusingly. Then why didn't you say so, old man? Jutu Yao Zun is very famous in the demon spirit world, with unparalleled battle prowess, and as soon as he arrived, the whole Zhengzhou was wiped out. Old Sword, hearing this, angrily scolded me for not speaking sooner. I said it so subtly, yet you still didn't get it. If I had said it clearly, your expression would have given you away at the slightest chance. Then you'd be a goner for sure. Do you really think those demon lords are vegetarians? Pig Trotters seemed to understand. Gripping his sword so tightly, he trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, the old man and the little girl used their light skills to fly over. Old man, who doesn't know my reputation, Yao Yao, suddenly recruits, "This fellow cultivator and I have a bond. Have you ever heard of the Zhongzhou Sword King sect, led by the Grand Ascension Venerable? I see your bones are quite flexible. I wonder if you're interested in joining us." Cut to the border of Shangzhou, near the teleportation array. Do you guys know? Kuei-Tian sect was burned to the ground by the demon lord of the demon race. That's right, I heard that their grand elder committed suicide. Along with those demon lords, what a glorious death. However, it didn't hurt them too much. Zaifan listened with a heavy heart. Wang Yulun and his wife also couldn't manage a smile. That old elder couldn't hold on in the end. We're lucky Zidage was here, or we'd be finished. Chinger is right, you know. Bad news travels faster than gossip, huh? With the current situation, the countries around Xiangzhou will probably be dragged into this mess in a few days. Zifan interrupted, trying to rally spirits. We gotta look ahead, folks. This time, I plan to do everything at once. We're heading straight to Zhongzhou to live. It's a chance to see the most powerful continent in the center of the cultivation world. Zifan was like a light in a dark cave. Yulun, Chinger, want to come with me? Relying on my status as a top-notch pill refiner, we won't have to worry about making a living there. The newlywed couple pretended to be shy for, 3 seconds, then bowed gratefully. Well, we'll trouble Zidage then. Let's go, brother. It's been so long. Why are you still being so polite with me? Zifan playfully messed with Xiao Xian's twin buns. Here we are. The teleportation point is just ahead. Yui Xian, please make a plan for our journey to Zhongzhou. Once we teleport, we'll be on our way. Zaifan temporarily put aside all worries. As for fighting those evil forces, that's Pork Knuckles' problem. Even if you force me to shoulder the burden of saving the world, then at least give me another 5,000 years. I have to take good care of my disciples and friends first. Of course, there's also, I'll wait until the day I cultivate to become the unrivaled champion. Then who can stop me? Suddenly, a mass of thick fur blocked his view. It turned out to be a muscular lion. Yue Shan explained, Master, these people all want to be teleported elsewhere, just like us. There are too many people. Many cultivators are all nascent soul stage or above. I don't know when it will be our turn. Zifan really knows his place. We have to be careful not to bump into him. These guys could deal with us with just a wave of their hands. Zifan suddenly felt a boulder pressing on his shoulder. I didn't expect to meet you here. It turned out to be senior brother Shan Yue, who likes to act dangerous. Zai, great master, what a fate. You can only blame Zifan for being too malnourished. Senior Shan Yue's enthusiastic greeting is still too strong. No wonder he was a former void refining stage elder. The brute force made Wang Yulun's group dizzy and their eyes blurred. Shan Yue excitedly asked everyone which continent they wanted to visit. Zhongzhou? What a coincidence. That's not bad at all. I also want to go to Zhongzhou to take a look. If you don't mind, why don't we go together? Zifan seized the opportunity to freeload. Of course not, brother! With a senior here, it will be even safer. Sure enough, everyone around gave way. That's a grand elder in the Lianzhu stage. Can't afford to offend him. Can't afford to offend him. Quickly step aside. The youngsters were scared stiff. This was the first time they'd witnessed such a scene. They couldn't help but admire senior sister. Master is so awesome. Even a Da Cheng stage grandmaster is willing to associate with Master. Of course, Master just doesn't like to stand out. In her heart, she felt that becoming a grandmaster was just a small matter for him. In the eyes of the youngsters, Zifan was no different from an idol. Moreover, Master's talent is extremely high. Whether in terms of refining weapons or refining pills, he's extremely skilled. Like this senior, he must have begged Master to refine a magic item for him. Shan Yue was also quite pleased. Lucky me running into Grandmaster again. Befriending a promising Qi refining master like him is definitely the right move. A party of 7 stands before the spatial gate. In a blink, they've entered Zhangzhou's main immortal city. Fan is assigned a small room. He quickly sets down his futon to rest. Safe for now. That feeling of being stalked by danger in Zhangzhou is finally gone. He takes the opportunity to check on his system's status. It's really different. My soul, spirit, and spiritual power have all increased tenfold. Fan, a little successful, now boasts about his current cultivation level. I can now refine nascent soul-level puppets. After improving their stability, I'll upgrade the Great Puppet Army. Next time I encounter danger, I won't panic like that again. Zgang excitedly runs to his master. Master, do you have any plans after arriving in Zhangzhou? Fan looks at these naive kids and immediately knows what they are scheming. So you guys already have ideas, huh? Yuexian coldly replies, Master, think about it. You're truly multifaceted, Master. Merely establishing a trading company or family clan would be such a waste of your talent. Great minds think alike. Yuexian, so headstrong, said at first, Therefore, Master, why don't you establish a sect with us? Fan started imagining that grand vision, seeking out a secluded place. To establish a small sect, huh? Seems like a decent option. The kids were ecstatic when they heard this, like they were at a festival. These little rascals, they're so eager. Master, I've already thought of a name for the sect, a name that embodies the unique essence of our Kuang lineage. The Kuang sect, symbolizing invincibility. Isn't that right, Fan? He reached out and ruffled the kid's hair. He was speechless at the kid's narcissism. He thought you'd seen the light. Unexpectedly, your condition is even worse. I don't blame you. This can't be a simple, brainless decision. Fan kicked the 2 relatives out the door. Naming the sect can wait until after we establish it. Fan felt more sublime than ever. Finally, I'll have a sect of my own. In the heart of Dalu Continent, outside Xi'an City, at a secluded building, Zifan stepped down from the carriage. The predecessors have already arrived. Thanks for bringing me here. Fan sincerely thanks Shan Yue. My cultivation is quite low right now. Refining artifacts is indeed a bit of a stretch. So let's do this. I promise you, Senior, after I advance to the Golden Core stage, I'll help Senior make a set of artifacts with all my heart. These 3 trivial matters, Shan Yue is extremely generous. Grandmaster Z, you are too kind. Regarding the artifact, we'll talk about it later if fate allows. Fan just made a very credible promise. So being able to get to the Central Continent so quickly this time is all thanks to Senior's help. Fan makes an oath here with Senior 55 years later. We shall meet again in Xi'an City, Central Continent. At that time, I'll make an artifact for Senior. These 2 brothers, holding hands and beaming, act like they've known each other for 10 lifetimes. Fine. Since Grandmaster Z has spoken thus, I have no reason to refuse. Moreover, I'll still have to rely on Grandmaster Z in the future. And just like that, they bid farewell. How very touching. The green hills remain unchanged. The water flows endlessly. 55, we will meet again later. Senior Mountain God, please take care. Tukwang couldn't hide his curiosity and asked his master, Where are we going now? We will stop at the main immortal city of Central Continent. First, wait until we understand the situation in Central Continent. Then we will find a suitable place to establish a sect. Tufam enjoys the abundant spiritual energy here. Can you feel it? No wonder it is the center of the continent. A spiritual energy concentration at the edge of this city is not inferior to Kuer Tianmon. Tukwang immediately inhaled deeply. Oh, it's so good. Tukwang enthusiastically said, That's right. It deserves to be called the center of the world. Master, let's quickly enter the city. Inside the city is much more prosperous. Tufam is like a country boy who has just arrived in the city. He suspiciously asked, Why are there so many small flying islands in the city? Just as we stepped through the gate, someone came to greet us. A multi-level marketing youth jumped out to welcome a fellow Taoist who had just arrived in the center of the continent, right? Do you want to find a solid foundation? Join our Thiat Sun Mon. Our sect leader is that weirdo Chi He Ti. Even a crowbar couldn't pry him from the side of that gold mine. Tai Shan sect is what now? Over 100 years, they're barely a Tier 1 sect. Fellow Taoist, come to our Lingfei sect. A Tier 2 sect, eh? The sect leader is a great cultivator at the tribulation transcending stage. Zifan only knows how to stand outside and watch the drama. A cultivator at the tribulation transcending stage, huh? Isn't that the same level as Kuei Tian sect? Never mind them. Let those 2 cultivators argue like cats and dogs. Tai Shan sect. For better or worse, at least we know how to cook. What else can you guys do besides collect protection fees? A Tier 2 sect. 2,000 years. Xifan clapped his hands, and a peace envoy immediately appeared. That kid's using his love skills. It instantly made those two cultivators fall head over heels in love. All hatred has been resolved. The further in you go, the more lively it becomes, filled with laughter stirring up the virtual world. Xifan suddenly noticed the commotion over there. An old man in gaudy clothes loudly yelled, "Fellow Taoists, you've just arrived in the Central Continent, haven't you? Here's some basic information about the Central Continent. Fellow Taoists can take a look. It will be convenient for you later on when you go out." Xifan happily accepted it. "Kid, calm down and absorb this massive amount of knowledge." "Excellent. So regarding information, this place has already surpassed my initial understanding. It's spontaneously developed to the point where it's like the 3G era. This world seems to be ahead of its time. It even has a complete transportation network, a spiritual energy transmission system, just like an electrical grid, huh? Were those things earlier mobile service base stations? New knowledge has been acquired. I always thought that the top sects were the most powerful forces. Who knew that the real power at the center of Dalu was an organization called the Elders Council? This organization not only collects taxes from all sects, merchant guilds, families, and other forces, but also holds the power of life and death. They decide whether a new sect is allowed to be established or not. Amidst this backdrop, Xifan and his students are studying a map together. He's putting on the act of a devoted and caring father, patiently explaining, "While your uncle Wang Yulun is off investigating, let's all study the map together, shall we?" Each red dot on the map represents a martial arts sect. The bigger the red dot, the higher the sect's level. The lecture was so captivating that the little ones drifted off to sleep without noticing. Now, the group's goal is to find a suitable place to establish their own sect. Afterward, they will split up to conduct on-site surveys. The chosen place must be surrounded by smaller sects. It must also have abundant resources, naturally, and most importantly, it must be easy to recruit disciples. Only Zhigang and Yuxian are still awake enough to listen. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Transportation must be super convenient, with a network of flying cars running through the entire central area. Yuxian slightly pouted, clamping her mouth shut, thinking to herself, "This old master is starting to daydream again." "That, master, hold on a moment." The little girl spoke up hesitantly. "If there really was such a good place, other sects would have taken it long ago." "You're right, I suppose." Daring to bluntly crush master's dream, Xifan was so angry he wanted to chew off the kids' heads. Suddenly, Zhigang pointed to a spot on the map. "Master, what do you think of this place?" Zhigang is indeed a clever kid. The endless sea, the Tianyuan forest nearby, plus a celestial city. The most important point is that there aren't any sects whatsoever. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Is that a no-go? Definitely not. No way. Absolutely not. Yue Xian, afraid her big brother would lose face, whispered in his ear, "Brother, if that place is so good and no sect has ever been established there, there must be a reason." Zhigang didn't seem to care. "So what? Even if there are problems there, we can solve them. With Master here, what problem can't we solve?" As a result, the boy got a smack on the head from Zifan Jiyu. Poor kid, he even got scolded by his teacher as a dumb brat. Even so, he secretly pondered his suggestion. But Zigang's not wrong. Gotta go see for myself. How will I know if it's stable or not? Yes, Zifan Jiyu pretended to be a profound and knowledgeable teacher. "All right, about this matter, I will personally go and investigate." "All right, you lot. Pick a few more spots. When the time comes, we'll split up and take action." "Yes, master. Gotta grease the wheels, you know." Xifan didn't hesitate to use gold, silver, and jewels to buy information from a head treasurer. Wants to hear something from him about the Toa Tien Than lately. Why isn't any sect stationed there? This place seems perfect, you know? That Toa Tien Than, huh? The head treasurer, after receiving the money, spilled the beans. 1,000 years ago, this place was the #1 immortal city in the western region. Back then, countless sects were here. There was even a rank 9 sect stationed there. However, because all the surrounding spiritual mineral resources have been completely exploited, mineral resources in the endless sea have also been collected. 10. Destructive exploitation. The resources in the sea are almost non-renewable. The head treasurer looked regretful. After that, several supermassive beast tides occurred. The entire city was devastated in an instant, and the original sects all moved away. Zifan's group ate pastries while listening attentively. Is there still any resources in that area now? It's not that there aren't any. Head treasurer sincerely advised, in the Tien Yen forest area, there are still some spirit iron mines, but they're all very deep in the forest. The harsh environment, rampant beasts, so little is exploited. Master wants to establish a sect. I wouldn't introduce this place to them. Just then, suddenly, A guest arrived at the door. "Aye, Master, please come in, please come in." Zifan looked at the newcomer, his stomach churning. That person, who else could it be but that greasy pork trotter? Indeed, a karmic fate that's hard to avoid for thousands of years. Like that? We'll base our actions on what we're discussing now. Let's split up and start moving. Zifan seized the opportunity to slip away in a flash, to get away from that pork trotter. He used a light shadow art to disguise himself. Looks like that guy joined some sword sect thing. I have to find a way to stay away from him. Seriously, what bad luck. Does the heavens want me to be a couple with this guy? He's so traumatized by that pork trotter, he's about to go crazy. Looks like I'll have to find an immortal city far away from this sect later. It wasn't easy to finally get some peace and quiet. Woo-woo! I'm determined not to let him disrupt this peaceful life. Surprise! Horky there senses a familiar aura. But by the time he turns around, poof, nobody's there. He stubbornly scans the area. Yet still, nada. He's got faith in his gut feeling, though. Old Jian, aren't some of these diners vaguely familiar? Nope, not anyone you know. Old Jan's chilling, gossiping away. But that Foundation Establishment junior cultivator who was eating earlier, his spiritual energy was super pure. Probably a disciple from some prestigious sect. Could I be mistaken? Zifan has successfully skedaddled from his karmic entanglement of 1,000 lifetimes. 3 days later, in a small town on the shore of the vast Hong Lake, spanning 100,000, Zygang is deep in thought, studying hard. The kid's taking this finding a prime location thing seriously. This little island in Hong Lake isn't half bad, actually. Just gotta wonder. Are there any aquatic demon beasts lurking beneath? And how tough are they? Guess I'll go investigate shortly. Suddenly, an urgent message arrives. Sea monsters are emerging. Everyone, run before the Immortal Master arrives. Everyone, stay inside. Esteemed guests, grab your pants and scatter. The shopkeeper is hauling a chair, running like he's being chased by city inspectors. Esteemed guest, our shop is closing. Consider this meal on me. In the blink of an eye, everyone's gone. Only Zgang remains in the deserted inn, feeling lost. That kid, on the other hand, is curious and wants to see the commotion. The monster's strength probably isn't that great. Otherwise, this small town would have been wiped out long ago. Why not go take a look now? It just so happens my hands have been itching lately. Indeed, the most unruly monsters are wreaking havoc over there. They are destroying everything with wild abandon, bullying smaller animals with their size. Suddenly, a ray of light appears in the sky. Before they could even figure it out, a bomb hit them square in the head. The monsters immediately burst into flames, courtesy of Grandpa Xie Gang's nuclear blast technique. Knowing they're outmatched, the beasts scatter and flee. Z-Gang, of course, won't let them get away. They still want to run? You activated the piano keyboard kill technique. This move sterilized the entire bunch of those damned beasts. Kia 01. No one was lucky enough to survive. Looking at the pile of spoils before him, Tu Kuang felt a little regret. It's a pity there weren't any core formation stage demonic beasts. Otherwise, he would have had the chance to use the Armstrong jet cannon to fly around, the super fast speed that his master passed on to him. Then suddenly, a voice came down from the sky. I am the Eldringi Truong of this land. Has this fellow Taoist just arrived in the central continent? Tu Chuang instinctively glanced up, so the senior can see it. The person who spoke was Ngi Truong, a core formation cultivator of the Elder Council, because ordinary cultivators in the central continent taking action would not use such force. It turned out that Tu Kuang had caused trouble this time. Below are fields that cost more than 100 spirit stones to cultivate per acre, and the demonic beasts underwater only surface once every 5 years. Just kill the leader of the demonic beasts. The rest will all run away. What the hell? Tu Kuang took action a bit too much. Knowing he had caused trouble, he was very willing to compensate. Although his heart ached, he still had to maintain his responsibility. Senior, here are 1 million spirit stones. Please hand them over to the farmers, who suffered losses when their lands were destroyed. Use it as compensation. It's good that fellow cultivator understands. Otherwise, my meritorious service this year will be completely wiped out. Well, I still have things to do. Farewell. Yi Zheng then called out after him, Fellow cultivator, please wait. I think that Zygang is an honest person. Old me speaks. Is there anything you need here? If it's not a trouble, could you tell me? Perhaps I can be of assistance. Zygang didn't hide anything. I'm looking for a place to establish a sect. It's just that I've been searching for a long time, yet I still haven't found it. Hearing this, Yi Zheng had an idea. Old me bluntly suggested, if you aren't in a rush, would you like to go to the Elder Council? Old me, Yi Zheng, is very sincere, he said in a deep voice. Let me explain the situation here for everyone to hear. A month later, inside a certain immortal city on the border of Zhengzhou, an internal meeting is taking place. Speak. What's the situation on your side? This tense atmosphere is scaring the little ones. Wet diapers, Master. Every place I go is controlled by grade 8 sects. Let's go check out some of the smaller sects. Turns out their lives aren't great. The big sects monopolize all the resources there. Also, the place you chose has an incredibly powerful deity transformation stage demon beast. I advise against choosing this place. Wang Yulun's side isn't any better. Few people, no resources. I suggest not choosing this place either. The environment is too desolate. Not recommended. I thought, what? Master Xifen isn't any better off than them. How unlucky. I spotted them in Linhai Immortal City. Too bad it's so close to that Pig Trotter Sword King sect. That's over 100,000 kilometers away. Gotta avoid it, for sure. Right now, all eyes are on that kid. See you, gang. Honestly, everything falls into his lap. Little Tyke laid out a super detailed map. This place is called Juhu, the highest peak for 100,000 leagues. Even though it's freezing here, the winding terrain within the peak makes it easy to defend. It's tough to find an unoccupied lake in the central island, but this place is abundant in resources, and there are very few high-level demonic beasts. It's not just suitable for tourism, Yan. Xifen, confused, and Zygang. Who gave you that thing on the table? Could it be that poor beggar Hua Daoze went thieving? Zgang said smugly. It was someone from the Elder Council who guards that area, a senior Yuanying stage cultivator. He's in charge of the honor guard there, managing the Juhu Sea Route. That senior promised that if we register our sect there, we can get a 20% tax reduction. Xifen and his underlings are not listening. Strange items. Must be investigated thoroughly to see if they are disguised listening devices or trackers. Never seen a map shaped like a disc before. Zygang is hurt. Who'd be interested in that 100,000 Juhu anyway? 2 hours later, Grandpa and grandson Zygang are still passionately lecturing. Let me tell you more about the resources. Beneath this 100,000 bull lake, there's a large-scale spirit iron mine. Along the lake, there are also tens of thousands of kilometers of land to collect taxes from. If we really want to stay there, we need to protect the people along the lake. Keeping demonic beasts from disturbing them will be very helpful for recruiting disciples, using the Guanyin technique taught by Zifan. Impressive. Besides, within the giant lake, spanning 100,000 toes, the strongest demon beasts are at the Yuanying stage. If you happen to discover a demon beast stronger than Yuanying, you can report it directly to the Elder Council. Indeed, Zgang is quite thorough. They'll send someone to kill it. No need for us to lift a finger. Still, something worries Zifan. This place is quite all right. However, as for the mineral deposits, although there's a large Lingxi mine under the lake, the difficulty of extraction is just too high. Zifan's eyes suddenly turned sharp. That's right. Was that tax reduction the Yuanying elder mentioned permanent? Zgang scratched his head, saying, Ah, that. Registering the Lingxi and signing a 100,000-year contract grants a permanent tax reduction. Zifan seemed to be calculating something, then dominantly snapped his fingers. Yuanbei fell into an illusion of the giant lake. For the moment, this place seems to meet the most requirements. However, for ordinary people, the resources appear quite difficult to exploit. The teleport network seems stable enough. However, for me, it can be changed. Zifan observes the actual situation here. Most importantly, this place is extremely peaceful. Normal cultivators or sects rarely pay attention to it. Zifan seems very satisfied with this backwater, a place that's useless to use, yet a pity to abandon. For me, it's the best advantage. Exactly what I wanted. Plus, I can expose that pork knuckle. Of course, there's still one major difficulty. This place is far from that Sword King sect. Extremely far. Oh, so far. With nothing left to hesitate for, Zifan slams the table and stands up. I've decided. Our sect's location will be chosen here. Juhu, 100,000 Li. In the center of the Tianlan continent, 50,000 Li. South of Ju, 100,000 I. Forbidden Immortal City. As soon as Zifan arrived, he was warmly greeted by that elder. Zifan can't handle this favor. Hello, cultivators. Your arrival here proves that you've seriously considered signing the contract with Juhu, 10,000 Li, right? The speaker is a nascent soul cultivator from the Council of Elders. I see that none of you have reached the nascent soul stage. Here's what we'll do. After everyone hands over the spirit stones and signs the contract, I will ask a transformation god stage senior to exterminate all the golden core stage demonic beasts in the 100,000 Li giant lake. How's that, Zifan? I can tell you're professional. Welcoming smile is too enthusiastic. I can't stand it. If that's the case, then let Zifan be even more fake. Senior is too kind. I can still resolve this small issue myself. Look at who's more persistent than whom. The elder is a little intimidated now. Professional. Behold, what a natural yet radiant, binding, welcoming smile is. This can't be done without specialized training in the Smiling Arts Level 15. Z-Fan's blank stare, seven-god smile is a real investment indeed. I already practiced this smiling art in the time chamber for a long time. I did it so I can deal with that hawk-faced fellow later on. The elder sees he can't win, so he has to retreat. All right, now, this 100,000 lie giant lake is now your sect's garrison. Just report your sect's name within a year. I've lost. There are still some points to note. In 5 years, the defense along the 100,000 lie giant lake will be handed over to you all. Besides, within 3 years, you must recruit 100 disciples. Finally, the old geezer placed 10 books on the table. Many minor details are written in this jade scroll. You can take your time and read it, brat. Z-Fan, achieving his goal, immediately snatched them up. On the smallest island of Ju-Hu, 100,000 Siloe, towering forests and steep mountains. Not bad. From now on, this place will be our territory. Xiphon, after enjoying the scenery for a while, landed. He used his eyes, which see through the mortal world, thinking the immortal cultivation world always has an unwritten rule. When establishing a sect, they will always build it on the top of a mountain. Even if this place doesn't have a mountain, later, we must create a floating island and move the sect there. The master and disciples climbed to the highest peak of the island. Yes, Wang Yulun patted the young lad's shoulder full of enthusiasm and said, "Let's go, Xingzi! When you start developing things, I will build this place into the sacred ground you imagined." Xingzi quickly finished the design drawings. "Master, I based it on a design scale for 10,000 people. See if it's all right." "Great, very beautiful. Let's just build according to this. Active detection equipment is operating. Scanning complete. Now construction can begin. Construction time is 15 days, requiring 1,000 worker figurines, 300 figurines for augmentation, 300 winged tool figurines, 20 Linghua figurines. Z-Fan approved it without a second thought. Summon the Lufu Ho construction crew immediately. They work day and night, never tiring. The little ones are even more in awe of their master. Z-Fan. Master can actually create over 1,000 figurines. Wanna learn? Z-Fan's just showing off in front of the kids. You think that's all there is? Actually, it's just the tip of the iceberg, worthy of being called master. Brother Wang Yulun approached from who knows where. "So cheesy. Brother Z, I thought we were brothers for years, understanding each other so well. I didn't expect our 15-year friendship to still be so shallow. Tell me, how can we deepen our bond further?" Z-Fan wants to kick him where it hurts, adding some serious sizzle to the walk. His words are just blah, blah. You didn't ask, and I wouldn't have told you anyway, pal. I also don't play pretend, okay? Wang Yulun's virtuous wife and darling children are more than I can stomach. Z-Fan, let's start delegating tasks to each little sprout, all right? The main stuff is handled. Everyone else can wrap it up here. The members eagerly accept the commands. Group 1, dubbed the Assassin Squad, includes Yulun and Z-Gang. You two scout out Juku Island. If you encounter any Foundation establishment, demonic beasts or higher, off with their heads. Then, scout underwater to see if you can find any core formation demonic beasts. If you can kill them, well, kill them good. Group 2, the Moon Immortal Exploration Squad, led by Admin. Primarily, Admin will search for and inspect the spiritual iron ore deposits underwater. While you're at it, look for other resources as well. Group 3 is in charge of herding chickens. The Recruitment Squad, led by Ji and Xingzi. Your mission, little sprouts, is to recruit disciples. Xingzi will handle the aptitude tests. The test entered is based on what's in the scroll. As long as they pass and have a spiritual root, they're in. First goal, recruit 100 disciples. Group 4, finally, but no less important. My junior sister just brought her daughter back from her parents' place. She's probably quite worn out, so keep an eye on these puppets while they work, okay? If any demonic beasts show up, just shoo them away, got it? Orders received. The disciples scattered to work, quick as lightning. Understood. Looks like only Z-Fan's got time to slack off and get into trouble. Next up for Z-Fan, digging a secret tunnel to hide his money for defense. He dug a treasure vault near the mountaintop, tossing in all the treasures he'd been crafting for years. After that, he has to feed 8 mouths. Time to build an automated farm. With water flowing underneath, we'll never run out of rice. Whether it's food or goods, it all benefits the sect, and we can even grow some rare plants. This new plan is perfect. Now, how do I add a production line for Belgrade firearms, specifically for these puppets? Right now, with just 3 Foundation establishment puppets wielding Bao-grade rifles. They can fight evenly with golden core demonic beasts. Too bad I can only produce 1 type of rifle at the moment. Besides that, I have a production line for bullets, though for now I can only produce magic tool bullets. These facilities are basic, but they'll do for now. The Z-Fan is overflowing with the aspirations of youth. Soon, my demonic spellcasting abilities might not be much, but just you wait till I reach the Jindan stage. Once I become a Grandmaster of Qi Refining, that's when my true power will explode. Just thinking about it gets me all fired up. Still 55 levels until the Jindan stage, though. I'll lay low for now. Once the sect's built, I'll figure out what's next. Suddenly, an artistic impulse bursts within Z-Fan. Inspiration strikes. I've decided. My sect shall be named the Hidden Spirit Sect. A terribly unique name. A month later, on the highest peak of Ju Island, construction is underway on Hidden Spirit Sect atop the mountain. Wang Yulun and his master sit discussing important matters. Zidage, the Foundation establishment, demonic beasts, and above are basically all dead. Zygang continue to patrol the surroundings. I'll head back first to tell you something. Z-Fan nonchalantly sips his bubble tea. All right, good work. My side's constructs are progressing smoothly as well. Now, we're just waiting for Yue Xian's news and Xiangji's. Speaking of those star spawn, Zidage, were those constructs made from that black sphere? The black sphere suddenly speaks up. My name is Hei Ling, you can call me Xiao Ling. Or you can call me Xiao Hei. This black lump scared Wang Wulun so badly, he nearly peed his pants. Good heavens. Since when did you fly in through the window? Wang Wulun really likes to tease inanimate objects. What if I insist on calling you Blackball? Huh? That's it. Xiao Hei's getting heated. What's that sound? Xiao Hei's starting a presentation. It's projecting Wang Wulun's Qigong workout. Ugh, this is so annoying. You're broadcasting me and Xiangji exercising. Are you only paying attention to the interaction? Didn't you notice your enthusiasm towards Xiangji? It's just a disturbance, okay? Enough with the preamble. Xiao Hei, switch scenes. You treat your AI son so warmly. But when you meet your flesh and blood, Prince Qing Erwang, Xiangji and Li Jingzi are together, yet you don't even glance at them. In normal circumstances, when facing your wife and son, avoiding their gaze isn't right, especially you towards Li Jingzi. All right, enough! Wang Wulun feels betrayed. With resentment, he says, Big bro, you've sold me out. Zyfan denies it vehemently. What are you thinking? I wouldn't do that. It's just that your expressions are giving you away. Zifan wickedly suppressed a laugh, thinking, right now I just want to know one answer. After Li Jingzi reaches the Yuanying stage, will she give you a reincarnation secret technique? Wang Yulun then felt a deep-seated resentment towards little Hei. He decided he should bow down a little. Hey Ling, greetings. Seeing that fake smile, little Hei amiably responded. Greetings, Wang Yulun. Seeing that it was to his liking, little Hei then flew away. Wang Yulun sighed miserably, like Highway 1 after a bad accident. He turned to complain to Zifan. Zidage, what kind of instrument did you raise? It's too petty. Zifan sneered openly. What's wrong? Does having your secrets dug out feel very uncomfortable? Not uncomfortable, just regretful. Zifan, although delighted, still tried to put on a comforting face. It's just spiritual intercourse. In principle, you can't be blamed. Consider yourself forced into the Chanam position. After I reach the golden core stage, I can suppress your appearance, and then there won't be problems like this anymore. Zifan comfortably sipped tea and ate cake. Now what you need to worry about is how to explain it to Xingzi. It'll probably take a whole day and night. The next morning, a boat prepared to dock. Wang Wulun recognized it at a glance. Zidage, look, they're back. They're the 2 recruitment guys. Wang Wulun glanced at the number and said, It seems like they only found 65 kids, Zidage. Should the difficulty of your test be lowered a little bit? Zifan was very satisfied. Good wood is better than good lacquer. After these core disciples grow up, recruiting more will be fine. Finding 65 kids this month has already made me very satisfied. The newly arrived disciples were making a commotion like a FIFA waiting room. Xiao Chui, after I become an immortal, I will come back and marry you. Is this where immortals live, Mom and Dad? Your son will become an immortal in the future. I want to cultivate immortality and slay every last demon beast. Xingzi, remember that fateful day. Zifan said, Do you agree to acknowledge me as your master child? After waiting a while, the boat finally lands. Xingzi and Zhangji rush over to report their achievements. Master, we're back. This time, we've recruited a total of 65 qualified disciples, 39 boys and 26 girls. Among them, 2 possess dual spiritual roots, 21 possess triple spiritual roots, 36 possess quadruple spiritual roots, and 6 possess 5 spiritual roots. Zifan radiates a brilliant aura. So this is how a celestial being looks. Master is indeed extraordinary. He smiles and says, "You've worked hard, Xiangxi. Hand these children over to your mother, okay? Take a few days to rest. After that, you guys recruit the remaining 35 disciples. That way, our sect will be more or less established." Yes! Zifan thinks to himself, I must seize this opportunity to boss around my disciples while I still can. Gotta grab the chance to order them around. If not, in another 15 years, I can only boss around their disciples. Also, there's an important matter. Electing the class monitor. Next, I should think about who to pass the sect leader position to, slowly, or give it to Yue Xian, the most intelligent among my 4 disciples. There's no other way. The eldest is dull-witted. The third is bland and only cares about swordsmanship. The fourth likes to immerse himself in his own world. Jingjing is a bit of a little devil. Only Yue Xian can be considered normal. Besides being cautious and having well-rounded plans, she doesn't have any outrageous bad habits. Jingjing has been a workaholic since she was little, never resting. The work is even more urgent. Master will go ahead now. However, Zifan is enjoying the feeling of being the father of the world. Such obedient and hard-working disciples. Meanwhile, Wang Yulun couldn't hold back his laughter. I've already given such a clear hint. Only an idiot wouldn't understand it. At the same time, underwater at Juhu, 100,000 miles away, Yue Xian is exploring with advanced technology. Master does everything with specialized magical treasures, even thousands of meters deep in the lake. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to descend easily. Remembering what lazy Master Zifan requested to read according to what the Zhou Chronicles recorded 60,000 years ago, a small-scale demon invasion occurred here. However, it was quickly suppressed. Records on Zhou continent state the cause was spatial turbulence leading the demon beasts here. In the first place these demon beasts appeared was at this 100,000 Lai Ju Lake. So in this area, there is a spatial weakness. Around this weakness, there must be strange spatial treasures or natural runes. No wonder you have the most normal head in the group. That's right. Why don't I ask my master to forge a magic treasure for me? So you specialize in searching for spatial attributes, right? That would be faster than searching on my own. After understanding, Li Yetian immediately reported, Master, that's the situation. Your thinking isn't bad. Let me make a special treasure for you. A treasure for searching attributes. Asterisk 2, Pham Nanya cleans his teeth. You can come get it tomorrow. Also, I'll inform you of something. You will be the sect leader of the Hidden Spirit sect from now on. We'll wait until we gather enough, 100 disciples. Then promote me already. Yue Xin couldn't quite process it all at once, huh? Sect leader. Leader what? Sect what? Leader? Why did I become sect leader? Zifan didn't answer, instead asking a question in return. You think my second brother's up to it? Hopeless. What about senior brother Wang and senior brother Li? Too carefree. There's still one junior brother left. Uncle Wang? No way. Zifan was getting scared. So to avoid unnecessary trouble, let's just drop it. Yu Shan sighed, accepting it. All right, fine. So much pressure. Feels like I need a crash course in sect leader knowledge. That afternoon, on the sandy beach of Ju Island, Zifan was diligently cranking the rice puffing machine. Oh wait, my bad. The Shi refining equipment. The task of establishing the sect is almost complete. Shouldn't just sit on the mountain doing nothing. Although over the years I've accumulated quite a bit of wealth. But compared to those sects that have been established for hundreds of years, it's just like a hair falling off a cow. Zifan knew he was poor, so he had to work hard. Over the years, half of his assets have been exchanged for space-time. It's enough to support me up to the Golden Core stage. But after the Golden Core stage, the space-time inside the pocket dimension won't be able to withstand my consumption during the Golden Core stage. Moreover, the last move cost a lot of money. Well, there's always a solution for everything. Don't be discouraged. There will always be a way. If it really doesn't work, send Wang Wulun out for a walk. Moreover, there are resources in the Great Lake. Even if it's just iron ore, so what? Zifan actively turns a blind eye, fantasizing that the spiritual mineral, the foundation of the cultivation world, is in his hands and can be turned into good things. After all, mining iron ore is not difficult. It's just a submarine. Where are the good things? I don't see them. Zifan has already been blasted into a hornet's nest. A small tip when refining items. Don't let emotions take over. A day later, on the shore of the Great Lake, 100,000 miles away. Zifan asked Wang Wulun to take his wife shopping. These spaces are filled with receipts and spirit stones. Boy, take your wife out for a stroll and do some shopping. Zifan stood aside, plotting mischievously. Yesterday, I gave Wang Yulun a good pampering. Now's the time to take him out to find some treasure, preferably spirit heart ore. Zifan even thoughtfully arranged delicious food for the couple. Moreover, this time, he didn't give him a nascent soul stage spirit armor. He even let his wife wear it, just in case she attracts too much, something hardcore. Then, Qing'er would have something to keep things in check. Wang Yulun checked things over. He discovered his master had stuffed 1 billion spirit stones into his hand. Wang Yulun's eyes lit up with greed. Aren't you afraid I'll run away with all this money? Zifan said generously. Nonsense! The stuff you gave me before was worth 10 billion spirit stones. So if you want something, you'll just ask. Saying that means you don't see me as a brother anymore. Wang Yulun said listlessly. How boring. I'm going shopping. And I'll take my wife out to see the world while I'm at it. Zifan tossed him a hacker mask. Wear this when you go out. This is the sect's exclusive uniform, a hidden treasure. It changes your appearance and the aura of your soul. From now on, when we, the Yinling sect, go out, we'll wear this. If we're called the Yinling sect, then hidden is the key. From now on, our sect will be a hidden sect. Disciples who go out to train also mustn't mention sect matters. Wang Wulun finds Zifan so dramatic. It's terrifying. The sect is just like his dream world. Okay, uniforms are done. Next, Zifan is best at hiding things. First, creating a defense system to hide the entire island. A satellite system to monitor the entire Juhu Wanli. After that, we'll establish an army of combat puppets to mine underwater. Finally, after collecting 10 ores, we'll survey the market with a hot-selling treasure. Then, we'll establish an automated production factory. Zifan Xia Jingyan thinks it sounds great, but speaking like that, it seems like we're short on spirit stones. Trying to get the good stuff on a budget, I'll truly become immortal. Running around everywhere for spirit stones? Seriously, trouble strikes. And then you remember your brothers. If only Pang Fu was here. That'd be fantastic. Meanwhile, in Zhongzhou, a crucial immortal city for transportation. At Pang Fu's tiny shop, the chubby owner sneezed repeatedly. He pulled out his golden lotus face mask. I'm already foundation establishment, yet I'm still getting sick. Old man, look at my poor son. I told you, sure. It would have been better if you had taken a grandmaster as your teacher. You wouldn't have had to follow in your old man's footsteps, treading this business path. Pang Shuo, Pang Fu's son, was an honest and simple fellow. He spoke up, saying learning more knowledge with Dad isn't a bad thing at all. Turns out, wealthy Pang Fu had missed an opportunity. Look at now, Dad wanted to expand greatly in Shangzhou, but the demon race ambushed. All of Dad's previous efforts have come to naught. Now, I only have a few spirit stones in hand here in thriving Zhongzhou. I can't even afford to flick a dewdrop off a flower petal. It's so bitter to think of my old man's empire. Ever since being instructed by Elder CI at the Forbidden Zone front line, my trading company has also opened and it's risen a bit. I've spent over a decade building a huge information network. Never seen anything like it. Almost finished. Then bam! A demon raid shattered all my illusions, too. Thinking of my bro Zifan makes me even colder. The days without you, Zilaudi. I miss ya. Pang Shuo, still full of ambition, says, Dad. After observing for a while, I realized the business back in Zizhou was just a small pond. But in the central continent, even the endless seas opportunities seem boring. Pang Fu cuts in, stopping there. Dad, I don't have the confidence to lead you to restore the glory like Xiangzhou. Just then, two figures slowly glide past. Pang Fu's heart skips a beat. He rushes out to block their path. Hold on, he shouts. You two are Wang Wang. Wang Yulun is bewildered. Hu Qiongjiang gasps. How strange. We disguised ourselves and even changed our clothes. How were we recognized? Wang Yulun. Well then, no use hiding it. Pang Shidi, long time no see. How'd you recognize us so easily? Pang Shuo thinks, this is my first time meeting this young couple. These are the Wang Shushu and Shumu Dad always mentions. How come? To be honest, I didn't recognize you two. Having said that, I pointed at the bells, but you two are wearing Wan Yi Ku. I'm just too used to it, he thought gleefully. This time I can finally find that old buddy. Why is it that every guy in the world is interested in the male lead? So we finally got news about Big Brother Z, huh? However, if you want to meet him, you'll need his consent first. That's the rule. You know how that guy can be, right? Pang Fu nodded like a pecking chicken. I know. Would you kindly let senior brother Wang know for me? Just let me meet Z Shidi once. That's all I ask. Wang Yulun whipped out an iPhone 6 from the Ming Dynasty. All right. I'll use this to contact you when the time comes. So, this is what cultivators do during lunch breaks. A few days after Wang Yulun left, Pang Fu was still anxiously awaiting news. Seeing his father so gaunt after hearing from Wang Yulun, Peng Shuo worried. Dad, is there a business opportunity over there? You've been staring at it for days, not sleeping. Pang Fu, a shadow of his former self, mumbled, No, there's an opportunity for us to rise again. A week later, at the Hidden Spirit Sects training ground. Finally, news has arrived. Yet it's for Zifan. What? You two found senior brother Pang Fu? Zifan was so happy he flapped his wings and flew up. Wang Yulun shouted, That's right! So, did you see Pang Fu? Gold is here, why not dig it up? Of course, I saw him. Send the address to him, Yinling Sect. We have the Minister of Foreign Trade and Vuong Vu Luan. This time, he went and bought souvenirs for Tu Fam. That's right, fourth brother. This is a thank you gift for helping Chinger and me last time. Inside is a sparkling ring. I saw it in a shop at the Merchant Guild. They say it's a space ring secret box, taken from some cultivators. He got his immortal goodies after getting hunted down and killed. Wang Yulun sincerely offered a very exciting gift, sealed with a soul-extinguishing stone. 1,000,000 spirit stones apiece. Whatever it opens up to isn't important. I think it's quite interesting. So I bought one for you. If there's nothing good inside, don't blame me. Only Zifan knows how VIP this box is, worthy of being a bug attribute card. Wang Yulun, truly terrifying as always. Zifan starts unwrapping gifts. The outer layer melts away. Luckily, I brought my good brothers with me. Otherwise, how could there be things 100 times better than this later? Zifan activates his spiritual power to search, and it doesn't take long to get results. He's on a roll. Sure enough, there's spirit core ore, as big as a tiny hill. There's also rare spirit ore from the cultivation world, and even 5 pounds of space-time sand. The spoils are even more heaven-defying. Zifan probably wants to kiss Wang Yulun. It's a soul crystal. This is an overbearing treasure that even immortals drool over. Great Ascension Venerables would be green with envy at what's in this spatial ring. Unexpectedly, there are 3 pieces. This is a real windfall. It's the most important ingredient for refining a second avatar's supernatural power, because it can form a second soul identity. And the most crucial point is that if the original body dies, sealing a trace of true spirit in the soul crystal will emerge and take over the avatar. Then he will be resurrected. Has Zifan felt the protagonist's aura emanating from him yet? With this treasure, future plans are all trivial matters. This time I will refine a standard control center, a top-level item. 3 days later, in Pang Fu's shop, Pang Fu doesn't know what he read, but he went completely crazy. Tan Lan Zhou, Lanlin Immortal City, scared Pang Shuo out of his wits. Ed, what's going on? Turns out, he received news from Wang Yulun of the Giant Lake, 100,000 li away. It's on the largest island named Hidden Spirit. Oh my! Grandma's possessing Dad. We're doomed. Dad's gone crazy. Hearing his son scream, Pang Fu laughed with glee. His eyes shone brightly like he'd struck gold. Crazy? Who's crazy? Cheer. Go call your second aunt, third aunt, and fourth aunt. We're setting off for the Giant Lake, 100,000 li away. A few days later, at the cultivation grounds of the Hidden Spirit Sect, Zifan was lost in thought. My transmigrator system isn't going to give me power, then thanks to Yulun, I'll create a system for myself. The patriarch suddenly appeared and scolded. Don't be too greedy. Not only can it replace me in refining magical treasures and crafting puppets, but it also has data storage and intelligent analysis functions. Just collect 10 resources. You can create whatever you want. Fondling the pile of high-quality items, Zifan thought of an extremely fitting name for his system. It will be called the Mechanical Construction System. At the same time, Cajun senses the abundant life force within his body. After a quick check, he winked at Zifan. My condition today is excellent. Inscribing runes and fusing spiritual minerals are both perfect. As night falls, the office worker, Zifan, diligently works overtime. Suddenly, the sky churns with dark clouds, thunder rumbles, and heavenly lightning arrives. Bolts of lightning strike straight down on Zifan's roof. Perhaps it's because his karmic debt is too heavy. Reaching the climax, Zifan suddenly shudders, his hands trembling. Zifan's current feeling is incredibly real. What's going on? It feels a bit like when you're almost there and someone suddenly teases you. At that very moment, the heavenly lightning magic treasure unexpectedly spat something out. It shot straight into the roof of Zifan's old refining room. A feeling of ultimate sublimation, the roof blasting apart, flying wildly. O's! I've finally succeeded in creating my new system, Master. May I ask if you have any instructions now? Zifan immediately pulls out his 10-diopter glasses. In his first command, Zifan gleefully orders, "Ha ha! I hear you. Upgrade the army of humanoid refining puppets, underwater mining puppets, and underwater combat puppets. Furthermore, refine a production line for spirit essence. In addition, exploit and recreate the hidden Spirit Island. The system didn't expect its master to be so greedy. It embarrassedly replied to its master, "With the current resources that master has, if spirit stones aren't added, it can only maintain the first project that master just mentioned." Moreover, in the first meeting, Tufam also seemed considerate, which is right. All right, just continue with those items first. After that, since it's the first meeting, let's test him a bit. Then I'll name your system Kokin Chung Ma, and you will be called Kuki Thong. Before I could even finish loading the name, Kokien Chongma, Tufam had already enthusiastically given it a name that couldn't be any dumber. "Hey there, your name's Xiaoniao, right? Because every part of you is purple." How unfortunate. Artificial intelligence still has a long way to go, doesn't it? Is this some new IQ test concept? Xiaoniao, just accept it. Whatever makes him happy. A few days later, a strange ship unexpectedly lands on the island. Turns out it's Pang Fu visiting an old friend. "Grandmaster Z, I've been wanting to meet you for ages." Xifan, at this point, can't withstand his enthusiasm. "Senior brother Pang, long time no see." "It has been a while, Grandmaster Z. I've heard everything from Junior Brother Wang. I came here today specifically to ask if I can join the Yinling sect." "Xifan, you're putting on airs. Senior Brother Pang is too eager. I haven't even recruited you, but you've already come here on your own." Of course, Xifan would never refuse such a juicy piece of meat. "Let's sit down and discuss this in more detail. Even if you didn't say it, I would still invite you to join my sect, just as long as you don't mind that it's newly established." Pang Fu was overjoyed, speechless with gratitude. "There's nothing to dislike." "Dislike what?" "Nothing to dislike. Welcome to the family. From this day forward, Brother Pang is officially part of the Yinling sect. Next, I have a plan. Our Yinling sect will specialize in establishing a place to conduct trade, something hardcore." Zifan's proposal nearly knocked Pang Fu off his feet. "You'll be the owner of this trading hall." Zifan continued to sweeten the deal. "The benefits are such that each year, you'll receive half of the profits earned from the trading hall." How does that sound? Pang Fu thought he was dreaming of being the boss. "I just arrived, and I can already be in charge?" "What?" Great Master Z. "Also, splitting it in half is too generous. That's truly too much. Based on the prices of the Zhongjian continent, that 1,000 figure is far too little, Master Z. Aren't you afraid something will happen?" Zifan didn't expect that. The fatty in front of me is now oddly docile. Is this still the crazy capitalist who deducts salaries? So Pang Fu is the true capitalist. He laughed, saying 1,000 isn't worthy of your efforts. 100,000 then, Brother Pang, don't be shy. Zifan immediately summoned Xiao Niu to work. "Please choose the architectural style you desire, sir. Establishing a trading guild is totally awesome." In less than 5 minutes, $1 million project appeared. Okay, making money is sorted. And after a busy month, finally, the sect is starting to look the part. The two Pangs were so happy they shed tears. "Son, your father has been in business for hundreds of years, and today, I finally had my eyes opened by the village chief." Meanwhile, Zifan is busy laying the first bricks for a new empire. After a while, the number 10 spirit mine at the bottom of the sea system will also be put into production. First, use spirit iron to create a defensive system for the entire Yinling Island. Satellites, rockets, drones, you name it. I'll bring everything I can imagine to life and manufacture it all. Thinking of the kids back home, he couldn't help but smile. When the time comes, I'll pass the position of sect leader to Yue Xian, a new life full of meaning. How can I cultivate in peace for the rest of my days? However, life isn't always what you dream it'll be. That Hawaiian dream was suddenly shattered. Something's up. Zifan immediately flapped his wings and flew off to investigate. Turns out, someone is sabotaging the construction project. "There are demons. I won't let you slow down. The construction of my sect? No way." Before he could even make a move, someone beat him to it. Countless moves descended from the sky, causing the demons to lose their tentacles. An amazing strike came from the position of a distant relative of Zifan. "So it's Z-Gang. You've arrived? Excellent. Just in time," Yue Xian said with concern. "Master, how long can he hold out? There are so many of them. Even with spirit energy armor, it'll be difficult to deal with them all." On the contrary, Zifan had great faith in Z-Gang. "Don't think it's simple just because of your idiotic second brother." As expected, that kid never lets Zifan down. "It's been over a month. I bet your brother has mastered all the supernatural powers. Most importantly, he has the secret arts that I gave you kids. I thought it would be easy. But unexpectedly, another monster rises from the deep sea. It opens its mouth as wide as a blood basin. Its size and hideous appearance scared Yue Xian. "Master, your face is green." Another Yuan Ying stage. demon beast has appeared. I'm going to help him out. Zifan, why are you grabbing her neck with your yuanqi? Your brother is having so much fun fighting. If you help him now, he'll blame you. Let your second brother show off a little. He is still your brother. Isn't it just a Yuan Ying stage demon beast? What's the big deal? As expected, Zygang is enjoying the battle with ease. Like playing around, these damn things are no problem. Master, I have mastered the last supernatural power in the secret realm that you gave me. As soon as he finished speaking, Dharma eyes and hands appeared. Today I will perform for you, Master. Zygang began to form ninja seals like Naruto. Then he unleashed an extremely impressive move, high-speed Armstrong jet cannon. That rocket, with the force of Zygang's punch, shot straight at the monster's head. Boom! The beast exploded like a darn atom bomb. The remaining shrimps for brains tucked tail and ran. The secret realm ended, magic treasures vanished, and Zygang smirked smugly. He's got it good. Even the immortals are looking at him with envy. Looks like he really did learn the divine power Master taught him. Why can't I learn it? Well, that's what we call a skill issue. Can't deny that sometimes someone who's truly dedicated finds their own advantage. After all, you've got to find your own path. Maybe you couldn't learn it, because you're too darn smart. Zygang then landed on the ground, nose pointed at the sky. So how do you like my myriad manifestations? What do you think? The Z-fan just couldn't bring himself to actually praise the kid. Your thousands of illusions only managed a dozen arms. What's so great about that to brag about? Zygang couldn't help but feel a little hurt. But Zifan was just joking. He smiled brightly. I'll give you this, though. That final cannon shot you fired wasn't bad. Zygang was thrilled to hear that. Such praise was more than enough for him. The two fathers watched from afar, relieved. See? Their eyes hadn't failed them. Bang Fu has always been proud of this brother. That's the first disciple of Master Z. He has 4 disciples like that. So this sect's rise is only a matter of time. What we need to do now is unleash our full potential while the sect is still developing. Bang Fu and his son are filled with hope, even to enter the Immortal Realm in the future. We still have a lot more to do. I trust in Dad's keen eye. Bang Fu immediately got to work. Cheer. Go revise the investigation report and bring it to Dad. I'll arrange something. Then go meet Headmaster Z. Yes, sir. Soon after, Zyfan went home to check the budget. If I hadn't looked, I wouldn't have known. Seeing it just breaks my heart. There's less than 1 billion spirit stones left. My sense of security has vanished. Now I can only rely on the wealthy Bang Fu. I wonder how Bang Fu's survey went. If we're any later, the construction projects of those sects will have to stop. Suddenly, someone put 10 books on Zifan's desk. It turned out to be Bang Fu returning to report. Your sect leader has returned. Here are the results of my external survey. Take a look. Peng Xiang. Welcome back, bro. Peng Xiang. No need for such formalities. Besides, the sect leader position. I already passed it on to Yuexian. Peng Fu, don't suddenly freak out on me. The nation has its laws. Our sect also has rules. Even though you no longer hold the sect leader position, you are still their master, after all. Your authority remains the same. Moreover, you passed on the position because you wanted to cultivate better, didn't you? Zyfan's face is blank. Then he starts unrolling the scroll. Let's take a quick look at the strategy of this. Fatty. What are your suggestions? The key developments and products for trade are spirit armor and convenient magical artifacts. Isn't spirit armor a bit of an exaggeration? With his rich business experience, Pang Fu replies, because in Zhongzhou, there is similar spirit armor. It's produced by the Tianqi sect. Pang Fu strikes straight at the consumer's psychology. There are still 6 such armors on the market. 7 types, yet none as high quality as the 2 sets you offered, sir. Moreover, the cost is insane. Forget 15,000, just 9,998, and you get spirit-infused armor. If we could mass-produce these, lower the armor's spirit power a bit, reduce the price a smidge, then, for sure, they'd sell like crazy in the market. Pang Fu was so excited, he was spitting all over the place. Also, we can apply a similar sales strategy for magical artifact vehicles. With these 2 amazing items, we'll definitely help the sect earn a massive amount of spirit stones in a short time. Zifan used a shield to protect himself from Pang Fu's acidic saliva. What about that farm I just developed, huh? That mini version, Pang Fu replied. We have Yao Xianggu's magical artifact for planting. Our plants just won't sell. Zyfan snapped his fingers, summoning Little Grape to get to work. Hey, admin! You will compile statistical data as required. How long will it take to convert the mini-farm production line to spirit-infused armor? Tell me all the materials needed. Furthermore, how about refining 100 sets of magic-grade spirit-infused armor and 100 treasure-grade spirit-infused armor. We'll talk about magical artifact vehicles after the spirit mine under the lake is developed. All right, we'll figure it out, Master. Looks like one person and a whole sect are different. A newly established sect. This little bit of spirit stones is nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'll have to see how my brothers can make money later on. The little tykes, sneaking glances at the grown-ups talking, soon reached the door, calling out, "Master!" Xifen saw the little pups lurking about, so he said, "What's the matter? Come in and speak up." Turns out, they've come to offer Xifen a strategy. So that's it, they want to say. If I'm short on spirit stones, I could take those exotic treasures. And the source wood you don't use and sell them off? That's a great plan. I'll knock holes in your heads. Don't underestimate me. Xifen poked and prodded Zagang's round, chubby face. What are you thinking? Huh? One drop of source wood is one life. Your lives aren't so cheap, little devils murmured. The worthy life of Gang. Master, look, we were almost beaten to a pulp. Xifen knew these little ones were worried about him. The source wood is for you guys to use when you advance from nascent soul to god transformation. As for spirit stones, I'll figure something out. The little one still hesitated, unwilling to leave, shoving each other. Calm down, calm down. It still depends on the sect leader for everything. Master loves me the most. Is there anything else you want to say? To Nguye Tien, a CA sect leader. The future hesitates to say that. Master, can you now cancel the rule that defeating the Golden Core puppet? To advance to the next level, his second brother and I can both upgrade to the nascent soul realm. Tefam immediately flicked the girl's forehead. Why do you want to be useless? All four of you have grade 2 foundation building, although you have the potential to ascend to immortality. That is only a possibility. I also want you to work together to stabilize a solid foundation so that later Master and disciples, we can meet again in the Immortal Realm. I didn't expect you to think about giving up. Half an hour ago, this group of mischievous kids played a lottery game. Whoever loses will have to go and provoke Tufam. The other three are lucky not to have drawn it. I can only blame Nguye Tien for being unlucky. Forget it. I knew it would be like this. What master is good at everything, just has very high requirements. The group of devils sulked like they were out of diapers. Seeing this, Tufam sighed. All right, don't bow your heads and sulk, he snapped his fingers. The whole bunch got teleported into an illusion. Don't say I didn't give you brats a chance. You can run, you can fight. Just last against me for 5 minutes. I'll cancel this Golden Core stage puppet challenge thingy, okay? This Master Xifan's actually fighting a bunch of kids? Still looking mighty fine, I see. What do you say, kiddos? Isn't this fun? Don't tell me it's unfair. I just advanced to Foundation Establishment stage. These kids don't seem to have much faith. Master's a normal immortal, all right? Probably only Zygang here has more guts than brains, I reckon. That little rascal's getting excited. I've wanted to challenge Master for ages. It's just, I didn't dare do it alone. That's all. 1 against 4? What the heck? Jingti launches the first attack. That kid temporarily bounds Zifan. Hurry! I can only control Master for 3 breaths, not even 5 seconds, and Jingxi is already seeing stars and dizzy. Zgang seizes the opportunity and charges in to take the next move. The kid concentrates and unleashes a magical artifact. Ball shoots straight towards Zifan's avatar. In this Snow White world, everything is an illusion. I won't worry about hurting Master, so I can go all out. This kid's so confident, a very valid point indeed. However, your speed is too slow. Watch closely my 2 mirrors. The Zifan mirror instantly draws in the zombie energy. By the time it releases, the zombie energy only has a skeleton left. Farewell, Grandpa Zombie. We will forever cherish your memory. Next up, Grandpa. Little junior sister isn't doing much better either. Yue Xian's stealth technique is pretty good, though. Zifan used the tracking seed and found her in no time. Yue Xian miserably reveals herself, admitting defeat. Zifan then draws a longsword. Zhangji, get out here. Let's have a simple sword fight. Let me see if you've improved. Zhangji courageously appears. Senior sister Yue Xian's been found as well. What are you still hiding for? Zhangji knows his place, pleading, Master, please go easy. A fierce tiger doesn't eat its own cub. Zifan replies with a smile. All right. Both engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Before the third move even, the 4 family members have already doffed their hats in utter admiration. You little brats, you have 2 golden cores, yet you can't beat a Foundation Establishment cultivator like me. And you still want to lazily sneak your way to the nascent soul stage. Hey, rest up. Then diligently train, all right? Zifan turns away, his expression practically oozing smugness. Want to reach the nascent soul stage? Keep dreaming. Wait until I reach the golden core stage. Then we'll talk, which is only 55 years away. Or If I use a little cultivation room, then it'll only be 25 years. Time flies faster than a dog chasing rabbits in a field. 3 months later, Zaifan is checking the results. He trembles as he reads Pang Fu's report. Are you sure this invoice is for 2,000 sets of magical equipment, armor, and spirit energy of that level, plus 800 sets of treasure-grade armor and level 1 spirit energy? Pang Fu says modestly, it's a little low, perhaps, but this is just the first shipment. If the market reacts well later, we might get even more orders. Don't worry. The biggest pity is that our trade association is newly established. It doesn't have a trustworthy reputation yet, so we can only deliver goods first, then get paid. Jackpot! You really are a capitalist big shot, worthy of the name Pang, the genius merchant. You've worked hard. That's all just small potatoes. With money, things are easy to discuss. Zifan's eyes light up. A victorious battle. This is a good start. Tonight, our entire sect will throw a celebratory feast for you. Zaifan arrives at the secret base. A strange golden lump sits on the table. He's carefully observing every nook and cranny. Earlier, sending Pang Fu off was too exciting. Originally, I just planned to stroll around the island, to unwind a bit. Who knew I'd actually stumble upon such a naturally pure lazy talisman? This is a tribulation lazy talisman. Zaifan uses all the knowledge he can recall. The use of the Chi tribulation lazy talisman is during the forging of 5th grade treasures. If fused into the talisman formation, it could allow a chance for it to evolve into a Dao artifact. Just thinking about it sends shivers of excitement down my spine. A vision of a greasy, succulent pig's trotter flashes through his mind. Is it because I'm avoiding that trotter's bad luck that these goodies just magically appear before me? Or maybe the further I am from that pig's trotter, the luckier I get. So much so that little Niao has to come wipe Zifan's drool. Master! Master! The production line you mentioned before has already started its upgrade. Now, all that's left is to add the Choling ore and we can start production. 2,000 sets of level 800 spirit-infused armor and 800 sets of supreme spirit-infused armor are waiting to be made. Estimated total time, 148 days. Zaifan, after receiving the information, decided on the spot. Perfect timing. The Ling ore is here. Take it away. Let the new spirit concealment production line officially begin. Entering the age of automated production, the production time is drastically reduced. The workers are toiling away like little bees. Yet, Zaifan is still as greedy as a greedy little... Oh, Ling Dan. Could these also be mass-produced on a production line? I can't eat them all myself. I can sell them too. Even Little Grape can't handle this infinitely greedy nature. Master, you can create an automated production line, but it can only produce ordinary and mid-grade spirit pills. Zaifan was slightly dismissive. Ordinary and mid-grade spirit pills? Is that all? Well, even mosquito meat is still meat, I guess. All right, fine, I'll take it. Another day, we'll make a simple production line. Let's give it a try, shall we? Yes, Master. The system screen displays Google Maps. Yue Xian sent the coordinates to the northwest corner, 80,000 kilometers away from the hidden spirit island. Zaifan immediately flapped his wings to meet the little fairy. Master, hurry over here. Looking at the little fairy's flushed and gleeful face, he asked, what good stuff did you find? The fairy girl loves to act mysterious. Master, guess. What did I discover? Zaifan played along. Let me guess. Could it be? However, the little fairy was too impatient, shouting, a minor world. Zaifan threw his hands up. Didn't you tell me to guess? Why are you in such a rush? Zaifan didn't mind. He was excited too. Never mind that. What treasures are inside this minor world? Deep within a forest, beneath an ancient tree. It seems Yue Xian has found something. Zaifan glanced inside and grumbled. I don't sense any treasures inside. Moreover, the area inside is quite small. Spiritual chi is abundant, though. The celestial person felt unhappy hearing the master's judgment. She said, but those things are not important. The important point is that inside there is a unified nation. The little one waved her hands and feet, talking about the value of the small kingdom under that tree. Its strongest power is around the core formation stage. And Master, Zaifan didn't care at all about what she was saying. Instead, he spouted a long tirade to bring her back to reality. Moon Fairy, why are you so excited? To be honest, are you overconfident in our sect? Our strength is still very, very, very far from being able to nurture this small world. This would be somewhat useful if given to a large sect, but it appeared near our sect, which is truly useless. After waking up from her dream, she stuttered. Her face flushed. Although it has no benefit, it's also the first small world I've discovered, which also means I am a high-level treasure finder. Seeing his disciple being complacent, He pulled on her hair to make her realize the situation. Her face became puffy and full of frustration. All right, being able to detect this microcosm is also thanks to my master's celestial treasure-seeking machine. Otherwise, relying on myself alone, I fundamentally couldn't detect such a small space. Seeing the little girl's bored expression, he said, okay, now that we've discovered it, let's mark this place. Who knows, it might be useful in a few thousand years. Naya Tian then became excited again and planted a flag at the base of the tree. Tufam leaned against the ancient tree and sighed, thinking, when I advance to the golden core stage, I will build a bridge between here and the microcosm and add a spirit condensation array to gradually reform it. As he was about to turn around to leave, a beam of green light emanated from the microcosm. A mentally deranged male deity riding a sword flew out, not noticing he had bumped into someone, and shouted to the upper realm, Master, I've finally arrived. Hearing the sound of falling, the young man turned around in surprise. Oh, I've already bumped into someone as soon as I got here. Tufam fell face down on the ground, pointing at the young man and asking his disciple, Guya Tian, what do you think of his strength? The little girl looked and assessed, then gave the following conclusion. It's normal. What he uses to move is a flying sword. The power is strong, but the shortcomings are all obvious. The young man riding the sword shouted down, asking Zifan and Yue Xian, hey there, is this the Immortal Realm? Not sure if it's intentional or not, but he added, oh, whoa, are you all crawling on the ground to absorb the spiritual energy of plants? How curious. The friendly and enthusiastic little girl looked up at the young man. Hello, this is the 10,000 Lake, where cultivators are... She was interrupted. Zifan, behind her, had his habit of grabbing her hair again. Before she could finish her sentence, Zifan cut her off. Young brother, if you want to go to the great cultivation saint, just head southeast, and you'll get there, he said while grabbing the kid's hair, then flew off somewhere else. The little girl, receiving orders to go elsewhere, asked her master, those who can break out of a small world are all gifted individuals. Why aren't we accepting him? She proudly showed off her sparkling eyes. My eyes can see through fate. He and the Hidden Spirit sect have no karmic connection. Getting involved will only bring more unexpected disaster, he thought to himself. To be able to ascend and break through from a small world to here, appearing so young, he must have some intention of heaven on him at least. But barely escaped from that ham-fisted guy. Don't let another ham-fisted guy from some different place come. Another realm feels like they're being talked about, causing a stir in a small world. Yu Xian feels mentioned and sneezes nonstop, for that sword-riding young man, still catching his breath, could say a word. The two figures before him had already left, leaving him all alone. Their sudden departure left him pondering. Are all the Celestials from the upper realm this aloof? By a certain lake, someone's casting a line, waiting for a bite. It's Zifan, who's been fishing for 10 days. But he's absolutely terrible at it. Suddenly, a familiar figure appears behind him. The figure suddenly speaks up, greeting first. Hello, we meet again. Excuse me, is this a cultivation sect here? Seeing the familiar face, he clicked his tongue, thinking. Undeterred, he continues fishing, his words terse, as he finally asks the young man who bumped into him, You don't know, huh? Unexpectedly, his joking question gets a serious answer. The young man says sheepishly, The writing in the upper realm. This humble one truly doesn't know. Zifan's face shows complete indifference to all the young man's questions. He answers everything perfunctorily, just saying, This is Hidden Spirit Sect. The young man sat down next to him, also holding a fishing rod, ready to cast, intending to strike up a conversation with Zifan. I wish to enter Hidden Spirit Sect. I don't know what I should do. Zifan, with a look of disdain, pointed at the young man. You want to enter Hidden Spirit Sect? Kid, it's not that I'm being discouraging. It's just that a prodigy like you, fresh from a minor world, should go out and explore more. This place is just a poor, desolate backwater, not suitable for a divine dragon to wag its tail, you know. He barely got the words out before the young man pulled up his rod, with a huge fish on the line. He replied to Zifan with great sincerity, but this sect is very close to my home world. It's really hard to leave. If joining the sect requires some kind of test, that's no problem at all, seeing that the young man had only been sitting there for a short time and already caught a big fish. While his own bucket was full of algae, he threw his fishing rod down in annoyance and spoke to the system. Little no, go get Xiangji. I just arrived for a short while, yet this pretty boy came right away on command. Master, do you have any instructions? Xiangji awaits your orders. Coming to Master, you're all curt with me. You're actually giving Jia Xiao the right to execute me. That guy also cultivates, just like me, and wants to enter the Hidden Spirit Sect. You're in charge of assessing him. Just defeat this disciple of mine. Then you can join the Hidden Spirit Sect. He's in the Foundation Establishment stage. You're in the Golden Core stage. I arranged it this way. Am I being polite enough? The young man, hearing this, excitedly drew the sword from his back. Thank you for giving me this chance. Sorry, kid, but don't expect me to go easy on you. He introduced himself to Xiangji, the #1 swordsman of Konquak Shizan. Xiangji thought something important must have happened for me to come urgently. Who knew I'd encounter this scene? It made the kid bored just looking at it. The introduction was perfunctory. Hidden Spirit Sect, Wang Shangji. That master leaped away, saying to the kid, Xiangji, get a little more energetic. My mind is one with my fire spirit. The two, Shizhan and Xiangji, were now in their attacking stances. Xiangzi's expression became more serious as he entered the fight. After fighting for a bit, looks like Zan is worn out. Definitely at a disadvantage against this little punk. Xiangji just casually utters a word, Fang! Under his control, streams of azure light appear. Then that light envelopes Zhan. Light blinds Zhan, putting him on high alert. He creates a defensive barrier. The killing intent in this gentle breeze is not to be trifled with. While Zhan's thinking, the little punk is already whispering in his ear, does your defense even work? Luckily, he reacted fast and shoved the brat away. However, Xiangji's blade isn't anything ordinary. Each strike releases a burst of light. That light heads straight for the young man before exploding. It's over. Zhan collapses to the ground, coughing violently. His listless eyes stare at the ground as he concedes, I've lost. After winning, the kid says to the young man, your flying sword is trash. If you had a decent blade too, we could have fought a bit longer, you know? Hearing his disciple talk to the young man, their master, Zifan, gives a sinister grin, gives the brat a thumbs up, and thinks, isn't this just bullying, you know? This is the Thunderwind sword I forged. Specifically for that kid, it automatically breaks defenses, inflicts paralysis, causes bleeding, and has high attack power, high critical hits. It's truly like throwing eggs at a rock when Zifan transforms into a demon. You see, he always hides in a safe place to observe. Now, he crawls out, pats his head, points, and expresses admiration. However, he tells Shizan, for a golden core like you to fight a foundation establishment like him, even with a weapon advantage, it's just one aspect of strength, right? After losing, the lad, Shizan, still determined, asks again, Zifan, do I still have a chance? Knowing his master's intention, Xiangji grabs his sleeve, signaling for him to understand his disciple's thoughts. So he sighs, raises his hand, and says to Shizhan, all right, I'll give you 3 chances, as long as you can defeat my disciple. Hearing that, Shizhan feels incredibly grateful. Thank you so much. Having said that, the young man turns and leaves immediately. Xiangji and Zifan return to the boat. Xiangji speaks up, asking Zifan, Master, what divine powers do you and Jingzi have that are similar to senior apprentice brothers? You heard that and asked the kid suspiciously, what's the rush? Haven't you guys reached the golden core stage yet? What's wrong? Did you and Jingzi already defeat the puppets I set up? Xiangji just remembered the scene when he fought the puppets his master created. He hemmed and hawed, remembering how miserable it was. Answering Zifan, the kid's face turned gloomy and somber, replying, not yet. Hearing that, Zifan chuckled and said to his disciple, then you just cultivate slowly. Just then, he remembered the young man from earlier and asked Xiangji, that's right, what do you think of that swordsman's skill just now? In Xiangji's imagination, he thought of enough of the young man's words, begging that if his sword and your Wind Thunder sword were of the same level, he'd also be qualified to fight your first boss, meaning a match for about 3 minutes. Zifan hummed, then, with the gentle face of a master, praised the kid, also giving a warning at the same time. That's good, he will still come to challenge you later then. If you lose, I will kick you out of the sect. His master's rewarding head pat just turned icy cold. How could his last words make Xiangji so shocked he turned to stone? This threat just deflated the kid's confidence a little. Xiangji trembled as he replied, Zifan, I obey. Disciple will certainly try his best to cultivate from now on. Hearing his disciple's determination, Zifan happily told the kid, after you reach the golden core stage, I'll create a sword-based divine power just for you. Xiangji curiously asked, a divine power you created yourself, master? At this, Zifan, hearing the question, leaned down. He pointed to the distant water surface and introduced, that's right, I call that move Heaven and Earth's Ultimate Wonder. The huge sword crashed down onto the water surface where Zifan pointed. After that, a crab ate the entire sword. He continued. However, it's not yet the complete version, so its power isn't very strong. Seeing the destructive power of that sword made the water splash everywhere. Xiangji didn't understand how it could be strong enough for his master. Its power isn't very strong, yes, master. the kid echoed. At that moment, he seemed determined as he affirmed to Shangji, "Master, wait for me. Within 2 years, I'll definitely reach the golden core stage." I don't know if it was because he heard Shangji's affirmation or because he caught a big crab, but he laughed and said to Xiang Ji, "Nice catch. Quickly take this crab back to Shiji. Today I want to eat sesame roasted crab." Time has moved to nighttime at the hidden Lingmen sect. It seems everyone is having dinner together at this moment. Zifan, with a bellyful, after polishing off 8 bowls, gave a thumbs up, praising Yui Xian. "This is too delicious. Yui Xian's cooking skills are getting better and better." The little girl was pleased to hear the praise and proudly scooped another 8 bowls of rice. Some gave her a thumbs up, while others were busy eating. Z also followed his shifu and praised, "Daji's skills are getting tastier every day." Hearing the praise, the little girl grinned from ear to ear. Really, Xingji also greatly praised, "Shiji's skills are getting better and better." After finishing eating, Zifan became serious and said to the 4 youngsters, "All right, now that we're full, let's talk about serious matters, shall we? Regarding the sect development plan that I mentioned earlier, what are your thoughts?" Everyone was eager to answer the question he asked. No one answered the main point. Yu Xian spoke up first. "Master, after your plan is complete, can I go out to search for treasures?" Next, Xingzi boldly said, "I want to travel all over this central continent." Changji was the same as Xingzi. "After I obtain Master's secret technique, I want to go out and travel." Only Zygang spoke while eating, "If you all leave, then I'll stay here to guard the sect, protecting Master." Hearing these words, Zifan, as a master, was so happy he wanted to strangle each of them. He casually flicked the forehead of the closest person, Zigang, who was still busy eating. "This is just the first step of the development plan. You kids are already thinking about going out to play after it's complete? Want to be lazy. Thinking you've all grown wings already, huh?" Zygang, in excruciating pain, didn't understand where he went wrong, wondering, "What did I do to make Master hit me?" Seeing the playful appearances of his disciples before him, he nearly exploded. Who knows the saying? If the Master is crooked, the disciples will cause chaos. Means the Master's like this. So the disciples are too. Look at these kids, all frivolous and loafing around. I'm supposed to be the one with the strong mind. Why should I care so much? Level 4. Rage. Guo Zifan slammed his hand on the table, letting loose a torrent of scolding. Our initial plan to establish the sect will take at least another 5 years to complete. Otherwise, once it's done, if nothing else happens, you'll have to go kill all the demonic beasts under the lake within 100,000 ai. When seeking resources, don't even think about being lazy. Furthermore, from now on, each of you must take in at least 3 personal disciples. Find me 1 or 2 management talents. The Master's scolding crushed the little one's spirits under his hand. And then, the final earth-shattering roar across the island. None of your disciples can travel for pleasure until they reach the golden core stage. Got it? After settling the development plan and disciple issues, the important matters of the hidden spirit sect were reduced to only one thing: day-night exchange. Half a year later, in front of the hidden spirit sect hall, Guo Zifan paced back and forth, restless and sighing. I wonder, hasn't that guy arrived yet? Moments later, a figure appears, calling out for the elder. Seeing the person he's waiting for has finally arrived, he looks quite pleased. Spirits are definitely lifted. So he was waiting for Bang Fu. Barely arrived, and the two are already happily shaking hands and greeting each other. Zifan, holding a financial report in hand, says, "Boss Bang, you truly live up to your reputation. Just half a year, relying solely on spirit-powered armor, you've earned 4 billion spirit stones. We're going to be rich." Bang Fu is proud of the results he's achieved, fortunate to have completed the mission. The issue of establishing the sect, the money has been resolved. The two then enter the house, laughing and discussing matters. After deducting all necessary expenses, these remaining 20 million spirit stones, you take them. Establish a merchant guild for our Yinling sect. The guild will be under your full control. Holding the enormous sum of spirit stones in his hands, Bang Fu can't help but rejoice. A smug look spreads across his face, a satisfied smile. All right, with this amount of spirit stones, our Yinling sect can open shops in several immortal cities, the key points of the central continent. Then, the Yinling sect will grasp the first information in the world. Zifan's expression is no different from Pang Fu's. The manager's true colors are showing. Brother Pang Fu, feel free to let loose. The year-end bonus will naturally follow you. After discussing everything, Pang Fu happily skipped out of the room. The issue of establishing the sect's foundation, the covert observation post, has been resolved. Clutching the bag of gold in his hands, Zifan kept squeezing and caressing it, seemingly reluctant to part with it. He thought everything was well prepared. It's just that, compared to the Katian sect, they're missing a Futian pearl. Once this treasure is out for half a year, at the very least, couldn't they collect several $100 billion in resources? Futian pearl. Just thinking of these two words made saliva uncontrollably flow from the corners of his mouth. An idea flashed in his mind. He definitely will create one. Immediately afterward, he called out to the system, "Little Nuo, keep the remaining resources, system." Hearing this, it immediately raised its hand in obedience. "No problem." Suddenly, from outside the courtyard, a shadowy figure hurriedly ran in. Wang Yulun excitedly ran in, greeting him. "Big Brother Z." Yulun's face suddenly turned serious as he spoke of the news for Z-Fan. "Big Brother Z, recently I'd inquired about some intel. Zizhou is now completely occupied by demonic beasts. Moreover, the demon race is invading other continents." Z-Fan replied, "I have also received that news. Half of the venerable ones guarding the border through the central continent have arrived in Shengling, Zhou, to suppress the demon race, and have not yet issued great rewards, calling on cultivators with the will of the immortal cultivation world to join." Wulun excitedly took responsibility for that on his part. "That's right, so I think after the sect is done with its business, I want to go there and see." At the same time, his expression was slightly sad. "By the way, participate in my race a bit." Seeing his brother like a puppy, teary-eyed, about to cry, Zifan hurriedly spoke to comfort Wulun. "Actually, the sect doesn't have anything to do right now. If you want to go, wait for me for a while. I will refine a few treasures for you before you go." Hearing those sincere words of concern, he was extremely grateful. "Big Brother Z, thank you, brother." 3 months passed quickly. Zifan gave him an item and carefully reminded him. "Inside are magical treasures and spirit pills from the golden core to the transformation god stage. The usage is all in the jade slipbook." He also did not forget to tell him before leaving, after 55, "No matter what, you must come back here." The thought of Yulun still weighed heavily on his mind. That charming mouth of his still hasn't changed its hopeful tune during all this time. I hope nothing goes wrong with his marriage. Now, take this treasure. Yulun's heart is bursting with happiness, declaring, "I knew it. Zida, the hidden spirit sect, will always be my home." The two brothers embraced. Zifan ruffled Yulun's hair. "It's good you understand that, kid. Finally, the time has come for Yulun and his wife to set off. Well, we're heading out." Outwardly, he waved his hand, urging, "Hurry, get going, go, 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 go." But inwardly, he pondered his brother's feelings. "Knowing you, buddy, asking you to live in seclusion is just too difficult." Watching the boat fly further and further away, Zifan stood on the ground, seeing him off, and called out, "Take care, my brother." 3 months later, in the main hall of the Hidden Spirit sect, Zifan was leisurely pouring tea, inviting his new guest. "Sect leader Z, I am Elder Hui Zhenglao of the Yuanying stage, here to discuss matters." Zifan waved his hand, explaining about Yue Xian sitting in the seat. "Nonsense, I'm just an elder now. The sect leader is my disciple. May I ask what brings you here today, senior?" The old man pulled something out as he spoke to him. "This is how it is. You're all new to this, after all. Establishing a sect? There's still much you don't know. So today, I'm especially here to inform you. Turns out, it's a box. This box projects a gleaming tax chart," the old geezer explained. "This is the annual tax data that our Elder Council calculated for the sect. Sect leader, please take a look. The total tax is 30 million spirit stones." That colossal tax figure made Zifan just scream in silent anguish, his pupils trembling. His heart ached, wondering, 30 million? Why so much? Wait a minute, this report is suspiciously accurate. Could it be that while my Chamber of Commerce has only recently been established, it has come to plunder me? The old man seemed to hear his thoughts. He just chuckled twice. Then the old man started to ramble about the reason for that sky-high tax. "Our Elder Council is composed of 36 invincible venerables. The alliance has existed for 30,000 years. Now within the Elder Council, including those venerables who don't serve as upper elders. There are a total of 56 of them. Each possesses a unique skill in the Zongjin Grand Domain. Summoning rain and wind is no problem at all. The Elder Council's slogan, I will not say. Just a brief mention of the 10 great immortal artifacts of the Elder Council you know." Then the old coot gradually droned on about those legendary great immortal artifacts. First, the Celestial Observation Instrument, watching over and controlling the entire central continent. Second, the Universal Travel Star, capable of traveling throughout all the myriad realms. Third to sixth are split into the Cheon Kun Mirror, The Karma Mirror, the Zutian Mirror, and the Heavenly O4 Mirror combined can trace the source of all things. And this is the immortal artifact I'm taxing you with. The old geezer's words echoed in my ears, one thing after another. Internally, Xifan could only curse inwardly. This old geezer's boasting skills rival. Just then, the old man finished his story and said to him, "Telling you, Elder Xi, so much means nothing else." Then he spoke words of ominous threat. If your sect's strength can't be considered on par, it's best not to evade taxes. In the central continent today, every year, small sects are destroyed for failing to pay taxes. I hope Elder Z doesn't misunderstand. Hearing this, he quickly tossed 3,000 spirit stones to the old man. The old man received the money into his hand. Enough! Very good. After giving the old man the full amount of spirit stones, Zifan approached, inquiring, "So, if some powerful cultivators want to destroy our sect, what should we do? Senior, can you protect my Chu clan's sect completely?" He raised his hand to swear. "Except for the demon clan's affairs, the elders can only advise. After all, we can't interfere too much. But it's not like we offer no protection at all." Your eyes turned red after hearing that. You were furious and thought, "So is that a yes or a no?" The old man continued to explain the effect of the spirit stones used for taxes. What effect it would have. If a certain evil cultivator really destroys your sect, the Elders Association, we will take the total amount of spirit stones your sect paid in taxes in 15 eras to issue a warrant for the evil cultivator or force that destroyed your sect. So before they destroy your sect, they will have to think carefully. Seeing that the number of spirit stones paid in taxes was almost useless, you gave a wry smile. In your heart, you sarcastically thought, "Oh, it's helping to keep it safe, right? Thank you so much." Your resentful face stared intently at the old man's back. In fact, the central continent is now more peaceful than other places. Truly vicious, evil cultivators wouldn't dare to do that in the central continent. I've said everything I needed to say, so I'll be off. Just as he was about to bolt, that rascal Z-Fan grabbed him. "Senior, hold on a minute. I still have something to ask. About my Yinling sect. I want it to be a hidden sect. I don't know if the Elder Council on your side has leaked my sect's information." The lad thinks back to the young swordsman who lunged at him, and remembers one thing. That swordsman, that teacher. Last time, I bet 90% of it was because of the Elder Council that they knew about Yinling sect's information. The old geezer, cough, cough, pretends he doesn't know. You want to run a hidden sect? You should have said so. Just make a note of it on my end, and that's it. I'll report it back to headquarters. From now on, our Elder Council won't leak your sect's information anymore. It's because of that swordsman from last time. I just figured that since your sect was newly established, you'd need talents like him. That's why I recommended him. If it caused you trouble, then I apologize. Hearing the old codger say that, the boy, mindful of his junior position, waved his hand dismissively. "I wouldn't dare, Senior. You're too kind." Watching the old man leave, he thinks, the Elder Council has 56 honored masters. This protection fee thing is quite clever. Oh well. Anyway, protection fees aren't something that can be refused. If a sect or force always wants to dominate and spread chaos everywhere, then surely something will happen before long, so it's like the Elder Council. After our strength grows, we still need to leave other areas to cultivate into a field of chives. Harvest one batch when it grows big. Furthermore, don't go overboard. That's how we can last forever. Look at those elders benefiting so much that it's like mountains of wealth. Frankly speaking, profiting from this chive growing method is too lucrative. Like this, even if other sects develop or collapse, the one who benefits the most is still the Elder Council. Yue Xian came out and, hearing this, tugged at his sleeve and asked, "Master, what is chive planting and harvesting?" He hinted to the little one. "It's a type of vegetable. The more you cut chives, the longer they grow." Hearing about the benefits of chive cultivation, the little one said enthusiastically, "Master, once our strength grows strong, let's join the Elder Council and harvest the fallen ones." When he saw his disciples say that, he just smiled and replied, "Maybe by then we'll have ascended to the Great Thousand Worlds. After arriving in the Great Thousand Worlds, we will hunt the sky, husbands, Then wait for the harvest day, okay? Below Hidden Spirit Gate, the spiritual energy armor production line. Everyone is diligently working to forge weapons. The production line is very stable. Xifan stands on high, monitoring the work. Xifan sighed, originally intending to take advantage of the momentum and continue to make another level 2 spiritual energy armor treasure at the production line in the department on the second floor. Peng Fu whispered from behind, "This deal is too big. The Hidden Spirit Gate's trading house. We are trying to swallow the entire profit. Something will happen." He then turned around in his chair, grinding his teeth in frustration about the tax payments, and saying, Is it because the sect's strength can't withstand it? Indeed, in any world, there's only one truth. After finishing, he called the system to bring out Little Grape from the group of children the sect accepted. This time, are there any talented individuals in refining artifacts or alchemy? System, display the stats. This disciple has the talent for body refinement, and this one's got a knack for weapon crafting. My boy, I'm proud to have such talent. Fresh sprouts like these, I'll personally guide them. System then utters an unthinkable line. Out of 100 disciples, there's one named Zhu Kailing with the talent of a creation spirit master. Now I shall play back the recorded footage for you to see. The system screen flickers and buzzes as it displays the news. The scene shifts to the hidden spirit sect's fields. Some kids are jawing at each other. The shortest one speaks up. So, Zhu Kailing, you dare accept my challenge? Got some nerve, huh? A guy who looks like a steward raises his hand to stop the squabble. All right, you two, cut it out. Player number 1, don't run your mouth. Now I declare the match. Begin. The shorty then announces with pride. Let me broaden your horizons. Rain summoning technique. A rain shower begins to fall with the kids' chant. Even the steward is surprised at what he saw. How's that? Impressive, eh? The other kid then pushes up his glasses. Your rain's nothing special, pal. Your pathetic rain is useless. Doesn't do squat. Watch my creation technique, he says, then casts his spell. Fertilizer rain art. One phrase left those two utterly bewildered. Who could have seen that coming? The first gooey raindrop landed right on Duo's face for being nosy. While that butler fella stood sheltered under his umbrella, the shorty scrambled to dodge the sticky droplets. Watching the whole thing unfold on screen, Xifen could only gape and laugh. You laughed so hard you nearly dislocated your jaw, slapping your thigh and marveling at that kid. That kid's got a real head on his shoulders, doesn't he? The system continued to show more scenes, playing more videos. Additional clips of Zhu Kailing were also shown. The system pointed at the screen, explaining, these are images of him borrowing and reading magic from the Wan Fa Pavilion. Fundamental magic. And the enhanced notes that you personally wrote. Zifan pointed at the kid, finding him too amusing, and declared, all right, Zhuling Kai, is it? This kid will be my 5th disciple. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A spirit guide. Even on the central continent, they're not often spoken of. Seems this is a very rare profession. Suddenly, alarm bells blared loudly throughout the room. The system issued a stern warning. Warning! Warning! Large-scale invasion of demonic beasts. Has the defensive system of Yinling Island been activated? We haven't had peace for long. Now, we already have big trouble to deal with. It's making me so frustrated. Can't a guy just get some peace and quiet? It's not like this is some game, you know. Why won't these monster attacks just stop? The ship flies to the site of the explosion outside the island. Zifan stands at the bow of the ship and orders the Liu Guang ship to set off. Giant lake, 100,000 live battlefield on the water at Yinling Island. The cannons are booming. They're aimed towards the outside of the island. See, Yang is using his magic to control those cannons. Let me show you the range of the Zhentong magic system. My mama magic! He casts a series of spells. Giant Mama, Fart Mama, Rain Mama, Mama World. As he casts the spells, explosions appear one after another. He yells towards the ship above. Master, little sister, everyone has arrived. The other disciples are guarding the remaining areas. I'm in charge here, so there's absolutely no problem. Seeing the battle situation below, Zifan calls out again, Little Neo, what kind of large-scale attack is this? How long can the island's defenses hold out? How long will it last? The system needs half a month to slowly analyze things. The stored bullets and artillery will all be used up before then, unless there is more than one demonic beast. If transformation stage monsters attack simultaneously, there won't be any left. How did a demon beast even get onto this island? After that, you and Yue Xian jumped out of the boat. No, I told Zhigang, all right, Zhigang, you stay here and guard the place. Yue Xian and I will take care of the leader of these demon beasts. Zhigang watched the two of them and waved goodbye. Master, please be careful. Turning back, Zhigang taunts him with a laugh. Little kid, worry about yourself first, then change your armor. Spirit armor formation, first form, the armor manifests. Zhigang could only gape as he watched. Meanwhile, Zifan and his disciple are discussing strategy. Yue Xian, come with me to kill that leader. Master, what's the battle plan? You're in charge of support. I'll be the main attacker. You just need to inflict a wound on that demon beast. Got it? Inside the giant armor, Zifan suddenly realizes something, and he turned to his little disciple beside him. Yue Xian, my precious beastkin. This leader might be a Kihua deity. Are you scared? Yue Xian confidently replied, With Master here, I'm not afraid of anything, So the little miss is this confident because she already has a plan? I knew it! When Master was at the Chi training stage, he could already slay demon beasts at the Jinden stage. Now that he's advanced to the Foundation establishment stage, killing a Washin stage beast wouldn't be too much, right? At the very least, he should be able to escape. Hearing Yue Xian's determined words, he laughed, saying, "All right then, follow me, little miss. Just obey." Based on the combat situation, one hit, and the strange demon beast logged off. Clearly, it's a goner. Its soul is about to fly to heaven, but Xiphon still doesn't let go, grabbing the demon beast's soul. Then, he transfers the creature's memories into his mind. At that moment, he realizes and exclaims, "So the mastermind behind this is just a turtle, huh? Its eggs are on the island. It wants to take back its child by itself. If you tell me, I'll return the child to you, however you did this." He glanced over at the strange demon beast, then flashed a sly smile. He then said, "Well, too bad. After you die, I'll raise your wife and child." And then he explained the plan to the little miss. "Niet, hide behind me until this turtle appears. Then latch onto it and create a wound." Understood? She obeyed and rushed after him. Suddenly, rising from the water were four-eyed monsters with sharp teeth. Zifan dashed back and forth, creating a protective Vantujioi formation. Explaining Vantujioi, a type of thin, small fiber. It can cut through all things. This is a second-grade magic treasure that Zifan has refined. After reaching the truck coast stage, following the alarm, a group of monsters appeared, having moved to a point. The location of the turtle he was looking for was also revealed. That turtle found you, and is even wearing protective gear. According to the information known, this turtle is a third-grade Nguyen-An demon beast. The demon beast headed towards the source of the sound. But unfortunately for the turtle's fate, Zifan was right above its head, and already in an attacking stance. Van Tuangjiang Pa Tuangdian version. The demon beast had several tentacles severed by Zifan's attack. It is indeed a Nguyen-An-era demon beast. It can withstand a strand of my Truong Tuang Dian lightning, but it's still here, refusing to run away. Zifan's eyes sharpened. Then he threw some seeds. The seeds landed right on the demon beast's head. It turned out they were plant seeds. After a short while, the seeds began to sprout. It just keeps growing rapidly on top of the demon beast's head. Zifan then said, "Then bloom into flowers." Finally, the flowers bloom from the seeds. The immortal who was hiding watched the scene unfold in a daze. Just how many secret moves is Shifu hiding? Anyway, a painful sound of wailing tore through the sky as that demon beast roared and struggled on the water's surface. Zifan looked at it and lamented, "Demon turtle!" It's a pity you don't have consciousness. Otherwise, we could have talked with each other. The huge, hulking foot of the demon beast then lifted out of the water. Just one stomp made the water and the fish scatter in all directions. The splashing water completely drenched Zifan's armor. The turtle's eyes fell into astonishment, but the water didn't drown him. Not only that, he's also controlling a water vortex. After that, he reminded his disciple, "Yue Xian, move. Be careful." She flew out of her original spot, replying, "Yes, Shifu." The demon beast still refused to give in, opening its mouth to summon. Water vortexes continuously shot towards Zifan, but he happily dodged them. Quite interesting. Still trying to seal my movements, huh? Moon Fairy, don't fly away and hide. Be safe. Right now, fly behind the turtle shell. Avoid its gaze. Little miss, raise your sword. Aim at the old turtle while Master distracts it. She used all her strength, stabbing straight into its tail. The turtle still doesn't feel a darn thing. It seems her sword strike was just like a mosquito bite. Seeing his disciple's actions, he couldn't help but grimace and support his forehead, saying to the girl, "Yia Dien, can you respect the venerable turtle, this transformation stage a little bit? Good or bad, they're still a deity, okay? You can't just go around chopping them up with your sword like that." The turtle felt an itch on its tail and just wiggled it a little. It sent that little girl flying thousands of meters. Her head was spinning, but she managed to stop herself in midair. Eventually, her armor's falling apart now, too. Young Master Zifan is complaining again. She only needed a tiny, tiny, tiny scratch. "Did you already forget the armor-piercing secret technique I taught you? You ungrateful disciple?" Little girl forced a smile and said, "It's fine, Master. I was just testing the hardness of its tail earlier, that's all. Now I've got it all figured out." She activates the equipment swap technique. Zifan heard his disciple's words and sighed in frustration. Phew, that was almost a goner. If I didn't have my spiritual energy armor protecting me, then, right now, I wouldn't even have a little bit left for you. While he was still hesitating about Yue Xian, the turtle created a whirlpool to attack him. But Reacting in time, he leaned back, dodging the turtle's move perfectly. Afterward, he even cursed. "You actually know how to tease me, huh?" Orbs surrounded by electric sparks appeared and dove down, lightning light cannon. Then, the orbs dove down, attacking the old turtle. Taking advantage of its distraction, Yue Shan. "Now's the time," Zifan chanted again, and several flower seeds appeared. Armor-piercing spirit thorn. Yue Xian dashed forward, aiming her sword at the turtle. Yue Xian used her disc to drag a line across the turtle's tail. An explosion erupted right on its tail. After that, a large chunk of flesh was missing from the turtle's tail. Just then, Zifan commanded Yue Xian, "Fall back! Your mission is complete." Looking at the turtle's wound, the little girl worriedly asked her master, "Is that all right, master? Looks like it's not very effective. The exploded flesh has recovered to its original state." You stand with your arms crossed, observing that giant turtle. Then say to Yue Xian, "Don't rush. Let the warhead fly a bit more." A feeling of agonizing pain, tearing flesh, spreads throughout that turtle's body. The turtle's tears also flow out copiously, pitifully. Then it gets uncontrollably angry, stirring up several large tornadoes. You point at the demonic beast, announcing that the time has come. "Master, the pain has reached the top of the turtle's head, and something is growing out." Ta-da! A large flower blooms right on top of the turtle's head. Seeing this technique being cast for the second time, it looks so cool. So Yue Xian asks you, "Master, what divine power is this? It can even control it." You conjure a small flower, a tree attribute divine power, a small red flower for you. The turtle is at a disadvantage, only able to tear up. A teardrop floats up, right above the turtle's head, eyes sparkling, commenting on the turtle along with the flower, not to mention, the turtle combined with the flower on its head is ugly, yet very cute. However, it doesn't have the same aura as before. It probably lost 3 points of charisma. The little demonic beasts, seeing the once majestic old turtle now has flowers growing on its head, laughing so hard I can barely breathe. "Just some little demon beasts mocking you, old-timer? So you turn around and glare at them, huh?" Each one, sensing that fierce look, shuts up and shrinks back. "All right." Zifan retracts his armor, dusting his hands. "Done deal, so why the fuss?" Zifan jumps right on the old turtle's head and says, "Let's see where your old nest is, shall we? Great Lakes, 50,000 miles. No demon beasts of nascent soul stage? Or did you swim here from some random river?" With that, he casts a mental spell to delve into the turtle's subconscious. Startled, he opens his eyes, feeling a bit horrified. Deep within the turtle's subconscious, there's a dark river. 55 years ago, you followed that river to Hidden Island, gave birth to a nest of eggs. Now it's time for the turtle eggs to hatch. Come here to take the baby turtles home. Finished. Then immediately put on a face of excitement and said, "Hey, awesome! You've been chosen to be the guardian spirit beast. Perfect timing. Your whole family. Don't leave. Just settle here. Wild baby turtle targets detected. 12. Zifan stares blankly at the little turtles before him. Oh my gosh, found them! An entire family of baby turtles and their mother. If they live for hundreds of thousands of years, will they all end up looking like Mama Turtle when they mature? That's really something everyone wants to avoid, huh? Superficially, Zifan put on a kind face, telling the old turtle, "From now on, just let your children live here." After hearing that, this turtle, along with the flowers on its head, it made him even more charming. Deep down, he revealed a dangerous glint, thinking, "Your little lives and those of your children are all in my hands now." Night fell at the Yinling sect. The twin siblings, Zigang and Yue Xian, with sparkling eyes, begged Zifan to call him master. Actually, Zigang was incited by Yue Xian. The two kids grabbed Zifan's clothes, pulling him back and forth, making Zifan couldn't help but chuckle. "You two are already old enough, stop acting cute." Yue Xian then begged, "Master, that divine power you used on the turtle, can you teach it to us?" Then he asked the two kids, "Do you know how to grow a 7-colored winged flower?" Not seeing such a strange flower, the two both shook their heads. Looks like my calculations were right. Zifan confirmed it, so that proves you kids have no affinity for this art, nor are you suited to it. Hearing this, both of them showed clear signs of disappointment. Xiangji flicks his fingertip, sending out sparks, and announces to Zifan, "Master, during the battle just now, I think I've grasped something. Give me another shot at challenging the puppet. Maybe I can advance to the golden core stage." Seeing that his brother has grasped something, Xingzi also happily creates some rosy sparks from his fingertip, announcing to Zifan, "Ah, master, I've realized something too." Zifan looks affectionately at the two little ones who are happily talking to each other. thinking that this kid Li Xingzi is always hiding things. The relationship between these two kids is pretty good. Xingzi says, "Great, so I can keep up with senior brother's progress." Xiangji responds, "Together we'll break through." What's Z Fan thinking as he looks at the two kids? Clearly, he could have advanced to the Golden Core stage sooner, but for the sake of caring for his senior brother Wang Sheng, he's been waiting. Z-Fan smiles brightly, praising his disciples. Good, good. By then, our Yinling sect will have 4 experts. This Golden Core stage is a huge leap for our Yinling sect's strength. Little ones with their clear eyes all looked towards him, calling out, "Shifu," in unison. In the depths of their hearts, however, was the opposite of their outward appearance. They all thought Shifu was a real phony. Zifan, as surmised by the 4 of them, Gang Yu, Qi Xin, as well as the other disciples. Yinling sect strategy combined. 3 months later, Laoda, Lao San, Lao Si all began their closed-door cultivation at the same time. In the peaceful space, the mountain looked so dreamy. Amidst this scenery, only the 2 Shifu and disciple walked together. Zifan spoke, asking little Yu Xian, "Your second brother and the other Shidi are all preparing to break through. Aren't you worried?" Little one waved her hand, forcing a wry smile, replying, "What's there to worry about? Are you afraid they'll snatch my sect leader position?" Out of habit, Zifan grabbed both sides of the kid's hair, shaking it back and forth, thinking in his heart, "This kid's resenting me for pushing the sect leader's work onto her, isn't she?" After thinking, he let go and asked, probing little one, "Forget it. I won't force you either. After your second brother and the 2 Shidi finish breaking through, if you want to go out and find treasure, then go. Go now. You must feel so stifled, right?" Hearing Zifan ask that, Yuan's heart was a mess. She hesitated, saying, "No, Shifu, I'm fine." But Zifan told her, "No need to force it after you leave. Your 3rd and 4th Shidi will surely follow. A disciple has a disciple's fortune. Maybe after you leave, you'll have a fortuitous encounter. Before long, become a venerable one. What about when you return then?" Her eyes were almost tearful. She said, "Shifu, please rest assured, I will look for treasure in the central continent. I can always come back and visit you. I won't go to faraway places, all right?" In her heart, she thought of her aging Shifu, sad and alone, with only Zhigang taking care of him. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, the Shifu grabbed both sides of his hair and tugged, feeling like he wanted to pull his hair out. Zifan revealed his true colors, saying, "Look at you." So she really agreed to go. "Huh, I see right through your little heart, you know." While grabbing the kid's hair, suddenly there's movement deep in the forest. A huge figure emits a golden red light like the sun. Then, 2 children with the same aura, Dao robes, transforming into celestial beings. The Yinling sect now has its first Yuanying cultivator. That figure then gradually transformed into Zhigang. Seeing the commotion was coming from the Yinling sect, Zifan and Yue Xian hurriedly rushed home. Inside the house, a golden light flashed. Zhigang excitedly reported to his master, "Disciple has advanced to the Yuanying stage." He happily helped his disciple up. I know. Quickly go back and stabilize your cultivation. After that, don't rush to cultivate too much." Xiangqi and Jingzi also rushed out, announcing in unison, "Master, disciples have successfully advanced to the Jindan stage." He smiled, praising the little ones. Good, good. Internally, he was screaming and tearing himself apart. How come their cultivation levels are already the lowest? He pulls out 2 scrolls from his person and hands them to his disciples, saying, "Inside the books are the divine abilities and secret techniques you need to learn as soon as you level up." Saying there are no enemies of the same level is a bit of an exaggeration, but it's almost the same. Zifan continued, "You wanted to go out and cultivate before, right? Just do as you wish. But you must grasp the last divine power before going to the central continent. That way, I'll be more at ease." Listening to the instructions, the 2 children nodded in obedience to their master. 3 days later, at Moon Pond, the 3 disciples of Zifan left Hidden Spirit's sect. Although Ngia Tian really wanted to leave, she still reluctantly turned back to look once. Finally, the time has come for all 3 to go out and cultivate. Turning back into the house, Zifan leaned against the chair, bored, and said, "Now, in the sect, there are only 3 of us adults over 18 years old left." Feng Fuke still happily comforted him. "Wait for the new disciples to grow up. Our sect will be very lively then." Looking at the children, talking to each other outside, Zifan realized that what Bang Fuke said made a lot of sense. That's right, in another 15 years, these kids will also be able to take on a role independently. At the training ground of the main peak, Zifan opened the door slightly, looking at Kai Ling meditating in the middle of the room. The kid's mind is filled with the books Zifan gave him, like Black Jesus Saves Mom, or Pirate Island, plus Kimetsu no Yaiba. The kid's face looks totally engrossed in the stories, which makes Zifan think, progress is going too well, huh? A spirit master without brains is no good. Just then, he excitedly carries some food to Kai Ling, saying, "Little pig, time to eat!" Kai Ling's mood looks really gloomy, radiating murderous intent from behind. Kai Ling yells, "I want to destroy this village." You can tell which story he's absorbed. The kid's sudden action makes Zifan, standing behind him, jump in fright. Zifan speaks up, bringing him back to reality. "Wake up. You're in reality now." Hearing that, he wakes up, blankly looking at his master, who's holding food. "Today's meal for the two of us. 2 bowls of delicious ramen." The 2 masters and disciples sit down together. Each person has a bowl, eating with gusto. At this moment, Zifan turns and asks Kai Ling, "The whole village is destroyed, huh? Why not keep a few people?" The kid, only thinking about food, says, "Can we keep the uncle and sister who sell noodles? Also, the white-eyed sister and the teacher with a scar on his nose." Suddenly thinking of something, making the boy's veins pop out and irritable, but no matter what, that old man Kia must die. While eating 8 noodles, thinking about the characters in the story, don't even mention giving the main character a normal childhood. The child of a hero receiving such treatment. Kia, sitting in the same posture as a person eating. The other person is busy reading dirty books. Why can't that Danzo Kia die for them? Zifan also said that in the world of Manhwa, a normal childhood is probably abnormal, right? Again, remembering the regrettable storylines. Sworn brotherhood with a child of a noble, the son of the pirate king. Seeing his mother being eaten with his own eyes. Their good friends are all masters, aren't they? Yes, but don't get too caught up. I'm showing you these movies. Mainly, I hope you understand the fighting methods. Kai Ling replied, "Yes, sorry, master. I was too emotional just now." Zifan picked up a piece of fish cake for the boy, twisted it into the noodles, and told him to eat it first. "When you're done, keep watching. When you've finished watching these anime series in the illusion, I'll teach you other things." In his heart, he was plotting with Chu Kai Ling. Out of 5 disciples, 3 ran away. In the days to come, Suvi must rely on you to relieve boredom. 15. Past the Great Lake. 100,000. Tree. Kyusa Yuan's talented clan manager is informing Zifan, who's sitting fishing on a turtle shell with Kai Ling. "Esteemed elder, since yesterday all the rice has been harvested. Because you improved the planting methods, the harvest has tripled compared to last year. As for the processing line, the 3 Chi refinement masters from the Spirit Pill department have started setting up the facilities. Also, just received news that Peak Lord Li Xingzi of the illusory Soul Peak is stopping at Lin Sen Immortal City. There are 2 children with her. She'll be arriving at the sects soon." "Got it. You can go handle other matters." Zifan glanced to the left. Following the clan managers departing back, Kai Ling asked, "Master, how did you initially see Chiu seen your brother's talent?" Hearing this, he transformed into a fortune teller, replying, "As the saying goes, at 1 year you see the potential, at 3 years you see the character." Meaning, assess a person by looking at their growth tendencies. A person's character can be seen through 1 or 2 details, and the actions of their youth. Then, take the example of Kai Ling's abilities when she was little. It's just like your first sticky rain, so listen, Kai Ling. There's nothing to be ashamed of. That young man's confident smile suggests his acquaintance with the kid stops at what stage? Just the head, huh? That familiar routine of yours when you try to conjure up a storm is back. The spectacled boy comes down, proudly proclaiming, "Today, I'll show you all." The initial drizzle of goo has now evolved into a storm of goo. Seeing the young lad's potential, even this master is a little afraid. Zifan nervously told his disciple Kai Ling, "It's just a thick smoothie. Quickly, unleash your skills." Are you determined to create a new manga? Don't do useless things like this. He bursts into flames again, filled with passion for the smoothie, exclaiming, "Of course, it won't just stop at this little bit of progress. Master, I've recently created a magical technique. Please enjoy and evaluate it." Seeing his determined expression, Zifan hastily retorted, "No, I don't think I mentioned the word progress anywhere, did I?" Then, terrified, he avoided the guy, using all 4 umbrellas to cover every angle, because he feared that this boy's inventions would linger on his person. Amidst his master's bewildered expression, the boy hastily explained, It's not that kind of spray, I assure you." Then, he clasped his hands together, chanting a spell. A golden fire fusion bullet appeared. With great confidence, he fired the bullet, then drew back his hand, telling his master, "Low spiritual power consumption, decent attack power, and high potential for future development." It's not a bad concept, right? Following the bullet's trajectory, Zifan asked a question that left Kai Ling frozen. "But that bullet you just fired near my precious cauldron, You wouldn't happen to be trying to get yourself a good scolding now, would you? Relying solely on explosive force to propel the bullet results in poor accuracy and short range. It completely fails to utilize its surface destruction advantages. Surely you've seen guns and cannons before, haven't you? As he spoke, he casually created a bullet. The bullet, possessing great destructive power, soared into the sky. With one shot, it pierced the head of a bird flying overhead. It was thus shot down, crashing into the water. The splash drawing Kai Ling's attention. He watched in terror, gulping audibly, following the doomed bird's shadow. He couldn't help but ponder. Master uses spiritual power just like me, but he can accurately snipe down a huge bird flying 1,000 meters high. Zifan further explained to the boy, after these bullets are condensed in this way, the effect will be boosted by at least a level. This is a technique I created myself, back when I was at Chi Refinement level 5. Because the power was weak, I didn't use it in battle. Seeing Master's abilities, Kai Ling feels even more inferior. Master is like a light that I can't reach. Zifan looked down at Kai Ling and continued, this year, you're 20 years old. Since entering the sect, you haven't left the sect at all. I'll give you a year off. Once Guild Leader Bang's Commerce Guild is organized, follow them to observe and learn. Go to the major immortal cities of the central continent. Study hard and wander around. Teacher and disciple Zifan are currently fishing leisurely. Zhu Kai Ling looks quite feeble. Master, I don't want to go out. I haven't learned enough from you yet. So what's the point of going out to play? Zifan didn't bother paying attention, poking the kid a few times. All right. Going out to explore is also beneficial. You know how to use image recording, right? After a year, I want to see a recording of the bustling streets of 24 immortal cities. Also tell me, what major events have occurred in those immortal cities? Yes, Master. This disciple obeys, bowing his head in agreement, but in his heart, he's thinking, surely in this entire sect, it's enough if only Master himself is a total shut-in otaku for the whole world. Then, the voice of that supreme Lord Jianan, Zifan, resounded from behind. That's right, I remember when you first came, you once said that after cultivating, you would return to marry a girl named Xiaokui. Right then, he immediately suggested, have the Bang sect leader help you fulfill your childhood wish. Hearing this, Kai Ling's face darkened like he was attending a funeral. It looked like he was about to be placed on the altar to watch the chicken. Zifan was slightly startled. What's wrong? The resentment in Kai Ling's heart for so long finally had a chance to erupt. He bitterly recounted, Master, last time a fellow disciple went out on a mission and told me some news. His voice choked up. 3 years ago, Sister Xiaokui already got married. Xiaokui and I had fate, but no destiny. Hearing the story, Zifan could only helplessly reply, all right. Indeed, fate plays tricks on people. Suddenly he felt a fish bite and happily exclaimed, finally, fish soup. Get lost, you wretch. Suddenly he recalled a poet's words and imitated, uttering them just like a poet once did. Your life has only just begun. Surely you'll find someone suitable. Shush now, my dear. Your fourth senior brother sent word that he's returning today. It's been ages. Rekindle your feelings for each other a bit. Time flies, doesn't it? In the blink of an eye, we're in the center of the great 6 continents, in some strange immortal city. The atmosphere here suddenly feels so strange. It's as if everyone's accidentally ingested aphrodisiacs. A young woman with a voice as sweet as caramelized sugarcane called out, Little Hua! The great 6 continents is so vast. Where do we even begin to look? Turns out, Little Hua is just a little animal. It could only squeak in response. The young woman was left to soliloquize. You say finding him is luck. However, we may be able to locate him, even without a proper direction or location. Yet both seemed incredibly confident. All right then, we'll wander around while we search. I wonder how my hubby is doing now. Turns out she got a beatdown from Master a few times for her incurable case of boy craziness. She once begged Master, Kuei-Tian sect is being invaded by demonic beasts. I have to go save my hubby. Her master had no choice but to reveal, your little hubby already ran off to another continent. Cultivate diligently until then, and then go find him yourself. That memory makes her even more eager. Hubby, hurry up and let me find you! At the same time, at Sword King sect, a different scene unfolds. Suddenly, a sneaky hand reaches out, intending to cast some voodoo on the treasured sword, causing countless talismanic runes to instantly seep into it. Immediately after, a young man respectfully presents the sword and reports, Big Bro Ye, the final sword, the Shui Yun sword, is complete. The one called Sword King sect's Ye Shi, the alias of Ye Xiao Yao, takes it and replies, Brother Wu, you've worked hard. The young man, whose surname is Wu, replies, flustered, Don't say that, Big Bro Ye. You're my lifesaver. Moreover, without Big Bro Yi's rare treasures and encompassing talismans, I wouldn't have been able to forge a 5th-grade treasure. A Shikigami following him also sighs quietly, expressing regret. It's a pity your good brother isn't here. Otherwise, this sword could be raised another level. Hearing this, a worry arose in Ye Xiaoyao's heart. I don't know where that little fam is now. The Sword Emperor interjected, offering advice. Find your brother later. Right now, think of a way to nurture this kid into a forging tool. The sect master's character and personality are very good. Nurturing him well will definitely not be a loss. The old man kept talking non-stop. You still need 12 more flying swords to complete the 1,000-sword forbidden formation. Don't worry about it being a long time. With me here, the richest thing is time. But Xiao Yao didn't even bother to pay attention. He walked to the young man, placed his hand on his shoulder, his eyes full of profound aftertaste, and said, "It's just a small matter. Anyway, the strange treasure runes I kept are useless. Might as well give them to you." Then he thought uncomfortably to himself, originally, these strange runes. This treasure was collected to apologize to Qiu Fam unexpectedly. The old Sword Emperor sensed his thoughts and reproached him, saying, "This kid, what's with a man being so sentimental, don't you know? Without cruelty, there's no being a real man." Yi Xiaoyao irritably replied, "I don't want to talk about this with you." Seeing the atmosphere seem tense, Wu Xiong nervously said, "Thank you, Brother Yi. After this, I'll make a flying sword for you, Brother Yi." Yi Xiaoyao looked at his appearance, not much different from his own little brother. However, in the end, he didn't say anything more, but coldly left. Wu Xiong stood there stiff as if sprayed with glue, thinking to himself, "Normally, Brother Yi seems calm and easygoing, yet why do I always feel that?" Sometimes he reveals a little melancholy. This infatuated man's appearance makes this old Sword Emperor so confused. Too benevolent, too indecisive. At the same time, Zaifan and his beloved disciple were riding clouds, sightseeing. Before long, the two had flown to a strange door in the sky. As soon as the door opened, it revealed a hidden space called Taoyinling. It was created from an arcane formation. Even ordinary Lianshu cultivators, even if they flew across the sky of Taoyinling, couldn't even detect it. As soon as the gate closed, it began to disappear gradually. Since the disciples went out to practice, more than 15 years had passed. During that time, Zaifan had arranged Hidden Island 01 with order. The herb fields were tiered. Each field had different arrays and talismans, creating the most suitable growing environment for spiritual herbs. The protective array of Hidden Island was formed from 360 condensed spirit. Pearls of the Heaven Condensing Grand Array, a colossal number. Spiritual liquid was condensed into a heavenly waterfall, providing power for the array and the creatures within the island. The Great Lake of Spiritual Liquid was formed from the gathering of spiritual liquid, like a waterfall pouring down from the Milky Way. When the Great Lake of Spiritual Liquid reaches its limit, the liquid will automatically condense into a spiritual tree. Rumor has it, the main purpose is to upgrade the sect's qualification. A frog immortal sat on Lei Mu's shoulder, asking, "Still want to understand anything else?" The two brothers saw too much knowledge. Temporarily unable to absorb it all, they asked the immortal, "What exactly is that thing that came into our sect from outside, then jumped onto the boat?" He replied, "The blue-green frog is an oddity from the Lun family. It's not an object." From atop the bow, a youth sitting like Luffy called out, "Probably a spiritual beast born from within the lake of spiritual liquid." He chomped away, saying, "We're here? My candied hawthorns aren't even finished yet. All right, let's head out and meet the master with confidence." In his hand, a small boat instantly materialized. Upon arriving, the three of them roared, "As expected of master." It's even more reasonable compared to my initial calculations. As if realizing something, Li Jingqi exclaimed, "Almost forgot." Immediately, he formed a ninja-like seal, shrinking his body accordingly. Seeing this, the younger brother couldn't help but ask, "Immortal, why do you have to shrink yourself?" Li Jingqi half opened his eyes, replying, "This is a promise between me and my senior brothers and sisters. In front of master, we're forever children. Consider it a sign of respect for master," he continued, smugly revealing, "A day as a teacher, a lifetime as a teacher," although master said that it makes people call him a lolicon and a shotacon, and some eunuch. However, master values kindness more than mountains, not caring what others say. He proudly added, "We will forever respect master." However, master also doesn't know what lolicon and shotacon mean. I always feel like there's a bit of a problem. Ending the boasting, the three of them are about to enter. You've been told what to do, right? From now on, when following your Shizun, you must maintain the same respect as you do for me. Understood? Both of them responded with, "Understood!" Finally, all three were determined to go inside. "That's right. Now, follow me to meet Shifu." As soon as he entered, Li Jingzi clasped his hands respectfully and said, Shifu, I'm back! Xifen, of course, recognized his junior brother at a glance. Not only that, from behind, two more burdens appeared, peering left and right. Zifen's brain felt like it was full of dung, he involuntarily shouted. These are my grandchildren. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed over, pointing at his junior brother and asking, Jingzi, you're amazing! Just one trip outside, and you've already managed to give birth to 2 children to bring back. You're even more impressive than your Shixiong. Xifen seemed even more excited than if he had his own children. Where's the mother of these little ones? Didn't she come back with you? Jingzi, sweating profusely, explained, Shifu, this is a pair of siblings I rescued during training. Then, he tried to recall the situation at the time and recounted, their parents are all dead. At that time, a gang of bandits killed the entire village. When I arrived to rescue them, only these 3 were left. Though helping them get revenge, Zifan guessed what you were thinking, huh? But you understand the feeling of having no one to rely on all too well. There's no other way. Becoming the kid's guardian it is. Tell me, what are the 2 spiritual roots? Lingzi. Flexostats. Big Bros is lightning and fire, a born natural spirit root for weapon refinement. Little Sis is lightning and wood. Her body even has Dan fragrance, almost like an ancient physique. These 2 are gifted prodigies and even passed the sect's trials, so I brought them back for Master to decide. Li Ren and Lei Mu immediately cried out, begging the Immortal Master to accept them as disciples. Seeing this, he couldn't help but think about those other 2 siblings. Hopeless. Zifan just waved his hand, he thought to himself. Looking at these kids, there really is no other way. He then said, from now on, just follow me. Hidden Spirit Sect is your new home. These 2 homeless kids finally have a place to belong. Only Xingzi was called back to talk. Xingzi, you stay here and have some tea with Master. Okay. A moment later, a steaming pot of tea was prepared. Zifan asks, Jingzi, as your teacher, I feel like you've developed a heart demon. Is your initial aspiration for cultivation still the same as when you were a child? Remembering the circumstances back then is incredibly difficult to verbalize. That was just a childish, naive wish. I've made my teacher laugh. Jingzi took the teacup, hesitatingly saying, however, I currently have a new aspiration. His expression instantly changed 180 degrees. It has even turned into a heart demon within me. Zifan is utterly horrified. Hey, don't smile while saying something so terrifying. Your new aspiration isn't to send your dad to be with your mom, is it? How am I supposed to explain this? He's made from their divine sense. Just as he was about to blurt it out, the kid spoke up, asking, Teacher, is Uncle Wang Yu Lun? Before he could finish, Xifen had already triggered a red alert, yelling, or why don't you tell me what your heart demon is first, huh? At this point, Jingzi finally regained his composure and answered, if Uncle Wang Yulun is truly my father, the reincarnation secret technique, the 100 realms that you taught me will have a purpose. First, Zifan is already scared of his own little bro. Isn't 100 lifetimes a bit much? Then, seriously looking at the kid, he decreed, 1 lifetime is quite enough. I want father and mother to reincarnate into that, to experience a whole life. Hearing that, he couldn't help but ask, a whole life? Do you think I'm writing a dog blood drama? Or what? A dog blood? What? Never mind. Just 1 lifetime still isn't enough for growth. Plus, Wang Yulun isn't your real father. I can verify that myself, he said, recalling the past. Zifan suddenly asked, right, where is Jiangji lately? Do you know? Xingji gently replied, 3rd senior brother told me he's practicing divine powers. The final one that Master passed down. You want to go to Lingzhou City to exorcise demons? Zifan asked the little guy with dead fish eyes. Your relationship with Xiangji is pretty good, huh? Wasn't he questioning whether Dad was really his dad a second ago? Why would he? The boy replied. They are nothing alike. Years ago, in the illusory spiritual realm, Shangji, although exhausted, still reached out his hand towards Xingqi. That's how their relationship started. The 2 little guys walked and talked. My mother and your father were friends. Before she died, my mother asked your father to take care of me. All right, I'll take care of my junior disciple too. Meanwhile, Xingzi thought, this level is no problem for me. Young Xiangji just kept yapping away. Since we share the same master, that means we're family. From now on, I'm not just your senior brother, but also your big bro. That night, as they prepared to sleep, Xingqi told him, and the 2 brothers leaned against each other. Xingqi said, I can't sleep. I miss Mom so much. Shengji quickly reassured him, don't be afraid. Lean on me. You'll fall asleep. Remembering his brother, he couldn't stop laughing, saying, in short, Uncle Wang isn't necessarily my father, but Senior Brother Wang will always be my brother. Senior Brother is the person I like most besides Mom. Hearing the kids say that, Zifan thought to himself, The ethical warfare in this family is terrifying. If only 2 of the 3 are present, the 3rd will be mentioned. He asked, "How long will you be staying this time?" Xingqi replied, "I want to stay in the sect for a month, then go to Lingzhou City to find senior brother." At the same time, Wang Yulun also sneezed. Behind him, countless huskies appeared. The great war between the 2 clans. The battlefield is in Linchao. He thought to himself that he had a bad feeling. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced behind him, and the huskies chased him without hesitation, making his pants fall off. He shouted, "Son, save me!" Immediately, a beam of light appeared in front. As soon as it appeared, it took care of all the huskies, as easily as flipping a hand. He said, "I told you that I could destroy the demons alone. Dad didn't need to come here." Unexpectedly, this father is so annoying. He whined and said, "Bringing you to Zidage's sect was the best decision I ever made." Regardless of the wolves around, he kept flattering. And now becoming the strongest person in the family is Dad's greatest pride. As soon as he finished speaking, Shangji threw his father into the chicken coop to play and said, "Dad is too weak. Go with Mom and hide in a safe place." Then, back with his wife, he continued to whine, "Jinga!" His son disliked him. He was so sad, and his sister-in-law kept comforting her beloved husband, "You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it." Yulun was extremely sad and said, "But I still have you to comfort me." Zidage must be very lonely in the sect. At the same time, at Hidden Spirit Sect, Zifan and his 2 new disciples were having a lot of fun. A child exclaimed, "Master, there's a boat ahead!" Golden boat, who knew? That fancy light came from Zifan's beloved wife. She raised her hand, saying, "Hubby, I finally found you." Without a word, Wei Yun flung herself into Zifan's arms, a choked cry escaping her lips. "Hubby, I finally found you." The sudden collision, combined with the tight embrace, made Zifan dizzy. His mind was spinning, ignoring his brain's frantic calculations. He struggled to ask, "Wei Yun, why are you here? I didn't expect you to find your way here on your own. Have you been well lately?" Ignoring his questions, Wei Yun quickly started showing some affection. "Hubby, I'm so silly. It took me over 65-something hardcore to get to your era," she added. "Master only gave me 2 months off to see you." Hearing this, he thought helplessly, what kind of heartless sect is this? It's not some 996 or 007 work schedule, is it? After the embrace, Zifan breathed a sigh, then asked her, "Wei Yun, you're already at the Yuan Ying stage. No wonder your strength is growing stronger day by day." However, his eyes wandered over Wei Yun's body. He secretly wondered if he was mistaken. Why do I feel like something about her got bigger, huh? After thinking, he raised his hand, and instantly a plate appeared. A boat swiftly appeared. "Tell me, will you take me to see your sect?" Arriving at the sect, Wei Yun's eyes lit up. She exclaimed excitedly, "It's so beautiful!" The 2 quickly disembarked as curious disciples below pointed and whispered, asking, "Who is the person the Grand Elder brought back? Is that a newly accepted personal disciple? Doesn't look like one to me." Just then, Zifan spoke up, "Seems about right. Let me introduce you all. This is my future wife." A casual, bombshell introduction. He continued, "Zhang Wei Yun. Her master is Xuan Qing Venerable." The disciples quickly knelt and greeted, "Greetings, Grand Elder, Sect Master's wife." Overjoyed, Wei Yun suddenly shouted, "All right, all right, all right. Sect Master's wife will give you kids a welcoming gift." Then she reached into the space between her 2 peaches, pulled one out, and said, "Everyone gets one." Zifan, meanwhile, checked his inventory, thinking, "So I really was mistaken. I don't know where my wife pulled out all these delicacies." He curiously asked Wei Yun, "Where did you get so many rare treasures? These treasures are worth up to 2 billion spirit stones." Seeing that, Wei Yun naively replied, "On my way to find my husband, I stumbled upon the ruins of an ancient sect. These things are all what I found inside." Zifan could only smugly think to himself, truly worthy of the title spiritual physique. Suddenly she sighed and continued, "It's just a pity that Shizun has already said, before admin can fully control her spiritual physique, I'm not allowed to engage in something hardcore. I can only give external objects to my husband. So obedient, pretty, and lovable. Who wouldn't adore her?" Zifan replied, "No need, my husband. Admin already has a treasure." He dished out more dog food while thinking to himself, "Dog food is something I shouldn't eat. In this lifetime, I must work harder to let others eat it." While he was pondering this, the phone in his butt pocket buzzed like a vibrating machine. As soon as he opened it, the system displayed a notification. 100,000 urgent matters, a bother from a fellow cultivator. Quickly come to the elders, council in Lanlin, Immortal City for a trip. There's something we need to discuss. It's inconvenient to transmit via message. We'll talk face to face. So the 2 had to bid each other farewell here. Wei Yun said, Hubby, go early and return early. Admin will wait for you at the sect. Zifan also waved his hand in reply. Wei Yun, I'm going to the elders. Council for a trip. I'll play with admin when I get back. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the elders. Council in Lanlin, Immortal City. The people inside greeted Zifan warmly. Face to face, hand in hand, fellow Taoist Z. Only you can help me with this matter. Zifan hesitated. Just tell me slowly. The person looked very flustered and said, The matter is like this. Among the elders, there is a cultivator at the transformation god stage. He's been married for many years but has no children. Now he's so anxious that he's told us to go everywhere to find secret recipes. Fellow Taoist Z, you are so powerful. If you can offer a cultivation method in that area, we will definitely reward you handsomely. Hearing about having children, Zifan was furious. Clearly, I don't even have a wife yet. He thought, you've got to be kidding me, right? It's one thing to make me manage the beasts of the sect. Now you want me to manage the elders' affairs of having children? I can't beat them and I can't escape. Suddenly he clapped his hands, confidently thinking, that's right. I seem to have actually created that kind of cultivation method before. Just the right time to take it out and give it to them. Then he placed it on the table and instructed, I had a chance encounter before, so I cultivated a set of cultivation methods like that. The Heavenly Yin Sutra and the Lunar Yang Art. If the two spouses cultivate together, they will definitely be able to have children. That old man, as soon as he received the goods, immediately gave them to the servant behind him. Quick, take them to the back. Zifan was startled upon hearing this, and the person behind him said, That's right. This is what Elder Kitong Vuong sent you. Receive this box, Tufam replied to Vuluan, thanking the senior. That's right, we were talking about something important earlier. Suddenly, the old man was sweating profusely. In recent years, Kuitong's suppression of the demonic beasts of Siu Ho 100,000 Lai has been very successful, relieving the pressure on the Elder Council. Tufam, sensing something, asked back, Senior, so the important matter isn't about trying to avoid paying? Suddenly, someone laughed, ha-ha, looking very immoral. A man full of spring color walked in, saying, You must be Tufam, right? That tactless old man even brought a girl to introduce. This is my younger sister, Tu Tich. Although she only has 5 spiritual roots, her personality is gentle, obedient, and listens to me. The old man actually took off his shirt to show off. His cultivation method has been tested. The results are very satisfactory. I've decided to give my own younger sister to you. Tufam, with all his loyalty, thought to himself, Can I refuse this way of showing gratitude? Immediately after that, he waved his hand back and forth, refusing. Senior, I am already a married man. Not stopping there, the old man threatened Tufam. You don't value me, so you want to refuse? Having achieved his goal, he turned and walked away. The person has already been given to you anyway. Hurry and take her back to the sect, he thought elatedly. Great, I've returned the favor and gotten rid of the useless 5 spiritual root little sister. Zifan was extremely annoyed at this moment. If it weren't for the system freezing my level, I would have punched them all in the face when I broke through. A moment later, in Zifan's hidden spirit sect small courtyard, Vivan, as if she had just been cuckolded, said with teary eyes, Husband. Then she pointed to the girl behind her and asked, Who is she? I haven't even left yet. And you've already found new pleasure? Zifan was helpless and said, No, let me explain. Incredibly frustrated, Vivan couldn't help but throw a punch. I can't take this. A light punch to the chest? Is that supposed to be light? Zifan's eyes almost popped out as he thought, I probably won't die from this punch. Right? Of course, Zifan didn't choose to take the punch. He chose to give the girl to Zichuang. This is the wife I found for Ziquang. Ziquang was truly helpless, while Zifan smugly thought, That senior didn't say I had to marry her, did he? Everyone's birds have returned to their nests, so it's great. Let's quickly send out the wedding invitations. Attention! Notify Yue Xian and the others to return. From Gang's eyes welled up with tears, the boy trembling stammered, It wasn't me. I didn't. Zifan appeared behind him and said, You're all grown up now. That girl is gentle and has a powerful background. Just accept it. I'll arrange the marriage. Tell me, am I not a good master to you? From Gang showed a face as if he was very happy or something. A few days later, in Zifan's little courtyard, he hugged his fish, saying, So cute! Unexpectedly, outside were countless weary sighs. It turned out to be from the 2 girls. Zifan approached and asked, What's wrong? What happened? Wei Yun replied helplessly, Isn't it because the wedding day is almost here? However, Xiaoji's wedding dress isn't ready yet. It's too late to embroider now. So that's a small matter. Zifan pulled out a treasure, saying, I thought it was something serious. Isn't it just clothes? He tossed it to Xiaoji, instructing, Send your thoughts into the orb. It will be able to conjure the clothes you imagine. As soon as he finished speaking, the orb flashed brightly. and a super sleigh wedding dress appeared on Xiaoxi. Seeing that, Wei Yun became extremely interested. So, doesn't that mean I can wear a new outfit every day? Xiaoxi, still very hesitant, asked, Immortal Master, may I wear it for my husband to see? I'm afraid he won't like it. Hearing the word Master Bach, Zifan's heart twisted. Is he that old? Why, Master? He closed his eyes, picturing the intimate scene of the two young ones. Just call me Shifu, Master. I'll take you as an outer disciple. From now on, Zai Gang will be your eldest Shixiang, senior male disciple. Shixiang and Shimei, junior female disciple, are meant to develop something hardcore. Not stopping there, he pulled out another pile of stuff for the little one. This is a spirit pill, suitable for early chi refining stage cultivation. Also, there's a cultivation technique called 5 Elements Technique. Practice diligently, the girl replied. Yes, Shifu! Meanwhile, Wei Yun had stealthily snuck into the room. As Zifan entered the room, her mouth was constantly muttering, Wan Yi Sphere! Recalling her husband's smug expression, Wei Yun said to herself about that Wan Yi Sphere, I remember seeing it a lot in my husband's room a few days ago. There must be many clothes designed by my husband hidden inside. Wei Yun tried hard to remember. I seem to recall that it was on top of the cabinet, so she diligently searched for it. Found it! Just then, Zifan walked in. Wife! Oh, wife! Why are you barging into my room? Wei Yun turned around, and the orb lit up at the same time. Zifan barely managed to shout, Wait! Don't use it! A sexy outfit instantly appeared on her. Zifan couldn't help it, and ended up with strawberry syrup all over his nose. That thing too, no. Suddenly, a pair of cute little ears appeared. Wei Yun had completely turned into a derpy cat. Meow, meow, meow. Zifan couldn't take it anymore and fell backward. Seeing this, Wei Yun panicked. My husband! So she used this domineering form to inspect him. Husband, why is your nose bleeding? At this rate, it really might be the end. Zifan contentedly said, It's nothing. Seeing you wear cat ears, I have no regrets, even if I die. Suddenly, Ziyue Xian pushed the door open and shouted, Master! Long time no see! Your disciple has returned! I received the invitation. My brother is getting married. On her brother's big day, she witnessed her master and mistress's, bedroom activities. This is so messed up. Wei Yun was too embarrassed and snatched the jade orb, running away. Zifan kept calling out, Wife! Wei Yun! You're just going to leave like that? From Yue Xian, standing next to her. Master, did I interrupt something? Intimate? Forget about that. She turned, urging, Continue with your story. Tonight, I'll visit Mother to atone for my interruption. However, Master, what I've brought back this time will absolutely make you happy. Ever since obtaining it last year, I've been constantly on guard, fearing someone would discover it. Zifan then said, Let's go, there's calming tea at the dojo. A moment later, they arrived at the dojo. From Yue Xian began to recount, a month ago, I and a dozen or so Yuanying stage cultivators from various sects formed a team to search for treasure, exploring a ruined minor world. That minor world wasn't large, yet the treasures inside were astonishing. The girl, picturing it, said, In the space opened up by the minor world's entrance, everyone began fighting. I didn't forget what Master taught me. I seized the opportunity to create a substitute puppet. My real body hid not far from them. She narrates like she's playing a game, honestly. As a result, in the miniature world, a demon-kin zombie humanoid suddenly appeared. Strange indeed. Nascent soul cultivators were wiped out by those heavy groups. The power of that demon-beast zombie humanoid is exactly like the challenge dummy Master created, and it seemed like there was a little brat controlling it too. Then, not forgetting to flex, I finally found an opening. One explosive headshot to that humanoid. Seeing the long-windedness, Zifan asked, annoyed. So in the end, you still haven't told me what you saw? Scared witless. Teo from Crescent Immortal Island pulled out a jade dragon fruit. Discovered in my teammate's space ring, it can shrink the miniature world, yes. Then, I brought that entire miniature world back as a gift for Master. Overly proud of this little disciple, Zifan gently said, All right, I was just kidding. However, you've been talking for half a day. Yet, this thing doesn't quite suit my taste. You should just stay on Hidden Spirit Island for the rest of your life. He held the jade fruit in his hand. It looks like it just needs a few more stars to become a Dragon Ball. Seeing this, Zifan froze for a moment, his eyes instantly lighting up. It's a star pearl. Heavens, a star pearl. Next, let's head to Zifan's class, the Flying Shuttle Magic Tool. A magic tool from the Tianju sect. Haiju can travel to the endless sea. A beginner-level star orb can reach the extremely empty region. A magic tool of great power and perfection. It can break through this world, soaring through the myriad realms. The Immortal Toolstar Orb can reach the extremely empty region to exploit resources. These are top-tier magic tools, of which the cultivation world possesses only a handful. Thinking of this, he's practically vibrating with excitement. Look at it again, look at it a billion more times. He's holding something precious in his hand, so he's a little nervous, even though this is just half of the Star Orb's completed form. If even a tiny bit of information leaks out today, the entire hidden spirit sect won't see tomorrow. So he whispers to his little disciple, "None of those nascent soul cultivators escaped, did they?" The little girl replies smugly, "They were all eaten by those zombie puppets. Not even scraps remain. The jade slips and talismans for repairing the Star Orb are all in the small world." Z-Fan uses all his high school math knowledge to calculate silently. Good. This thing is only a rudimentary vessel. I really want to deck it out. At the very least, I must wait until I reach the God transformation stage. What's the password to when I reach the God transformation stage? Turns out you're just an average student? Guess I'll just say forget it. I'll hide it first, right under Yui Xian's nose. I just have a bad feeling about this. Hearing that, Xiphon glared daggers at the little brat, barely restraining himself from just beating her up. "You brats, grow up quickly. Rank up fast to the Great Ascension stage. Protect the sect. Only then will I bring this thing out." Yui Xian screamed in agony, "Master, don't rush me. I'm ranking up. I'm ranking up." Burning with determination, Z-Fan roared, "I've decided. Starting today, I'll create a brand new intense cultivation regimen for all of you." At the hidden spirit sect's most secret underground factory, Xiphon held up a pearl and said, "Baby Rue, scan the data of this star pearl, create a reform plan, and set up runes and formations suitable for the human race. After you scan it, try to fuse it with this abandoned world," he continued. "I remember I specifically kept the space module so you can transform into a mini-world later." Baby Rue, having just finished scanning, offered the information. All materials needed: spirit stones, soul essence, 1 yang fire spirit herb, 1 5 elements origin root, 1 liter of space-time sand, 100 caddies of heavenly essence stone, 1. Z-Fan wore a forced smile and said, "Remember it for now, we'll figure it out later." Selling this entire Yinling Island wouldn't even buy enough time. I can't believe Niao heard that and volunteered to help Master sell Yinling Island. Oh no, this is a bad omen. I must stop myself from becoming homeless. "Z-Fan," he shouted. "No! I was just giving an example. I didn't tell you to actually sell the island. Continue calculating the renovation plan." Only then did Niao stop. It reported the renovation plan and the modified formation runes. "The calculations will take about 55 minutes. Do you want to start?" Xiphon replied as if he'd just been rescued. "Yes, begin." Niao suddenly turned to Yue Xian next to him and started begging, "Master, please look at the things I found in the small world. They can help me upgrade all my treasures, right? Also, could you make lots and lots more bullets for me?" Clearly, Xiphon had planned ahead. He stroked the little girl's head and replied, "Silly girl, I've already prepared everything you need." What followed was an introduction to the guns from the ancient world. "The underground upgrade has increased your treasure from Tier 3 to Tier 4. The bullets have also been upgraded to Tier 4. One shot can seriously injure a transformation stage demon beast. Add the function of compressing chi and spiritual power into ammunition. Include an electronic mode too." That little girl's face is beaming. Xiphon also sounds eager. "Give it your all and snatch that divine artifact back here for Master." Ziyue Xian received the gun and grinned like she'd won the lottery, replying, "As you command. Don't even mention just 1 item. Even if it's 10 items, I can bring them back for Master," she said, then darted outside. "Master, I'll head out first. I just received news. A heavenly star bead has appeared in the ancient sacred land of the demon race. Wait for me to bring back the divine artifact." Xiphon, seeing this, couldn't help but feel pleased inside. This kid doesn't even bother staying for long. Still, just continue fishing. The high-intensity cultivation plan that I came up with. Basically, I didn't even need to push it. That kid has already completed it on their own. Therefore, he didn't want to neglect the other disciples, so he called out, "Right, there are still several other disciples." That evening, thump, 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 a wedding atmosphere. The newlywed couple, Zygang and his wife, were bashfully sitting together. Before they could even do anything, a foot kicked the door open. Turns out it was Z-Fan, here to abduct the groom. "Hurry and go outside to train for 3 years for me, so I can level up soon. This is your Shifu's order. Xiaoji, if you don't understand anything about cultivation, just ask Z-Gang. Zygang is pitiful from beginning to end." That little brat replied to Shifu, "I've only just finished the initiation ceremony." Xiphon replied, That's perfect timing. Consider it a honeymoon. Even that snorer, Zhu Kai, got dragged along. One more kid, grabbed him up and flew off. Job done. Seeing them fly to Pangshuo's house, he couldn't help but ask Z Elder, "Why are you here? Do you still want to tell me something?" Zifan then replied, "Great Master Pang, I'm very reassured about the guild you've developed. It's just, help me take these two little guys and Xiaoxi with you. Zigang and Xiaoxi will go on their own after leaving the island, but this kid, Zhu, just dump him anywhere. Let him train." He immediately replied, "Yes, Z Elder. Since you trust me so much, I will treat your beloved guild and disciples very well." He smiled brightly like he'd had a good harvest and said, "Also, the sect's 40 genera of time-space sand. I'll definitely search enough within half a year." The next day, at the lake within the sect, someone's training here. That young man barely blocked one move before getting punched in the face. Zifan glanced over and asked, "So fast? It's already over?" Then, he released the fish back into the water. "Don't be discouraged. We haven't seen each other for over a decade. Actually, you've improved quite quickly. If my disciples, who've gone out into the world, saw this, they might want another match with you. Senior apprentice brother, you still have 2 more chances. Keep it up, senior apprentice brother. Instead of eating dirt, eat grass." He replied, "I was too rash. Actually, when I lost just now, I knew I didn't have fate with your esteemed sect." But how could Zifan easily let go of a rich guy? He switched into multi-level marketing mode to advise him. "I heard you want to join my hidden spirit sect. Simply because you want to protect the world and your hometown? Well, you can totally buy it from my hands." Senior apprentice brother is intrigued. He glanced over. "May I ask, what's the price?" Zifan said, 10 billion spirit stones. Not stopping there, his multi-level marketing mode is the premium edition. However, seeing as we have fate with each other, so I'll give you a 20% discount. 8 billion spirit stones or treasures of equivalent value are also acceptable. The transaction has probably been successful. Zifan, I'm forewarning you that if you can gather enough within 100 years, then that world will belong to you. Shizan bowed his head and accepted, thanking him. "I will take my leave." Holding good stuff in his hands, Zifan kept exclaiming, "AI really gives benefits directly. Why wouldn't I take it?" He continued, "Wait. There's a benefit I almost forgot about. The benefits that Wang Yulun sent me a few days ago. So he took out all the goods. Damn, let me see what's inside." Holding a red bone in his hand, Zifan said, "It really is the bone of a hollow immortal." As soon as he picked up the items, Zifan strongly disapproved. The first thing inside was a pile of magical artifacts from the demon race. Worthless, recycle and throw them away. Fortunately, there was something a little better soon after. Inside the second thing are spirit medicines and magical artifacts of humans. There are also some strange rune treasures included. Not bad. Another magic circle appeared. Why does it look like some kind of Pokemon? Today there's a demon race cultivation technique. Quite good. I can absorb some. All right. Let's ride this wave, Zifan. And you too, Mr. Purple Hand. Extracted the demon race's training methods for tools. 36 spirit bone refining techniques. Interesting. I'll give it a whirl someday. The last item made Zifan hold his nose. Seriously? This is AI's crate? Absolutely zero taste. Pile of fish bait bones from the demon race and human resentment. Zifan then reached into the box. This is the last boneless crate. Naturally, there's a jackpot here. 50 kilograms of auspicious heavenly treasure sand, 1 alien rock, and 1 heavenly starstone. 10 kilograms of auspicious time sand. Zifan drooled happily. "You really are a good bro. Never letting me down. I pulled an SSR. So many materials to fuse with the Lightning Calamity Talisman. I can upgrade Baby Roo to a higher level tool now. At the same time, somewhere else. Exactly where Zifan's senior brother is standing." He said, "This time, going to the demon race's sacred ground to find treasure. You must get what I want." He walked and chatted with Sword Emperor Lao Jian. "Although I promised to help you restore your strength to help you take revenge." Then he stopped. "But we need to be clear. If, like last time, the interests of Zifan are harmed, I absolutely won't do it." Hearing that, the Sword Emperor's face turned ugly. He's begging for something hardcore. Don't be bothered by trivial matters. A principle that this young man just won't understand. Suddenly, Ye Xiaoyao drew his sword, radiating murderous intent, threatening to break it right then and there. "If you don't agree, all the swords of the Myriad Swords formation, I wouldn't mind breaking them one by one." This time, the Sword Emperor has met his match. He exclaimed in a panic, "For the sake of immediate gain, even spouses can fight each other. For a guy like Zifan, do you need to go this far? Put down your sword and let's talk it over." Unexpectedly, he suddenly let go. The sword flew straight towards the old man's face. "You don't understand." He's my truly good brother. While rubbing his face, the Sword Emperor had no choice but to yield. I agree, all right. Is that enough? Don't hit me anymore. I'm not sure if he sees you as a good brother or not. Just then, both of them noticed a girl standing nearby. The girl with her hair in two buns looked rather ordinary. They sensed that she was not simple. Bringing this girl along might add a powerful assistant for the treasure hunt at the sacred land. Just a moment's hesitation. He stepped forward to chat with the girl, who turned out to be Yue Xian. Fair maiden, pardon my intrusion. You've also come to the Demon Holy Land to seek treasures, have you? He continued, emphasizing the dangers of the Holy Land. The Holy Land is fraught with peril on all sides. Fighting alone and isolated will be a great disadvantage. How about we team up to find treasures? Looking at his somewhat cunning face, Yue Xian thought to herself, this guy looks strangely familiar. Then she replied, so how do we divide the treasures we find in the Holy Land? Ye Xiaoyao still maintained a gentle smile. We'll follow the rules of the Hunters Guild. We'll just sweep the outer areas. It's not worth killing each other over a few treasures, is it? Besides, a fairy like you doesn't fear anyone. She agreed immediately. All right, let's do it. Even if someone wants to make a move, I've got nothing to fear. Besides, having teammates to support me along the way. At Shanchengshen, Bo Ye Xiao Yao had gathered a team of 5. In front of the other 4, he began to introduce himself. Hello everyone, I am Yi Shen of the Sword King sect. The 5 of us are all treasure hunting experts. Let's introduce ourselves. Everyone spoke in turn. 1 was Zhang Mai Mai, which was a false name of Ziyue. 2 is Wang Yu. 3 is Ji Yue Qin. 4 is Luo Tan. After that, I won't say much, ladies and gentlemen. This time, we'll immediately split any loot evenly. Ye Xiaoyao confidently spread out 5 fingers. As for whether we want to continue cooperating in the future, let's decide that when the time comes. Old Sword Emperor secretly rejoiced, thinking this kid was finally on the right track. Far away, another young man received the signal. Spiritual light confirms the entrance to the monster race Holy Land. Begin transmitting information now. Hearing the news, the crowd excitedly shouted, It's open! Let's go, quick! And so, they all flew off at incredible speed. Yi Xiaoyao's group was not to be outdone. Together, they rode on a single flying sword. We can't delay. Let's go in too, one person in the group exclaimed. Ye Shen, your sword is really amazing. 5 people on one sword? At this moment, the old Sword Emperor's voice constantly echoed in Ye Xiaoyao's mind. Analyzing the situation, huh? Dashing into a ruin like this first is basically suicide. Your position is excellent, kid. Punk. Your teammates aren't exactly pushovers, however, when a conflict erupts. The only person you really need to watch out for is that girl you invited last. In the event of a conflict, pay attention to her actions. I have a feeling she could kill you, pal. He nonchalantly replied. Even so, nothing is certain. Then, I simply won't get into disputes with her, got it? He glanced back at Yue Xian behind him. Upon arrival, a colossal door stood open, awaiting them. Quick, look! The entrance to the ruins has appeared. At the same time, Xiphon was leisurely riding his giant tortoise. Watching the live broadcast of the event, he swiped across the system screen. Whoa, the intelligence agency is doing a live stream. Let me see what they're saying. On the screen, a female MC announced, Everyone, you've already seen it. Right now, about half the treasure hunters in the entire DA6 continent seem to be participating in this treasure hunting party. She's using this opportunity to reveal some important information. Now it's clear. This sacred ground is actually the 9-tailed fox sacred city famous among the demon race 150,000 years ago. It's the 3rd sacred ground of the Fox clan. As for what treasures can be found here, please stay tuned for next week's segment. Zifan watched, utterly bored. Why is the development of all these things so similar? He's totally fed up. I thought watching the live broadcast in the demon race's sacred ground would let me see my disciple. Suddenly, he muttered a word, as if an idea had just popped into his head. Live streaming? That's it! He exclaimed. Xiao Niao, I want a disciple to be a video blogger. Quickly see if there's anyone suitable. Xiao Niao delivered an answer. A suitable person has been found. Disciple Shangji is very good at gathering and analyzing information and has a special interest in the mysterious stories and rumors of the cultivation world. At the same time, a system notification appeared before a young man. Attention, the Grand Elder wants to see you. Come quickly to the Great Tide outside the sect. Seeing this, the young man was completely shocked. Wasn't the Grand Elder fishing just now? Why does he suddenly want to see me? Without saying much, he flew away. I will come immediately! Just arriving too. Pham sensed his presence. You've arrived. The masked boy looks like a main character in some adult comics. His name is Vu Nam, a Chi Refinement Level 5 cultivator who has a habit of using illusionary image technique to record interesting things. To Pham, interested, told him to stand up and find a seat himself. Then he moved closer and asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" Vunan naively replied, "Could it be that the Grand Elder is looking for me to go and listen in on something?" Seeing this, Toothum laughed gleefully. "Everything in the sect is under my control. What do I need you to listen in on?" The two masters and disciples sat on BA's back, fishing and chatting. "I heard you like using illusionary image technique to record interesting things you've encountered. Can you show me a few clips? Is that all right? But can the Grand Elder keep it a secret for me?" "No problem." King Nam immediately took out a box containing countless ridiculously silly clips of the disciples in the sect. Zifan watched and couldn't help but doubt the lives of his students. What exactly do my disciples do normally? After watching, Zifan asked, remembering something, "Where did you learn the image recording technique?" King Nam replied without hesitation, "I begged Uncle Zhou to help me improve it. With Uncle Zhou's skill, he can only record images of Foundation establishment cultivators and below, so be more careful if I use the image recording technique. They'll definitely discover it." "So, you're offering another sweet deal to tempt the little rascal? How about this? If you learn this, I'll give you a chance to visit various immortal cities. Wouldn't you like that?" King Nan respectfully accepted the paper. "Yes, Your Majesty." "Grand Elder, do you have any further instructions for me?" Zifan casually said, "I want you to become a blogger searching for beauties." As he held the improved illusion technique, he said, "This illusion technique has been enhanced with stealth. As long as you use it proficiently, cultivators below the great power refining void stage, they won't find me." Unbelievably, countless steamy scenes flashed through Yunan's mind. He froze, utterly unable to believe his master could be this shameless. In a flash, the boy screamed as if someone was molesting him. "Grand Elder, surely you don't want me to take compromising photos of girls, even though you're the Grand Elder. Such indecent requests. I'd rather die than do it. Even though I do enjoy photographing girls, it's because I want to preserve their beautiful moments. At most, I'd take everyday photos. Grand Elder, wanting me to do such a thing. It's completely crossed the line." Before he could finish, Zifan interrupted. "Who said anything about taking those kinds of pictures?" He gave Yunnan a threatening look. "Just take pictures like you normally do, got it? Then post these clips on the communication device. Let's see if we can earn some spirit stones from advertising later." Only then did Yunnan understand. "So that's what it is. If I said anything offensive earlier, I hope the Grand Elder will forgive me." Of course, our male lead wouldn't hold a grudge. Instead, he handed Yunnan a list of fairy maidens. "You just take the photos first, then make a ranking list of fairy maidens. Write the cause on it, and finally hand it over to me. Got it?" So finally, Vunan gets it. Zifan is finally relieved and throws him a bag of money. "Here, take this, kid!" And finally, he winks, pretending to be cool. "Consider it the surplus from the official expenses. The rest is your hard-earned fee. Inside, there are also some spiritual pills beneficial for cultivation. Don't let your cultivation level drop." Hearing that, Vunan's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Great Elder." "Great Elder, rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission." As soon as the mission was assigned, Vunan flew off. "Remember everything carefully! And don't go provoking those with high cultivation levels, all right?" Then he smiled kindly and said, "Indeed, interest is the driving force of every person." Zifan returned to fishing again. Media player is done. Moreover, I saw the kid's after image just now. Didn't expect there's still physical training talent in the sect. Should make a body tempering version of the 5 elements art. It won't be a waste of effort anyway. Then he sat down again, thinking about this cultivation method. No need to think about the name either. Just call it the 5 elements body tempering art. Didn't notice the poor kid before. Turns out there's a body tempering genius, huh? As usual, you're calling your system Little No again among the disciples of the Hidden Spirit sect. Are there any talents I haven't noticed? It replies, quite a lot. There's a disciple with the gift of beast taming, one with the gift to control and create puppets. A disciple gifted in construction, one with a talent for commanding battles, and one with a gift for formations and runes. Suddenly he jumps up. So many talents. Why didn't I think to create some cultivation method suitable for these kids? After that, you send a list to Bing Fu so he can buy a batch of resources. Let these disciples practice diligently. In the future, those disciples with talent will be developed. Zifan gets more and more excited as he thinks. 3,000 great Deos. Isn't there any path to immortality? 3 months later, at the Hidden Spirit sect, Little Ano issues an urgent announcement. All disciples who receive this notice, please come to the main peak treasury to receive items. Everyone starts gossiping. How strange. Why is the sect suddenly telling us to collect stuff? Why worry so much? Go check it out and you'll know. Outside the main peak treasury, someone announces, "These are cultivation methods, but the Grand Elder personally thought of everything for us, including some extraordinary spiritual medicines. They can be used to temper our bodies." The recipient is Yong Li, a man with a mighty and imposing figure. He received a pile of stuff. I didn't expect the number of items received to be quite so large. Gravity armor for training, spiritual medicine for body tempering, spiritual pills, jade scrolls. The young man was overjoyed to receive this pile of goodies. "The sect treats me so well, Zhongli. I will definitely protect the sect with my life." The hair covering the eyes young man received 1,000 soldiers, which help him to increase control over puppets. Then he gleefully said, 36 basic puppet refining techniques, grand puppet transformation arts. Also, various tools and components for making puppets. The sect is treating me quite nicely. Ziya, a person with a talent for commanding battles. Then she smiled and said, "A space magic tool, a puppet barracks. Is this because the sect discovered my talent?" Finally, Yu Qian Shan, the young man with a talent for controlling beasts, received an egg of a Zhao Long from the depths of the sea. The sect is too generous this time. This is the egg of a great ascension stage demon beast in the endless sea. The cheers of the young men resounded loudly. "Thank you, Master. My talents are finally being recognized. These are all the things I've ever wanted." Zifan, standing in a corner, smiled and said, "They are all good kids. Grand Elder, I'm really looking forward to seeing you all rise up in the future." At the same time, at the Holy Land of the Demon Clan, two groups of people are facing each other. Ye Xiaoyao stepped forward and spoke first. "Senior, as a Kihwa god, isn't it a bit embarrassing for you to snatch things from us juniors? The treasure hunting team hasn't even been to the central area, just for the sake of the little treasure we have on us. Senior, aren't you going a bit too far?" At this time, Old Sword Emperor secretly said to him, "Kid, facing 2 Kihwa gods and 3 Kiwan, can you take care of the 3 Kiwan first? Then coordinate with that girl's powerful magic weapon. The remaining 2 Kihwa gods can be defeated. This time, you guys have made a big score." At the same time, that shameless guy actually said, "Hand over your spatial rings. You'll be guaranteed your lives. Otherwise, death is the only option." Unexpectedly, Ye Xiaoyao actually handed over his ring. One person in his group was a little stunned. "Ye Daoyu, is there no other way?" "Tu Chi is divine transformations beyond our league. Hand over half your spirit stones and life-saving treasures, kid." Suddenly, one of those guys stomped hard on the ground. The ringleader smirked. "Junior, have you thought it over?" "Indeed, I have." Ye Xiaoyao certainly wouldn't back down. "I want to test your skills, Senior. Let's see if your mouth is big enough to eat us." As he finished, he fully activated the Wandering Dragon sword formation. A massive, purplish dragon appeared. But the guy remained confident. "Not bad, you do have some skill." He didn't realize his comrades behind him had been ambushed ages ago. "Not good. Bao Ji Yu, long-range support." Seizing this opportunity, Ye Xiaoyao rushed forward. In his mind, the Sword Emperor praised, "Excellent timing and precision." Little did he know, as he closed in, they smiled wickedly. 3 li away, on a hillside, Yu Xian was playing sniper. Her hand never stopped reloading. Spirit-breaking bullet, form 3. Yue Xian aimed, brimming with confidence. "Time to bleed, you two divine transformation freaks. Time to christen my new gun." Over here, Old Sword Emperor keeps droning on about fighting techniques. "Your strategy couldn't even suppress those 2 good-for-nothing transformation stage cultivators if it were your buddy's nascent soul stage bros. Subduing these 2 would be as easy as flipping a pancake." Hearing that, Xiao Yao retorted angrily, "Don't mess with my fight, Zhang Mai Mai. Why isn't she making a move?" With that, he cast a spell on his 4 fingers. The Zhang Long flips the heavens move was unleashed. The purple dragon enlarged, intending to swallow both youths whole. However, there's nothing special since they all managed to dodge in time. Xiao Yao is straining himself. He continues using his divine sense, thus managing to read the minds of those 2. This guy is seriously annoying. Even so, he only has a little bit of skill. Still, we should find that cultivator with a long-range magical treasure to deal with her first. Xiao Yao, hearing this, instantly acted rashly, ignoring the Old Sword Emperor's persuasion. He hasn't had a chance to act yet. Hasn't he seen those 2G transformation gods haven't gone all out? That girl is waiting for an opportunity. He then replied, "If there isn't an opportunity, I'll create an opportunity for her." Right then, he used every ounce of strength to control the purple dragon. Again, it was the Azure Dragon Pearl technique. Instantly, those 2 were thrown into confusion. They quickly gathered together and discussed. They wanted to narrow the range, so that we can't even dodge if we wanted to. Elder brother, defend. Break the encirclement. I'll hold them back. Yue Xian's bullet had just been fired when he blocked it. From afar, Yue Xian wasn't flustered at all, even saying, "Is that shield even effective?" It gradually cracked, finally shattering as the bullet flew, ignoring his comrade falling. That young man triumphantly rushed forward, saying, "You two, original infant brats, don't get cocky with me." Suddenly, his eyes widened. A streak of purple flashed past. It was Ye Xiao Yao. He finished him with the soul-severing harp string technique. Before dying, that guy only managed to utter a curse. After finishing him off, Xiao Yao landed on the ground. The fairy also slung her gun down, saying, "Let's split the treasure. Staying here is pointless. The deeper we go, the easier it is for things to happen." Xiao Yao replied, "I think so too." After examining the pile of spirit stones, Xiao Yao said to her, "There are over 32 million spirit stones in total. I'll take half, 16 million. We'll each take half of the spirit ore and spirit stones." Suddenly, he turned back with kindness, mentioning the Yao clan's Dharma treasures and destroyed architectural treasures. Just now, I saw Yue Xian hiding in the corner, chanting Buddha's name. I already understood. I want more Yao clan Dharma treasures. Yue Xian sat there and yelled back, "All Yao clan Dharma treasures go to you, but the architectural treasures are mine. However, I want all the Yao clan cultivation methods." She also thought to herself, "Master once said that when dividing treasures is the easiest time for people to turn on you, so be careful, otherwise you will get stabbed in the back." Ye Xiao Yao didn't care and continued, "Then what about the exotic treasures found in the Holy Land?" Suddenly, the old sword emperor in his mind began to manipulate him again. "Listen to me, kid. Reveal a little vulnerability. I have a great soul-manipulating dharma. This girl isn't good at close combat. You could." At this moment, the two were already facing each other. Xiao Yao continuously listed them as if dividing them equally. Each person gets 1.3 billion spirit stones. The old sword emperor kept nagging, "If you also take her share, betray her, be vicious, hint at it in every sentence. What's impossible about it? Besides, it's not like we're killing her, you know." Xiao Yao stressed, countering, "That old man promised me he wouldn't hurt anyone." This time, you really made the Sword Emperor see red with anger. With your goody two-shoes personality, you want to acquire the myriad sword formation? Who knows when that'll happen, honestly. So the old man directly took over his mind. "If you can't make a move, then let me." Yue Xian felt a little uneasy and called out. Looking down, she saw Xiao Yao's hand gathering a full aura. At this moment, he was having a heated argument with the Sword Emperor in his mind. "Old sword, remember this carefully. You only live thanks to my body. I am your master, so don't touch my boundaries." That sword was quickly retracted, followed by the Sword Emperor's words, "If I wasn't afraid you'd die and I'd be damaged. Don't think I'm yielding to you just because you're a stubborn mule. I really don't know if this is a blessing or a curse." Xiao Yao grabbed the box, gave it to Yue Xian, and said, "Miss Zhang, this is the last treasure chest, miss." They finished the exchange, and Xiao Yao asked further, "I wonder if we'll have a chance to team up again later. Now that we've parted ways, the immortal path is vast. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." Seeing Yue Xian strolling away so leisurely, he thought to himself, "She dares to turn her back to me without any defenses? She can't imagine what could have happened just now, huh?" The old sword emperor chimed in, "Kid, stop staring. That girl is not simple. While dividing the treasures, she had already transferred her true body to another place. Look at the killing intent she unleashed just now. Luckily, you didn't make a move." Xiao Yao's true body was now truly frightened. "It's all right, it's all good. Let's clock out after work." Xiao Yao was speechless. He fearfully said to the old man, "I told you, having a malicious heart is not a good thing." The old man replied, "Give me a little more Qi origin spirit. Wait for me to recover. This kind of mystical divine technique is countless. I will help you recover. Just don't violate my principles." He switched the scene to some Pokemon turtles bathing in the water. So it was Zifan who was leading, and there were already 12 of them. "All right, summon the giant turtle, the 12 divine tortoise guards, and then share your wisdom. But your bloodlines are so complicated. Besides the turtle blood from the endless sea, there's also pure streams from the seabed and giant sharks mixed in. Nizifan even feeds his soft-shelled turtle breakfast." Hearing the turtle say something, he turns back to ask, "You're saying all the demon beast bloodlines in the endless treasure are this complex?" He moves forward to pat its head, hoping for more info. "You mean in the endless sea, pure-blooded demon beasts can't survive anymore? Your life before wasn't easy, huh? Come. Mobs need to eat a lot. Z-Fan feeds them non-stop. And what's more, he says, let me see if there's a way to purify your bloodlines so you can evolve into divine guardian beasts. He doesn't stop there, though. He even starts imagining a bunch of Ninja Turtles. When an enemy invades, if we have divine guardian beasts, they can wipe them all out. Just thinking about that scene makes me feel so good. Thanks to that fantasy, he throws all the remaining food to the soft-shelled turtles. It'll probably take me several thousand more years to reach the Great Ascension stage. By that time, the disciples would definitely have ascended to the Immortal Realm and be by my side. Maybe only these turtles will be left. Thinking of himself as Old Turtle Immortal, he couldn't help but panic. Wouldn't that mean there's a very high chance I'd be called Turtle Immortal? Suddenly, he noticed some water shadows behind him, and it turned out to be Moon Immortal hiding. Moon Immortal? Although your hiding technique is already very perfect now, it's still too immature to fool me. As soon as he picked her up, she curiously asked her master, how did you discover me? Z-Fan told her that after Neo explored, she directly informed me. The disciple Moon Immortal formed a team to find treasures in the sacred land of the demon race. They harvested a lot. They were planning to create a big surprise for you. As soon as she got home, Moon Immortal was well taken care of by her master. This time, you must have harvested a lot, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back so early. Moon Immortal beamed with pride, and she took something out and said, here you go! The level of go is 1 win for the master, earning spirit stones. That bottle indeed emitted a strange smell, piquing Z-Fan's interest. This spirit tea, I reckon it's around 100,000 spirit stones per half kilo, huh? This tea set isn't cheap either, huh? I give you face, yet you take the opportunity to show off. Suddenly, that little thing responded with a sentence that truly warmed Z-Fan's heart. After earning some spirit stones, showing some filial piety to master isn't allowed, that little brat pouts, her eyes brimming with green tea tears. What's more, Yue Xian even added that while in the secret realm, she met a very interesting person from the Sword King sect cultivating sword intent formation as one. Hearing that, Z-Fan wondered, how come that ham-hock didn't escape? Hearing that, he couldn't help but grab his adopted daughter's head. Those who carry the great responsibility of luck on their bodies, their fates are fraught with many hardships and dangers. It's just that they can turn misfortune into blessings. The ones who suffer are always others. Therefore, if you ever meet them again, remember to stay far, far away. Yue Xian quickly replied, got it. Then she brought out a crate. Oh, right, there are also some materials that I can't identify. I've sorted them out and put them in the crate for ease of action. Z-Fan helplessly said, this crate is quite unique, isn't it? The two masters and disciples peered inside. Yue Xian spoke first. Master, can you help me take a look? Are there any treasures inside? At this moment, Z-Fan thinks, how could I share with that pork knuckle and get good stuff, kid? It's all junk, right? If I didn't say I had a good eye, they'd still be where they belong. Suddenly, he pulls out a bone and knocks the girl on the head. The only useful thing is this demon race teething stick. You can gnaw on it when you're bored. Yue Xian is furious, showing her teeth, master. Do you think I don't understand? You're scolding me. The demonic aura is so thick. I thought there would be precious treasures. Turns out it's just garbage. In some Xiancheng store, Xiao Yao, after making a fortune, sells it off. Senior, you're lowballing. This strange treasure is worth at least 2 billion spirit stones. If your store isn't serious about buying, I'll just have to check out other stores. Cheng Cheng, hearing this, gets nervous. Don't. Just exchange it at the price you said. The old man thought to himself, he was going to make a big profit. Who knew he'd run into a shrewd one? At this moment, Xiao Yao truly cherishes his old sword a bit. Old sword, thanks. I didn't expect that among the unappraisable treasures. There are so many good things over there. You know I'm good now. If your eyes aren't good, you can't tell what the platoon girl and you got. They are just a few worthless toothbrushes. He continued to comfort the old man, who was easily swayed, with a few words. Don't be angry anymore. When I have money, I will bring all the spirit swords and exchange them for 5 elements spirit sword treasures of the 3rd rank. The old man then replied, do you know how many spirit stones a spirit sword of the Dao Qi level costs? Ahem. Originally, I was happy, but being answered like that is really embarrassing, wanderer. At the old soul, 100,000 miles away, Z-Fan and Yue Xian were sitting and playing together. It was so quiet. At this moment, someone brought food and said, Great Elder, sect leader, it's time to eat. Yes, he said to the person while eating. Hey, why did you bring the food today? What do you want me to approve this time? The person quickly replied, Yes, Great Elder, I came to ask for permission to use some small mountains to establish an experimental site. The disciple spoke and handed the plan to him. This is a brief outline of the project. Let me take a look. Xifan looked through it and crossed out a few lines. Purebred and hybrid demon beast defense towers, plus long-range combat avatars. Commanded from a central humanoid battle control system. Pretty clever, but I scrapped a few. The rest are still good to go. He's barely gone, and you're already chatting with Yue Xian? Oh, right. Yue Xian, come here. I was thinking about improving image recording techniques. They could be used for live streaming. Perfect timing to show you the results. Seeing Zifan point at the screen, she couldn't help but get excited. Live streaming, really? Suddenly, two fists clashed head-on, creating sparks. That young man's got serious fire in his belly. It really excited the two masters. A born genius cultivator with divine strength, plus a rock-solid body. He'll definitely be the strongest combat disciple in the sect right now. Yue Xian nearly fainted when she heard that. Master, your improvements to image recording are too powerful. They're making my head spin. Zifan grinned crookedly, replying, You can't even handle this? I haven't even researched the 3D IMAX version yet. Suddenly, something caught her attention. What's vibrating? Oh, it's a distress message. Master, I must head out now. Second brother Lu Ruhong's in trouble in Shanshang Lingxin. With that, Xiao Fei vanished, leaving Zifan speechless. Hurry along. Don't keep your brother waiting. If anything comes up, contact me via the image transmission technique. Meanwhile, in Shanshang Lingxin, Qi Gang, holding his wife's hand, was bothered by a pyramid scheme salesman. Friend, please stop. I see you have flexible bones. Want to learn about the Yin Dao sect? Our Yin Dao sect is a rank 9 sect, you know. Join us. You'll get inner disciple treatment immediately. Seeing this, Lu Ruhong politely declined. I already have a sect, actually. The pyramid scheme youth wouldn't give up. No matter, our Yin Dao sect also has a top-tier creation spiritualist. Whatever you want to learn, they can create it for you. Sei Gang was just as persistent. But Master has all the things you're talking about. I don't want to join your Yin Dao sect. The youth was furious and shouted, How can you not appreciate what's good for you? I'll call some disciples of your level to compete. Then you'll know. Staying in some nameless, faceless small sect is basically wasting your talent. Hearing that, Sei Gang was eager to show off his fighting skills. In the end, his wife couldn't stop him from going. Sei Gang gleefully ran to that young man to accept the challenge. Isn't that, not a great idea? Where would your spatial Dao sect fight anyway? Not exactly a spacious dojo, is it? His wife, helpless, pulled her husband back, restraining him. Control yourself. Yue Xian is almost here. He wasn't afraid, replying immediately, It's okay. Yue Xian will definitely leave with me anyway. A moment later, at the Qian Dao sect, the three siblings entered, excited beyond measure. Wow! Qian Dao's sect is really a place worth visiting. I must take pictures and send them to Master. The Qian Dao sect disciples, upon seeing the three, pouted and grimaced. Friends, these are the peerless level disciples of our sect's Qi Yuan Ying. If you can just defeat them, I will give up the thought of taking you as my disciple. Sei Gang was getting even more excited as he listened. All right, senior. A promise is a promise. Seeing Yue Xian doing something suspicious, they immediately asked, Wait, what are you doing, young lady? She replied, Reporting to my master. I heard that someone wants to snatch his disciple, so I wanted to see how worthy your sect's disciples are. Are they worth him yielding his apprentice to your sect? Hearing that, the other person froze. So that's what this is all about. Taking advantage of the situation, Sei Gang continued. That's right. Actually, all three of you can come at once. Hearing that, they immediately turned bitter. What? Not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, huh? Today, I'll show you just how insignificant your skills are. Finishing his sentence, he quickly activated the Space Dao Spirit Formation. Looking at the screen wasn't exciting enough. Zifan called over two more kids. Lei Ren, Lei Wenji, hurry, hurry, hurry. Senior disciple, they are about to start fighting someone. Come over here and watch. Seeing this, they curiously asked, Senior disciple is competing with someone again. Those two actually ran over to watch too. On the screen now is the image of Sei Gang. In that purplish space, the battle is about to begin. Zifan inwardly assessed. Such a big area. Playing hide-and-seek or something? Sei Gang didn't care about who the heck they were and activated his move. A meteor shower quickly descended, leaving those guys with nowhere to run. You people from Gang Xia, after finishing the job, you still don't forget to humiliate. Your stealth is 18,000 leagues behind my little sister. The next guy, that Kia fellow, also quickly lands. This young man's armor is relatively complete. It's just, who knows if it can withstand a few moves, he says smugly. My cultivation technique needs to be combined with this armor. Dealing with you is already a steal for you. Sei Gang snaps his fingers, acting like having armor is a big deal. Magical treasures are only a part of one's strength. Of course, his armor is dazzling to that Kia guy. At home, Zifan is still watching a good movie with the two kids. Zygang over there is about to beat the guy to a pulp with the rock-crushing avalanche. As soon as the move is unleashed, countless fire figures appear. The group on the other side is scared out of their wits, exclaiming, "A Dharma domain manifestation, an immeasurable existence. This kind of mystical power even we don't have." This anonymous bright spirit master from a small sect must be at least a transcendent level. Immediately afterwards, the two people exchanged glances, conveying their thoughts. We must find this bright spirit master, then pay a visit with gifts. Zifan over here senses something and suddenly clams up. Oh no! Why do I feel like someone is looking for me? Suddenly, the screen lit up, startling the teachers and students. But Zifan had plenty of glasses. What did he lack? He quickly put them on the little ones. Meanwhile, Zygang forcefully dragged the poor guy off to eat dirt. The stone burst technique appeared behind him, the bodhisattva shining brighter than the sun, blinding everyone. His wife and kid below had already prepared their glasses. The best choice from the hidden spirit sect. Not bad. Not bad at all. The live stream even has the taste of an advertisement. Seeing they couldn't beat that group, they immediately gave up. Spaced Out Ling, don't fight anymore. Seriously, stop fighting. Your strength is enough to go to the glorious spirit continent and suppress the demon race. Too strong. Can't play against that. So they quickly brought out good stuff. No fight. No acquaintance. This bottle of primal essence is a gift for you. Seeing her older brother about to refuse, Yexian cleverly stepped in and accepted the gift. Senior, this is too embarrassing. At the Vingiat branch, Zifan was standing there, evaluating. Very good. Watching the match is very smooth. It must be said, this immortal cultivation version of the communication device has a very fast transmission speed. The broadcast timing is impeccable, not a moment late. An idea suddenly pops up. Zifan happily says, "No delays." If the whole central continent had such a good signal, then why not make a puppet that can go out in my place? Imagine myself solo gaming. I'd be ecstatic, as long as I don't lose the signal. Wouldn't it be like playing a game where I control a puppet? Fighting all over the central continent, eh? Decision made. He hugs the two kids to fly back to the dojo for experiments. The little turtles below, feeling abandoned, keep asking about their parents. In the Yinling sect's weapon refinement room, Zifan looks at the robot before him. Tapping the screen, he excitedly says, "Little No, check the signal strength." How well does this puppet version receive signals? The two boxes quickly respond. Evaluate based on emotion. Say 1. For an honest evaluation, say 2. Zifan clenches his fist, barely containing himself, and says, 2. Skip the chatter. Cut the crap, got it? Little N.O. begins the evaluation. Extremely limited signal reception. Only good for strolling, but as for combat, encountering power above the Golden Core stage will easily lead to scrambled directions, which results in losing signal. Overall assessment, utterly worthless. Those words were like a dagger, stabbing into Zifan's fragile heart, making him so heartbroken he could barely breathe. He wore a dejected, dispirited expression. If you're so good, then optimize and solve all these big problems for me. Otherwise, what use are you? The system obediently replied, yes. Solving these problems requires boundary-breaking stones. The current market price is 10 billion spirit stones. Please select a method of acquiring the materials. Madly exploit Wang Yulun, or spend a large sum of money yourself to buy them. Zifan's eyes darted back and forth between the two difficult choices. He slammed the red button. System announced, deducting 10 billion spirit stones. At the same moment, a single tear rolled down his cheek. Zifan told himself, I wouldn't exploit my own sworn brother. Wang Yulun, who was still hallucinating from the snake venom, blushed and wondered. Suddenly, he felt a surge of loving energy. Whose is that, I wonder? Just as I was wiping away tears of humiliation. Suddenly, outside Zifan's room, came a loud shout from Elder Hang. Your delivery has arrived. Please sign for it. He received the restriction-breaking stone, becoming cheerful again, and began channeling his energy to cast a spell. Zifan excitedly said, the restriction-breaking stone is here. This time, I can use a puppet to fight for me. 10 days later, within the sect, Zifan had mastered, controlling the robot, soaring high above. Siyue Xian looked up, admiringly. Master, that's so cool. Zifan approached and high-fived his budget-friendly doppelganger, then enthusiastically introduced it. This is the puppet I just created. It will replace me when I travel far. It'll go with you first for a checkup. Siyue-shan excitedly hugged the puppet and happily said, so when I go into the secret realm to find treasures, does that mean I'll get to go with Master? Yeah, this way you'll have a companion. Zifan, who was blowing on his swollen red hand, replied upon hearing that, Of course you will. He raised a purple orb and said, "Oh, right! This is the restriction-breaking connection node. Take it with you. It will guarantee a signal no matter where you are. The beast transformation of Zephan threatens the figure. It might be lost. But this thing, we absolutely must keep it safe. It cost me half my fortune, you know. If I don't protect it well, I will punish you." Faced with Yue Xian's instructions, tears welled up. Trembling, she replied, "I understand." As soon as she finished speaking, he swept her up in his arms, his nimble feet heading straight for the red car. Awesome! That's where the figure is leisurely driving. With excitement written all over his face, he said, "All right, we shouldn't delay. Let's quickly find a secret realm to test the new figure." As night fell, the border encampment of Shangling Prefecture, in the silent space, Li Jingqi softly spoke, breaking the silence. "I heard news that recently Uncle Wang was bitten by a snake demon. Is he all right?" Wang Shengji sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "Your father is all right. It's just that he's still immersed in the illusion caused by the snake venom. After some time, he should be fine." Li Jingqi rested her chin on her hand, her eyes full of concern. "Then, how is Senior Brother?" "I think Senior Brother seems troubled. He has a knot in his heart." Hearing that, Wang Shengji irritably gulped down his tea. A dark cloud gradually covered his face. Lost in silent thought, he questioned himself. "I thought coming here to kill demons, I could break through and gain enlightenment in the midst of battle. But I never expected. It's been 3 years. And not only has my swordsmanship not improved at all, even the last divine power master taught me. I haven't grasped it." Zhang Ji clenched his fist, his voice trembling with self-reproach. "Master is so incredibly powerful, imparting a jade slip to each of us. Yet Brother's divine power just won't progress. I really don't have the face to meet Master." Seeing Senior Brother tormented, Li Jingzi stood up and poured more tea. He said gently, "Perhaps I can help Senior Brother solve your difficulties." He raised his cup, a mysterious smile blooming on his lips. "My 100 Realms reincarnation technique can make Senior Brother reincarnate into another realm. Perhaps after coming out, you can break through. Want to give it a try?" That suggestion was like a light at the end of the tunnel. Wang Zhangji teared up, deeply moved. "This is too good. This must be your destined opportunity, brother. Are you willing to give it a try? So, the two of you are going all in, huh? Let's drink all this beetle nut wine. Brother, you're about to enter the reincarnation world." "Yes, Senior Brother." A short while later, Wang Shengji was already wearing a ridiculously cute carp outfit. Decisively, he said, "Junior Brother, let's do this." "I am ready. I wonder which reincarnation world I'll end up in." Li Jingqi, speechless at his Senior Brother's appearance, hesitantly cautioned him. "Senior Brother won't be in there for too long, all right?" With that, he began casting his spell on the Lycoris radiata, his voice as gentle as a lullaby. "Take a nap, and when you wake up, you'll have already reincarnated into another realm." The Lycoris radiata spun around once and gently landed on the carp Jiangji. It emitted a dazzling green light. Li Jingqi muttered incantations. "Activate the reincarnation world. The 100 Realms reincarnation. Realm number 1. Stupid Duck Realm." Jingxi only then realized something was wrong. He screamed in horror. Why did I send Senior Brother to a something hardcore tribulation? He sat huddled in a corner, plucking the petals of the flower to calm himself. Be calm. Let him complete his tribulation. Let him not complete his tribulation. He'd barely sat down before showing signs of a mental breakdown, clutching his head and muttering, "Why does this Manjusaka have so many petals? At this rate, who knows how long it'll take to pluck them all?" Li Jingqi slumped back down, resting his chin on his hand. His eyes gazed at Wang Xiangji, who was sound asleep, as he thought to himself, "I really don't want those red-clawed chickens outside to touch him." He really has to think of a way. The next day, a sharp sword shot through the air, straight toward a bronze training dummy. It was instantly sliced in two. Wang Xiangzi landed gracefully. Li Jingqi smiled, pleased. "Looks like Senior has broken through. Then I can finally relax and go." Xiangji cheerfully waved, thanking his junior brother for his help. "Within the next 25 years of sword cultivation, you absolutely must reach the Yuanying stage, okay? I'm going to visit Father's injuries. I'll wait until he's recovered. Then we'll return to the Yinling sect," Li Jingqi replied cheerfully. "Then I'll await your good news. We'll meet at the Yinling sect." Suddenly, Li Jingqi called him back. "Oh, that's right, Senior." Jingxi stepped closer, curiously asking, "Do you have any regrets in the samsara world?" Jiangzi rubbed his chin, reminiscing about a faint figure. "Sword Dao, woe of the world. To have a woman by my side in this life, I have no regrets. In your mind, a scene appears. hand in hand with a beautiful little sister. A sugary voice echoes in your ears. Big brother, having you in my life makes me the happiest person under heaven. Thinking of this, Xiangqi's face unconsciously flushed red. Seeing this, Li Jingzi could only secretly smile. Elsewhere, the demon beast, Crimson Flame Giant Tiger, is locked in a decisive battle with Qi. The avatar's appearance changed, becoming Xifan's version when it received the signal. That avatar paled before the demon beast's ferocity. It loudly questioned Yuexian. Before, I didn't know your troublemaking ability was this great. Zi Yuexian, one hand holding a gun, the other giving a thumbs up, happily replied, I brought Master's avatar to control. If I only teased some low-level little monsters, wouldn't it disgrace Master? Zifan, sitting on another rocky outcrop, hands clutching a handheld game console, controlling the avatar's battle through the 4K high-definition big screen, spoke up, reminding Yuexian, this avatar is very special. It is more than 10 normal avatars combined. If you break it, you won't find another one. Suddenly, the screen displays a disconnected symbol. The puppet frantically dodges an attack by a hair's breadth, reaching peak operation. Seeing this, Zifan explodes in anger, shouting, if the network speed wasn't so slow and I couldn't use my ultimate move, you'd be finished already. The puppet begins to use the 3 shadow clone technique to fight the demon beast. 3 illusions rush in and punch the thing senseless, causing the tiger to widen its eyes and spit out a mouthful of blood. Yuexian, witnessing the scene, marvels. So the 3 shadow clone technique can be used like that. I always used it as an escape skill. After making the demon beast dizzy, the puppet jumps down, landing right next to Yuexian. It aims its gun and fires at the growling tiger lunging forward. Bang! The bullet hurtles straight into the demon beast's face with pinpoint accuracy. Zi Yuexian looks at the tiger, which has now been blasted into a shower of fireworks in the sky. She awkwardly says, I was so busy watching, I forgot I was fighting. The puppet grabs her ponytail, scolding, you said we're hunting companions. Looks like I'm doing all the work myself. Yuexian cries out, explaining, it's just that I was mesmerized by Master's combat skills, okay? Over on this side, Zifan stretches comfortably, then assesses, not bad, an okay experience. It's just too bad the network speed is a bit slow. Looks like the first-generation humanoid control still needs a lot of optimization. One day later, on Hidden Island 01, a small hand was tossing a pile of food. Lei Mu was feeding the pets when he suddenly noticed someone approaching in the distance. Seeing Zifan, Lei Mu and Lei Ren bowed to greet the great elder. Zifan asked in surprise, it's been half a month since you fed them, so I came to visit. What are you guys doing? He walked closer, looked down at the lake and smiled. This time it's you, 3 guardians. The creature named 3 guardians then surfaced from the water, happily shouting loudly. Following it, 4 or 5 other animals also clamored and shouted. Roughly translated, you didn't feed us for the past few episodes. Zifan smiled sheepishly and replied, I've been a little busy these past few days, so I forgot. He patted Lei Mu on the head, saying, that's why I specifically arranged for my disciples to come here to feed you guys regularly. The turtles scrambled to surround Zifan, causing him to chuckle. Okay, don't fight, there's enough for everyone. It's only been a few days since I last saw you, and you guys have grown so fast. A moment later, the giant turtles were full and leisurely swam away. Zifan thought to himself, these 2 siblings are the same. Their talent compared to Yuexian and to Kuang back then is not much inferior. In just a few months, the 2 of them have reached the first level of Qi training. This is the result of forcing those kids to work. In another year, these 2 might even start receiving cultivation. In alchemy and Qi cultivation, Umu stood nearby, sulking. Great Elder, ever since you arrived, the turtle friends don't even pay attention to me anymore. They're all surrounding Lu Ren. Someone behind also spoke up. Great Elder, with you here. I can't concentrate. Zifan smiled wryly upon hearing this, thinking, these 2 are good at everything. It's just that their personalities are a little stiff. I'll have to retrain them later. Suddenly, a ding sounded, and the system screen popped up right in front of him. Notice, host, detected a flying object preparing to enter. Analyzing. On the screen at this moment was an image of Li Jingzi and a stranger leisurely flying over. Zifan excitedly said upon seeing this, Jingzi's back. I wonder what the new disciple he's bringing back will be like. He imagined Li Jingzi acting like a detective, thinking to himself, it's all thanks to this kid. Every so often, he brings back a few disciples. Moreover, the quality of the disciples is very good. Now, the Lingyin sect doesn't need to recruit disciples anymore. The children he brings back are enough. A pair of feet landed lightly on the ground. Li Jingqi looked behind him. He happily introduced him to his master. This child is a genius I found in Shangling Continent. Furthermore, he passed the most difficult assessment that you gave him, master. Zaifan stroked his chin and asked, "The most difficult assessment? What kind did this child pass?" Li Jing's eyes lit up as he slowly replied, "He passed them all." The pink-haired child approached and greeted. "Greetings, Immortal!" Zifan secretly assessed the child. His appearance was ordinary, but those two sparkling eyes, as if containing millions of stars, truly drove people crazy. He pointed his finger at the child's forehead. Immediately, memories from the time of his birth appeared in his mind. Memories of the pink-haired child growing up. Zifan moved his lips, intending to speak, but stopped. He asked in a low voice, "Is it a reincarnated body of a senior?" Zifan waved his hand, dispelling the illusion. The child panicked and asked back, "Immortal? What do you mean, reincarnated body of a senior?" Zifan asked directly, "Do you want to become an immortal?" The child replied loudly, "Yes, I do." He then asked, "What is the reason?" The child's eyes suddenly filled with hatred. "Eradicate the demon race and rebuild my homeland." He thought to himself, "I had so much difficulty awakening the memories of my past life, and thought this life of rebirth could be a bit easier. But unexpectedly, I encountered the ending of the demon race destroying the village." Zifan extended his hand in front of him, asking if he agreed to become his sixth disciple. The child clasped his hands and bowed his head, his voice full of seriousness. "I agree." Zifan asked curiously, "Right. What is your name?" The child replied without hesitation, "Li Gudan." Zifan was speechless upon hearing this, then asked doubtfully, "Gudan?" The girl nodded affirmatively. "Yes, sir." Zifan patted his head and interrupted. "I bestow upon you another name, Li Xuan Dao. From today on, your name is Li Xuan Dao." He called out, "Qiu Ziwan!" Immediately, a purple lightning bolt flew over. Ziwan appeared and respectfully said, "Yes, great elder." He instructed Ziwan, "Take the new disciple into the hidden spirit sect first, and teach him the beginner's set of techniques. Also, send those two Li brothers back home. It's time for the afternoon lesson already." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiu Ziyuan flew away with the three people. Li Jingqi softly asked, "Master, are you suspecting that the child is a reincarnated body of a great power?" Tu Fam rubbed his chin, correcting, "It's not the reincarnated body of a great venerate. That is someone bearing the responsibility of destiny. Otherwise, how could he pass all my trials perfectly? Imagine the image of yourself controlling puppets, under your hands while thinking, but don't be too stressed. Anyway, after meeting a seeded candidate, in the days ahead, you should treat him a little better. Moreover, there are so many protagonists in the cultivation world. We don't yet know what level he can be ranked at. Might just do the trick for me." Li Jingqi nodded, agreeing. "Right you are. It was too hyped back then. Didn't think of that." Zaifan then asked, "Is that all right? Right, where are that child's parents?" Jing Si swiftly replied, "Jian Cheng Lin Sen has arranged everything perfectly." Zaifan further instructed, "Then dispatch a few staff to protect that child's parents. Even if they're a reincarnated big shot or someone with a destiny full of hardship, protecting that child's parents, they'll always remember our sect's kindness." "Yes, master," replied Xingzi at the end. Zaifan worried, thinking to himself, "Currently, the war between the two races is only in one continent. However, it probably won't be long before the two realms begin a full-scale war. At that point, if my small sect wants to survive, we must prepare even more thoroughly." He turned to ask Xingzi, "How's your progress on the 100 lifetimes reincarnation divine power?" He replied with a smile, 11th cycle, master." Zifan grinned. "It'll get faster soon enough. Later on, 5 years per cycle, then 20 cycles after 15. Xingzi froze in place upon hearing this. A thought flashed in his mind. Confirming quickly, Zifan handed him a scroll. "This is the 1,000 Dreams, 100 Path Scripture. Practice it in your free time. It will make each of your reincarnations easier." Xingzi took it, listening attentively as Zifan continued, "With your talents, you'll have to rely on yourself to forge your own path from now on." The image of Zifan in his eyes suddenly became a radiant ideal. He softly called out, "Master!" Xingzi pursed his lips, trembling slightly. He remembered the memories of being with Zifan, then stood up, bowed your head, and thanked Master. A tear from Xingzi rolled down your cheek. Zifan smiled kindly. "What are you thanking me for?" "If you've called me, Master, I will definitely protect you for the rest of your life." Zifan awkwardly patted Xingzi's shoulder, comforting you. You thought to yourself, "This disciple doesn't seem to be in a good state. I have to help him adjust a bit." Thinking that, Zifan coaxed, "Just say a few empty words, that's all. If you're too tired, don't go anymore. Stay in the sect to cultivate for a few years. When you're free, go fishing with me. Feed the fish some stuff. At Yinling sect, Kuzi Yuan began his role as a tour guide. I'll introduce you to our Yinling sect, just established 12 years ago. According to the Elder Council's ranking, we're a Tier 1 sect. Now, I'll take you around to get acquainted. Li Xuandao carefully observed the scenery from above. Zi Yuan pointed to a hill covered with various flowers and ornamental plants, said to bring greenery to the surroundings. Xuandao gave a thumbs up, thinking, lush mountains and clear waters are worth more than mountains of gold and silver. He then led him to a mysterious door and continued. The grand formation entrance to the sect is here. Xuandao, seeing this, thought in surprise, it can only block the power of cultivators in the Lianshu stage. However, the design is quite flexible, concealing the location while also considering various factors, upgrading the grand formation. Here we go. Zi Yuan then took Xuandao to a waterfall as beautiful as those in fairy tales. Then he introduced the spiritual essence of the waterfall. He gazed around, admiring it inwardly. This is seriously awesome. 360 gathering spirit. Pearls on the peak can even directly be upgraded into props in the later stages. Seems like the starting point this time is quite high. Reborn in a mid-thousand world, he regained his memories early, enjoying favorable geography and harmonious people. Ascending to the great thousand world feels just right. He lightly touched the water, and it transformed into a small bird flying away. Xuandao recalled himself as a frail old man in prison in his previous life, thinking, it's nothing like the last time I was reborn in a small world. Even the highest via 6. His only foundation establishment. Awakening the memories of the minor world's realm at 50, moreover, it's too solid. Unable to ascend, toiling for 155 years, might as well have lived in vain. He gazed at the scenery below. Couldn't help but sigh. A tiny sect of the great thousand worlds is much stronger than a minor world. Hu Zi Yuan chattered excitedly. Lastly, the disciple training ground has 213 people. Currently, all are at the Qi training level. Hearing this, Xuandao was dumbfounded, his eyes becoming vacant. He thought, pale-faced. The others aside, but Nine Heavens Galaxy Spirit Liquid is just regular Spirit Liquid. It should be able to squeeze out a few foundation establishment cultivators, right? Xuandao scratched his head, asking, in 12 years, no disciple has advanced to foundation? Ziyuan glanced at him, smiling. There are. Just wait until seeing your brother. Upgrades within the Qi training level, then you'll know. 3 days later, in Li Xuandao's room, he looked at the paper on the table, musing. Spirit tool, virtual teaching service, high effectiveness. Even better, there are humanoids controlling the intellectual center and the civilization's abilities. The cultivation of this world has advanced to this extent already. Xuandao clutched his head, tossing and turning, wondering. But when that cultivator took me past the center of the mainland, it doesn't seem like that's how it's supposed to be. I once reincarnated and cultivated to great heights in a major world, but I've never seen a method of cultivation quite like this. He recalled the day Zifan pointed a finger at his forehead. The probing great elder who founded this sect wants to take me as a disciple. It's possible that he's also a transmigrator, Xuandao muttered inwardly. When I have time, I must test this out. He closed his eyes, began to diligently circulate his energy, and practiced, setting a goal for himself. Right now, I need to eliminate all distracting thoughts first. In this life, I must definitely cultivate to the level of a true immortal. Only after reaching the 9th reincarnation will I become a golden immortal of the great Tao. The screen displayed an image of Sa Yan leisurely drinking tea. A voice rang out from the screen. Big sis, I'm a special envoy from the production team of our teacher. Our team's intention is to use shadow preservation techniques to record absolutely stunningly beautiful women. May I ask if it's convenient for you to film, Big Sis? Could you cooperate by turning your face towards this side a little, Big Sis? Sa-Yan put on a charming expression. Directly facing the camera, she said flirtatiously, Shadow preservation technique? Sure, is this right? Zifan's voice immediately chimed in. Sa-Yan, you snuck out here for tea while I'm hauling luggage? Zifan. The real version, and this one's wearing 3D glasses. Munching popcorn, he says, beaming. Seeing elder sister Sa-Yan safe and sound, I'm finally relieved. This brat Wang Nan is really doing a great job. Li Jingzi, seeing this, whispered, Master! Female cultivators, after reaching a certain level, all sculpt their appearances and figures to a state that they find most pleasing. So I think temperament is the key. Imagine the forms of maidens as calm as the sea, lively as fire, or alluring, sophisticated, graceful ladies, or perhaps fierce, strong female warriors. They're young maidens. Jingzi pointed at Zifan's face, clearly delighted by the girls, patting his hands in praise. then scolding him. Clearly, Master's stuck at the shallow level of thighs and waists. Zai-fan, still happily eating popcorn, retorted, "What do you understand? Is this a shallow level? Really, this is the realm of the masses, huh?" Jingzi secretly thought, "I really don't understand my master, a genius so rare in any era, to be so shallowly obsessed with the word beauty like this." He shook his head in dismay, then spoke up. "Looks like even Master has weaknesses. The beauty in this world is nothing more than flesh and bone. Only the true nature of humanity matters." Zifan flew into a rage, throwing away the popcorn and yelling, "You brat!" He thumped his chest. Grumbling, he said, "My previous life's reincarnation was accustomed to having all the beauties of the world. Even before I died, hundreds of confidants came to see me off. My boy has the spirit to chase after me, I get it. However, after cultivating for more than half my life, can't I enjoy even a little something?" Hearing this, Li Jingqi got excited and started to spin a yarn. "You were reduced to a cripple from all that hardship. Then a beauty queen rescued you. Now you can only paint and write poetry for the girls in the pleasure house." But that opportunity caused Tufam to thrust a stack of blank paper into your hands, ordering you to write a poem praising the beauty of each beauty in the moving pictures. Tufam pointed and asked, "In your past lives, you must have been skilled at doing this, right?" He sat down irritably, ordering, "Continue the music! Continue the dance!" Tufam pressed the button. The screen showed another girl, and no one else. It was Tungie Tian. She looked at the screen excitedly and said loudly, "She's connected!" causing Tufam and Tintu to jump. She asked her master in surprise, "Little ones, what are you two doing? So busy?" Tufam heard this and immediately avoided the question, looking away, pretending to be innocent and harmless. At Tian Tan Lam Lam, Nguye Tian turned to Tu Kuang and said, "I've connected with a sect." Then she turned back and said into the device, "Master, I'll report a little on my and my brother's whereabouts. We received a notification from the Elder Council. We have come to Tian Tan Lam Lam to prepare to help capture demons." "Let's leave it like that for now," Tu Kuang asked Nguye Tian in confusion. "It was hard to call. Why did you turn it off so quickly?" Nguye Tian smiled meaningfully. "Let's not ruin their good deeds. These are things you wouldn't understand." They looked at the crowded people around and said, "The number of cultivators in the plaza is at least 100,000. Yue Shan whispers, "Hubby, are you saying the demon beasts near the Jew statue are about to stir? I can't hold on any longer, no. Let me ponder that for a second. Then I'll reply to the Elder Council's message. This time, more than 10 honored elders from the top sects are involved. Yue Xian gently reminds us, giving a heads up, all right? This time, we're going to Shangling Province to slay demons, so you must come with me." Zaigang says, aggrieved, "I won't wander off again. Trust me, okay?" Yue Xian looked at him with doubtful eyes, replying that it wasn't just because of this. "Your Lu Dao divine power is more lethal than mine." She imagined herself as Agent 9.527, giving the signal to retreat, then continued, "However, when it comes to running away, even if you split yourself into 10, you still can't beat me. Therefore, in order to return safely," Zaigang nodded dumbly in agreement, "then everything will be under my command." Yue Xian hooked his arm, smiling so hard her double chin showed. She complacently said, "That's right. Trust Sister Yu to survive long term." Zaigang suddenly realized something was off. "My little sis told me to call you Big Sister." Yue Xian, who was beside me, suddenly noticed a kid nearby. She walked over and asked Han, "This kid doesn't look a day over 20, does he? A Foundation Establishment cultivator already? What gives? So, are you an alchemist? Or a tool refinement master?" Suddenly, some uncouth oaf barged past, bumping into the kid. "Hey, watch it! You're blocking the way!" he barked. But Yue Xian quickly reached out to steady him before he fell. The kid, sporting a glowing badge, shyly greeted, "Greetings, two seniors. This humble one is an outer disciple of the Tianju sect. This time, I'm looking to score some points with the Elder Council. I'm planning to open a tool refinement workshop at the CI gang camp." Surprising, huh? Tianju sect? Yue Xian was equally surprised. She mused, that floating sky orb that Master dreams about day and night. It was made by the Tianju sect. She secretly plotted, "Looks like after this mission, I might just be able to give Master a little surprise." The kid politely continued, "Actually, I was a bit nervous. Luckily, I met two such friendly people. Please, take care of me, since Yui Yan is being so forward. May I ask what I should call you, little brat? From what I know about refining artifacts, the artificers of the Tianju sect are divided into Gong, Jiang, Ling. Are you implying, boy, you're a disciple of which level?" The boy scratched his head sheepishly, replying, Junior Tian Yunlian is a disciple of the Ling-level sect. Zi Gang and Yue Xian exchanged meaningful glances. Why ask it like that? She touched the bracelet on her wrist, then continued. Yunlian, I wonder if you could take a look. Could a refining artificer create this treasure? What rank would you be at in your sect? Yunlian replied amiably, Yes, senior. Let me see. As soon as Yue Xian placed the bracelet in his hand, Yunlian was stunned. He exclaimed, This talisman is the treasure my master spoke of. Just one step away from perfection, huh? Circular bracelets strung with colorful beads emanated a mystical power. Before Yunlian could recover from his shock, he shouted, If the conditions are right, it could even ascend to a Tao artifact. This refining artifact master must have reached the level of an elder in our sect. Gazing at the bracelet's magical light, Yunlian eagerly asked, Could you two seniors tell me the identity of this refining artifact master? I'd like to pay a visit. Ye Xian smiled, saying, Of course, there will be an opportunity. You're actually serious? He asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Yue Xian cheerfully replied, Absolutely. But she thought, in my head, I've already planned to kidnap Yunlian and bring him back to the sect. After making the Star Pearl, I'll get him back at any cost. The space around them suddenly fell silent. Whack! 3 doors fell from the sky, accompanied by a voice. The spatial gate has been activated. Outside the Fei Wu realm, in the extreme void, there was the spaceship, Yuju of the Yaoling realm. At this moment, within the immortal array of Yujujo, a middle-aged man approached and respectfully said, Your Honor. The speaker was none other than the Grand Completion Stage Venerable Chi. He cautiously inquired, Do we still have to wait? The one addressed as Your Honor replied, Wait. The time is not yet right. He observed a miniature map in the palm of his hand and continued, The demon race's warships are still nearby, monitoring us. If we don't seize the right opportunity, and Yujo is damaged after tens of thousands of years, all the efforts of our human race will have been in vain. Before I ascend to the 2 realms, I must unify everything. This, Your Honor, looked like a sly old fox. He clenched his fist, crushing the map to smithereens, then smiled wickedly. Demon race! Let me start by severing one of your fingers. At the border region of Shangling Province and Shang Province, a voice boomed. Attention, cultivators. Follow the instructions on your communication devices to divide up the defensive positions. System display. The pair from Gang are Zheng Han, and the pair from Yueshan are Zheng Mi. From Gang excitedly said, Little May, we're in the first defense line, zone 1649. The two received the system's message and immediately shot off, leaving only a sentence behind. No time to delay. We're going ahead. Tian Yunlian stood below, waving goodbye. Seniors, see you later in the central region. The group of people were struggling to hold back the mutated vermin. One guy there shouted for help. Please send reinforcements. Our defenses can't hold much longer. Another person said in a panic, Hurry, hurry, hurry! The front lines are about to collapse. Suddenly, 2 figures zipped down from behind. Seeing the scene, From Gang excitedly said, This time, I can really let loose. Yue Xian turned around, cast a teleportation spell, then said, Big brother, I'm gonna find a spot to snipe from. He waved his hand in response. Got it! Zygang kicked it into high gear and rushed towards that crowd. They panicked and cried out, Taoist friend, hurry and lend a hand. Are you really gonna be scared stiff? He began to gather energy, and crimson flames gradually focused on his fingertip. Zygang roared, Taoist friends in front, please step aside. I'm about to unleash a super move. The flames blazed even brighter now. He shouted, Lava world, now! Volcanoes began to erupt violently, streams of lava pouring out like waterfalls. Engulfing those ugly little rats, Zygang continued to unleash another move. Lava demons. Instantly, long arms emerged from those lava flows, grabbing each beastly creature, making them squeal miserably. Everyone around cheered with joy at the sight. Excellent! Camp 1649 is saved. We have a cultivator with large-scale divine powers on Giant Lake, 100,000 li wide. At this moment, Zyfan observed the large screen live-streaming the scene up close and asked, This is the border war of Shangling Continent? Xingqi replied, Yes, master. Zyfan wore a playful expression and asked, Isn't this too few demon beasts? Don't they have a one-child policy or something? Xingqi heard this, dumbfounded, and asked back, A one-child policy? What's that? Also, master, you're kind of missing the point here. You're pointing at the screen, which is showing images from Gang, aren't you? And laughing triumphantly? Master, quick, look at Senior Brother's expression. Right now, Senior Brother looks like he's found the true meaning of life. Zifan calmly explained. My dear senior brother has loved large-scale magic since he was little. Senior brother, you're practically a self-propelled fortress now. Xingzi's eyes lit up with admiration when he heard that. Suddenly he pointed at the screen and yelled, Oh no! Master! That giant Qihua Shen bird hit senior brother with divine lightning, didn't it? Zifan chuckled behind his fan. Want to bet? See if your senior brother can dodge this attack. Xingzi glanced at him, saying, Is this the reaction a master should have, really? He became wary, piping up, But master, you've researched divination. I'm not betting with you. Hearing this, Zifan pinched his cheeks hard and said, You're such a dull disciple. If the cultivation world had huskies, I'd find one for you to change your personality. Jingzi, clutching his swollen cheeks, asked, puzzled. A husky from the Inyi family? Zifan smiled brightly, replying, It's a breed of dogs similar to a wolf. With sharp eyes, Jingqi, with his rich imagination, was already picturing himself evolving from a dog to a wolf, then to a werewolf. Zifan looked at him, wondering what this kid was thinking. He started acting spoiled, whining. Master, I want a husky! Zifan, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise. What? Meanwhile, on the other side, the bird launched a lightning bolt at Zgang, sending him flying. Elsewhere, a hand was gently squeezing a trigger, bullet piercing the bird's brain with perfect accuracy. Ziyue Xian licked her lips, grinning. Perfect! The bird fell flat on the ground. Zgang reappeared unharmed, looking totally fine. Everyone around immediately rushed over, asking, Han, are you alive? Zgang held up 2 fingers proudly. I'm okay! Thank you, everyone. A person nearby asked in surprise, How are you still alive? Zgang slowly explained, Because my master once taught me the first principle of being a fortress, which is also the most important thing. Zifan, on this side, picked up where Zgang left off. The screen saying a qualified fortress can permanently hide itself from the enemy, revealing its true location. Xingqi, listening from the side, clapped enthusiastically. Oh, how fake! Master, you're amazing. Zifan then whacked him on the head and scolded. Got no other words in that head of yours? Xingqi calmly replied. Master is the Tao, worldly affairs, and suppresses all under heaven. Zifan suspiciously asked, Did Wang Xiangji teach you that? The boy suddenly blushed. Yes, sir! Making the master standing beside him feel very confused. Zifan sighed. Wang Yulun, what an idiot. How could he possibly sire such a delusional son like Wang Shangji? I don't get it. I just don't get it. The next day, at Yinling Island's Hongshou Bay, Leimu was feeding the turtles, happily saying, Yiwei, don't fight. There's enough for everyone. Leimu suddenly turned her head left and right, probing the surroundings. Seeing no one around, she plopped something round and big like a ball on top of them, startling the turtles. Leimu whispered, Turtles, this is a spirit pill that I personally refined with added bones and flesh of demon beasts inside. Try and see what it tastes like, okay? The turtles, hearing this, immediately started drooling. Zifan sighed, thinking about the battle in Shengling Prefecture. It always gives me an ominous premonition. The system suddenly announced a prediction. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of Zifan, crawling out from underwater, making him panic and shout, What's this? The system then spoke up, Master, these are minor beastlings. Zifan scolded, You detected them but didn't tell me earlier. Scaring me half to death, huh? The turtle's muscles suddenly bulged like a gladiator. It powerfully punched out the teeth of several minor beastlings. The system then replied, Because I felt it wasn't really necessary. Zifan suspiciously replied, Oh, right. He turned back with a scary face, waving his hand and calling, Wenji, did your self-spirit pill that you concocted attract them here? Come here, let me take a look. Lumu trembled and said, Great Elder! Zifan held half of the self-spirit pill to appraise it. He thought to himself, This kid, I haven't even thought about creating self-spirit pills yet. Inside is bone meal and the essence of the flesh and blood of a golden core stage demonic beast after feeding. High chance of mutating spirit beasts? Zifan thought, astonished by the mutation rate. He ruffled Leimu's hair and cheerfully said, Wenji, I'll raise your authority by 1 level. From now on, anything in the cold storage, just use it as you please. If you're free, you can continue to create your own spirit pills. I support you. Hearing this, she awkwardly said, Thank you, Grand Elder. Zifan gazed into the distance, lost in thought. In this chaotic world, the strength of the sect must be as high as possible. Wang Yulun is injured too. I must quickly call him back. At the Chuanzi front line number 673, Ye Xiaoyao was casting a spell with an arrogant look on his face. He mused to himself, If I kill demons every day, the points I get will let me exchange for a rank 5 spirit sword treasure. He wondered, so if I stay here for 15 days, wouldn't I be able to exchange for 1,000 spirit swords? The great sword Immortal Emperor then appeared and said, "Are you just daydreaming? The demon race's attacks are so strong, I think there must be a conspiracy." Yi Xiaoyao asked suspiciously, "What conspiracy?" The Emperor observed the great battle with the demon beasts, then remarked, "Didn't you notice? Not even one Chidu tribulation is on the entire defense line. Even the Longxian Palace of the Celestial Realm isn't making a move, subduing demons. These are just trifles." Dajan Zhandi calmly continued, "The real battle and schemes are likely happening outside this world. Outside this world, in the Arctic wastelands, they're engaged in a fierce firefight. Lasers continuously fired towards the spaceship. Everyone on board was desperately trying to defend. One person shouted, "Hey, Venerable Ling Chuan, I gotta say, you haven't hit a single shot. Are you a Buddhist cultivator? Why aren't you killing anything?" Venerable Ling Chuan angrily retorted, "The demon race's warship is flying like the wind. It's not easy to hit at all. Furthermore, I only need to force it to the designated position to complete the task." His Holiness arranged. A loud bang echoed, shaking the heavens. Someone immediately yelled, "This is bad! Our ships are about to collide. Isn't that old geezer just firing randomly? We're doomed. Our formation is all messed up now." Venerable Ling Chuan's eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling light, like a flashlight. Gradually, colossal, ultra-large mechs appeared, facing the spaceship head-on, causing everyone to panic. They say they want to use the blood of the human race to break the ancient Forbidden Area's seal, huh? Demons in the heart of the continent? The Yuzhou ship immediately released a massive amount of power. The people on the ship excitedly said, "Demons, you guys are seriously delusional." Suddenly, a golden light flashed, covering the entire space. A missile was launched into space, creating a huge explosion of the demon's equipment. The Venerable looked at the scene and said, 10,000 thunderbolts, demon-slaying immortal script-divine cannon. I risked my entire fortune to create these 2 shells. Today, you're lucky enough to taste them." He held the spatial orb in his hand, calmly instructing, "All right, collect the spoils of war. Then activate the Great Formation to merge the 2 realms." The person behind him immediately replied, "Understood, Venerable." He smiled smugly, saying, "I want the ancient demon forbidden area. The merits and fortunes of the 2 realms will merge into me. Also, at the border of Shengling Province, the defense line above the Dragon Immortal Palace is being guarded by 3 venerable ones. Chi Great Completion." Middle-aged man announced loudly, "Fellow Taoists, the time has come. Follow me to attack Shangzhou, slaughter the demons." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone flew forward on their swords, shouting loudly, "Charge!" Zhizigang looked at them calmly, saying, "The general offensive has begun, eh? But, Yue Xian, tell me, why preserve the corpse intact, and not let the evil aura spread far and wide?" Yue Xian pondered for a moment, then replied, "I don't know. It just feels strange. If Master were here, he could probably figure it out, though." Zhigang then said, "Forget it. Let's not think about it. The sooner we kill it, the sooner we return to the sect. Still want to use points to buy some immortal runes as a gift for Master." Zhi Weixian winked and added, "Then I'll exchange for a heavenly extreme spirit. Next time Master levels up, he'll be more secure." Scene changes to Xiangzhou, where the forbidden grounds of ancient demons are in turmoil. The Grand Ascension Venerable Qida ordered Jutu to proceed. Use your demon race's methods. Open the seal of the ancient demon's forbidden ground. Faced with the order, the monster Jutu burst out at a savage laugh. To admit defeat 7 times so bitterly the methods you humans have hidden are more impressive than I imagined. This time, I, this venerable one, accept defeat wholeheartedly. It growled, full of resentment. But if you want to destroy my essence, you'll have to make you pay a price. Having spoken, Jutu, unwilling to lose 7 times, unleashed a fatal blow. A source of dark, crimson power, surging with strange symbols, erupted from its body. Those around cried out in alarm, "This is bad!" That dark magic circle immediately descended upon the earth, these crimson rays of death. Instantly, the earth trembles violently. A colossal monster emerges, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. It slowly cracks open its cloudy eyes, surveying the area with a ravenous gaze. Its voice, echoing through the heavens, rings out with a ghastly hunger for flesh. Venerable Chi of the Great Vehicle hastily casts a protective spell. Before His Eminence arrives, he yells, summoning his fellow disciples, "We absolutely must suppress this ancient fiend." Together, they unleash the power of the 10 Directions Nirvana sword formation upon the monster, but its eyes suddenly blaze with sharp beams. Its muscular arms condense, a dark energy ball, then it throws a terrifying punch, shattering the oncoming swords. Venerable Chi of the Great Vehicle, weakened by the backlash, cries out weakly, with just one punch, "This ancient demonic beast is too terrifying." He apologizes as the monster approaches. It roars with terrifying intensity, causing him to fall backward. Then, trembling, he calls out in despair, "Your Eminence!" Suddenly, a golden lotus gently falls into the center of the formation. The lotus blooms more and more, releasing a mystical light, as dazzling as the light of the heavens. Slam it right in the demon beast's face. It instantly had to cover its eyes, squat down, and wail miserably. Everyone around cheered with joy. His honor is indeed his honor. His honor appeared in a blaze of glorious light. He slowly said, "The ancient demon's strength is greater than I imagined. You've all worked hard. Just leave the rest to me." From another place, Zygang was observing the strange, ominous clouds, a place where thunder and lightning roared. He smiled, saying to his sister, "Little sis, looking at this situation, we should just stay put. Let's wait for news before entering the Elephant Shrine." Yue Xian immediately responded, "That's right. Master said that in this kind of situation, it's best not to get close to watch the excitement." Suddenly, the iPad in her bag vibrated with a signal. Zyfan appeared on the screen with a serious expression. "Yue Xian, the situation is a bit off. I'm preparing to seclude myself for a few months. After you've finished killing the demon beast, lead the sect members back quickly." Hearing that, the two of them couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, at Hidden Spirit Sect, Zifan was instructing another disciple, Wen Kei. "I am about to go into seclusion, so during this time you don't need to bring food to me." The young man bowed and replied, "Yes, Great Elder." As this person left, another entered and asked, "Master, you called me?" The scene between the two masters and disciples was very desolate at this moment. Zifan mysteriously said to the young man, "Each disciple of our Hidden Spirit sect will rely on the characteristics of each individual to impart a divine power." Recalling the boy's information panel, Zifan couldn't help but sigh. "But you, in all aspects, have performed very perfectly, grade A+. It is difficult for me to predict which aspect you will develop along. Have you thought about it?" At this moment, Zifan glanced and assessed the person's aptitude, thinking to himself, if this kid is a transmigrator with a heavenly destiny, or a reincarnation, rebirth of a immortal emperor, unable to determine his identity, I won't be able to go into seclusion peacefully. Li Xuandao bowed at this moment, showing his respect. "Master, I want to walk the path of magic." Although he said that, in his heart he was full of plans for alchemy and artifact forging. Been there, done that in my past lives. What's new to learn? I also wonder if this life's master has any real skills. If he's teaching me stuff I already know, guess I'll have to pretend I don't. Zifan casually snapped his fingers, and a trinket appeared. "He's similar to your eldest brother," he remarked. "However, I feel there's a divine power that suits you better." Taking advantage of the other's distraction, Zyfan cleverly activated his probing divine power. Something feels off about this young man. Zyfan immediately closed in to interrogate him. "I just discovered the power of reincarnation on my disciple is now. Why is it growing so much?" Zyfan put on his most sincere face. "Could you explain it to me?" As the conversation unfolded, Xuandao realized he was being targeted. So that's why Zyfan had prepared tons of heavy artillery pointed at him from the start. Xuandao trembled in fear, thinking to himself, "Crap, I fell for it. I thought only the top sect had nascent soul experts, so I didn't bother hiding my power of reincarnation. Master's a monster. How does he know about the power of reincarnation already at Foundation Establishment?" So he had no choice but to sigh and tell the truth. "There's no other way. I was originally a true immortal from the Yuming Great Thousand World. I encountered a stroke of good fortune and received a set of cultivation methods. The Samsara Salvation Golden Advancement Decree." Xuandao continued explaining, "Right now, I am undergoing my 8th tribulation." Hearing this, Zifan finally retracted his murderous aura. "So he's a true immortal? Looks like accepting this guy isn't a disappointment." He held the bag of spirit stones in his hand, then said dismissively, "So if you're a true immortal, then the master-disciple title is useless, isn't it? Consider this bag of spirit stones my way of ending our karmic tie with you." "I wish you an early golden immortal attainment." Suddenly, Xuandao pushed the bag of spirit stones back. Then, He continued to display his respectful manner and said, "Dao friend, could I stay here as a normal disciple?" However, Zifan continued his deep acting. Who would feel safe letting a reincarnated immortal stay in the sect? His eyes were full of the shrewdness of a trustworthy, mature man. "We can't outplay you, old man." Suddenly, the other person swore an oath. "I can swear to heaven and earth that as long as I stay hidden in the Hidden Spirit sect, I will not use any means to harm the disciples of the Hidden Spirit sect." Furthermore, he even added an unbelievable statement. "Moreover, the immortal texts, cultivation methods, and immortal divine abilities of the Great Thousand World, I will all take out and contribute to you." It had come to this. Zifan immediately changed his tune, thinking to himself, "You are indeed my most intelligent disciple, that I struggled to find to escape the label of Joker. But you happily suggest treat Hidden Spirit Sect as your own home. Ask him one last question, and good fortune will surely follow." However, that person just stared blankly, not understanding anything, so Zifan was relieved, thinking, "Looks like he really is a transmigrator." I quickly said, "It's nothing. Come here for tea whenever you're free. By the way, we can chat about the great wilderness." Looking at the back of the 8-lifetime-old man walking away, he kept thinking to himself, "It's just a pity that the heavens have their treasures and the earth has its resources. I don't have a chance to strike. I don't even know how strong its power is." Finally, he looked at the remote. Unexpectedly, Zifan turned his back on him. Who could endure that? After that, he pressed the holy button. Immediately, a terrifying energy source shot down from the sky. That volcano, it must be said, was annihilated by one move. Little Grape then calculated the data, estimating 50 sets. It can kill a demon beast at the Qi transformation stage. A single shot can seriously injure a demon beast at the Qi transformation stage. Furthermore, it added, the energy of the Baoshan Grand Formation has 70.5% remaining. It has currently restored itself. Zifan laughed loudly because of this. In that case, I can rest assured, in this chaotic world, the Hidden Spirit sect is the safest place. While laughing like a maniac, a voice called out, "Grandpa, your grandson's calling." Zifan had barely picked up the phone before he was bowing incessantly. No, esteemed elder council, rest assured, it's all been resolved. There's no problem at all." He covered it up and breathed a sigh of relief before hanging up. But it didn't stop there. The phone kept buzzing. "Grandpa, you're playing too big." At this rate, when will I ever get to cultivate in seclusion? At the same time, in Lingling Continent, a young man waved his hand and said, "Thank you, senior, for seeing me off." Yu Xian replied happily, "Don't be so polite." Suddenly, she turned to prepare to beat up her older brother, AVN2. "Where did you get the courage to touch your sister's hair, huh? Want a beating?" Her brother fearfully pointed ahead. Look over there!" It turned out that over there was a weapon refining shop. Inside, the sound of hammers striking echoed nonstop. It's been more than 15 years already. The two siblings stepped inside, thinking to themselves, I wonder how junior brother Z is doing. I wonder if he's advanced to Foundation establishment yet. Inside, a strapping young man was stretching and wiping away sweat, wondering if my path of Qi training has declined. That person greeted, "Welcome. Our store sells magical artifacts and treasures above level 5. Seeing the two troublemaker brothers come to play, he paused slightly. Then he smiled kindly and said, "From Kuang Yetian." 3 months have passed since Tufum went into seclusion. In Tufum's small courtyard, his owl was crowing loudly, signaling that its master had emerged from seclusion. Tufam sat wearily on the stone chair and said, "Luckily, I quickly went into seclusion. What didn't happen in 3 months didn't happen. Now I am at the peak of the Qi condensation stage and the 5 elements art of this stage. The incarnation stage can't be developed any further now. The defense of the Great Mountain Protection Array has also reached its limit. There is nothing to do," Tufam thought carefully, and remembered the scene of the children, known as the S.A. Dia, playing with Vu Luan Vuong without him. He waved his hand, calculating, and said, "But now that you mention it, I remember. Huang's and Wei Tian's attachment allowed them to meet S.A.'s senior brother, and Vu Luan Vuong is also returning. Calculating the time, they should be arriving at the sect soon, right? As expected, he's a divine predictor." Zifan just came out of seclusion and immediately ran into Sadiao's returning spaceship. Sadiao, overjoyed, called out, "Senior brother Zifan, it's been a while. This sect of yours really broadens my horizons." "Hu Lang Liquid Beast Guardian?" Before he could finish, Sajiao immediately introduced Zifan to Sister Hui. Seeing his seasick state, Zifan asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Sajiao struggled to get up. "I'm fine. The spiritual energy in your sect is just too dense. I'll be fine once I get used to it." Seeing this guy making such a mess, Zifan reminded him, "Well, Remember to clean this place up later, okay? Suddenly, a strange scene appeared in the sky. Several golden dog chain illusions filled the sky. Wang Xiang, carrying his old man on his back, asked, "Master, what are those chains?" Zifan said sternly, "It feels like something big is about to happen." He immediately took out the 8 trigrams divination plate. Through the 8 trigrams compass, Zifan witnessed a merging of the 2 realms, human and demon. This is all that esteemed deity's doing. He's even transmitting his orders to the great sects. 1,000 Chi-quake realm commence. Go and inform all major sects to prepare for battle. Exterminate all demons so the entire cultivation world can achieve sublimation. But little did he know, Zifan's hidden camera had been discovered. Feeling a bit humiliated, Zifan had to immediately stop what he was doing. On his little phone, Zifan received a message. The Elders' Council announces that, in 25, the 2 realms will rapidly merge. The war between the 2 races is on the brink. It's highly urgent. The first stage of battle will only occur in the pole region. The second stage, all sects and rogue cultivators will be summoned via the spatial bridge between the 2 realms. Prepare to respond to the situation at any time after the 2 realms begin to touch and merge. The Elders' Council will waive annual taxes for major sects. Hopefully, the major sects will make every effort to protect the common people in the area, to maintain the lineage of the human race. Reading to this point, Zifan crushed his phone in anger, thinking bitterly to himself, "More trouble is coming. It seems they won't let people live in peace." After that, he shouted, "Everyone saw that, right? At most, it will be 25. The human realm and the demon realm have begun to merge, and the starting point of the merger is the center of the continent. So, let's seize the time." He instructed Wang Xiangji to seize the time to cultivate. Wang Yulun, quickly heal your wounds, and as for Shadiao, from now on, he will be the peak master of the immortal Chi Peak. He will give him some of Beigno's authority. Hearing that, Shadiao asked, puzzled, "Senior brother Z, what is Beigno?" After giving instructions, Zifan pulled Shadiao away, unable to explain it all at once. "Senior brother, follow me." "Yes." Wang Xiangji obediently greeted him. "Master, have a safe journey." They went to the hidden spirit island, to the space below where several robots created by him were working. Zifan proudly introduced to Sadio, "Senior brother, look, this is the Hidden Spirit Sects puppet production line, and Beigno is the intelligence hub that manages them. Right at this moment, we need to expand the puppet legion a bit. With senior brother Luo here, it's much safer." Sajiao looked at the system he invented. "Still unconvinced, huh? Junior brother Luo, how can you handle such a big project this year? Also, how much did this all cost?" Just then, Pang Fu called. A 3D screen displayed Pang Fu's image. He said, "Hey, Junior Luo, I have bad news. Our production budget has increased again. But there's also good news. I've tripled the price of the product. The god of wealth has arrived. Let's welcome him with open arms." He could see the origin of wealth in Pang Fu's image. Getting rich isn't hard. Luo Zifan gave him a giant like. Without Pang Fu in the cultivation world, he'd never make any money. Meanwhile, at the border of Zhangzhou and Shanglingzhou, the war between cultivators and the demon race rages on. The demon beasts are going berserk, attacking the human race. At this moment, a transformation stage mountain bear demon swung its claws towards Jimu Hua. At that crucial moment, Zygang flew out from behind the brown bear and shouted, "Hey, why don't you pay attention to what's behind you? It will be too late if the brown bear notices you now." From Kuang uses the spell, rain turns into ice. Iceal. In a flash, that huge group of brown bears turned into ice. And just a few seconds later, a few cracks appeared in the ice. Finally, it shattered into hundreds of pieces, causing the entire group of bears to shatter as well. Komo Hoa, 1,000 Spirit Gate disciple, Heavenly Pride, Qi Nuyen An. Respectfully bowing, he said, "Taoist Zhang, I always thought your fire attribute Divine Power was the most powerful. I didn't expect your water attribute to be so strong too, little one." Zhigang modestly says, "Not at all. Without my brother Yi's help, my divine powers couldn't have been unleashed. Thanks for the assist." Suddenly, a remaining demon bear jumped up, begging for its life. "Humans, just spare us, and we will immediately report your positions to our Bear Clan army." Who knew that it had barely uttered that sentence when Yueishan fed it a lead candy right through the heart. The girl calmly reloaded, saying, "Master once said, there's no need to be nice to enemies. Just off 'em." Zhigang and Geimuhua. Seems like you can almost see Yueishan shivering from the cold with pride from a great distance away. Jimuhua awkwardly says, Kang, my little sister, you're really something too. Having you two work with me is truly a joy. If the sect hadn't called me back, I'd really like to stay in Zizhou and slay demons with you guys. No sooner said than done. Kang already wants to become sworn brothers with Ji Muhua. Brother Ji, until we meet again. Perhaps it will be when the demon race invades. Ji Muhua was startled upon hearing Kang's words. Then he replied, Next time, we'll have a contest. Let's see who slays more demons, okay? After that, he raised his fist as well, fulfilling his promise to Kang. Ji Muhua responded, A promise is a promise. After fulfilling it, Kang watched Ji Muhua fly away. Yue Xian approached Kang, and the two siblings began calculating their accumulated points. Yue Xian said, The situation now is that outside of Jiangzhou, it's impossible to earn many more points. The gifts to prepare for Master are still far from enough. Kang also agreed with her. That's right. The great powers here are increasing day by day. It will become increasingly difficult for us to earn points later. Heaven-defying elixirs are expensive as hell. How are they supposed to get them easily? The two siblings said dejectedly, We will probably exchange the immortal script treasure for Master. We can find an opportunity for the spirit pill later. Having thought it through, the two siblings immediately regained their spirits. Zgang, after exchanging the immortal script treasure, let's go back to the sect, okay? Master doesn't have anyone to protect him. I'm not at ease. Zi Weishan immediately replied, Okay, let's do it that way. Meanwhile, in a certain area of Elephant Continent, Yi Tuang Jiao was following the Sword Sect team, earning points together. At this moment, Great Sword Immortal Emperor spoke to Ye Xiaoyao. Hey, I'm saying, how are your thoughts coming along? That old codger is buzzing in your ear again, eh, Ye Xiaoyao? Don't waste time fighting little monsters anymore. Take advantage while the others aren't paying attention. Hurry to the ancient demon forbidden zone. This is absolutely the best chance for you to transform. However, Ye Xiaoyao sensed the imminent danger. In that old geezer's plan, it's not that simple unless you can meet a cultivator like Zhang Mai Mai. Otherwise, entering the ancient demon forbidden zone won't be a piece of cake. Hearing this, the Great Sword Immortal Emperor tempted him with the Huashui demon blood, the ancient demon chain, and sentimental appeals. You just need to get those things, and you'll be a billionaire overnight. Doesn't that tempt you? Hearing this, Ye Xiaoyao was truly tempted. He desperately wanted to jump off the boat, then accept the proposal from Grand Sword Immortal Emperor. All right, I'll listen to you this once. Tell me how to do it. Chickens in the coop! Grand Sword Immortal Emperor laughed loudly, then instructed him. The venerable ones of this world will surely go to seal the ancient demon. We just need to enter the ancient demon forbidden area after the sealing is done. Then, just listen to my instructions. Inside the ancient demon forbidden area, Ye Xiaoyao was evading several Titan guards under the guidance of Grand Sword Immortal Emperor. Blood demon flowers only grow in the crevices of the cliffs in the ancient demon forbidden area. There are no demon clans guarding them nearby. No need to worry. After they approached the blood demon flower, Grand Sword Immortal Emperor shouted, That's it! However, just as they were about to grab it, a large boulder fell from the sky, interrupting them. Luckily, Ye Xiaoyao dodged in time, otherwise he would have been crushed flat. Whew. Close call. Ye Xiaoyao asked, suspiciously, confused. So many rocks are falling. What's going on? Suddenly, a swarm of long-tailed hamsters charged over. Grand Sword Immortal Emperor warned, Careful! A swarm of demon beasts is charging. Rewinding a few minutes, outside the ancient demon forbidden zone, those two siblings, Zgang and Ziyue Shen, have also arrived. They're also struggling with this horde of long-tailed hamsters. Zgang had to lament, There are just too many demon rats. Ziyue Jian told her brother, Killing these ordinary demon rats is just a waste of energy. It doesn't give you many points. I'll use my doppelganger to attract the rats. Zaigang agreed with her, replying, Okay, do as you say. With that said, the two of them began to act. Zgang stomped his foot, and after a moment, the ground around them lifted into the air. Ziyue Jian aimed straight at the demon rats and fired a blast at them. Her brother Zgang also quickly used his demon sword and rushed to assist. They split up, chasing after this swarm of long-tailed hamsters. Over there, Ye Xiaoyao doubted the capabilities of Great Nightmare Immortal Emperor. Why did so many demonic beasts suddenly appear? Didn't you say there wouldn't be any demonic beasts guarding this place? In this critical situation, Great Sword Immortal Emperor didn't answer, but instead smacked Ye Xiaoyao's head. Don't worry about it. Run, quick. There are too many demonic beasts. If we can't defeat them, we're doomed, got it? Back to the two siblings, let's see how they're doing. These rat demons are finally dealt with. The two proudly celebrate their victory. Yue Xian high-fives her brother, exclaiming, How lucky! The rat swarm was distracted by those puppets and ran off. Zaigang replied, Killing the Rat King is much easier. Your plan is brilliant, Yueshan. Having said that, they took the heads of the rat demons as a reward, and they calculated to add the points of this rat king. Just enough points to exchange for the Chongbao Shanwen from Master Yueshan. Let's exchange it quickly and return early. Meanwhile, the one suffering the most is Ye Xiaoyao. He's now forced to ride his sword to escape the aftermath of those two troublemakers. Ye Xiaoyao, with tears streaming down his face, said, "Why is this happening? My Huoshueyao was clearly within reach." Back at the Shanglingzhou border encampment central exchange point, the two siblings, Zigang and Ziyuexian, are having a transaction. The aura of the Chongbao Xianwen will surely attract the desire of others. I advise you two to quickly stow the treasure away to avoid being robbed. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. We'll be on our way now. Ziyuexian and Zigang, immersed in joy, said, "Master will definitely love it." And little do they know, they're being watched by two stalkers. Their every move is being followed, but in just a moment, two siblings entered an alley, seeing their prey vanish before their very eyes. The two stalkers began to panic, telling each other, "They went into the alley, we can't see them anymore." They've realized it, have they? Hurry, we must pursue. However, by the time they caught up, Zigang and Ziyuexian had already flown away on their swords. The girl, seeing this, exclaimed in a panic, "This is bad. Those two flew too far. We can't catch up." The other one reminded her, "Silly girl, aren't you good at flying techniques? Hurry, pursue them." She immediately obeyed. "Let's hurry and follow. We really can't afford to lose them." With that, the two of them immediately gave chase. The IQ of this group is truly rock bottom. What they're chasing is just a puppet created by Ziyuexian. At this moment, the two siblings made faces and teased them. With such meager skills, you dared to tail people from the hidden spirit sect. This matter of carrying treasures and being tailed, I'm far too familiar with it. Hearing this, Zigang said, "But Yuexian, this time, if it weren't for the divine power our master taught us, we might not have escaped. We should be more careful in the future." From Ngeye Tian, replying, "I know, rest assured. It's okay." They brought gifts back for Zifan and are proudly showing them off. "Master, quickly look at what we brought back." Zifan salivates and asks, "You're back, so what? There are also gifts?" The two siblings begin to tell their story. "Of course, there are. We had to keep watch along the way for this gift. My sister and I heard that refining tools must have important treasure fairy inscriptions. So we intentionally exchanged for it to give to you, Master. Finally, these two little devils have grown up," Zifan said, happiness bursting forth in the delight of an old father. "That's great, having this fairy inscription. After I reach the golden core stage, I'll be able to create a tool for each of you." Nuye Tian listened to the fairy inscription and was excited and overjoyed. "When will Master reach the golden core stage? Then we will wait for the new tools at the sect and won't go anywhere." Seeing this little devil about to plan to run away, Zifan immediately blocked her intention. "You seem too free lately, don't you? The two realms are merging. The human world is chaotic, and the demon race is rampant. My disciples have all gone into secluded cultivation, and I also plan to seclude myself again. Before that, do you need me to give you some extra training?" Your sentence made my daughter jump in surprise. Immediately, Ziyuexian bid farewell and ran off. "I remembered a secret realm is about to open. I have to go cultivate. It's very urgent, so I'll go first." After seeing her leave, Zifan looked at Zigang standing stiffly in a corner and asked, "In that case, Zigang, what are you still doing here?" Zigang said naively, "I don't have any secret realms I want to explore. Waiting for Master to give me extra training." Who knew Zigang was such a masochist? Zifan sadly realized. "You like suffering, huh, my disciple?" Time flies, and the two realms merge. The demon race attacks. At this time, in the secret realm where Ziyuexian is cultivating, there are two people watching her. Now, people's hearts have changed, filled with ambition. A moment of carelessness leads to no return. 3 years outside seem long, but here it's just a blink of an eye. In the third year of Zifan's seclusion, a person with a panicked expression ran in to report, "Great Elder, it's bad. Great Elder, something has happened to sect leader Z." Zifan looked painfully at Ziyuexian's current state and said, Yuexian, why are you—" The person who brought Ziyuexian said, "Great Elder, the injuries are too serious." Zifan remembers how hale and hearty she was when she left. She even said, "It's just a scratch, Master. Cultivation is about enduring hardship. Being overprotective just won't do, Master." Now, her body is nothing but a ravaged shell. A web of horrifying wounds appears before Zifan's very eyes. Despite everything, Ziyuexian uses her last bit of strength to tell her master the truth. "Master, It was the Lam Lin stage, He Lian Shu Immortals. They stole my spatial ring. Heartbroken, Zai Gang gives her his essence. Nueqian, don't talk. Your consciousness is fading. Drink this essence, quick, he urges. She's still in agony, saying, it's the spatial ring that Master gave me. Zifan places his hand on her body to comfort her. Nueqian, your face has turned ashen. Zifan vows, I will avenge you. Rest easy, my dear child. I swear, I'll make them pay in blood. Zifan boards the warship, rallying all available forces. Beino, take the nascent soul puppet ahead. He sits before the screen and says, He Lian Shu Immortals, snatching treasures that my disciple worked so hard to find? They're so tough. Does your mom know about it? Zifan whips out his controller. He's determined to game this bunch of insects to the bitter end. I'm bored with deducing cultivation methods. It's perfect timing to play with you guys. At the Xianshen Black Sea, Lingquang Mountain, those Lianshu cultivators are robbing Ziyue Xian's ring. And still going around robbing other folks too? Hey, big bro, just letting you know. These lone wolf cultivators looking for treasures have nothing of value. The leader's correcting his AI, saying, who said we're ganging up on lone travelers? It's just butchering some fat sheep, understand? The leader's eyes were glued to that spatial ring from Yue Xian, drooling with desire. Who knew such a small fry would have so many treasures stashed in their ring? Such a pity to let her escape. We couldn't eliminate the lingering threat. He told the two lackeys to finish this job. Let's find a celestial city to hide in and cultivate in seclusion for a century, far from his subordinates. Seeing their leader overreacting, they say, Big bro, why so cautious? With your abilities, unless the elders use the karma mirror to investigate, who else can possibly track us down? Gotta give it to this leader. He knows how to sneak a snack and wipe his mouth clean. He examines the ring, thinking it's better to be cautious. Little does he know that on Ziyu's ring, there's a locator installed by Zifan before her demise. Zifan unleashed a sinister grin. Found you! Now face the mighty Lianshu stage, the memories of me violating my disciple, and Zifan's clone, leading a massive puppet army. I've located the robbers' hideout. Zifan smirked, watching the monitor. I've found you. Time to collect some interest first. Next, the best part of the show is about to begin. Zifan aimed his cannon straight at them. Weren't you guys Lianshu stage experts? Just wait till I reach the Jindan stage. Then you're as good as dead. Meanwhile, those two bandits are back in the robbing business. They're secretly tailing a group of people. Then, out of nowhere, they strike. One mage, one roaming swordsman, attacking in tandem. Instantly, the victim's head parted ways with their neck. The robbed group panicked, yelling, Assassins! Who are you? This lot aren't much for talking. They use magical treasures to attack, then laugh maniacally. Too much barking, but what they don't know is that Zifan has them in his sights as well, he scoffed. Still as flamboyant as ever, huh? Then, try out my latest masterpiece. Then, he pressed the launch button, and his orbital satellites relayed the command. Immediately, several steel pipes plummeted towards the robbers. Location, we'll arrange ourselves in a circle, then link up with lightning. Those two have no idea what's coming. They're panicking, wanting to flee? As if it'll be that easy. Zifan, satisfied seeing their anxious faces, said they could try to run. You think you'll get away unscathed, trying to escape within this chaotic space? Those thieves want to use spatial teleportation? They found themselves unable to use teleportation due to the surrounding lightning. The whole bunch got shocked. Suddenly, the leader sensed movement, asking who was there. He turned his head towards the mountain. He felt an incredibly terrifying energy from the mountain. Seeing the bad situation, this person decisively took out a magic treasure to escape. After a thunderous explosion, this guy popped open the coffin lid and flew inside. In the end, all that remained on the ground was a lone, exposed coffin. This cicada shedding its skin trick is seriously awesome. Of all places to escape, they chose a coffin. Who knew their trick would actually work? Zifan, infuriated, snapped the hilt off and cursed. He actually got away! Afterward, he was extremely regretful, slapping his hands on the ground in frustration, saying, I'm so mad. Why didn't I strike first just now? This is truly infuriating. Victory was so close, yet I was thwarted by these supporting characters. But you found one last straggler had been overlooked. Zifan turned around, saying, Oh, we still have a little worm here. He picked him up, deciding to deliver him personally to Yue Xian for a proper reckoning. In the little courtyard, Zifan's clone was taking care of Ziyue Xian. He reminded the little one to pay attention. You're badly injured, so don't be stubborn. Listen to me. Drink another bottle of replenishing essence. Ziyue Xian, however, was preoccupied, learning to be frugal. Master, you only have 4 bottles in total, she calculated, and one was already snatched. Help! Another bottle is too extravagant. Don't waste it on me, she insisted. Hearing this, Zifan thought he had to be firmer. He handed Yuexian the elixir he'd just refined and said, Yuexian, listen to me. Don't compare yourself to objects. I am your teacher. Your life is more precious than anything. Then he showed her, look, I'll collect some interest on your revenge first. He used the screen so she could see the scene. The ringleader hadn't been caught yet. Those accomplices at the Qi transformation stage will be brought here after a while for you to handle as you see fit. Suddenly, Yuexian whimpered, Master! The girl, deeply moved, leaned on Zifan and uttered, Thank you. Zifan also sighed in relief. The old rooster Zifan felt a pang of heartache. Instead of raising disciples as daughters, I haven't even gotten married yet, and I'm already a father at just 30. Why are you thanking him, you silly girl? In the future, cultivate diligently. Your master is counting on you all to support him in his old age. Zifan wiped away the little girl's tears and asked, Right, where is your brother? Why isn't he with you? Master, Yuexian replied, My second brother has gone to the cultivation tower. Ever since you were injured, he's been blaming himself a little. Speaking of this, Yuexian also felt very aggrieved and told her master, I've thought it over. Once I recover, I also want to participate in heavy training. I don't want to be bullied anymore. Zifan indulgently stroked the top of her head and said, No problem. In about 25 days, I will advance to the Golden Core stage. And at that time, I will teach you even more powerful divine powers. Hearing this, Yuexian happily replied, Yes. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The god of fortune, Wang Yulun, is here to deliver blessings, bringing a Dharma treasure of agar wood. Yuexian, Martial Ant Z found a piece of life essence stone, turned it into a kunai. It will be helpful for your injury. Wang Zhangji also brought a magical artifact. The boy said, Senior sister, this is the sword of fortune I found. It can bring good luck. Let me help you hang it on the wall. Indeed, good luck has arrived. Your master's wife also brought a phoenix blood pill. Immortal, I also have a phoenix blood pill. It is very suitable for nourishing qi and blood. Zifan looked at the pile of treasures that these people brought and was stunned. Is this the legendary Lucky family? Isn't the life energy in the room too high now? Their brilliant aura made Yuexian's eyes flash. The girl happily said, Thank you, Master Uncle, Master Aunt, Junior Brother. Suddenly, Wang Yulun came closer, wanting to confide something to Zifan. Great, Z. I happen to have something to find you. Looking at his appearance, Zifan helplessly asked, What is it? Why so mysterious? Seeing the other side, the group was still immersed in happiness. Wang Yulun whispered into Zifan's ear, taking advantage of them not paying attention. I heard Xiangji say that Xingzi is about to ascend to the nascent soul realm. Zifan calmly replied, So what? Wang Yulun worriedly said, What do we do, Great Z? I feel like that kid might have figured something out. What exactly is he implying? Zifan, think carefully. Guessing? Based on what I know about Jingzi, even if he knows, at most, he'll put you through a spiritual power reincarnation. Just get through it, and you'll be fine. Zifan, that's about as helpful as a screen door on a submarine. Wang Wulun is getting even more scared. Are you saying I might not get through an entire lifetime, bro? Zifan could only try to comfort him. Relax, close your eyes, and one night of sleep will fix everything. Seeing how downcast he was, Zifan said, Or why don't you find a chance to talk to the kid? Maybe you can resolve the issue. Hearing that, Wang Wulun actually started considering this suggestion. He made up his mind. Instead of running away, better to face it head on. The next day, Zifan was leisurely sipping tea, improving his health. Li Jingzi suddenly contacted him. Zifan asked, Jingzi, why are you looking for me? Li Jingzi reported to him, Master, Wang Shishu just ran over here and said he's my dad. Dude, you froze for 5 seconds. A whole 5. I didn't even get a bite in. Zifan spat it all out. A whole river of tears, too. Who knew Wang Wulun was such a stone-cold stud, huh, Wang Wulun? You brainless oaf. I told you to talk to him. I didn't tell you to spill the beans so directly. After learning Wang Wulun so bluntly revealed his identity, Zifan asked Li Jingzi, Is Martial Uncle Wang doing okay? Li Jingzi didn't answer directly, but hesitated for a moment. The kid's eyes darted sideways as he finally said, He's fine, probably. Flashback to half an hour earlier, Li Jingzi's yard. Wang Wulun came looking for him. He tentatively called out, Jingzi. Then he hemmed and hawed, saying, Actually, I'm your dad. The air immediately went thick enough to cut with a knife. Li Jingzi didn't reply. Instead, the kid waved his hand, creating the reincarnation secret art and dragging Wang Wulun in. Zifan listened silently as the kid recounted the story. When I heard those words, I already took action against Martial Uncle Wang. Sorry for the trouble, Master, but please take Martial Uncle Wang home. I want to give my mom a complete life and get rid of my inner demons as well. Li Jingzi had the puppet take Wang Yulun away. The kid said that from now on, he and Uncle would have no more grievances with each other. Zifan's headache worsened the more he listened. He sighed. After all, he was still the one who had to clean up their mess. Zifan lamented that he was still the one to resolve the tangled situation. The next day, in the Wu men's courtyard, Zifan's clone grinned. He asked, "Still doing okay?" Wang Yulun sat beside him, weeping. Wang Yulun had just woken up, crying miserably. Why did I have to wake up? Seeing how noisy this guy was, Zifan quickly shut him up. He said, "That's a forget sorrow pill I specially brewed for you. You'll feel better after drinking it." It seemed Zifan used a bit too much. He turned Wang Yulun from a healthy pig into a cripple. Looking at his dazed expression, Zifan said, "Excellent. Exactly the kind of brainwashing I wanted." He now felt an unprecedented sense of relief wash over him because of Tai Yangang. This time, it was finally settled. Jingzi no longer had a mental demon. Yue Xian was also gradually recovering. The two young disciples, Tuong and Huang Tri, have entered the Ling Huyan Dale, striving to cultivate. Finally, he can rest assured to seclude himself and wait for the merging of the two realms. Time flies by, and in the blink of an eye, it is 15 years later. In the 5th year of his seclusion, Tufam has created countless puppets. He told himself that, with so many puppets, as long as they are hidden well, he will surely be able to catch the demon race off guard, moving into the 14th year. Ruang Huang Tri impatiently asked Tin Tu, "We have both been promoted to the nascent soul stage. Why is the master still in seclusion?" Li Tin Tu calmly replied, "Be patient. Just patiently wait for good news from the master." Finally, after countless long years outside the Five-Wu realm in the extreme region O1, the arrogant venerable sitting on the throne ordered, "The merging of the two realms is almost complete, is it? Inform the Tianxi Yutong to lower the price of Hai Chao to 3 parts, lower the original price, and lower the Tin Chao to 5 parts. His subordinates immediately obeyed. "Understood, Venerable." The Venerable, named Ngich Ngan Chao, laughed gleefully. "The Endless Sea is entering the extreme region. It will be very lively later, won't it?" Before long, cracks began to appear in the sky. It signals the time for the merging of the two realms has arrived. At the same time, Zifan, who was in seclusion, has also reached his deadline. Not a moment too soon, nor too late. He reaches his deadline just as the realms merge. Who knew that at this crucial moment, the demon realm would suddenly unleash countless teleportation arrays straight into the heart of the continent? A person frantically reports, "It's bad, Your Honor. The demon realm is taking advantage of the merging of the two realms to send teleportation arrays without end, entering the heart of the continent. The numbers are beyond counting." Immediately, a Chankun mirror appears in the sky. It sucks up a portion of the teleportation arrays that have just been cast down. A clone of Your Honor also appears, reminding everyone, "It has finally come. Tell all the sects to prepare for battle. The Qian-Kun mirror can only absorb demon beasts at the integration stage and above. Everyone else, take care of the rest yourselves." At this moment, 100,000 away from the hidden spirit sect, a disciple, who is sitting and cultivating, suddenly looks up at the sky. Several streams of light streak across the sky like shooting stars, causing him to wonder what they are. Meteorites. The remaining pieces of meteorites when they enter the atmosphere, falling right into Zifan's small secluded room, reporting on the situation of the demon race's invasion of Wanlin country. Zhaohai County has detected a large amount of demonic energy. Suspect demon beasts have appeared. Please issue an order, Master. Zifan heard this and replied, "I know," he pondered. "Lucky I already had a plan." At the western grasslands of Zhaohai County in Wanlin country, a pack of void-training demon wolves is appearing. The wolves, full of vigor, roared, "Today's the day our Dark Wolf clan rises!" But greeting them was a vast army of golems with an immense number, rushing down from a spaceship. They jumped down, approaching the Dark Wolf pack. The Alpha Wolf looked at the moving killing machines with disdain. How amusing. Our Dark Wolf demon race's Dharma aspects aren't pushovers. With that, it directly used the Ancestral Wolf Dharma aspect, creating a massive Ancestral Wolf phantom, preparing to attack. Xiao Nao immediately transmitted orders to all golems. Remember, demon race Dharma aspects have physical and magical defense effects. Electronic cannons numbers 1 through 10 concentrate fire on one point. Elsewhere, Xiao Nao was requesting instructions from Zifan, Please grant 20% power, Master. It's estimated we can suppress this demon race group. Zfan agreed, ordering them to allow covering fire, buying us 20 days. A beam of destructive light tore through space, slamming straight into the ancestral wolf's illusory face. A single cannon blast annihilated the ancestral wolf's magic formation, sending the wolf pack scattering like bees. We're doomed. The Dharma image is destroyed. Where are the Integration Realm elders on Chi? Why haven't they teleported over yet? Just got news. All the demon clans in the Integration Realm, after teleporting, they vanished without a trace. The elder, the soothsayer of the Heavenly Fox clan, who led them, is also dead. The whole lot. Seeing their side utterly wiped out, the demon wolf leader trembled. What? Once this demon clan loses its clan leader, the entire clan will face annihilation. Let's go. We must retreat now. With that, these wolves led the remnants, leaping onto the teleportation array and fleeing. At the same time, the Council of Void Refinement Cultivators had just arrived. Seeing the demon clan frantically retreating, they were about to let them go. Everyone, look quickly. The demon clan's teleportation disk is activated. It seems they're preparing to retreat, so shall we spare them? Unexpectedly, familiar iron pillars fell from the sky, destroying the wolves' formation, leaving both humans and demons dumbfounded. An elder spoke up. This time, we have no choice. There's only one option. Beat 'em up. Yang and Yue Xian's support team has arrived. Those two siblings have been training for years. Finally, a chance to show off. Yue Xian scoffs. Honestly, they're so slow. Gang chimes in. It's our time to shine. The two siblings coordinate their swordsmanship. One is a superconducting gold chain, lightning storm. The other is hellfire lava god, relentlessly attacking with two streams of thunder and fire, causing the entire region to explode instantly from the overload. The Elder Council Chairman looks at the promising young talents and sighs. Hidden Spirit Sect is truly capable. Their disciples are too strong. Moreover, they can create damage even to those in the void refining stage. From above, Yue Xian instructs, Bro, Master is about to level up. Let's take care of this quickly. Gang replies cheerfully, Roger that, dude! Gang transforms into a lava demon, roasting the entire pack of wolves. His lava flow surges, making the scent of roasted wolf meat fill the mountains and forests. After cleaning up, Gang and Ti Yuishan come to hand over to the Elder Council Senior Elders. Elder Yuling in the body integration stage have been eliminated by half. The remaining wolf demons are all yours, seniors. We must retreat now. The Elder Council also promised to come after this is over. We'll be paying a visit to Yinling Island. Immediately, the two siblings, Gang and Ziyue, transformed into two stars and vanished. Their incredible speed made the Elder Council sigh in admiration. At Yinling Sect, in front of Zhao Feng's place, the siblings had gathered with Wang Sheng and Li Jingzi. As soon as they arrived, they asked, Did Master break through? Li Jingzi turned back and replied, Not yet, senior brothers and sisters. Be patient and wait a bit. When Master ascends, there will surely be a celestial phenomenon. After experiencing the Great Calamity Day, Zifan finally broke through to the Golden Core stage. Above Yinling Sect, a giant bell appeared, ringing in the wind. Following that, the images of a dragon and a phoenix appeared. The sky at this moment was a scene of dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, harmonizing with the ringing of the bell, creating a peerless spectacle. The disciples within the sect also recognized this sacred light, this fragrance. The first elder's breakthrough phenomenon is truly magnificent. Wang Jiangji is speechless, gazing at this romantic scene. The kid says, Defeated. Just how many types of great divine powers has Shifu mastered anyway? The phenomena during his breakthrough are seriously terrifying. Could such commotion possibly attract trouble? Gang replies, Luckily, besides our sect members, little brother, no one else will notice. Suddenly, Wang Shengji blurts out, More phenomena are appearing, Li Xuandao. He stares blankly at the scene before him. While they're talking, a new phenomenon appears in the sky. Gang shouts, That's the sky-piercing brush. Quickly, close your eyes and sense the great Tao divine patterns it creates, Li Xuandao. I can't believe there are even magical objects like this. The kid looks at the sky, astonished, eyes wide. Li Xuandao, a true mining expert. He's witnessed everything and must consider this Zifan golden thigh. From the phenomena and their duration, it's clear this thigh's level will be much higher than those golden immortals. I must find a way to cling on tight. At the same time, in Zifan's golden core closed-door cultivation chamber, his realm began to take shape. Zifan swallowed the golden core, and his decrepit appearance vanished. instantly rejuvenating. He twisted his old back for a bit to loosen up. Then he said, "Done!" Turning into a stinky old geezer really wasn't comfortable at all. Next, he opened the door to breathe in the fresh air. Outside, all of his disciples were joyfully performing the ceremony. "Congratulations, Master, on advancing to the Golden Core stage." As Zifan stepped out, the disciples all shouted in unison, "Congratulations, Grand Elder, on advancing to the Golden Core stage." Hearing that, he felt a thrill down to his guts. Unable to suppress the corners of his mouth, he tried to be humble, but failed miserably. Afterward, he opened an annual meeting with the disciples. "Now that I've advanced to the Golden Core stage, besides refining pills and practicing Qi as before, entering the ranks of Grandmasters also brings new insights into the Five Elements technique. You all should use my annotations and revise the Five Elements technique to strengthen the foundation of immortality." Immediately, the disciples obeyed the order. After arranging for the disciples to cultivate, Zifan called for Xiao Niao. The system immediately appeared. Zifan instructed, "The cultivator who ambushed Yue Xian has fled to 9-foot Immortal City. I have left his soul aura in the effigy. Find him for me, preferably alive. If not, bring me his head." Xiao Niao obeys immediately. Explain, "Though we are a secluded sect, that doesn't mean anyone can climb on our heads and sit there. Today I've reached the Golden Core stage. It's showtime. If the tiger doesn't roar, they'll think it's Hello Kitty." Zifan gritted his teeth and said, "Dare to touch my people? I will definitely bite back several times harder." The disciples all agreed with his opinion. Hearing Shifu protect her like this, Tung Yet Ten was deeply moved. Afterward, Zifan went to the Hidden Spirit Island's underground space. "Now that I've reached the Golden Core stage, it's time to get down to business, namely, completing the set goals. Upgrading admin, refining tools, Tianji weapons, upgrading the sect's grand formation and basic equipment in the Wang Yulun sect, advancing to the nascent soul stage, refining pills and tools for him." Then he summoned admin out. Zifan raised his middle finger and recited the 8 trigrams finger incantation of Li Wen. Afterward, he cooperated with his right hand to create a strange posture. A stream of flame spewed out, merging into admin. After a few minutes of tempering, admin is about to get a new set of wings. After that, a new appearance for Baby Nyo. When Tufam raised his hand to support this new Baby Nyo, he kept imagining new clothes for Baby No. When the light dissipated, what struck his eyes was still the flat-screen Baby No, with nothing changed, just having undergone refinement. Baby Nyo showed a flash of intelligence and said, "I thought you and I had reached the period of old married couples indifference. Who knew you would be willing to upgrade my body, making me so embarrassed? Oh, thank you." Hearing it say such cheesy things, Tufam got goosebumps and said, "Don't use such exaggerated metaphors." He looked at the TV from the Song Dynasty and asked doubtfully, "Have you really upgraded?" Baby No happily burst out a string. "That's right! The breakthrough Baby No now only needs half a year to complete all the work of repairing Tinjiao. All running tasks only occupy 0.81% of the computing power. After evolving into a Dao tool, it can also unlock more computing power through the ability of the clone." Tufam heard this and grabbed it tightly, saying, "What breakthrough? What clone? Show it to me." Who knew it would say, "I'm afraid the command cannot be executed immediately," the little one warned. Checking, he saw on the sky of the giant lake, 100,000 miles away, a foreign object with high spiritual energy intruding. These are all a few teleportation formations of the demon race. The little one is still trying hard to analyze and distinguish the location of the demon race's traditional formation. It has been determined that it is indeed the demon race's traditional formation. Zifan, seeing this, was not worried at all. The little one kept one formation and destroyed the rest. Oldest and second brothers are dim, gathering in the north, 30,000 miles from the sect. He thought to himself, what was supposed to come has finally come. Fortunately, the jackal hunting rifle is ready. As soon as he came to the door, Li Xingzi was waiting, saying, "Master, don't worry." His favorite disciples also led each other to say, "Master is in closed-door cultivation of spiritual artifacts. Little demon spawns cannot disturb your focus. The two of you shouldn't be too belligerent. Let Ji Tianji handle the destruction." The group of Tuguang, with burning fighting spirit, said, "Let's go! Wipe out the invaders!" At the same time, in the demon realm, the Badger's secret territory with thick armor, the demon race teleported a group of relatively badger-like demon beasts in. Several ministers of the relatively badger-like Ministry of National Defense shouted, "The venerated Yao Zunju too has given an order to everyone in the clan. If we can just hide the formation disk in the human realm, he'll help our clan nurture a Yao Zun. Let's seize this opportunity. When the demon clan rules the human race, that will be the day the Melivora clan rises up." prepare to depart. The three superhero brothers, Z-Gang and Z-Yue, are also present at the Shanwang's command. Z-Gang shouted, "Let's go, brothers! They'll teach those Zunjutsu folks some manners. Don't even dream of succeeding with your schemes." After annihilating the Xifan's disciples, they are reporting back to their master. "Master, you've arrived. We've almost wiped out all of the teleportation formations." Zifan, looking at their achievements, said to the little devils, "Don't always think about fighting alone. My 500,000 nascent soul puppets also need their chance to shine. Moreover, leave the last teleportation formation alone. Don't destroy it." Zygang wondered, "Master, why leave one?" Zifan said, "Because the sect's budget is not enough. Keeping it allows us to go to the demon realm, earn some spirit stones, and bring back some raw materials to further the eternal cause of our Yinling sect." You stare into the distance and say, "You just don't know which demon clan is coming this time. If it's a watertight demon, it'll be hard to deal with, easy to run away. Little Neo, freeze the lake surface with your puppets." Little Neo obeys immediately. Turn some puppets into ice flowers. The ice flowers immediately fall onto the lake surface. Wherever they fall, the water freezes. This is Zifan's extreme cold ice domain. At this moment, the Demon Clan's teleportation array sends out countless honey badgers. The core formation stage honey badgers are still shouting for the glory of their clan after seeing the army of 50,000 core formation stage puppets. Their voices gradually start to tremble. Finally, they shut up completely. At Badger Idol, still burning with fervor, says, "So what if there are more of them?" The honey badgers gather together and charge rashly. The old honey badger shouts, "Even if we die, the honey badger clan will remain glorious." Seeing them start to move, Zifan doesn't delay either. You order them to attack, then Little Neo controls the puppets to form a great encircling formation. Not a single one must escape. Little Neo immediately carries out the order, having the puppets surround them. 50,000 puppets instantly form a circle, leaving only an opening in the center for the honey badger demons to charge into. The disciple of Zifan is questioning, "But Master, what kind of demonic beasts are these? Why do they seem even more excited after being surrounded?" "They're even fiercer," young Master Zifan replied. "I'm not sure either. However, I've already fetched help from outside. Speak of the devil and he appears. The one who can answer your questions has arrived." Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Chi-He-Ti. He spoke up. "The Grand Elder from the Elder Council instructed me to come and assist Hidden Spirit Sect." Zifan was happy to see him and said, "Greetings, sir." Hearing this, Zifan said, "Sorry for the trouble, Senior." "No matter, Senior. Do you know what kind of demon clan this is?" Chi-He-Ti glanced at them and immediately recognized the species. He said, "Let me see. So it's the Honey Badger clan again? I didn't expect they still haven't gone extinct." Zifan, confused, asked, "The Honey Badger clan?" Chi-He-Ti began to explain the workings of the Minister of National Defense. "These honey badgers are quite something. Their brains are a bit off. Back when the ancient humans and demon clans waged war, they were top-tier demon beasts, known for their stubbornness and cunning schemes. But because they're a bit dim-witted, coupled with their innate, fierce battle lust, it's led to the major demon clans exploiting them as suicide squads. Basically, being dumb and eager means they're just exploited for their strength." He pointed towards the honey badger and said, "Looks like the demon lord, ruling the demon realm, took pity on them. So he kept a little of their bloodline as a last resort. Right, look over there. That honey badger with a transmission gate on its back. The demon clan's plan has changed. After teleporting, they'll flee into the mortal realm. Once no one notices, they'll activate the teleportation array, transferring even more demons over." Knowing the characteristics of the Honey Badger Suicide Squad, Zifan turned to look at Li Xingzi, who excitedly said, "Slightly dumb? They're even carrying a transmission gate, oh ho, Xingzi." Xingzi cheerfully used his magic, and the kid replied, "Understood. I'll figure out a way to stir things up and attract all the demons. Honey Badger Master, rest assured, no one will escape." A wisp of Li Xingzi's consciousness flew over, approaching the transmission array on its back. "Hey, Honey Badger," the kid said, "open the door." The Honey Badger wondered and asked, "What was that?" Li Xingzi kept saying, "Open the door." The quite sluggish one also reread, "and opened the door." After his mind was bewitched, the quite sluggish one's mind was hazy, surrounded by the little boy. He opened a portal. Next, many honey badgers crawled out from inside. The honey badgers also continuously shouted for the honor of the demon clan. Li Tin observed for a while and said, "Master, I can sense that within the Honey Badger clan, there are only 3 chi condensation ones. Any nascent soul ones number less than 200, so we can wipe them out completely." Hearing this, Zifam satisfiedly said, Then let's start the battle. In addition, when they scatter, keep 10 lucky little demons wearing teleportation discs. This time, we've got more clues about the spirit stones. When the Chi Condensation Honey Badger saw that his work here was done, he quickly scurried away and replied, "Yes, Elder, if that's the case, I'll go deal with those Chi Condensation Honey Badgers. I hope everyone reduce the burden. And I'll leave the rest to you." Before disappearing completely, he reminded, "Don't let the demon clan escape from Great Lake within 100,000 miles. Zifan replied, "No problem." After he left, Zifan did a few fat-burning, waist-trimming exercises and declared, "Perfect timing. I just advanced to the Golden Core stage. Time for a little stretching. Your little sprouts are holding up light sticks." Cheering, "Brave Shifu, fly on. Gang Jian is always supporting you." In the blink of an eye, Zifan annihilated a huge number of demonic beasts. After this battle, Hidden Spirit Sect is sure to get 99 calls from Red Bull. This provoked a honey badger, who howled madly, "Die, humans!" Then it charged to attack Zifan from behind. Just then, a sword flew over. In the nick of time, the honey badger was blocked by the sword. Seeing this, Zifan made a face, teasing it. Lu, dream on, honey." The integration stage cultivator, Kip Toi Kwe Lai, Holen Kiam Lai. "Spirit slash!" Behind him, an image of a giant sword appeared. Instantly, the sword technique charged towards the honey badger's back. But the honey badger's armor reflected the integration stage cultivator's attack. This powerful wave blew away a portion of Zifan's puppet army. Zifan numbly watched his beloved puppets shatter. He clutched his head, wailing, "Oh, the waste! My puppets got counterattacked. And by an integration stage big shot, too." Seriously, what a teammate killer. It's true what they say. It's not strong enemies I fear, but stupid teammates. Those honored fellows have spotted an opening. They're shouting, "Opportunity!" The human race's defensive line has a gap. Hurry! A chief fusion level, yet they still threaten the elder of the Otter Demon Clan? How embarrassing. These fellows all carry transmission magic tools with them. If we let them escape, the Council of Elders will grill us. Young Master Zifan gnashed his teeth in anger, but he only dared to grumble inwardly. "What? Clearly that leopard elder wrecked my defensive line. Now you're threatening me with the Council of Elders?" Luckily, he'd left a mark on those escaping otter demons. Little No appeared at just the right moment, saying, "Master, those otter demons that escaped earlier were all marked by you, Master. The strongest is at the Transformation God stage. I've dispatched a puppet to pursue the targets for you." Hearing that, Zifan had to praise it. "Well done, little Yo." Zifan put on a cool facade, saying, "Rest assured, Elder, while Zifan is here, not a single one of them will escape." Then he shouted, "My disciples! Today your master will teach you a move called Nam will never look back at the exploding fireworks." Hearing the peculiar name of this technique, Ziyue Xian blankly asked, "But master, I'm a girl." Zifan just kept sinking into his own fantasy, snapping his fingers. Behind them, a massive explosion appeared as Zifan struck a pose. Standing on the Titanic, calmly enjoying himself, the disciples, seeing this, were filled with admiration, clamoring for their master to teach them. Suddenly, a flaming rose flew across the sky. Seeing the flaming rose about to strike, Zifan hastily donned his armor, declaring, "Someone's attacking!" The attacker revealed a pair of slender legs, and Zifan was instantly smitten like a lovesick puppy. "Damn, those legs are worth robbing!" The attacker was Su Rantian, a nascent soul cultivator. Still half asleep, she grumbled. "I thought I'd encounter some demon clan seductress. Instead, it's these idiotic honey badgers? Ugh!" She transformed into a flaming rose, flying towards Zifan. Then she unleashed an axe wreathed in flames upon the honey badgers. The honey badgers were not to be trifled with. They formed a defensive formation. To block her attack, a massive explosion erupted, causing the honey badgers to frantically flee. Then several cracks appeared on the old honey badger's back, and it cried out in alarm, "This is bad!" Then it ordered the badger cubs to retreat. They're shouting orders, telling each other to fall back, retreat quickly. Su Rantian's face is gentle, breaking into a smile. That smile has a hint of murderous intent. She's saying, "How rare. Didn't expect the honey badger demons to retreat. Should I catch one to study, perhaps?" Suddenly, a hand stops her fist. Zifan says, "Fellow cultivator, collecting the honey badger demon array discs is very important. The Elder Council of the Immortal City next door has already submitted 6. We can't return empty-handed." In truth, he's internally screaming in protest. "If you get caught, how will I control these honey badgers to get resources? In the demon realm? Who knew Jiyu Su Rayan would catch the heavenly poison, becoming a beast who fondles Zifan's hands and laughs?" You really think things through completely, don't you? Before the idiot uses teleportation and vanishes, Su Rantian opens her mouth to speak. Listen up, you lot. The wolf clan's already teamed up with us. Honey badgers. Fancy throwing in your lot with the humans? The Elder Council can hook you up with a top-tier little world, you know. The old honey badger, cradling a bunch of little critters, scoffed. Dream on! With that, he led the little honey badgers into the teleportation array and bounced. I immediately commanded Su Rantian to attack her. Without another word, I detonated that bunch of honey badgers. Suddenly, their teleportation array let out a shriek. Just seconds later, it initiated its self-destruct sequence. Then, a whirlwind erupted. Even Su Rantian couldn't withstand it. Luckily, Zifan grabbed her hand tightly, saying, Senior, be careful. Su Rantian gently leaned against Zifan's chest. He calmly inhaled the fire rose scent on her. Zifan thought contentedly. The air is thick with the fragrance of fire roses. He looked at Su Rantian's face, outwardly acting fine, but inwardly wishing he could cough up blood and die. Is this Wang Yulun's daily experience? How can anyone endure this? Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Zifan frantically repeated that phrase in his mind. After regaining her composure, Su Rantian moved away from Zifan's chest. President, Zifan coldly and sternly said, it wants to destroy the teleportation disk. The impact is a bit strong, Senior. Be careful. Seeing his gentle, handsome face, Su Rantian dazedly replied, Thank you, looking at her petite face, gently smiling. Zifan remembered Wei Yun. He frantically shook his head, trying to calm himself. No, I mustn't. I am HOA. I already have a pod. I can't let desire open my eyes. Just then, Zifan noticed another teleportation formation, also initiating an explosion. This time, Zifan was prepared. He said, You still plan to play the self-detonation game in my territory? Then, he directly cast a spell, enveloping the teleportation formation in an instant. He chanted a spell to disarm the self-destruction. After dealing with it, he turned to ask Madame to DMTN, who was leaning on his chest, Do you agree with me? Also, Senior, can you stand up straight? To DMTN is getting closer and closer to Zifan. The girl pretended to be tired and said, Just now, I used too much strength to deal with the honey badgers when I fought against the Elder. So now, I feel like my spiritual energy is not flowing smoothly. I wonder if you can arrange a place for me to cultivate. As soon as he heard that, Zifan knew this old woman was bluffing too much. The reason sounds so fake. Zifan had no choice but to ask for help from her subordinates. Hey, can I ask for help from your colleague? Her colleague immediately said, You're sacked. Isn't it that you don't have a strategy for a combined miracle just at the right time? It's good to accept an elder to show off a good reputation. Moreover, he actively pushed the boat. She was nearly 500 years old and had only been rescued once. It's normal to have feelings, if you really fall for someone within the sect. I won't stop you, haha. Sheesh, does this old auntie not realize she's been rubbing herself against my chest? Zifan had no choice but to tell Li Jingzi, Son, take this senior to rest somewhere. Li Jingzi immediately obeyed. As soon as she saw Li Jingzi, the girl approached and asked, Little friend, do you know what Elder Zai usually likes to do? Li Jingzi didn't answer, so the girl turned into a little boy hunter, inquiring about his hobbies. Or, little friend Jingzi, what do you usually like to play? As soon as she left, Zifan asked, Senior, what exactly is going on? The one with Su Rantian, the fellow Taoist. That's Su Rantian Dao. He cultivates the 100 desires as one Dao, and that lustful thing probably has something to do with him. Hearing this, Zifan had no choice but to say, What? I'm already married. That guy even felt sorry for you, listing Su Rantian's assets. What a pity. Fellow Taoist Su's family is rich, besides having countless spirit stones. He also owns a boatload of star pearls and 2 boatloads of sea pearls under the name of the guild leader. Zifan swallowed hard, gulping. In his heart, he's already transformed into a crazed sugar baby hunter, thinking, Sugar mama, here I come. I don't want to work hard anymore. I don't crave your body, but I'm hungry for your money. Zifan, take off that exterior armor of yours. You're working so hard to show you're not materialistic. I get your point, Senior. However, I cannot betray my conscience for someone's wealth. Doing that won't get me far on the path of cultivation. Looking at that face, that Senior already knows he's playing innocent again. That Senior doesn't want to offer much advice either. He said, Your stable Dao heart is truly admirable, Zi. As for my lust Dao, you don't need to worry too much. One-sided love is fine as long as you reject her. Suddenly, my voice, Rantian, resounded, Elder, I really like the little courtyard that Elder prepared for me. The girl ran over, hugged Zifan tightly, and shoved a bag of money into his hand. She said, This is payment for renovating the little courtyard. She whispered in Zifan's ear, I'll be there often. Having said that, Rantian, along with Nan, returned to the company. Seeing this, Zifan couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, rejecting a sugar mama. Isn't this testing my Dao heart? More like doing the disco on my Dao heart. After arriving at the underground factory, Zifan wanted to use his clones to cope. Your first clone, Su Rantian, says, "Dream on, buddy, zero chance. We sell talent, not our bodies," the clones declared. Zifan heard this and said, "But she offered so much money." But who knew the second one would advise him? If you can't sell your body, at least. Zifan didn't know whether to follow his heart or his reason. Before he could finish speaking, the first clone screamed, "Why bother talking to him so much? No means no? One more question, and I'll off myself. Just create new clones." Seeing them arguing like a bunch of lunatics, Zifan was left with no choice. He could only tell them to shut it and move aside. All right, I get it. This money is too hot to handle. Get to work, he said. Zifan dejectedly called Xiaoniu, asking if Xiaoniu could connect with the clones. Are they in the demon spirit realm? Xiaoniu replied, "Not yet. Probably because the Honey Badger demon clan is under control. Still haven't found a suitable place." Hearing this, Zifan got even angrier. Refusing a rich woman and still can't find a place with spirit ore. Today is truly a hard day. But suddenly, Xiaoniao brought him some piping hot news. "Master, good news." Recently, Xiaoniao researched a method for preparing spiritual iron alloy. Aside from being unsuitable for making puppets and core components of magical treasures, it can completely replace spirit iron ore, reducing costs. This truly is a light from heaven. Zifan perked up. "There's such a good thing?" He excitedly told Xiaoniao to hurry up. Xiaoniao first used the properties of the alloy to design several outer shells for the puppets. Xiaoniao immediately calculated the data for a completely new heavy armor puppet of the god transformation stage. The cost is 2,000 spirit stones. Building the production line needs 50 billion spirit stones. What a small number indeed. Young Zifan almost fainted after hearing that. Just solved the ore problem, and there's a new loophole. Is this finally a plot twist where I fall into despair? What is it? Xiaoniao spoke up, saying he'd collected 1 billion spirit stones, so he was only short 55 billion more. Zifan looked at the puppets that ate up all those spirit stones that Su Rantian just gave him, and his heart ached. He wailed miserably. "Bastard, get it done quickly! Bring all the valuables here to me." At this moment, back in Juhu, 100,000 li away, Zifan was leisurely fishing with his specially made bait and saw Siyue Xian come over to join him. Zifan was extremely pleased, saying, "Among all my disciples, only you are filial," occasionally remembering to come back and visit. Siyue Xian started making up excuses for avoiding cultivation. "My brothers and fellow disciples are all enthusiastically cultivating. They can't bear to see Master sell his body for the sect, begging synthesis stage cultivators for help." Mentioning the sugar mommy, Su Rantian, Zifan started bleeding from his nose as he thought, that's also good. Very good. The sugar mommy's money is great, but I can't handle that intensity. However, he realized his disciple was looking down on him. Warning: you dare look down on me. Once I successfully refine several secret weapons, even if I meet a synthesis stage demon beast, it won't be a big deal at all. Siyue Xian immediately chimed in. That's right. At that time, no matter how strong or rich they are, Master won't need to rely on them and grovel for money anymore. Suddenly, Zifan's expression darkened as he asked Siyue Xian, "So your brothers are all cultivating? What are you doing here?" Siyue Xian stammered. "I originally wanted to cultivate in seclusion, too, but I ran into a bottleneck." Seeing that, Zifan advised her, "If you're stuck in a cultivation rut, then ditch the training. Go build up the spirit of the sect. Our Yinling sect, since its founding, it's been many years. Shouldn't we hold a grand sect competition?" Hearing this, Ziyu Xian hesitated, shrinking back and asking, "Master, you want to compete?" She felt a bad premonition. Seeing this, Zifan began to break into a devious smile. Later, at the Yinling sect's trial tower, Zifan was standing on the podium, announcing, "Well then, first, congratulations to everyone in the stands. You are all elites of our sect. Of course, those who weren't selected this time shouldn't be discouraged, who knows? Maybe the person standing on the podium next time will be you, so what?" After introducing his excellent disciples, Zifan spoke about the rules. "So, next I will clearly explain the rules of the first round elimination of the #1 disciple in the world competition." Zifan said, "This elimination round, the rules will be just like the game PUBG. In the world of PUBG, there are no starting skills. You can obtain items like spirit pills or magical treasures by looting supply crates or killing opponents. After the competition begins, the whole simulated PUBG world, a circle will appear around you. Every 15 minutes, the bow circle will shrink once. Outside the bow circle, you'll continuously lose health. Move into the safe zone as quickly as possible. Your only mission here is to eliminate all participating disciples. Survive until the very end. This is a true battle royale, a simulation game created by Z-Fan. Did you all understand? He asked one last time. After the disciples confirmed they understood, Z-Fan immediately announced, "Then I declare, the #1 Disciple Under Heaven competition officially begins." With a clap, all the disciples were teleported directly into the game. The remaining disciples in the audience were still wondering where their senior brothers and sisters had gone. Why have they all disappeared? At this moment, the young lady Su-Yun appeared, saying, "Everyone, please don't worry. I am Su-Yun. I will be the commentator for today's competition. Right now, the Grand Elder has teleported all the contestants into the pagoda of virtual cultivation. Wait a moment. And will project images of the situation inside for everyone to see. Now only Zhu Kailing is left. The little guy is upset because they live in the same house. Why does he love some and hate others? Sobbing beside you, whining that I'm also your direct disciple, master. Why can't I participate? Hearing that, Z-Fan recalled his banana-scented magic and secretly sighed. It's because I don't want to host a competition reeking of... Z-Fan gave a fake smile. You're still young. Wait for you to cultivate for a few more years before participating. Hearing this, Zhou Kailing excitedly asked, "Really?" Meanwhile, Z-Fan was internally pinching his nose, saying, "When you get rid of the habit of using your nose for spells, I'll let you participate." At the same time, in the middle of the PUBG Island illusion, the participating disciples were choosing areas to parachute down. The young lady Zia Yuitian looked at the scene inside and said, "So the entire simulated world is full of top-tier magical treasures. That place must be full of trouble, and there's no equipment. I should hide first, then loot later." Zia Yuitian, before anything else, found a sun treasure. The girl was still complaining that there were too few items in the box. Then, suddenly, a disciple appeared behind her, wanting to sneak attack. This was the first group of disciples, Luo D. He raised his sword and said, "I'm sorry, sect leader. The champion of this competition must be mine." Who knew he'd get insta-gibbed? Yue Xian just straight up shot him out of the sky. This disciple hit the ground and became a loot crate. Just like that. Yue Xian smugly grinned, thinking she could hide her presence from me. "You're still green, kid." But, truth be told, she was pretty spooked, thinking, that was close. Good thing I had this weapon, even if it's just a pistol. Z-Fan witnessed it all from outside. Su-Yun chimed in, commenting, "This time, the sects competition is super intense. Barely started, and someone's already eliminated. Turned into a loot box. Legendary spoils indeed." Z-Fan, observing, thought Yue Xian's reflexes were excellent. However, the feel and damage of that pistol aren't like a sniper rifle at all. What should I do now? Yue Xian, inside the game, also realized the disadvantage of her weapon. The feedback is terrible, and so few bullets. Looks like I'll have to head to a crowded area to find some gear. Meanwhile, in another corner of the island, Zai Gang was mercilessly hunting down several fellow disciples. Without hesitation, he quickly took action, turning his fellow disciples into unfeeling loot crates. Suddenly, he saw the largest Yang treasure pillar of light just dissipate. Z-Gang thought to himself, how did some bum steal it? That person probably hasn't gone far. Chasing after them should still be possible. Yet just as he was about to act, Z-Gang suddenly sensed something was amiss. At the crucial moment, a surprise bullet fired from behind. Z-Gang swiftly used his rock stream barrier skill to block it, then immediately hid. He called out, "Yue Xian, is that admin so quick to strike against me? Aren't you afraid of things turning sour?" A few meters away, Yue Xian hid behind a tree, replying, "If you don't come out, I'll just sneak attack and kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, Z-Gang actually stepped out, making Yue Xian wary. She aimed her gun at him. Z-Gang boldly challenged, "Come on out!" The bullet lodged so shallowly, I can tell just by looking that you're not wielding a big gun. I'm an upright guy, not some worm, okay? Unexpectedly, another Z-Gang appeared right above her, analyzing. From the sound, I know your firing position is quite close, the firing range of a handgun, right? At this moment, Yue Xian finally realized that her big brother had used magic. She exclaimed in surprise, "When did you cast the clone technique?" Both brothers are highly vigilant. Before the opponent's tricks, suddenly a loud noise rang out. These two siblings didn't say a word and just rushed into a fight. Tu Kuang and Tun Yetian wouldn't give in to each other, exchanging words. "Let me go! Put the gun down, you first. I'll let go first." After a while, the two really let go of each other. Tun Yetian spoke first. "You back off. If it was a real fight, you would have died a long time ago. Tu Kuang retorted, "Who knows if you're lying or not? Who told you to be so cunning, Chi-Tu?" Yue Tian lightly whistled at her brother's hand and then suggested, "So let's team up, you and I, and solve the problem of Old Man 3 and Old Man 4 together. Do you want to listen?" Outside, Tu Fan witnessed the entire dirty scheme of the two siblings, listening to their discussion. In Old Man 4's eyes, there is only Old Man 3. He will definitely go find him alone. It's very difficult to fight. We have to coordinate with each other. I suspect the supply crate was definitely opened by them. Let's go and beat them up. Old Man Tu Fam not only didn't stop them, but cheered excitedly. Fighting, fighting! There's a good show to watch now. Meanwhile, on the PUBG Island game, Hung Luke is fiercely fighting with a mannequin. Just at this moment, he became the target of another gunman. The one preparing to take out Hung Luke is Ngan Ven Bin. 10,000 soldiers pull the trigger. Shot rings out, but Cheng Li swiftly dodges it. That kid's even got the nerve to taunt. "Hey, 10,000 soldiers, your aim's way off today." 10,000 soldiers is utterly perplexed. Strange. How is it that Zhang Li's multi-shadow technique leaves so many afterimages when he moves? Or is it some new gear from the spirit armor stash? While 10,000 soldiers squints, thinking he's seeing things, Zhang Li seizes the moment, launching an attack on 10,000 soldiers. Why are you spacing out during a fight? Well, if that's the case, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Unleash the Chi Aura. However, little do they know, they've fallen prey to Li Jingzi's illusion. From afar, the two brothers, Li Jingzi and Wang Xiangzi, watch the show. Li Jingzi confidently says, "My illusion magic might not hold up too long against senior brother or senior sister. However, dealing with other disciples? Not a problem." With a loud shout of, "Illusionary Array, activate!" Li Jingzi successfully drains their energy. The little brat easily causes both of them to fall to the ground, turning them into loot boxes. Li Jingzi doesn't forget to sarcastically thank his junior disciples. "You've worked hard, Junior. I'll collect these treasures for you all. Just relax and let me eliminate you, okay?" Two unlucky disciples, framed, can only helplessly turn into boxes for them to loot. Next, they intentionally sabotaged Yang Bao's light pillars, luring Zigang and Ziyue Xian over here. Li Jingzi grinned. "Pleased? Not bad. Now, just waiting for senior brother and my two senior sisters to take the bait. Those two little brothers are worth every penny." At the Tuvan Khan TV station, Tuvan Khan praised the two brothers' tactics. Li Shixiang's fighting tactics are truly insidious. Should I even say it? The mind that came up with this strategy is a little filthy, isn't it? Zhu Kailing watched the screen, seeing her two senior brothers setting a trap. Waiting for senior brother and her two senior sisters to arrive, she was also terrified. She blurted out, "Master, isn't this scheme corrupting the disciples?" Zifan looked at the scene and lectured. "Relying solely on integrity, selflessness, and courage won't get you far in the cultivation world. Learn a thing or two. One doesn't want to painstakingly raise disciples, only for them to be taken advantage of by even dirtier, more ruthless tactics as soon as they leave the cultivation world. Like master, like disciple, from master to disciple, all plotting the same dirty tricks." Zhu Kailin immediately took notes upon hearing this. Inside PUBG Island, Tu Kuang and Tu Muetian approached the brothers. Trap. As soon as they arrived, Tu Kuang excitedly said, "Here it is! Here it is! There must be a top-level treasure inside that crate." He rushed forward, but Tu Muetian immediately grabbed his shoulder, warning him. "Wait, brother. Something is not right. This place seems like a trap." The alert girl analyzed. If someone is guarding that high ground over there, no matter what kind of divine power we use, can't escape his gaze either. Zygang listened and realized it was indeed true. Then Zygang looked tenderly at his little sister, asking, "But are you sure you need this treasure?" "Yes." Ziyue Xian immediately whined sweetly. "Yes, only this treasure suits me best." Zgang acted nonchalant, thinking the traps were just child's play. "Well then, cross the bridge when we get there." He was following Kesa's plan of dealing with things as they came, just as Zygang declared confidently, "Big brother's got this." Right then, a blue light flashed from Yue Xian, who shouted, "Big bro!" On the hilltop, a flying sword shot straight towards Zgang, then plunged into the ground. Zgang recognized the sword. Who else could it be? The kid nimbly dodged Wang Shangji, came to retrieve his sword, and said, "Eldest senior brother?" The kid also gripped his sword tightly, then declared, "Let's duel, winner takes all." Zygang, of course, accepted the challenge. "You must know that this kid is a battle maniac, a real masochist." He asked, "Li Jingzi, why don't you show your face?" At the same time, Yue Xian's figure gradually disappeared. Just then, Li Jingzi's doppelganger appeared. The kid created an illusion of falling snow and said, "Third senior brother, let's duel fair and square." So the kid used his magic and said to Z, "Senior sister Yuexian, their fight. We can't interfere. But how can your tricks possibly stump Yuexian?" The girl quickly dodged. Yuexian proudly announced, "I've been spotted. Busted." Then the four of them began an earth-shattering showdown. Zifan watched and chuckled wickedly. What a lively brawl, eh? However, this game also has a poison gas circle, plus a safe zone, you know. According to Zifan's observations, the next safe zone is quite a distance from them, huh? Inside this PUBG island from Yuexian also spotted the problem. She shouted, "What time is it already? Stop fighting. Running to the safe zone is more important." But her two junior brothers wouldn't allow it. Zygang stopped him and said, "Hold on, everyone's low on health. Let's heal up first." Then they all pulled out their potions to replenish their health bars. The two still fighting, Li Jingzi and Zigang, were still enthusiastically punching each other. Ziyue Zhen, helpless, had to use the lion's roar technique. "Stop fighting already!" Suddenly, they found a place surrounded by blue light. That's the safe zone. Lass happily reported her discovery to Zigang. "Second brother, hurry! We're almost there. Let's speed up." Yet, at this crucial moment, Li Xingzi directly blocked them. Dream on! They never expected this Li Xingqi kid to have such tricks up his sleeve. That brat! He transformed into a rope and tightly grabbed the two of them, declaring, "Don't even think about running." Chigang looked at it, puzzled, and asked, "What is this thing?" These two brothers clearly want to drag their senior brothers and sisters down with them. Shi Yuexian helplessly watched her health bar being deducted, screaming, "Li Xingqi, quickly release us. If you bind us, you won't be able to enter the safe zone either. You won't win like this." Chigang angrily cursed under his breath. Now, these two brothers were thinking of a mutually assured destruction strategy. Sure enough, after enduring each other's slaughter in the safe zone, the system announced, Li Xingqi, Wang Xiangji, Qi Yueshan, and Qi Gang are eliminated. As soon as she exited the illusion, Qi Yuezhan angrily sought out Li Xingqi to demand answers. Sejouren quickly stopped her. All right. Even Wang Xiangji advised his senior sister, "Calm down." Suddenly, the system announced, "The winner of this tournament is Hu Ziyuan." Who would have thought? The guy who was actually just eating chicken won the whole competition. In the game, Qiu Ziyuan was happily munching on chicken when he suddenly became the victor. The system had to announce in surprise, "Great luck, great profit, eating chicken tonight." Already ate it all up. Meanwhile, he's still standing there, dumbfounded, asking what happened. As long as I walk into the buffet and eat, I win, right? While Chu Ziwan is happily celebrating, Zifan is frantically slamming his hand on the ground in exasperation. This is the legendary winning without even trying. How can Miss Ziye Xian not accept this truth? She immediately runs over and stabs Zifan in the old waist, causing his bone and joint disease to relapse. Ziye Xian is frantically yelling, "Master, I'm not convinced." He didn't even use his strength. Zifan pinches her chubby cheeks and says, All right. Sometimes luck is also a form of strength." Zifan looks at Ziyue Jian snuggling in his arms, thinking, after little Eno upgraded, opening PUBG doesn't take much effort at all. Plus, the disciples are learning a lot in the game. He coaxes her while telling little Zhou, from now on, this game will be held once a month. The top player, in addition to the merit point reward, will also get an extra Peking duck dinner. Little No immediately obeys. Zifan watched the children playing, thinking, in the cultivation world, you really gotta eat chicken. Seeing this, little Chu Kai Ling chimed in, wanting to follow his master. "Master, I want to join too." Zifan said, "Let me see how you behave first." Zigang Wang Jiangqi also butted in, "Master, I want to play too." "Me too." Meanwhile, Li Jingzi was teasing Zi Yuexian, which made the girl angry, shouting, "Li Jingzi, this brat." In the underground room, Zifan was carving all sorts of things. All kinds of things about today's competition. The more he worked, the more he felt like this chest was also finished. Life in the sect is becoming more and more like his original world. Suddenly, Zifan felt a little homesick. He looked at the warm gathering of 4 people at the table and thought to himself, "But it's just similar, that's all." Then he called out, "Xiaoniu!" Xiaoniu immediately responded, "Yes, I'm here." Zifan somberly asked it, "Tell me, can I create a divine technique to travel through time?" Xiaoniu frankly calculated. "With the master's current abilities, let me calculate. There's a certain probability, master. Would you like to give it a try?" Zifan gazed at the scene he had created, lost in thought. After a moment, he made up his mind to try, no matter what. Then he closed the door, preventing anyone from entering. After that, Xifan stepped onto the bed, crossed his legs, and took out a scroll. He tossed it upward, then began to create a cultivation technique. Not long after, a beam of light shot straight into the sky. The two siblings, Zigang and Ziyue Xian, who were playing together, also saw it. They exclaimed in surprise, "What heaven-defying thing is Master creating now?" Zigang seized this opportunity to lecture Ziyue Xian, poking her head, saying, "Master is already such a genius, yet he still strives his best. Look at you, just playing with rubber bands all the time. How will you protect Master in the future, huh?" Ziyue Xian, feeling the pain, hugged her head and replied, I know. Don't poke me. I'm going to cultivate right now." A moment later, the beam of light in Zifan's room dissipated without a trace. He excitedly opened his eyes and looked around. The scroll from earlier had truly created a set of cultivation techniques. Space-time reversal art. The little golden core on the side opened its mouth to congratulate. "Congratulations, Master, on creating a new cultivation technique. Would you like to use it now?" Hearing this, Zifan recalled his experiences over the past time. "The day has finally come, huh? Originally because I wanted to go home, I put all my effort into leveling up my cultivation. Then, due to a random error, I ended up taking in disciples. Founded a sect while also going down the proper path. That's right. Thinking about it now, I really feel a bit reluctant. However, from the previous competition, I can see that the disciples have grasped the way to maintain cultivation and achieve some results, even if I leave the sect. I can pass it all down." Zifan clutched the scroll in his hand and entrusted the responsibility to Xiao Niao to deliver the message. "Xiao Niao, if I leave and don't return, all the authority of the entire sect is handed over to Ziyue Xian. Xiao Niao, you must also listen to her." Zifan decided to use that time-space displacement technique. The moment he opened it, a blinding light shone out. Zifan was instantly sucked into it. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in midair. Zifan asked in surprise, "Where is this?" After looking around, he realized that he had successfully transmigrated. But before him, a system also appeared, starting a countdown. Zifan looked at the notice board. The space-time golden core effect. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 38 seconds. He wondered, looking at it and asking, "What is this countdown timer? Could it be that I can only stay here for one day?" But he didn't think much more and quickly ran back to his house. He said, "There's a time limit. I have to go home quickly." He happily opened the door and said joyfully, "Mom, Dad, brother, I'm back!" But the atmosphere inside the house was not as joyful as he had imagined. Zifan discovered that inside was a strange couple with a child. The husband asked him, "Who are you? Why are you suddenly barging into my house?" Zifan was shocked and couldn't help but ask back. But his wife suddenly realized. Zifan looks very similar to the person in the photo. She picked up the photo and said, "Wait, look at this. He looks like the person in the picture with our dad." They compared the photo with Zifan and found it was exactly the same. The young man saw this. He ran over and grabbed Zifan's hand tightly, hurriedly asking, "Are you Uncle Zifan? My dad always told me about you." Zifan nodded, answering, "Yes. Are you ZC? Why are you so big? Where are Mom and Dad? Where's my brother?" Suddenly, ZC let go of Zifan's hand, and he looked painfully towards the ancestral tablet behind. Looking in the direction of Tutu, Zifan couldn't hold back his tears. He walked closer and realized it was the ancestral tablet of his parents. "It can't be. Why is it like this?" Tufam hugged their ancestral tablet and cried loudly. He couldn't believe that all of this was real. Tufam screamed, hugging their tablet in his hand, heartbrokenly calling for his parents. At this time, Tutu slowly recounted that after his uncle went missing, the family never gave up searching for him. His grandparents searched for many years, but heaven failed their efforts, and they still couldn't find him. Then, one day, his father couldn't bear it any longer and fainted on the street. After that, he passed away, leaving his mother alone, heartbroken and crying. After he passed away, she always blamed herself. She worried every day, afraid that her son was no longer in this world, but still hoping that he was still alive. Not taking good care of him also made her extremely ashamed, and eventually, worries, overwhelming thoughts defeated her, and even his mother passed away. When only his older brother was left to care for her on her sickbed, she gently said, "You must find your younger brother, Chiofem. Mother can feel it now. That kiddo is definitely still alive."